That's how you set the tone for the 2024 season. Once again, it's number 54 with the pregame speech. Tell them that we're the best. They don't even belong on the field as us. So you know what? Fred was right as he forced a fumble right away on that second possession for the New York Jets, and the Niners roll. Yes, they kicked 6 field goals. Yes, they didn't score a lot of touchdowns. I get it, but they dominate the trenches. Jordan Mason, how about that? No Christian McCaffrey, no problem for the 49ers. And they start off 1-0 with the dominant victory over the New York Jets. Shasky, good morning to everybody out there. 32-19 last night at Levi's Stadium for Monday Night Football. We are taking your calls. Plus, we had the great one, Jerry Rice, joining us at 8:30, 888-957-9570. Niner fans, step right up, baby. Reacting to the first game of the season. Purdy, how'd you feel? Jake Moody, no worries about him. How about this new flying around defense under Nick Sorensen and Chris Kosaric and maybe a little Brandon Staley? How about them? Niners, they didn't even play their A game. I don't even know if they played their B game, yet they win that game going away and drop another 30 burger, Shasky, to open up the 2024 campaign.
Vibes were immaculate last night. They just were, with that beautiful setting, beautiful weather, a slight breeze in the second half, which made it a little more nice for everyone in the stadium. Just walking through the parking lot, I could feel the confidence from 49er fans. And then you obviously got the news about Christian McCaffrey, and you're thinking, oh, boy, here we go. And I'm just going to lay it out there. On a night where we celebrated Frank Gore, on a night where I saw Patrick Willis standing on that field, boy, it felt like that was a Frank Gore, Patrick Willis type of a game, because I watched Fred Warner lay some wood early and often in that game. And the other team, the Jets, wanted no part of that physicality.
No.
And then Jordan Mason, once he settled in and he kind of just calmed down a little and was a little more patient, I thought he was in the zone. And you want to talk about an offensive line performance. They ran right at Quinnen Williams over and over and over again. They didn't go to the left side this time. It felt like they went to the right side over and over and over again. They were doing this offset single back thing that I had not seen Shanahan do. It almost reminded me of like a pro set without the fullback.
Right.
And
12 personnel, 2 tight ends.
I thought it was a very unique formation. I thought it was a nice wrinkle. And they didn't have the explosives that they've had in years past. I think the Niners are one of the top teams in the NFL. I mean, come on, man.
Well, that's the biggest thing. The NFC runs through the 49ers. The NFC still runs through the 49ers after watching football all weekend long. Sure, Philadelphia, their offense is going to have something to say. Sure, the Dallas Cowboys flying around with their defense under Mike Zimmer is going to have something to say. We'll see about the Green Bay Packers. We know what's going on in Detroit. We know what's going on in L.A. with the Rams. But there's no doubt the best team in the NFC wears red and gold. In that 12 personnel formation you're talking about, where Eric Saubert, was blocking as a backup tight end. Number 82 was all over the film. I can't wait to talk to Baldy tomorrow about this blocking, this blocking front with Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, Saubert, and this offensive line. How about Dominic Pooty in his debut? Dominic Pooty did not look overwhelmed. He did not look like the lights were too bright on Monday Night Football. The young man looked like he's been playing for 5 years, so Purdy got plenty of time to throw the football. We'll assess his performance. But Jordan Mason, it was a J.P. Mason show. Look, most rushing yards by a player in their first career start in franchise history. Jordan Mason, third all-time in franchise history. Yeah, Carlos Hyde rushed for 168 against Minnesota on a Monday Night Football, September the 14th, 2015. Yeah, Kevin Barlow rushed for 154 back in 03 against the Arizona Cardinals. Jordan Mason, 147, 28 carries, and most under Shanahan with the 49ers in a game. 28 big boy carries. Now we got to find out who's going to back him up, because it doesn't sound like McCaffrey will be ready to go Sunday against Minnesota. We'll get to our concerns about Christian a little bit later. But J.P. Mason, we've all been waiting for this moment. He's had glimpses, right, Shasky? Remember the hat and T-shirt game up in Seattle on Thursday Night Football where he iced that game out with some big runs on the final drive to milk the clock? But that was his game. His physicality, tone setting, when the Niners go on that touchdown drive down 7-3, what did they do in a 12-play drive? They only dropped back to pass 3 times because J.P. Mason was cooking behind this offensive line.
Yeah, and I thought that J.P. early in the game, it felt like he was just a little quick. And you got to be slightly patient, understand some of the cutback lanes. But as the game went on, I thought he really settled in. And he was running with a purpose and very deliberate. And the guy's an absolute load. I had texted Guru a couple years back. I was like, hey, man, reminds me a lot of Marion Barber, Steven Jackson.
The Barbarian.
You know, and the reason I say that is there are certain guys that want the physicality at the second level, and he's one of them. You know, he's going to try to batter ram you. And I still think they need to change a pace guy behind him. Isaac Garendo as a rookie. I would probably elevate Matt Breida and bring him back into the fold just because you need a little juice on the outside to kind of mix things up. Love seeing Debo get so many looks at the running back position. But I also think slept in last night's victory. This offense was missing the big strike explosiveness that we're accustomed to. And they still won going away.
Yeah, easily.
Going away.
Easily.
It felt like they did what they had to do. There was a play in this game. There were two really nice throws. I mean, there was a bunch, but two really nice throws from Purdy. One was the one where he had Juszczyk wide open, and he took just an extra second to make sure that he completed the pass inbounds to Juice downfield. The other one was the little lob on the sail play, which is Ryder, that play I was talking to you about, to George Kittle. His intermediate layered throws are just a thing of beauty. When I look around the league as more than half the league could barely throw for 165 yards over the weekend, I see Brock Purdy throw for a little over 200 because he doesn't have to. And I just say, every time he drops back to pass, I have confidence that he's not going to put the ball in harm's way.
Yeah, there was a couple hold-up throws yesterday, but every quarterback's going to have that. He almost threw the pick there to the safety, looking for Sauber down the seam. But, we're nitpicking here. 19-29. I thought he was in total control of the game.
I did too.
His calmness, his pocket demeanor, his pocket press, everything about Brock Purdy. Again, I have no worries about who he is as a quarterback, and I expect him to get a lot better as he work Jawad Jennings into the playbook. And Jawad Jennings look fresh and look spry for the wide receiver position. They were working Debo a lot early, trying to get him going there. But Brock Purdy, pardon me, just looking at all of his options, surveying the field, processing, not in the panic, not in the rush to make things happen and letting the game come to him. And sometimes, it gets a team like the Jets, it's not going to be pretty. It's the first game of the season. You didn't have any inter-squad scrimmages, or you didn't have any scrimmages against opponents. You played a few series in the preseason, Chasky, so you're trying to work the rust off. This guy is going to be fine. This offense is going to be fine. They scored 32. They could have dropped 50, and I think they wanted to drop 50, which is why I think after the game, the post-game tone, it wasn't like a team was like jumping for joy and popping champagne. They were a little like, yeah, whatever, we got the win and we could play a lot better, blah, blah, blah. I think they were ticked off and they wanted to make a bigger statement on Monday Night Football. And I'm like, geez, you guys played your B- game and dropped 30 and covered the spread and everything.
B, there's so many little things from this game. You talk about Jawad Jennings. He got hip tackled in this game and it wasn't called for a penalty. And I was like, dude, he could have dislocated his ankle on that play. That's why they're adjudicating that play out of the league. I saw a lot of Ronnie Bell out there. That was surprising. And Chris Conley got a lot of looks as well.
Yeah.
You got to assume Ayuk is going to work himself into more reps, and those guys will get a little tapered off. Saubert quietly, I thought, had a pretty good game.
Bringing him up.
To your point, I think that backup tight end, having another road grader out there, not the worst thing in the world.
You bring up 12 personnel with the single back, Jordan Mason, 12 personnel. You got two tight ends, one running back, and two wide receivers. And Saubert was that second tight end. And Saubert, whether they were running trap plays up the middle, up the A-gap, whether they were running counters outside, the stretch zone, Saubert is another Kittle clone when it comes to run blocking. I know Steiny's probably cringing somewhere talking about blocking, but that's what separates these teams in the trenches. You get a hat on a hat. And what I mean by that is everybody's blocking somebody, whether it's Big Trent. By the way, Big Trent's film on all these breakdowns. Big Trent just has to skip the beat. The guy literally didn't need no training camp. He needed an IV because he's not used to playing that much right now. But other than that, Big Trent was special. I don't even think he allowed a pressure on 33 dropbacks. But Saubert, blocking. Juszczyk, blocking. I thought that was a big Juszczyk game when he was into the football
he was really
game.
Good.
Pooty, blocking. Yeah, they got over McKivitz. Aaron Banks was fine. You didn't notice anything with the offensive line for the most part.
Let's go to the it was a Debo game, but let's go to the defense. I'm just watching formations pre-snap. I have not seen the Niners play press man-to-man on the outside that much ever. I can't remember in my life. Charvarius Ward, did he get a target? Did Mike Williams even get a look?
I don't even remember Mike Williams playing. So I was trying to scramble for the snap counts here to see what the snap counts was. They went to a lot of Garrett Wilson, But other than that, Mike Williams was like MIA.
Garrett Wilson made one play on Diamondor Lenore early in the game, and he got whapped on another play. And I saw him grab for the collarbone shoulder, and then he went to the sideline. I was like, this game's too physical for these guys.
It's too physical, but also the Niners, basically, they adjusted, I thought. When the Jets went on that touchdown drive, they were running a lot of zone defense. And Garrett Wilson was picking apart the zone defense, finding the soft spots. I thought Devondre Campbell wasn't dropping back into his zone as much. And there's some improvement to be made there. But that adjustment to say, you know what? We're going to run some zone, but let's get back to some man coverage. Let's get back to some sticky man coverage and just challenge the Jets. And let's just rush, figure out a way to pressure Aaron Rodgers and get out of the zone defense, because a guy like Aaron Rodgers will pick his zone defense apart all day long. You can't just sit back and cover three, sit back in your zone defense and not think Aaron Rodgers is not going to pick you apart.
I thought Bosa was really good in this game. He was collapsing the ball. He doesn't have sack numbers, but did you see how quickly Aaron Rodgers was getting rid of that ball?
Yeah, Bosa was a factor. So real quick, Spinoni had something on Mike Williams here.
Well, I was listening to the broadcast.
Yeah, what they said. I didn't see the broadcast.
The very first series for the Jets, he's like, yeah, Mike Williams, he's suited up, but don't expect a lot from him today, basically.
What?
So they just said they're being very safe with him, coming off the ACL and stuff like that. They're just trying to be very cautious with him. So
well, they didn't challenge Charvarius Ward, I don't think, at all. And I mean, from what I saw, again, I didn't go back and watch it like I want to today because I was exhausted last night driving home. But Charvarius, I don't think he got targeted once. Diamondor Lenore was mixing and matching. Sometimes he was pressing on the slot. Sometimes he'd back up. But to your point about Devondre Campbell, Dominic Flanagan fouls. It did end up with the interception. He was in the right place at the right time. That guy who's going to play off ball next to Fred Warner, they did pick on that guy. They picked on that guy on that one drive. And so it was a great win and all that. That is something to monitor moving forward. And I'm already going to say it. I'm calling for Bethune. I'm calling for D. Winters to come back immediately because I think DeAndre Campbell plays way too stiff and upright. But all in all, I thought the defense was excellent. You saw Leonard Floyd clean up a couple of plays where Nick Bosa is the one who kind of gets Aaron Rodgers to climb in the pocket. Boom, here comes Leonard Floyd. Right. I felt Leonard Floyd's presence almost immediately.
Yeah, Leonard Floyd's going to be, he reminded me of D4 that first year. He's quick, he's skinny, but he's so quick off the ball. And you saw the games that Chris Kosaric was playing with Leonard Floyd, and on that side, whether it's Hargrave pushing the pocket, going outside, and Leonard Floyd looping into the pocket to where Bosa's coming so outside in that wide nine that forces Aaron Rodgers to step up in the pocket. And there, Leonard Floyd, due to his stunts in the games that he's playing on the defensive line, he's studying into the A-gap. So when Rodgers steps up in that pocket, boom, there's Leonard Floyd waiting on him. You saw that over and over. I thought Collins, right, the young man coming over from the Houston Texans, this is one of those subtle moves that John Lynch tends to make. Who's the young man they traded for with the Texans or the Titans a few years ago? He ended up moving out, but he became a very good contributor. It wasn't Ebukam. The name is evading me, but they traded for him a subtle little late round pick. Came over from either the Texans or the Titans. I forget who that was. But anyway, somebody on YouTube.
It was the guy who had the DUI. And he played inside and outside. Gosh, the name is evading me.
I forget the name. But anyway, the little subtle move to add to your defensive line. And yesterday, you'd have felt like the defensive line was overwhelmed. Again, Breece Hall was shut down in the run game. That was a big factor to me. Who's going to win the trenches? What's the defensive line going to do? Breece Hall, 16 carries, 54 yards.
I thought he ran hard.
He ran hard, but he did. He had a couple runs here and there. He had a long at 16. That was about it. They shut down Breece Hall. They really did. I thought this defensive line came to play. I thought the front seven came to play in the run game, and they stifled the Jets. The run defense, for at least game number one under Nick Sorensen, no problem whatsoever. I thought the run defense held up very well against the New York Jets last night.
Yeah, I did too. And look, your guy Moody looks good, man, and he made a bunch of field goals. That was an area of concern for me, and every week that goes on, I feel more and more confident in the young man. He's got clearly enough leg, and he was splitting the uprights. I mean, it was a beautiful weather last night, and he should hit all those, but when you have a kicker that you actually trust and rely on, you know, I didn't love when you're up 13 and you're going to go for the field goal. It's 4th and 1, and it's only going to extend it to make it 16, which is still a two-score game.
Yeah.
I didn't love that, but I understood why you would do that.
Shanahan was playing conservative with the game. He's Charles Omenihu is who I'm thinking of. Charles Omenihu. Yep. Thank you, Carlos Guido on YouTube there. I'm thinking of him with a nice little subtle move where we're like, who the hell is that? And as you know, he's contributing to big-time wins for the San Francisco 49ers. So look, 888-957-9570. You know this is your show a day after the game. We're fired up here to Niners. Well, despite all, think about all the noise they've gone through in going into 2019, there was a Jimmy conversation. What's Jimmy going to look like off a torn ACL? What are the 49ers going to look like? Boom, they open up the season 8-0, and they go on a dream season, and of course ended in Miami with a Super Bowl loss in Kansas City. 2020 doesn't go their way in the pandemic. The next year, you got Jimmy Gate. You got Trey Lance's first training camp as a rookie. Who's going to start? The noise that was following the 49ers all season long. Would it be Jimmy Garoppolo's last season? Then 2022, you had Jimmy on the baby field. You had Trey Lance starting. Trey Lance gets hurt week 2. You got Jimmy. Then you go to Brock Purdy. You don't look back. Then last year, all the noise with Brock Purdy. Is he going to be ready? Who's going to be the backup? This team is so damn dialed in that the noise does not matter, folks. When it's game day, when it's time to lock in, they lock in as best as any team in this league, which is why they play deep into January, folks. This team is ready to roll. And after 1 week, the way they dismantled the New York Jets last night, there is no doubt in my mind the NFC still runs through the Bay Area. You got to come take it from the 49ers if you want to go to the Super Bowl coming out the NFC.
I mean, on the level of what we've seen from this roster, was that a B- performance?
C+, B-. I
mean, it sounds like we're being hypercritical.
That's the standard they set.
Exactly. And so, I thought that they played a really good game. They didn't put the ball on the ground, which is extremely important. I thought they wrapped up. It was interesting seeing them. I don't know if it was Wisnowski or Moody who was doing the kickoffs. Because they did a couple of line drive kickoffs, and I was like,
The force the Jets are trying to run it back.
That was interesting. Almost like let me give you a ground ball, And I don't know. I find that kind of stuff, the tinkering that you're seeing with some of the special teams, I find it interesting.
Well, let's just talk about special teams real quick. They get an A+. When your kicker goes 6 for 6,
they were excellent.
When your punt team is really good, your punt return team was solid for the most part. No drop punts. Jeff Cowie held up well in the punt game. The special teams was solid yesterday. That's one thing that they've had to correct, and I think they got a lot more speed and athleticism on their special teams unit this season.
Now, you referenced Malik Collins, and you and I have kind of gone back and forth, and I have a theory about team building, and specifically defensive tackle. If it was up to me, unless I had Aaron Donald, I would never spend $20 million a year on a defensive tackle, because to me, it's just you're going to be rotating those guys in and out, and they're kind of clogging. I pay premiums for people who touch the ball or sack the quarterback.
Right.
That's just the way I view it, right? And seeing the production you got from Malik Collins, there was one drive, it felt like he was in the backfield the entire time.
Yeah, he had 4 straight plays where he just pushed the pocket. Swim moves, everything.
Why did the Texans get rid of him?
I don't know.
I mean, why? Javon Hargrave made a couple of plays last night, but I would continue to go down this route of just churning the wheel on these journeyman style 27, 28, 29-year-old defensive tackles making no money, and I would just try to find big athletic bodies like they did. Malik Collins looks like he could be the find of the offseason outside of Dominic Pooney, who was outstanding last night.
Well, also got my eyes on DJ Jones in Denver, because I was watching that Denver-Seattle game. What if DJ Jones? Denver's not going to win a lot of games. You know what I'm saying? I could still use some depth at D tackle. More coming up here. We'll take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. We'll talk to the great one, Jerry Rice. And I got a question, because when Breece Hall scored, Jerry Rice is pointing at him like, yo, what's up, dude? Because Breece Hall, he wanted to smoke early on. So 888-957-9570. Look, it took me one game to realize the NFC's still running through San Francisco. I know it's just one game, folks, but that's how I feel with this team. There's no drop-off with them. Sure, they struggle to score touchdowns, but the Niners are the Niners. They're going to be a team to reckon with in the NFC all season long. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on Purdy the entire game. Niners rolling their season opener on Monday Night Football, 32-19, and we'll talk about it all day long here at 95.7 The Game. That's brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource.
happy with Brock Purdy?
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
How can you not be happy with Brock Purdy? 19-29, picked up where he left off last season. Couple dangerous passes, but nothing to write home about. He was solid for the most part. And when he heats up with the best of them. I mean, the best pass he may have thrown all night was dropped by our boy Brandon Ayuk in the back of the end zone, which Peyton Manning, Shasky, he wasn't too happy about it. Before we take the lines, listen to Peyton Manning on the Manning-cast with Eli and Bill Belichick. By the way, Bill Belichick on Instagram. Hey, Tom Brady, good luck today. We like to party. Belichick is so damn funny.
He's on Insta?
He's on Instagram. You didn't know that?
I'm going to follow him.
Oh, my God. He announced it last Friday. Instaface. He's unbelievable. He's unreal.
Is he under Belichick?
Yeah, it's under Bill Belichick, baby. His girlfriend probably set up his entire account.
Wow.
Here's Peyton Manning yesterday.
196,000.
Yeah. Oh, it's
You know what
growing.
I respect about Belichick? At least he doesn't do the Mike Francesa, Skip Bayless, Gary Radnich. He's following 15 people.
Yeah, that's up from 12, the original 12.
So let's see. Ocho Cinco,
Yep.
Chris Long, Mike Lombardi, Susie Welch, Tom Brady, the 33rd team, Belichick Foundation, Eli Manning, Pat McAfee Show, Peyton Manning, NFL Films. God, I love him.
It's some random dude, right? Is it a random dude? What's his name? Go ahead. Don't skip it.
Burj Narajnan? I don't know who this guy is.
That's who it was. Yeah, I just
high school buddy of his.
I just wanted you to watch it. It's like just some random dude. Somebody tweeted, was like, who the hell is that random guy he's following? It was one of the 12.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got for the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Yes. Why you got to do me like that? I didn't. Why you got to do me like that? Here's Manny. No, he was ticked. Listen to Manny on a Manny cast when you dropped that pass.
Man to man, Jennings. I want to throw.
Ayuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. You know, he's missed all training camp.
Hey, get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp when you need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
I love him. Can I just say that I love him? Look, two things can be equally true. You know, Ayuk, go get your money. But also, dude, this is why we needed you in. That was a touchdown pass. Can we all acknowledge that was a difficult play?
It was a tough play.
I expect him to make that play, but that's a difficult play. I love that he gave the quarterback perspective.
Yeah, but you know what, though? When you make $500,000 or you make $30 million a year, where you get all the guaranteed money, as Guru would say, there's a scoreboard, and then there's a Guru scoreboard, where there's an Ayuk scoreboard. There's a scoreboard with the Niners winning, and then there's an Ayuk scoreboard. And the Jackals with Ayuk. And you know what? When Ayuk dropped that pass, there was a lot of people saying, oh, you held out for that? You knew that was coming right away.
What was being said in the press box? You were in journalism mode. I was in fan mode.
I don't know what anybody, because, it's very quiet. It's very quiet. But it was like.
What did Guru say? He was sitting right next to you.
I don't remember what he said. I don't remember. It was a Purdy dime. It was his best throw of the game. Possibly his best throw of the game.
It was a dime.
It was an absolute dime.
I was rooting against Vontae.
Purdy makes those difficult throws.
Did you guys see the video I sent to the thread? So one of my buddies like, where's Bonte standing? I'm like, he's right there. Actually, he's standing up right now. Actually, he's got binoculars. That's him. He's in journalism mode. And Bonte was looking out onto the field. You're so tall, right? And so I zoomed in on you on a video. We should actually put this video out and just put #journalism. And it's you staring at the field. Now, my grandfather used to have the binoculars.
Yeah, I bring the binoculars to the seats, too.
But he used the binoculars just to stare at the cheerleaders.
Well,
Grandpa, I love you. I'm not throwing you under the bus. You would admit that out loud.
I back in my day, I used to do a little something like that. It's like, hey, single day. It's like, oh, there's a girl in section 119. Ooh, that's a little creepy.
Stop it.
I'm looking to see what's going on the sideline. Who's talking to who? Is there any friction? Who's hurt? Who's in the blue tent? Who's walking off the field? Who's on the field? Who's in the huddle?
You were giving me a lot of updates because I was like, where is Aaron Banks? Why is Burford playing left guard? Where is Trent Williams? Why is he walking to the, into the tunnel? Like, what's going on here? So I love that.
Yeah, no, the binoculars, it was great. I almost left the house. I was like, oh, let me grab my binoculars. I hadn't used them in so many years.
What
but
brand?
It was great. So I had two binoculars. I had two pair of binoculars. I don't know what happened to one of them. My mama gave them to me for free from a thrift store. These other binoculars, is it Nikon, whatever the brand that is, whatever.
Oh, anyway. So Andre Agassi style.
Yeah, so check this out. One day I was going to school. I've had these for over a decade.
Oh, wow.
So I parked on Uniparacera, like Holloway. I was going to SF State at the time. I walk and I see an examiner. I was like, I wrote an article in yesterday's examiner. Let me grab it and clip it so I can put it in my personal notebook. So I'm grabbing a newspaper out the newspaper stand, the examiner, and there's a pair of binoculars in there. I swear to God. So I looked around and I was like, I threw them in the backpack and sprinted to school.
You're not wrong.
It's like it came up. Somebody, I don't know who put a pair of binoculars in a newspaper. True story. You can't make this up. In a newspaper stand. So I made sure to go home and sanitize them and do all that stuff. And it's like, dude, I got me some great binoculars. It's unbelievable.
That's why you read newspapers, kids.
That's why you read newspapers. Yeah. So that was about to say, I still have them. So it was great to have them yesterday. See Big Trent, just great, just mauling dudes. Like when you're looking up close and you're seeing the line play and how quickly they get off the ball, 49ers are a step ahead of a lot of teams, man. It is scary.
God, they're so good.
They're so good. Let's go to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. We got a lot going on here. McCaffrey, any concern there? There's a lot to bounce around here today on the Morning Roast, plus Jerry Rice, 8:30. Let's go to Vincent in Columbus, Ohio. Let's start in Ohio today. Vincent, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. I wanted to actually tell you guys something. I started my own NFL podcast, and I just kind of wanted to thank you guys for being kind of an inspiration. I've been listening to your show, and I've really liked it.
Oh, cool. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. What's the name of the podcast? Plug your podcast.
The Vinny Sportscast.
Ooh, I like it. Okay. Talking about everything or just Niners?
Yeah, I just do NFL weekly previews and recaps, and then Steeler ones specifically. So, yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot.
What you got on the game?
Yeah, Fred Warner, he's amazing. Like, this is peanut punch every time. It's amazing. And I thought Lenore was really good in the slot, just jamming and deflecting the pass, too.
You know, there's something there with Fred. Everything. Thanks for the call, Vince. Fred Warner, last year at Pittsburgh, when he hit Najee Harris, the game was basically over at that point. And that was very early, but it sent shockwaves throughout Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, throughout that entire stadium. Acrisure Stadium, whatever the hell the name is. It's not Heinz Field anymore. And that game was basically over. Yesterday, he punches out the ball with Breece Hall.
It's incredible.
And it's just like, I know the Niners only scored 3 points. They ended up trailing afterwards. But it was like, welcome to 2024. Do you remember me? Because when we talk about Bosa, the defensive line, edge, depth, the secondary, what's up with Hufanga? We have not talked a lot about Fred Warner and how good he is.
I think one thing that we just underrate in the game of football is like, how physical the Niners are.
Yep.
And I know that's like a silly thing, like, well, if you just out-hit the opponent. No, there are certain teams throughout the regular season, not in the playoffs, because all the teams in the playoffs, they're there for a reason. But there are teams in the regular season, you hit them, and they don't want to.
Yeah, they tap out.
Exactly.
Sauce Gardner tapped out yesterday.
You kept saying that. Why are you? You were saying that to the thread.
Because
why?
I watched him try to, when they started running the ball, when the Niners went on that touchdown drive, it took the lead 10-7, and they went on a drive, a 12-play drive, and they only dropped back to pass 3 times on the possession. 3 times. They just basically ran the ball down the Jets' throat, whether it's Debo or Jordan Mason. And Sauce, at some point in the second quarter, was on the sideline with his helmet off. Now, I'm not sure if he was hurt. I'm not sure what the update is with him. I haven't paid attention to the Jets side of things. After the game, we got a quick turnaround. But I'm looking at him, and the way he was moving, he wasn't moving with the same swagger that he was in the first quarter. He was like, you know what? I got to get on my horse, man. They're running right at me. And so corners like him who love to just cover and not tackle, he's got some Dion in him. He did not want to be in that football game. I could tell right away. He's like, Sauce don't want to be in a type of game like this. He wants to be in a game where a team's dropping back 45 times and throwing the ball around. When they were running at him, tap out, I'm good.
Well, I think this Jets team is going to be a different team 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks from now. I don't know how good, but that's a team that clearly needs to gel more. One thing was very evident to me. Aaron Rodgers' arm is still great.
Yep.
But he felt pressure before it even came.
Yeah.
I thought he was skittish and afraid to hit his back step, and he was going 2 and 3 step drops and trying to get rid of the ball and just going to his first read. There was a lot of short timing route stuff to the outside. He had a beautiful throw on the touchdown pass where we jumped off sides and Niners jumped off sides.
Right.
But other than that, I didn't see the same elusive Aaron Rodgers, I'm going to extend the play and move around a little. It just, I think you've got to give him some time. I'm not here to question. It's his first game back.
And they're going to ride Breece Hall to try to get the run game going in New York City and take some of the pressure off of Rodgers. But defensively, that Jets defense that was highly touted, very underwhelming yesterday. Very underwhelming. All right, more coming up. Zach in Redwood City. Tony in the city. We're going to get to you next. 888-957-9570. Christian McCaffrey. Any concern there, folks? He was out yesterday. Did not play due to the calf/Achilles injury. How long will that linger? Sounds like he could be out for a while here. Your concerns there? Can the Niners overcome that? They certainly did last night, and we'll continue to discuss last night's win over the New York Jets, 32-19 to open up the season on Monday Night Football. More coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dib.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Will in Nevada. Shasky, yeah, I like
I
you
want
guys.
to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys.
Segment sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Our first reaction to the new season, man. It's good to talk to all the roasters. 888-957-9570. Niners 32-19. Where do you want to go? You want to go to pros? You want to go cons here? Shasky, what's on your mind when it comes to this game?
I want to talk to whoever the statistician is.
Okay.
There's no way Fred Warner walked out of that game with only 7 tackles. If you told me he had 700 tackles, I would have believed you. He made 15 plays in a row. There's no way he had 7 tackles.
He was flying around. There was one play where he missed Breece Hall in the backfield, and he popped up off the turf. It was coming towards the Jets were going the opposite end zone to where you sit in 327. And he gets up, and you can see him doing this. I was that close. As if you're in your car radio, I'm here, got my fingers here. It's like Fred Warner's like, I was this close to doing it. This close to doing it. He was flying around the football, man. That's a tone setter. Can you play his pregame speech again? I know there's a lot of bleeping going on here, but this is with Patrick Willis in the building, wearing the red jacket, the Hall of Fame jacket. And Fred Warner respecting the history of the 49ers. And I watched his pregame, postgame demeanor. He is locked in. He is locked the hell in, Shasky.
When can we, like Niner fans, I know it sounds sacrilegious to ask the question out loud, like, could he surpass Patrick Willis? When would we allow that to? I mean, I know a Super Bowl does change the dynamic a little because once you're part of a Super Bowl champion, you get elevated, even if you're a mediocre player, right? But, I mean, can't we say they're equals? He's been doing this at a high level in terms of the way they play the game. They're very different, right? But in his era, Willis was the gold standard. And in this era, Warner's the gold standard. Why are we afraid to say that they're equals? I'm not even saying that Warner's better. Is that like an egregious thing to say?
It's just we want to see his career play out, right? We want to see his career play out. And he's having an all-time career.
2018.
No, I know. He's been unbelievable, but we want to see the career play out. We want to live in real time. And then when it's all said and done, when the dust settles, we'll sit here and have the conversation. Was Fred better than Patrick Willis? Was he a better leader? But you think about his leadership. This is how they set the tone. Despite all the noise, with the IU hold in, the Trent Williams hold out, you had the Ricky Pearsall situation. Fred Warner, before the game, this is before he punched out the football on Breece Hall and forced a fumble. By the way, he's second in franchise history, Shasky, with 12 forced fumbles. You know who's number 1? Patrick Willis with 16.
Yeah.
So now you're starting to get your name closer and closer to Patrick Willis. Here's his pregame speech. That's how he set the tone before kickoff.
Bring it tight. I need time. Hey, laser focus. 4 quarters. Execution. Y'all know we're in business. I'm whooping my ass. They gotta know that. We take that to tempo every time. So these boys, they don't belong on the field with us. We're the best. Let's go whoop that.
We're in the business of kicking ass. We're the best. That team's going to come on our field and beat us. And that's honestly, Shaq's going to way down to Levi's yesterday. So I got down there, left the house about 2:15. I bumped Big Hex a plug yesterday. I don't know why, man. He had the Lakers 0-2 song. I'm the biggest, the baddest. I don't know why I was hitting yesterday. Then some other stuff came on. But anyway, I started thinking, driving in thinking, the Jets are not going to come into Levi's. These are the Jets. This is what they do. They lose big games. They don't win games like this. And as I see Greedy and Bart Scott and Rex Ryan pick the Jets to win, and the spread dips to 3.5 after it opened up at 5.5, I'm thinking to myself, these are the Jets. Are they really going to come into Levi's Stadium? Home opener, Monday Night Football, where the Niners just tied the Pittsburgh Steelers for the most wins on Monday Night Football all time. The Jets are going to come to Levi's and win? Hell no. And then you get Fred Warner with that pregame speech. If I would have heard that before the game, maybe I would have emptied out all my bank account and bet on the 49ers.
I'll tell you, walking through the parking lot, the jerseys I saw for Jets fans were sad. It was sad. I saw Nick Mangold jerseys. I saw Mark Sanchez jerseys. I saw Sam Darnold jerseys. I saw Brandon Marshall jerseys. Think about that. I honestly felt bad. I saw a guy wearing an ayahuasca man shirt. It said ayahuasca man with the number 8.
Wow.
I took a photo of it and put it online.
Wow.
Being a Jets fan has got to be, and look, the Niners drive me crazy. End of the year, I'm always pulling my hair out. They lose in these wild, crazy ways, and it does frustrate me and all that. I would never in a million years trade all the heartbreak that I've had as a Niner fan for being a Jets fan. I legitimately feel empathy for their entire fan base.
Oh, they have no hope. They have no hope. Like Robert Saleh, he may be, I hope he starts to rent his house out. Just put it on the market now. Get a head start on things.
The Jets in the area near us, the fans were like, that might have been the best drive the Jets have had in 10 years. I'm not even kidding. No, I'm not even kidding.
They haven't been to the playoffs since when? How long is the drought? 2010. The longest drought.
Took him to the AFC title
the longest drought in the NFL. They have no hope, Shasky. After watching Buffalo, after watching Miami, we're going to see Miami at Buffalo Thursday night. That's going to be the Thursday night football game this week. I can't wait. Can't wait for that. Can we get the Guru and Warner speech together? I'm getting goosebumps. I'm telling you, Fred Warner setting the tone 2 years in a row. When you have a guy like Fred Warner, and he's looking at everybody, pointing at his eyes, saying, he emphasizes focus. Focus, 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 focus. There's something bigger happening here. So that's why I sit back and say, you know what? The Niners are okay. The noise is just noise.
The other part of this is, and you were talking about all the noise of the offseason. I mean, 1 hour before the game, for the most part, people were like, what? CMC's not going to play? The parking lot was abuzz with that kind of talk. Like, what?
Freaking out.
Everyone's losing their minds. And I'm saying to myself, like, honestly, like he's a great, great, great player. He's an all-time player. I mean, he's unbelievably talented. But for a couple of weeks, Shanahan, of all people, can figure it out with this team.
Yep.
I'm not saying they're going to replicate the exact production, but they can offset some of his production and spread things out. And I thought they had a very spread out, balanced attack yesterday. Jennings got balls. Kittle was quiet early, but then he got a couple of balls. Juszczyk caught a pass. Whoa. I thought they were very Debo-centric, and I thought that was the right move because Debo was setting the tone. There was an end around where he scored on the touchdown, and most guys take that all the way to the pylon and try to go all the way to the edge. He goes, nah, you know what? I'm going to cut back, and I'm just going to plow through two dudes.
I mean,
every time Debo had the ball, he left a guy on the ground in his wake.
Again, they didn't want to tackle the Jets. That was C.J. Mosley was in and out. Sauce Gardner was in and out. They were just really soft. I was surprised how soft the Jets defense was. But the Niners dominate because you know why? Shanahan had his post-game presser or his post-game speech to the team. We got up to 37 carries, and they all went crazy. They know what the number 30 means to them. And it's not the point scored on the scoreboard. It's 30 carries. Can we get the 30 carries? Well, they got the 37 carries last night. And check this out. Time of possession. I think London may have brought this up. Time of possession yesterday. 38 minutes and 40 seconds the Niners had the ball. They had the ball for 38 minutes and 40 seconds. The Jets, 21 minutes and 20 seconds. So they took the air out the football, and Aaron Rodgers spent a lot of time on the sideline, not on the field. Let's go to the lines real quick, Shasky. Zach in Redwood City, but I'll hold for a while. Zach, what's happening, big dog?
Hey, what's good, Bonte? What's up, Sasky?
What's up,
How's
Zach?
it going?
Just enjoying a great game last night.
First of all, I'm heading down to the Rose Bowl this weekend, so I got to shout out my Hoosiers. They're taking on the Bruins. They're actually favored in this game, which is like, I don't know how to take that being a IU football fan. Historically, we are horrible.
Hey Zach, this is the first time. This is the first time IU's played in the Rose Bowl since like 1948.
Yeah, and no, it was like 1964. They made us learn about it. It was when O.J. Simpson was on USC.
Oh boy, so, that must have ended well for IU.
Yeah. It didn't end well.
All right, let's get into the Niners. Let's go, baby. I'm feeling too good. I don't need to hear all this fight on talk.
Hoosiers and Bruins at the Rose Bowl. Let's go. No, go ahead, Zach. Go ahead.
Let's go, baby. All right. So here's my point. I know a bunch of people had CMC and were probably down and got that L last night in fantasy, but I was very surprised how the media, specifically with the Niners and just their whole organization, kind of, made it seem like CMC was going to play. And I know you brought up that point a little while ago. I'm a little concerned about CMC. I am. I mean, he's historically had injuries. When we traded for him, that's what, my biggest concern was. If he's on the field, the best availability is to be on the field. So
no doubt.
We'll see what happens with him. It might be a little bit precautionary, but who knows?
Yeah, no, it's a good point, Zach. Thanks for the phone call. Enjoy your trip down to UCLA. The next 2 games are on turf. Minnesota, U.S. Bank Stadium, and then SoFi Stadium. I'm going to go out on a limb, a very small limb, and say that Chris McCaffrey's not going to play these next 2 games. When you're dealing with the calf and Achilles, do you want to risk that on turf? You don't want to do that. This thing is going to linger. How can it not? And am I concerned about CMC's long-term availability? Absolutely. Whenever you start talking calf and Achilles, that's the whole press box is saying. Not about Kevin Durant, Kevin Durant, Kevin Durant, Kevin Durant, Kevin Durant, calf, Achilles, Kevin Durant. Well, whenever we hear about calves now and we see Achilles attached to it, I wonder what the rate is of all the players. At some point, the Achilles just pops and it goes. And so with the way McCaffrey works out, Shasky, the explosiveness and everything, I don't know how you manage this injury. I just don't know how you do it.
Yeah, we'll have doctors that know more and physical therapists that know more and maybe other high-level athletes who have had to deal with this. I don't know. I don't know how this works because I've seen cases where they do rest people and then they come back and they're feeling 100% fine and then it does go. And sometimes things just go because they go.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I do think that I watched Jalen Phillips, who played for the Miami Dolphins, who tore his Achilles last year. He looked pretty good this weekend.
Yeah, at MetLife. He tore that Achilles on the turf at MetLife.
So
that was a Black Friday game.
It's definitely it's a horrible injury to have, but I don't think it's career altering to the degree that it once was. I still think it's really devastating
for this year. I'm not even thinking career wise, but Shasky, for this year, that Achilles, I grant you this. I know you're the warrior of the show, but this is an injury I'm worried about.
How can you
Achilles, calf, with the way he cuts, the way he moves, and he didn't even play. JP Mason kind of gave it away, said, no, I thought I was playing Friday. I thought I was going to start on Friday.
Well, I mean, look, there's the whole rules of, announcing and stuff. I feel bad for Jordan Mason that a guy who's not used to being in the spotlight is getting thrown in the spotlight. And we're parsing up his words and we're trying to, crush the young man. Can the guy have a moment? I mean, can we all just take a deep breath? Like, can the guy have a moment for just a second? I know there's rules and there's game, and I acknowledge all that. But for crying out loud, like, the young man is clearly not that confident in front of cameras, and he just had the greatest moment of his life as an athlete.
You know what, though? Don't put that on the media. The media was just doing their job. They heard Jordan Mason tell Lucy.
I'm being a little more empathetic to the guy.
No, I think they are. I don't know who's crushing them, but Jordan Mason, he told Lisa Saunders after the game, look, I found out on Friday I was playing.
Well, he said, I don't know first. He said, I don't know. And he was thinking about it. And it was the way that he said it.
Yeah. And so the media did its job by asking Shanahan. JP Mason said he knew Friday he was playing. And Shanahan goes, I didn't tell him that. Maybe Bobby Turner told him that, the running back coach. Maybe he told him, but I know I didn't tell him that. But hey, it's good that he's ready or whatever. So the media asked, just kind of, hey, Shanahan said this. And it's like, all right, whatever. And that's that. It was a little awkward, but I don't think anybody's going to crush the young man who ran for that many yards last night in his day as a starter for the first time in his career.
Well, it's not sustainable for him to run for 150 every single week. That's just not going to happen. And then you need a change of pace guy to go along with him. I don't know how you handle this CMC thing, B. I think they're in uncharted territory. Yeah. If you told me they sat him for 5 weeks and then he came back and then he got hurt, I would not be surprised, and I don't think that's anyone's fault. Sometimes these things, like to your point about earlier, like sometimes these things are hanging by a thread. Richard Sherman's a guy I think about a lot because Richard Sherman was dealing with that for a long time. He thought he was past it, and then he went back out there and played really high-level football for a couple weeks, and then boom, it just snapped.
I mean, Dre Greenlaw had the Achilles tendonitis, couldn't even practice, and by running onto the field, boom, it just pops, just goes. Just never know when it goes. So Chris McCaffrey could be gone for a while. Let's go to Tony in the city. He's been on hold for a while. Tony, what's happening? Then we'll get the legal and get some Shanahan on Chris McCaffrey. Tony, good morning, man. How you doing?
Good morning, fellas. What a nice day, huh?
What a nice
awesome.
day.
I knew we were going to kick the crap out of them. I just totally knew it. The concern I have, though, is our red zone woes. And I think that, with CMC being out, it sure would have been nice to have Brandon Ayuk at full speed. He definitely looked like he's about 50% to me. Other than that, really stoked about how things turned out. I think once we get everyone back, I think once Ayuk is at 100%, what's his name? He got shot. I forget his name right now.
Pearsall.
Hey, they need him.
Yeah, once he's back, and CMC's back, we're gonna be really strong. But I'm a little concerned last night about the red zone. How about you guys?
Yeah, go ahead, Shasky.
To me, it's not the red zone. It's you could clearly see when CMC's not on the field that you're going to have to just do things differently. The explosive plays aren't there that they normally are. How many 25-plus yard plays did they have last night?
Not many. How about the 3rd and 5 trick play, though?
Didn't love that.
Didn't love that.
That, to me, is a first or second down call. I don't think that's a third down call. I like being aggressive, and I'm open to that. But given where you were on the field and the down and distance and how important and early on the game, I didn't love it. I'm going to be honest. But I think that's an easy one to kind of isolate. I think that watching their safeties basically say, like, we don't have to honor Jordan Mason in the passing game, so we're not going to come all the way up. Now, they killed him and gashed him in the run, so that was probably a mistake not playing that guy in the box. But what makes the Niners so explosive is you are forced to play another man in the box, and not only does that guy have to come up, he can't stay with CMC in the pass game, and so that gives me one-on-one options across the board for the other weapons, and if they do have good coverage on the outside, I can dump it down to CMC. He makes one guy miss, and it's a 3-yard gain that gets turned into an 11, 12-yard gain. Jordan Mason made a really nice catch last night. He even talked about how he spent $5,000 on a jugs machine, and his mother was feeding the footballs into the jug machine. So it's an area that he's going to work on. But the other element, which you've addressed, you got to pass protect.
You got to pass protect.
And I still think that's, to be determined.
It's a little up in the air. But for a first game, there's lots to work on with this 49ers football team. Lots to work on. But it's the first game of the season. They didn't get the scrimmage against the Saints. They had a couple possessions in the preseason, and they still scored 32 points. So, with a lot left on the table, 6 field goals, to score 32, pretty damn impressive against that team as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD West San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's get to Jeff in San Bruno before we hit the break. Jeff, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
Hey, Juwan Jennings, huh? Just keeps his head down, does his work. Juszczyk, same thing. I am a little concerned what happened in the red zone there. If you do some mathematical gymnastics, the 49ers win that game 14-12 when you take away the junk touchdown that the Jets got in the last couple minutes. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, how the hell did we beat Mahomes? I know that's a terrible thing to say from the first game, but that's what I'm thinking. Overall, good game. But the red zone, I'm definitely concerned about the red zone issue. Got to get more touchdowns.
Yeah, they'll get there. The red zone issues will rectify itself. Again, have a guy like Christian McCaffrey with a nose to the end zone. You got to work in Brandon Ayuk. You work in George Kittle. First game of the season.
That's also one of the best defenses in football. I hope people realize how good that Jets defense actually is.
Quinn Williams on the first couple drives was getting great pressure. I thought instead of running to the left last night, it felt like they ran to the right.
Well, also the Jets, to your point, Spadoni, they were second in the league last year when it came with giving up passing yards. They gave up the second fewest passing yards per game last year. Quarterbacks in their rating were like the 3rd worst in the league. So, when it comes to fantasy football, everybody's saying bench Brock Purdy, because that Jets secondary was really, really good. They're a button-up defense. They just ran into an offense that was just a little bit better than them, and you see the continuity of this offense. When you stack together 4 or 5 years, think about this team. And George Kittle said it last night. Why we shouldn't be surprised by the beatdown last night. They've played a lot of football together. They basically returned every single starter on the football team. You add in Pooty, who replaces Burford.
And he's better.
He's better, but Burford has experience. Yeah. But that's one starter. The rest of the team is back, intact. Like both sides of the football, you basically got, with the exception of Eric Armstead and Drake Greenlaw will be back, and obviously Tashawn Gibson moved on. But for the most part, What do you have, like 18 returning starters?
Yeah, how many teams can make that boast?
I mean, come on.
Well, the one drive, I swear to God, there were 50 the flags in a row. Like what? I felt like the refs were trying to keep the Jets in it. It was pretty weak.
It was week one. There were some weak holding calls. There was a weak holding call on Deebo Samuel against Sauce Gardner. I thought Sauce just got blocked and got punked.
Well, he's got to ease up on that. That was the one where Jordan Mason was like 3 yards away. Just let go.
But no, it was really ticky-tack, though. It was really ticky-tack with the way they were letting them play.
You saw more replays than I did. I was just watching in real time on the Jumbotron.
I thought it was pretty ticky-tack. Shanahan wasn't happy about that call, but for the most part, it's week one. There's a lot of sloppiness. We watched Philadelphia and Green Bay. The first quarter was atrocious. Throw it away. Yeah. There's going to be sloppiness in week one of the NFL season. And with that said, Jake Moody. Can we get to him? 6 for 6.
He was perfect.
You don't want to score in the red zone? Well, that's why you bring in Jake Moody. He'll make up for that. There's no questions about the kicker position, in my opinion.
I would like to see in the red zone George Kittle get involved a little more.
No doubt.
I think that's an area they pick and choose their spots with George Kittle. They didn't need to utilize him last night. I'd like to see him split out more.
888-957-9570 is the phone number. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Niner fans, where you at? Got open phone lines right now. 888-957-9570. What's your big takeaway of the game? Great Brock Purdy's performance. How'd you feel about Brandon Ayuk? Peyton Manning wasn't happy about Brandon Ayuk dropping the pass, but overall, a very good win. Niners covered the spread, the overhits. They dominate week one of the NFL season, and we're feeling so good. When the red and gold win, our listeners win. Yeah, that's right. When the red and gold win, you win. Why? Because the morning after victory, be sure to tune in to Morning Roast for your chance to win a jersey. Today, it'll be around 7:30, so that's coming up in 18 minutes. Stay tuned. Presented by Haven's Law, because Haven's Law always puts people in the best position to win. What's coming up on the game brought to you by St. Martin, Lucky, California. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Rat-a-tat-tat, step right up. I want to hear from Niner fans. 32-19. That's nothing finer than being a Niner, right? More coming up on the roast.
Only a few weeks left to play in the Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week...
This is the fourth snap for Rodgers. Floyd was there, and it's a little flip, a catch, a fumble by Hall, and a recovery by the 49ers. Warner made the stop and punched it right out of the arm of Breece Hall.
Yeah, man, it's something I practice all the time. I'm trying to do whatever I can to help our team win games, man. I know how important it is to take the ball away. We always shoot for 3 takeaways. We got 2, so we need that one extra one going into next week, but, it's first of many.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
There it is, Fred Warner, Oreo Cookie. The play on Breece Hall there. Joe Buck on a call for ESPN. Niners roll 32-19. 32-19. That was probably their B-minus game. If you're an opponent looking at the 49ers play yesterday without Chris McCaffrey, that had to settle for 6 field goals, and still dominate, you got to be saying to yourselves, damn, those are the same old 49ers. Check this out. Check this out, Shasky. The Niners, at one point last night, scored on 8 consecutive drives. 8 consecutive drives they scored on, the longest streak for the 49ers within a single game since at least 1978, according to Elias Sports.
Wow.
Again, they scored on a whopping 8 straight possessions, the longest streak for the 49ers within a single game since at least 1978. So the offense picks up basically where they left off last year in the regular season. They had to settle for 6 field goals. It still dropped 32. It felt like they were trying to drop 50 on the Jets, and they kind of scaled it back a little bit there, but this is how deadly this offense is without Christian McCaffrey. And also, Shasky, it's the longest streak allowed by the Jets within a game in the past 45 years. So they hadn't allowed the team to score on 8 consecutive possessions, and the Niners hadn't done that offensively since at least 1978.
Well, eventually they're going to have to convert a majority of those field goal attempts into touchdowns, and we all agree there. I felt like there was a satisfaction I received from watching that game last night, because you know that I'm a big believer in Jordan Mason, and I have been for a long time. And I always worry about overusage, because any play can be your final play in the NFL, and something can happen at any point. And when you have a game that's already in control, I like to use other players to get them up to speed and to rest my top dogs. So seeing Jordan Mason run the way that he did last night, there was a small sense of like, man, like a lot of people that have been pining for JP to get touches, like you feel a little validated last night. Yeah. I thought early on in the game, he was a little like just too quick. Sometimes he just gets a little quick. He's trying to hit the hole super fast. Right. There's a specific cadence you have to play in the Shanahan system. You can't go too fast. You can't go too slow. And you have to be able to time up your cutback. Yeah. And I thought as the game went on and he settled in, he looked amazing.
Yep, he looked really, really good. Red zone stats, Spadoni, red zone stats. What are the Niners' red zone stats? And the caller, hey, you know what? Who's that caller? This is a great point, 707, real quick. It's the mobile text line. We kind of laughed at the young man. Who was it that said the game was going to be 32-7? He wasn't far off. He got the 32 part right. 707, you're right. He got the 32 points right with the 49ers. He got that one down packed. He didn't get the 7 right, but he was close. He was close. Red zone numbers.
So
Spinoni.
this is from last season, the NFL team red zone scoring percentage, and this is for just touchdowns only. So the Niners led all the NFL last year. 68% of their red zone trips, they scored a touchdown. Second was Detroit with 66. Miami, so you start to get a trend here. You guys know who the bottom was?
Raiders.
No. The Raiders surprising in the early 20s. The New York Jets, 32.43% last year. Did you guys hear Troy Aikman on the broadcast? Obviously,
no.
He said, he's like, it is something to go from Aaron Rodgers after having the 3 worst years of the history of quarterback in the NFL.
Wow.
He said that about Zach Wilson.
Oh, my gosh.
Just
Troy Aikman doesn't hold back anything.
What did Troy think of Brock Purdy? Because I thought Brock Purdy, he's just so calm.
He loves Brock Purdy. I'll grab the sound. He said if he was drafted in the first round, no one would be talking like this. He was one of his favorite quarterbacks to watch in the NFL. He loves them.
He's right. Real quick on those red zone numbers. Doesn't that kind of ease the tension there with the red zone? When you hear those numbers said last year that they were number 1, they'll figure it out. The first game of the season, Yeah, well, I saw Green Bay had to settle for a field goal left and right against Philadelphia. They did the same thing. Week 1 is just sloppy and all around the league.
They scored like 3 touchdowns on the same drive. They kept getting called back.
Right.
So I have no issues. They're going to figure it. It's week 1, okay?
Wow.
And of all the teams in the league that have an excuse, I think it will be the one where Ayuk and Trent just showed up.
By the way, that caller apparently, the roasters, people listen every day. Not only did he get the 32 points right, apparently from the 510 Xfinity mobile text line, Jasky, Spinoni, the caller also said they would score on 7 straight drives, and they ended up scoring on 8 straight drives. Whoever that caller is, call back.
Yeah, I apologize.
Because we were chuckling here. How are you going to get to 32? Well, they got to 32 last night.
On Purdy, there was a really nice scramble where he dove kind of face first, if you will.
That was on a total play touchdown drive when they took it when they went up 10-7.
There's one element. There was another play later on in the game where he was rolling out to his right, and there was no one there. Brock, use your legs a little more. That's all I'm going to say. I love the way you throw the ball. You're such a good catchable ball. I love the way he's in full command. He scans the field. He made a beautiful throw to Jawan Jennings. Just an absolute rip of a throw intermediately over the top. But I think the element of the game that I think can open him up a little more and the team up a little more, there's a time and a place where dog, use your legs. You've got good legs. I want to see you run a little more. Not a lot, just a little more. And I think the over-under last night was 8.5 for his prop on running. Dude, there are 25 yards out there every game if he just wants to scramble a little. But I would also say, your dad played baseball. I need you to slide, young man. You cannot go down. I just think that Brock played such a clean game yesterday. I'm so impressed. And it wasn't even one of his A games.
1 carry for 11 yards for Brock Purdy. The scramble you mentioned, when they took a 13-7 lead, I forgot they went 7-6. It was 13-7, not 10-7. But that 12-play, 87-yard drive where the Niners only dropped back 3 times. That's when they established themselves yesterday and said, we're here for the 2024 season, and this is who we are. Look at the drive, and I'll just go down the play log here. 3 dropbacks. The first play, 1st and 10 at their own 33. Purdy scramble for the 11 yards. Is only scrambled a day. Then they give it to Debo right in 6 yards. Then you go Jordan Mason. You go 4 straight carries to Jordan Mason. Then you drop back, Debo on a quick slant. Jets break it up. DJ Reed, he's celebrating. They're feeling good about themselves. Then 2nd down, he hits Jennings on that nice intermediate play for 22 yards. And then they go back to Jordan Mason. And they go back to Debo. And they go back to Jordan Mason. And they go back to Debo. And that's when they establish themselves saying, we're just going to run the ball down your throat. We're going to play bully ball. By the way, in 5 minutes, we're going to qualify somebody for a mystery jersey. A mystery jersey. When the red gold win, you win too. Presented by Habba's Law. Look, we're going to play a sounder. This will be the sounder.
2nd and goal. Mason bobbling it, but a touchdown. What an impressive night tonight for Jordan Mason.
That'll be our sounder. And when you hear that sounder, be the 10th caller to call the contest line at 415-523-4652. That is coming up. You want to download the Odyssey for that? If you're not around, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. And you can follow your favorite teams, stations, and radio shows and catch amazing interviews you missed all throughout the day at 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. We'll get to calls in just a second. Go ahead, Shasky.
I'm going to start the campaign right now because I'm done with it. They better start calling holds on Nick Bosa. It is driving me crazy. He got chokehold last night like he was in the living room of the Shasky household in the late 80s. It was an unbelievable, the sleeper hold was put on him. There was one where he spun to the inside and was backing up like this, and the guy had the Draymond Rudy Gobert chokehold on him, and I'm like, it's right in front of the official. Are we, I'm not even trying to be that guy. I'm really not. But, enough is enough. Nick Bosa, can he get a flag? I'm at the point now where I think he just needs to throw his hands up and fall to the ground. He needs to start doing the James Harden and flop because he's not getting any calls. And it's honestly driving me crazy because he's such a great player and people are going to go, Bosa didn't do anything last night. Are you kidding me? Bosa was getting great pressure last night. I thought other guys were stepping up. They were forcing the ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hands. 1 and 2 and 3 step drops all night. enough is enough. Call a hold on Nick Bosa. So every week that I see it, it is an obligation now. I'm going to call it out and I'm going to bring it up. I am tired because when they're getting to the playoffs, I don't want to wait till then. It's too late. It's like Curry getting fouled off ball. It's driving me crazy. Call the hold. He's getting chokehold. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, it's not going to drive me crazy that much. He had a dominant game.
2-3 sacks last night.
They held the Jets down, but this is what happened. The Niners will review the film. They'll send the film to the league office, and the league office will get a notice from the 49ers, just like they do in the NBA, just like they do in baseball. Hey, when you're playing this guy, your crew, look at this hole right here. We need this call. So the Niners behind the scenes will no doubt send a film to the league office saying, hey, there's some holes here, we think, and every team in the league does this. Every team in the league will do this to defend their guys, saying, hey, are you going to call this play? So when that next crew comes in, Shanahan before the game, we'll talk to the crew. Hey, number 97, he gets held a lot. Look for this, look for that, look for this. And that conversation will be an ongoing dialogue every single game, all season long, when it comes to holdings in the NFL.
He beat, I think it was Tyron on one, and then he switched to the other side on the next play. And Tyron, he just tackled him. He beat him around, and he put his arm under his throat, and then just took him down. And I'm like, okay, time out here. Like, you're going to call some weak stuff on Debo as Jordan Mason is tap dancing into the end zone? Just call it on Bosa. And then instead, it steps up, Aaron Rodgers, and he completes a pass downfield. I'm like, no, that's clearly a hold. All I'm saying is I'm not waiting till the Super Bowl. I'm calling it out in real time. Call the holds. He's a great player. He's done it for 5 straight years. He deserves appropriate, just due. Call the holds.
Let's go to Kevin in San Jose. Kevin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? I love your show. I just wanted to say I'm really not worried about McCaffrey. I'm more worried about Brock Purdy. He didn't play that well last night. This game should have been 50-7. Jordan Mason played well. I think we should just load manage McCaffrey and see how he does. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Yep, no doubt, Kevin. You don't think Purdy played that well? How do 888-957-9570? How do people think Purdy played? How do people think Purdy played last night? I thought he was fine. I thought he mastered the offense. He was very comfortable. There's a couple throws that I think he would like back. There was a couple throws I would like back. Looking down to Seaman Sobert, the safety did a great job of breaking on the route. Should have picked it off. He should have picked it off. There, he had their hands on a couple footballs there, but it could have had a couple interceptions, the no throws or whatnot. But for the most part, I thought Purdy played a B- game yesterday, and it was solid. It was good enough to win. Purdy was fine.
He didn't put the ball in harm's way. He hit open receivers, and I thought that he did exactly what you want your quarterback to do. Win the game going away.
Here's Shanahan on how he thought Purdy looked without Christian McCaffrey.
He seemed very, very good. I mean, there was many plays that he left out there. I thought he made some big-time plays. I mean, there towards the end, got a little conservative, just felt that we had the game and wanted to focus on winning the game, so we didn't have him do a lot there at the end, and he was very smart with the ball, made sure that there was no chance for them to get back in the game.
2nd and goal. Mason bobbling it, but a touchdown. What an impressive night tonight for Jordan Mason.
All right, it's that time. Be the 10th caller right now to call the contest line at 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. And you will win a mystery jersey presented by Habs Law, because Habs Law always puts people in the best position to win. Call right now. 415-523-4652 is the number. Be the 10th caller to call, and you, my friend, will win a mystery jersey. Let's go to Miguel in San Antonio, Texas.
What's up, Miguel?
Miguel, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Yo, Bonte, Chasky, we're back. We're back, faithful. We're back. Victory Tuesday. What a beatdown on Monday night in front of the whole nation. We're here. Niners are here. Hey, I just want to go down a quick list. I'll make it quick. I'm going to save Purdy for the end. But just my guy, as I called you guys a lot of times last season. I mean, my guy, Fred Warner, that punching out the ball, tip of the iceberg, man. Fred just leads the defense, 5 solo tackles. He's just out there getting everybody straight, getting everybody ready to go. Moody, 6 field goals, 20 points. He is proving the Niners office correct. He's earning that high draft pick. That's when we lost Gold. A lot of people were, going crazy about drafting him that high. But hey, this is the future. We need a kicker. This is the NFL. You need a kicker. Going down, JP. Everybody started calling him Baby Lynch. Hey, McCaffrey knows the truth. He said, "Do you? Hey, JP said, "I'm doing me." He had over 5 yards of carry.
Yep.
You know what? It's great. We got him. We got to keep McCaffrey healthy. We got to get him back to 100%. Keep him fresh. It's a long season. We want a deep run. Let's manage it correctly. No, I have no problem with what I saw last night with that. O-line, Hooney, what a massive upgrade. We got something here.
Yep.
The great pickup.
Yep.
That the pass protection was there, but that run game was on point.
Yep.
I mean, that O-line was opening up those holes. I mean, JP was just through the middle. There wasn't a lot of dancing out. I mean, he was doing his thing, but he was hitting those holes.
Running north and south. North and south, Miguel.
Yep. Hey, I'm almost done. Jennings, 3rd and Juwan, 5 targets, 5 receptions. He is so crucial, especially, BA just getting that rust off. The unfortunate thing that happened to our boy downtown. Hey, Jennings is always there. 3rd and Juwan. Love it. I'm so happy. And then Purdy, this is my last one. He got sacked twice. He's throwing with pressure in the pocket.
Yep.
He's legit. I'm a believer. I've been a believer since that first game when he went in the Miami game. I am a supporter. He is legit.
Yeah.
He had, the only thing, that 11-yard where he dove head first, I'm like, no, none of that. But just when he's in pressure, like that dump off to Debo got his positive yards. Hey, we're back, faithful. We're back, faithful.
Good call,
I'm just
Miguel.
so happy.
I know you're happy. I can hear your happiness, man. Purdy, and you should believe in Brock Purdy. He is the quarterback for this football team. I don't care how much he's getting paid next season. I want this guy around for a long, long time because this offense functions at a very high level with Brock Purdy under center. Now, it also helps when you get Big Trent Williams back. And folks, Big Trent Williams, you wonder how no training camp, no problem for him. He did not allow a single pressure against the Jets on 33 pass block attempts. It was Williams' first game without allowing a pressure since week 3 of 2022. This guy didn't allow a single pressure yesterday in his first game back. He had to run to the locker room and get an IV.
Okay, that's
Big Trent was working.
Yeah.
He was working. Then he got back into the game late. Big Trent, no drop off there. This guy looked like he could play another 4 or 5 years.
You ever had an IV?
No, and it's not about getting IVs. I've stayed away from them. Like, I don't need IVs yet.
It's like a pure shot of Gatorade, like throughout the whole body when you're dehydrated. It's incredible.
How many IVs have you had in your life?
Just when I had COVID and I passed out at Target and I thought I died. But I will say this about Brock Purdy. Walking around that parking lot and around that stadium, I was blown away how many Brock Purdy jerseys there were.
He's
just
a quarterback
because
of the 49ers.
I always like assessing like what jerseys are out there. A lot of 19 Debos, a lot of Bosa's, so many Fred Warners.
Yeah, but we love our quarterbacks here.
No doubt. But B, like, again, he's only been around a couple of years, and there are a lot of great players that you could get on this team. A lot of Purdy jerseys, a lot of new Purdy jerseys, and rightfully so, dude. I mean, the guy plays the game the right way. And then I listen to these things. Maybe nobody else picks up on this, but for years, the Niners would just announce their defense in the what is it called? The introductory...
Yeah.
What do they call that?
Starting lineups.
Yeah, naming the starting lineup. Colton, look at this.
Right.
I don't love that where the fans say everything. Brock Purdy was the last guy called out yesterday. And just when he came flying out, the whole place was going crazy.
Right.
Trent got a huge ovation.
No, but this fan base loves Brock Purdy from day when he came in. I'm telling you, man, that Dolphins game, and then to have your first start of your career against Tom Brady, that expedites everything.
Yeah.
Think about it. There's Tom Brady and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Were they defending Super Bowl champs at the time? Were they defending Super Bowl champs at the time?
No, they're a year removed from winning the Super Bowl. So they remember the year prior. The Rams won the year
They were a
prior.
year removed. You're right. Because they lost to the Rams, and the Rams ended up winning. But Tom Brady's in town, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and you're starting a quarterback who was picked last in the draft. Thinking, how Brady and Brock Purdy in the first play of that game. Remember that Tampa Bay game? First play, he got rocked. Mm-hmm. He got rocked on the blitz. They called, I didn't think it was a good call, but they called unnecessary roughness. And that's, boom, 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 boom. They go on a 6-play drive touchdown, and they're up 35-0, right? They're up 35-7 or whatever it was. And to have that performance with all those eyeballs on the tube, because Brady was box office. We know that. When he's on the field, everybody's watching Tom Brady. And for Brock Purdy to look and undress the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the fashion that he did, hell yeah, there's going to be a lot of new fans coming in. And he got the Purdy chance that day. Purdy jersey's no surprise to me. That may be the highest selling jersey. When it's all said and done by the end of the year, I think it's going to be a top 10 jersey in the NFL. Sold.
Oh, wow.
Brock Purdy.
That's
number 13.
Wow, okay.
You're gonna have your Lamar jerseys.
Yeah.
You get your Mahomes. You get your Mahomes jerseys. You get your Kelsey jerseys. Your Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen's, all that. Purdy will have a top 10 jersey by the end of the year.
Yeah, I love that. I also felt like there was a lot of the country like, oh, CMC's out. Let's see what Purdy looks like. You don't think that was coming down the pipe?
Absolutely. And I thought he looked just fine.
I thought he looked great. The other element that I was thinking about watching Deebo Samuel come out and seeing the script and everything, dude, as long as Deebo is a good football player, he's going to play on the 49ers. This thing that he's gone in a year, 2 years, 3 years is just no. Like Shanahan, the team, the organization, the fans, dude, no. Deebo is a Niner for as long as he's good.
Yeah.
Period.
I don't know why
he's a tone setter.
That. Yeah.
Did you see, every time he took a ball on the end around or on a run, he was hitting a little juke, and like 2 and 3 Jets were like on the ground and needed to jog off the field.
Again, he actually was very impressive run blocking as well. So the physicality that they set, I'm telling you, Sauce Gardner's a very good cover corner. But he wanted no parts of that football game yesterday. They ran at him, they blocked him, they got physical with him. And he needed to blow. He needed to just sit on the sidelines for a second to get his mind right. He didn't walk around with the same swagger at all. Late second quarter, middle of the second quarter, all throughout the game. He's just kind of lollygagging out there saying, I kind of want to just get back to New York City. I've had enough with Monday Night Football. I've had enough with this football team. The Niners just kicked their ass in the trenches, and you could tell they kicked their ass. They held the ball for 38 minutes and 40 seconds and scored on 8 consecutive possessions. And that was their B-minus game, C-plus game. Again, the NFC runs through the San Francisco 49ers. Let's not be afraid to say it. Let's not be afraid to embrace it. Let's not be afraid to just know that this team is loaded and there's going to be no Super Bowl hangover. Did you get a sense that there was a Super Bowl hangover yesterday?
No.
No, not at all.
And I'm looking at it like his throw charts, and he's got equal distribution at the line of scrimmage, intermediately, and down the field. I mean, he's 19 of 29.
Right.
I mean, just look at the distribution of passes on the field, like the actual spots that they're throwing to. I've got the chart right here. I'll show it to you, Bonte. I mean, you can see there's green dots all over the place. Yep. Then you look at, Jennings had 5 catches. Debo had 5 catches. Kittle had 4 catches. Juice had 2. Ayuk had 2. Mason had 1. That's old school Niner football. Spread the ball around, distribute it all over the place, and keep people on their heels. I thought they did a great job of just playing offense yesterday. And even then they looked a little tick off.
707 Xfinity Mobile's text line. Debo made Sauce quit for a drive. The announcers were all like, he's fine, nothing medical. And I had the binoculars looking at Sauce. He was just chilling. Maybe he got shook up. Maybe he got the wind knocked out of him. But I'm telling you, physically, he got whipped. And he wanted nothing to do with that game. And that's something I kind of suspected with Sauce Gardner. He does a lot of talking. He wears the gold grills and sauce this and sauce that, New York City this, and I'm flashy, I'm this and that. And it came time to tackle yesterday. And I got tipped off last year when I went to the game with Big Dog City in Vegas when they played the Jets. The Raiders beat the Jets. And I saw Sauce Adams, and Big Dog goes, look at Sauce. He don't want to tackle. He doesn't want to tackle. And they got punked. They got punked yesterday. Wow, what a bad loss for the New York Jets. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. What's happening? Doug. You're on the roast.
Hey guys, good morning. How are you doing?
What's up, Doug? How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing well. Well, after the win, I'm feeling good. Solid win. No Super Bowl hangover. I think that we're ready to play. I'm glad they held CMC out. But you guys asked earlier, about ranking, performances. Ranking Purdy against Purdy is a B-. He had a very solid game and a really good game. But ranking Purdy against himself and what we know he can do, he had a B-. So we got a lot of upside there. One thing I got to take a little exception with, and Baldy said this last year, and I'm watching since that time. I watched the Pittsburgh game, a lot of the Pittsburgh game on Sunday, and, T.J. Watt, and then I'm looking at Nick Bosa. Bosa has become a lot bull rusher. comparing the moves he has and the power he has to T.J. Watt, and I don't want Bosa to be good. I want him to be, defensive player of the year.
Right.
But he does a lot of bull rushing, and they just power up against him. I think that's why you get the holes that Shasky was complaining about earlier. And I would like to see him, do some more moves. If you have a chance to go back and look at just a little film of that Pittsburgh game, there's difference between night and day.
Yeah, they're different. Will you grant me this? They're very different pass rushers. TJ is more bendy and is going to come from the outside. Bosa is going to be hands in the dirt, right? They're just very, very different types of pass rushers. But I agree with you. TJ Watt might be the gold standard pass rusher in this golden era of DNs.
And Doug, real quick, I'll let you finish up here, Doug. The difference, too, as well as the pass rush moves, is that T.J. Watt forces fumbles.
It's true.
He forces turnovers. That's the one element I want to see from Bosa. Force turnovers, sack fumbles, forcing intentional groundings. That's the next step for him to become an even greater player, Doug.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, he's cat quick. Somebody else gets to the quarterback, and he's there as the second guy. I mean, I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm happy to have Nick Bosa, but in terms of flexibility, like Shasky says, they are very, very different. And I think Bosa would be more effective if he didn't rely simply on his strength and his bull rush ability. And again, the first time I started looking at this is after Baldy talked about it last season. But yeah, I'm as happy as I can be. Ayuk actually looked pretty good for being out for the whole. And I think he and Purdy got something going on.
They do. They have a great rapport.
They click each other.
Yep, they do. Good call, Doug. Good call, Doug. By the way, 408, you're right. City Mobile text line. Got to give a shout out to Diablo Lenore. He's a baller. I got no problem. Lenore is going to be a Niner for a long time.
Great play.
He's going to be a Niner for a long time.
He stuck his hand in there and batted it upward. That was a phenomenal
He'll be
play.
a 49er for a long time. But 408 just reminded me. Lutman, did we write down Yogi's number? I'm sending out.
Who's Yogi?
The bat signal for Yogi. The bat signal for Yogi. The New York Jets fan last week who bet me.
It's not Yogi Berra.
He bet us a jersey.
Yogi Ross.
He said he'll get me a jersey.
It's the only Yogis I know.
We had a jersey bet on the game. Yogi, where you at, Yogi? I need you to call in. Don't go hiding, buddy. Don't go hiding. The streets are looking for you now. The streets are talking. And you owe me a jersey, buddy.
There is...
Where is Yogi?
There's something about this defense right now. I'm watching them pre-snap, post-snap. They're very different. This defense looks very different than the last 4 or 5 years. Seeing Charvarius so pressed up on the receiver, seeing Diamond Lenore and who was it Yidam?
Yeah, Isaac Yidam played.
Am I pronouncing it properly?
Yep.
Okay.
He was on that other side.
Yadam. Okay.
Yadam.
So he was 22. He was on the opposite end, and I didn't know Renardo Green switched from 31 to 0.
Yeah, he's number 0.
Yeah, I didn't know.
He made some good special team tackles. He was really good on special teams.
But I didn't know he had switched his number, and then Garendo took 31.
Sobe Womack got cut, so left that 0 there.
So, but they were across the board, over and over and over again. They had press on all 3 corners. And then you'd have like Devondre Campbell as the off-ball linebacker, and then you'd have a single high safety. Jair Brown played single high.
Yep.
They had Odom playing single high. They were really mixing and matching. A thing that I don't know if you said it or a caller said it, but I keep going back. This second linebacker, and they did a couple of 3 linebacker sets.
Yeah,
but Dominic Flanagan fouls and Campbell. I wonder if they're going to go Hufanga there at that other linebacker if D. Winters can't get back out onto the field.
If Hufanga playing that slang. So Darnell Being, I thought of Darnell Being for USC for some reason. He had played safety, moved out of linebacker, wasn't fast enough. But you got to think Frank Warner was a safety at one point in his college career, and he moved out of linebacker as well. Hufanga playing that outside linebacker, maybe in the 4-3. When you go to your 4-3 base defense, they have Flanagan fouls and Campbell there in the 4-3. But when they went to nickel, Devondre Campbell was that other linebacker in the nickel defensive package, 3 quarters, 2 safeties, 2 linebackers, 4 defensive linemen. Campbell dropping back in his zone was very stiff, very slow. I don't like the way he dropped back in pass coverage. He's got to improve there. Maybe that's a D. Winters position because you want a little faster linebacker there where he can drop back and play the pass very, very well. I don't think that's Campbell's strength right now in his game. At this point of his career, I don't think that's his strength. So that'd be something to monitor here against Minnesota where they run a lot of 3 wide sets. You know what I'm saying? What are you going to do when you're nickel? Is it going to still be Campbell? Will D. Winters be running a roll? Will they give Bethune a shot? This team is not afraid. The one thing about the 49ers, they're not afraid to play 7th-round picks, 6th-round picks, undrafted free agents. They do not care. If you can play, you can play. Don't matter what your draft status is. So it's something to monitor there with Devondre Campbell, especially in pass coverage.
They had Robert Beal out there a lot, and I'm kind of the feeling that you're at, where it's like they are going to probably have to go get another pass rusher. I like Jordan Elliott, though. He made a couple of really nice plays. 92.
Yannick.
What?
Yannick.
Well,
Ngakwe.
There's 2 guys that are out there that I would go get, right? David Bakhtiari to be a swing tackle on this team as a backup at the minimum. And then the other guy is I would go get Yannick. Like, load up. Don't you guys want to win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, no, they look loaded right now. I feel really good about where the Niners are at. The noise is gone. By the way, can we just all – this is why I may really have to sit preseason out in the future because it just – the noise did not matter whatsoever. Super Bowl hangover. Will this team be ready to go? Oh, my God, they're not focused. There's too many things going on there. They went out there down 7-3 and scored on 8 straight possessions. 8 straight possessions. The longest streak in 49ers franchise. This is all the great offenses in the 80s, the 90s. Hadn't done that since 1978, scored 8 consecutive possessions. They do it against that defense, that Jets defense. Pretty damn impressive, if you ask me. Let's go to San Leandro Mo. What's happening? San Leandro Mo, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Morning roast with 2 of my favorite hosts.
There it is.
Shasky. Hey, I asked Loveman, he told me you guys already touched on it. But got a nitpick, right? So Fred Warner, he was a gladiator, man. All down. I thought Sorensen called a great game as far as the in-game adjustments. And then, the lack of pass rush worried me. And then I feel bad for Mason, man. I hope he's in better spirits this morning. But hey, he actually the post-game pressure with ESPN. As soon as he answered that, I just knew. I was like, oh, that's not going to be good for him. And sure enough,
you know what? San Leandro, it was awkward. Thanks for the call. It was a little awkward yesterday. Brendan Ayuk's presser, too, in the locker room. Think about how short he was. And I wondered, when I was listening to Brandon Ayuk live, he was very short with his answers. And we know athletes. They hear everything. They read everything. They know what the hell's going on here.
Okay.
Ayuk got called a lot of different things during that holdout or hold in by a lot of writers, by a lot of media members. And I wonder if that was his grudge yesterday in terms of how short he was when it came to the end. He was giving like 4-word answers. And then the whole J.P. Mason thing was so awkward.
Well, I think J.P. Mason's a young man who said something kind of like, I think I found out Friday night.
Right.
Clearly, can we all agree, he's not accustomed to being interviewed on ESPN on Monday Night Football?
Not at all.
All right?
Not at all.
So can we just treat the guy with kid gloves a little here?
Yeah,
does he need to be ran through the ringer? He just had the greatest night of his NFL career. Some guys never get opportunities like that, and he literally took that opportunity and ran with it for 175 yards. Ayuk, I'm not too worried about the Ayuk thing. Like, whatever.
It was just funny.
Whatever.
I listened to it. It was pretty funny. I was like, Ayuk, man. He said that's going to be something to monitor. They won convincingly, but listen, man, you have to catch that pass in the back of the end zone. That has to happen. We discussed this with Nick Bosa last year. Where we're like, look, we don't want to hear any excuses. We just want to see you go play. You held out. You got your money. Everything's good. You're on the Niners. We're happy. But we don't want to hear anything. Ayuk didn't make any excuses last week. He admitted that was a damn dive for Brock Purdy. But when you hold in and things happen the way they happened, and Shanahan's got to run upstairs saying, hey, did you trade Ayuk? Let's pause on that real quick. Hold on. He wants to say, folks, hold on. And you caused this stir. You helped cause this stir because Ayuk wasn't alone.
But he admitted it.
He admitted it that, I was a nuisance here, and I give him credit for that.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on.
I am ready to move on from that. But there's a lot of fans who are not ready to move on. There's a lot of fans who don't think you dropping that pass, we're giving you $30 million a year.
Okay, can we acknowledge it? Yes, I want him to catch that. It's a tough pass. We're acting like it was like standing up. He was diving with the white pylon, the white end zone and the pylon right there, the end line, excuse me.
There's no excuses. It was a dive for Brock Purdy. Okay, and in the NFL, in the NFL, you have to make those tough plays.
I know.
And I'm the biggest BA fan.
You are.
But that's a catch. That's a catch you got to make.
All right.
You want to be big time players make big time catches like that.
San Leandro Mo, if you're still listening, was that the breakfast bong that had you so ready to go? Well, you want to talk about breakfast bong. Man, walking through that tailgate, the amount of chicken and beef and weed that I smelt is glorious. There's nothing like a 49er Monday Night Football game.
That's just a tailgate.
I love the tailgate experience.
It's always fun game.
Yeah, I really do.
Robin in the city. What's up, Robin?
God,
what's going on?
So the vibes were immaculate.
What's up, Robin? Hey, Robin, what the hell's going on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I dropped my phone, and I'm in the nail shop. Hey, you guys, can you hear me?
Oh, the nail shop. Hold on, Robin. Hold on. The nail shop's open at 7:50 in the morning.
What'd you say, sweetie?
The nail shop's open at 7:50 in the morning.
This girl's a straight hustler. She'll be here at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that's what's up. Go get your money, girl.
I'm on the radio.
Go get your money,
So
girl.
here's the deal.
Hey, did she do manicures and pedicures? Could you book me for a little later today?
No, I'm on the radio. So look, I came in here to get my beard shaved. So, when you get old, you start growing things out your chin. You'll see when you wake up one day and Anna got a beard. But here's the deal.
Don't wish that on her. Don't wish that on her, Robin.
It's going to happen. It's called hormones.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Okay. So listen, I wanted to call in and basically be positive. I don't know what that dude was talking about. He wasn't that good. Purdy wasn't that good. Let's give a praise out to the offensive line. Did you ever think you would hear me say that? Because, hey, JP, what's his name? Jordan Mason, he was balling, but the offensive line was opening up them holes. And a quarterback like Purdy, who is basically still young, he needs time to throw that ball. And I want to tell a partner dude who just called in about he wasn't that good. Well, he had 2 touchdowns actually dropped on him. Think about that. And he played better than most of the top quarterbacks in the first week. Trevor Lawrence stunk up the place. Okay, look at Joe Burrow. What did he do? Okay, and I get tired of them hyping Josh Allen. So you know what? Be thankful for Monday night's game. But two things I like to say. I like to see them get better in the red zone. That kind of freaks me out because it brings back memories of past seasons under Garoppolo. They could not get into the red zone to get touchdowns. And the last thing is I like to see Brady. I like to see Brock Purdy progress, moving around in the pocket a little bit more.
Real quick, Robin, you're a hustler there.
Yes.
Does she have availability for a manicure or pedicure? I'm looking at some of these fingernails around here, including Cam and Shasky. They need a pedicure, man.
Yeah.
I need manicures, pedicures around here. Betty Petties.
Yeah, I'll hook you up with Jennifer, and I'll have you can come in here and be by yourself, okay? Because and I'll give you her number. I'll text it.
All right, there it is. Betty's and Petties on a roast. Let's go.
A chainsaw for me. And a bucket of paint.
Oh, man. Nothing like a good Betty Petty, man. I'm saying, once you go bougie, you don't go back, man. Them Betty Petties are next level. They are next level.
What is going on here?
I'm
Almost as next level as the injury report.
Ow! The winner of the mystery jersey. Or does he just qualify for the mystery jersey?
I think he actually wins the mystery jersey.
He wins the mystery jersey. Robert Hunter. Congratulations, Robert Hunter. All right, injury report. Niners had a bombshell injury announcement last night as he ruled out Christian McCaffrey hours before kickoff due to his lingering calf strain. Shanahan said that CMC did not suffer any setbacks, but the injury was bothering him in practice last week. He was a game-time decision, and they just sat him out. By the way, the Niners have 4 games on turf. Next 2 on turf, Vikings, Rams, then the Seahawks in week 6, and then Buffalo, of course, December the 1st, out in Buffalo. So only 4 games on turf for the 49ers, but you don't want McCaffrey out there This is a concern. There's no doubt. One of the biggest takeaways, Christian McCaffrey's injury and how long he may be out. Dominic or Daryl in Oakland, stay on hold. We'll get you on the other side. And the rest of you, 888-957-9570. How about some props to Jake Moody? Huh? Props to Jake Moody. Oh, yeah, that is priceless there. That is a priceless picture. Jake Moody, shout out to him. Brock Purdy, assess his performance. A, B, or C? What'd you think about Brock Purdy? What about Shanahan's game plan? Did you think Shanahan had a good game called as a head coach there? All that coming up. 888-957-9570. Plus, the GOAT, Jerry Rice, will join us at 8:30. 8:30, we'll get Jerry Rice's point of view from yesterday down in the end zone. He was at Levi Stadium rocking and rolling as the Niners. We'll pump on the Jets 32-19. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Garrison, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Your call's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance.
pressure off the edge, and the pass is broken up and now picked off. Intercepted by Flanagan Fowles after the tip by Lenore.
RELAX. Relax.
Joe Buck on the call from ESPN. Aaron Rodgers. There was no relaxing last night. No baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Our first victory show of the season. Niners beat down the New York Jets 32-19. Wasn't even that close. They had the ball for 38 minutes and 40 seconds. J.P. Mason, his first start ever as a member of the San Francisco 49ers, first start of his NFL career. Of course, he's spent his entire career with the 49ers, runs for $147, third most yards rushing in a player's first start in 49ers franchise history. Kevin Barlow's on this list. Carlos Hyde is on this list. J.P. Mason, it was his game. The offensive line was absolutely special. Pooney's a guy. He's a legit right guard. Trent Williams is back. He did a lot of pressure, so the line did their job. Both sides of the line of scrimmage. I thought the defensive line was really good yesterday. Offensive line was really good. They controlled the trenches, and they physically whipped the New York Jets. Physically whipped them. And now we move on to Minnesota. We will later in the week, but what a win yesterday, Shasky, to start the season. All the noise that we talked about. Super Bowl hangover, hold-ins, hold-outs, the Pearsall situation. What's going on with Shanahan and Lynch? What's going on at practice? You got to cancel scrimmages. Baldy had never heard of a thing like that. And all that gets washed away by just one dominant victory in which the Niners didn't even play their A game. They didn't even play their A game, Shasky.
No, they didn't, but I think that is indicative. Again, I said this earlier, but on a night where you're honoring Frank Gore, that was really a Frank Gore-like game. You know, it was a workman-like, just get the victory, suffocate the opponent, out-hit them. Little tiny subtle movements by Jordan Mason to evade tackles and whatnot, using great feet. And I thought that the Niners were comprehensively very good yesterday. Yeah. Wasn't their best performance. But the other thing I keep coming back to, I don't want them clicking early in the season. No. They did that last year. I felt like they were humming on all cylinders to start the year last year. And looking back on it, I think they were doing it a little prematurely. I want them to hum on all cylinders come December. That's when I want it. So I'll take a victory. I don't scoff at it, but you know the Niners are good when we're out here dissecting wins.
Yeah, you know, last year they opened the season 5-0. They go on a 3-game losing streak, and they didn't get the number 1 seed. The year before, they trade for Christian McCaffrey after a slow start. They get to 4-4 before the bye week, and next thing you know, they're in the NFC Championship game and hosting a divisional round playoff game against the Dallas Cowboys. But one thing about this team that we underestimate, we look at their starters, right? Well, outside of Dominic Pooty, their entire offensive line is back. Banks, Williams, Brindle, McKivitz, and now you add in Pooney. And then you have Burford and Gutierrez Burford and Feliciano as backups. You're going to be fine there. Your wide receivers are back. Debo and Brendan. Hell, your top 3 wide receivers are back. Jawan Jennings, Brendan Ayuk, and, of course, Debo Samuel. Your backfield's back with Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk. But you know what? No McCaffrey, you just sub in Jordan Mason. So you're not missing. You got 2 new starters yesterday on the offensive side of the football. Continuity. Then you look at defense. Okay, you bring in Malik Collins over from Houston, Texas, but Leonard Floyd you bring in as a free agent signing, a very underrated free agent signing, but Buster Hargrave are back. Fred Warner's back. Deommodore Lenore's back. Charvarius Ward is back. Tig Brown has a lot of experience. The experience he gained last year, kind of like Drake Greenlaw, his rookie year, where Drake Greenlaw was thrust into action due to Quan Alexander getting hurt, but all that experience he was able to receive his rookie season catapulted him to another level. Now he's an all-pro, right? Same thing could be happening for Tig Brown as he's thrust into a role last year for Hufanga at the safety position. All of a sudden, he's got experience, and boom, he's got an interception against Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, and he's picked up where he left off. The continuity on this football team was on full display yesterday. They have so much damn experience that noise doesn't even matter. When they lock in, they're one of the best teams in football, Shasky. That's what we're dealing with here in San Francisco.
They are, and they're going to get more reinforcements at some point. And CMC, we don't know, right? So that's a big question mark, and it's a huge element of the team. So let's put him to the side because you just literally do not know about that. Ricky Pearsall is going to come back, And I think that they're going to need him. They're going to need another guy who can get open. Again, we're only talking, BA just got paid $30 million and he got like 3 or 4 targets. Right. Okay. So it's not like they're going to target him 7, 8, 9, 10 times in a game, but there's going to be a point in time as the season wears on where you're going to need him. And there's going to be a game where you're throwing from behind, and guys that can get open and get separation are difficult to find.
Right.
And if he can be one of those guys, I would love to see it.
Well, I'm looking at the snap count for the wide receivers yesterday.
How many did Ronnie Bell end up
with? Deebo Samuel, 53 snaps.
Wow.
Brandon Ayuk, 43 snaps. 60% of the snaps for Ayuk, 74% of the snaps for Deebo, 49% of the snaps for Jawad Jennings, who played 35 snaps, nearly half the snaps. Chris Conley, 40% of the snaps, 29 snaps. Ronnie Bell, 13 snaps, which is 18% of the snaps. And Jacob Cowing didn't hit the field on offense, surprisingly, yesterday. George Kittle, 66 snaps, 92% of the snaps. Eric Saubert only played 19 snaps, and that 12 personnel, but 26% of the snaps for him. Kyle Juszczyk, he played 56% of the snaps. He played 40 snaps at the fullback position. And so you got Jordan Mason basically taking up the bulk of the carries on offense there. So defensively, this is a little surprising. Devondre Campbell played every single snap alongside Fred Warner. Played every single snap. Demetrius Flannigan-Fowles in that 4-3 system, in their base 4-3 package, played 12 snaps yesterday. 12 snaps. So you got a lot of continuity on this football team, man. A lot of continuity. And then 3 quarters, that's it. I'm actually surprised that Renardo Green didn't play defense or Rocky Sid, but it was basically Isaac Yiddle, right? Isaac Yiddle?
Yadam.
Isaac Yadam.
No, it's Sir Isaac Yankum.
Isaac Yadam.
That was WWE. You don't,
Isaac Yadam.
39. He was a dentist.
39 snaps.
So he just passed away. Psycho Sid.
Psycho Sid just passed away?
Yeah, I thought it happened maybe like a month ago.
Really? Yeah. Sid Vicious?
Yeah, Psycho Sid. Yeah,
he was something else.
Yeah, he was. I have PTSD. Jacob Cowing looked good back there as a returner. Every single time a punt goes in the air and we have a punt returner back there, whether it's Kyle Williams, Ray McLeod, I just, in my mind, for the rest of my life as a 49er fan,
that's not
just
good.
catch it, just catch it, just catch it, just catch it, just catch it,
That's
just
not
catch
fun.
it. You don't do that?
No.
Oh, I'm not alone on that. No way am I alone on that.
I'm not. No,
No
you're
way.
not alone on it.
No way.
But I'm not going to watch. I don't watch every single punt. It's like, I only react if they drop it. Give me a reason to react to you.
It bothers me.
I hear you, though. I hear it. I hear you.
All big moments with the 49er punt return comes down to just catch the ball. I honestly am so triggered by the whole thing. In certain situations, I wouldn't even put someone back there. You think I'm joking?
No, I know you're not joking. That's why I'm laughing.
Oh, you got to stop. Just get the ball back.
No, I hear you, man. I hear you. I hear you.
I'm not even trying to be that guy, but it's like, dude, all these big moments, it's like the kick returner or the punt returner, it's like, just catch the ball. Just catch it, just catch it, just catch it.
He did a great job catching the ball yesterday.
No, he did, but I'm saying, like, when the ball's in the air and I'm in the end zone, the whole time I'm going, catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it. Oh, good, he caught it. Go down.
I'm kind of with G. Martinez here on YouTube. G. Martinez. Cowie getting my benefit of the doubt till further notice. And I'm with him there. I'm with him. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt until you give me a reason not to. Kyle Williams gave me a reason not to. Raymond McLeod at times gave me a reason not to.
I mean,
Jacob Cowing so far is perfect. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt until a fumble happens or a muff happens. And then I will assess the situation from that point. But for now, it's a new guy. New guy. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to be fearful of a guy fumbling in his first football game. We'll see what happens. Respect to James Earl Jones, by the way. Rest in peace to him.
Can you give me 10 seconds on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
James Earl Jones, the greatest villain in television or cinema, the voice of Darth Vader. Like, it's one of the most iconic villains ever, period. He's a top 3 villain for everyone, right?
What would he be remembered for?
Bonte.
What movie?
No,
is this Star Wars?
The great ones are remembered for all of them, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously his contribution in Sandlot is
next level.
I mean, it's incredible.
Coming to America.
George gave you that? Well, I've got the entire 27 Yankees. Like, he was amazing in that. And then him
Coming to America?
Coming to America is a classic as the dad. And then my other favorite one is, Field of Dreams, which I watch back and I cry now because I think of my dad. But when he's talking about how baseball's lived on forever, that 2-minute soliloquy, He's one of the greatest. Mustafa in Lion King for younger people. My brother was a big Lion King fan growing up.
Yeah.
You know, James Earl Jones for people of our age and a little bit younger and a little bit older. I mean, to say he's an iconic actor and voice and presence is an understatement. The guy is an absolute legend. He'll live on forever. And man, what a life he lived. And a champion of sport and a champion of laughs.
Yeah, no, he was awesome in a lot of movies. I think he played Jack Johnson in an old school movie back in the day. One of the first movies I saw with him in it. He's been around for so long. I mean, he's been making movies since the 60s, for crying out loud.
Best smile ever.
I mean, it's the most iconic voice in the history of cinema.
I think
it's not even close
Luke,
to me.
I Am Your Father.
It's he is the all-time villain in the history of movies.
Luke, I Am Your Father. Where of lines in a movie, it's a top 10 line, right?
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
All time, dog. All time.
No,
I am your father.
It's one of the
chills
greatest.
down your spine. That's just one of the great voices ever.
No,
he is. He does have one of the best voices ever. Shout out to James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones also read a book on KQED, no doubt about it. He's into so many movies. Let's go back to the lines. Daryl in Oakland. Daryl, what's happening?
What's up, Daryl?
Hey, what's up, guys? I was thinking about training camp and how you guys were mentioning two players to me, and I was listening to your show, God bless. But Pooney was one of them, and I watched that dude yesterday, and he was absolutely dominant. I actually don't remember seeing a rookie guard, dominate that thoroughly. I didn't know if the Jets sucked or if he was that good. But that's one. And two, I don't know where Mustafa was. You guys have been mentioning the DBs, and I was so pumped up to see that dude because I love a good safety, and I thought he was going to come out and see him. I don't know where he is. And so that's one dude that I missed because I really wanted to see him. Who doesn't love a good safety, especially trying to replace Tufanga?
No doubt. They're gonna work him along slowly. They're gonna work him along slowly, just like Jair Brown / Tig Brown, whatever you want to call him. They're gonna work Mustafa in early. You'll see him a lot on special teams, Daryl. Special teams will be his calling for right now.
Oh, and on Pooney, Quentin Nelson, the guard that was drafted in the top 10, immediate just stud, right?
Yep.
And we were praising them like crazy. It is interesting to me how we're all guilty of this, but this draft status sticks with you forever. Like Quentin Nelson, day one, he showed and he was very good. I'm not diminishing. Like he's an awesome, awesome player. Had Pooney been a top 10 pick, people would be raving about him.
Draft position matters. No doubt about that.
Actually, it doesn't because either you can play or you can't.
No, it doesn't matter in terms of. It doesn't matter in terms of if you can play, but it matters for people who don't watch the game thoroughly. They say, "Well, this guy was a first-round pick. You should have been this. You should have been that." No, you can find gems. There's so many damn football players and so many damn teams in America on the college level. There could be a wide receiver who gets drafted in the 5th round next year. He's going to be a stud. We see it all the time in the NFL. We see it on this roster. They're premium players. Kittle, Purdy. I mean, you bring in Juszczyk, who's a fullback. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, his team is loaded. They draft very well in the middle rounds.
But they ran to the right side yesterday. That, to me, was whoa.
Behind Brindle, Pooney, and McKivitz.
Whoa, you're going to go to the right side? Now, they were wearing down Quinnen Williams in that because he was trying to line up on that side. Can you remember this many runs going to the right side?
No, I can't wait to see the percentages later on today. Percentage of runs to the left, percentage of runs to the right.
Tony's a beast.
They did a very good job. Again, 37 carries, and that's what Shanahan was pumped about after the game in the post-game locker room. He's like, dude, we got the 37 carries. And when they feel like they get to 30, like the Warriors, when they get to their 311 passes, 317 passes per game, they feel really good. Well, the Niners feel really good when they get to 30 carries. And yesterday, J.P. Mason damn near got 30 by himself. He ran the ball 28 times, the most carries ever under Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers. Can you believe that? Jordan Mason. He actually said this after the game to CMC. He was like, 28 carries. Hear what J.P. Mason had to say about his workload.
How did the real thing compare to what you dreamed it would be like?
Honestly, I told Christian, I said, I don't know how you do it, man. It's a long game, but, this is just the beginning, and, we're going to see where we go from here.
J.P. Mason, good for him, man.
This is a man who didn't play his freshman year at Georgia Tech, ran for 600 yards, almost 900 yards, 350 yards, and then 440 yards in college. He was never a 1,000-yard back. Now, it's tough to do that in college. Never a 1,000-yard back, and had a night where he went for 175 on Monday Night Football.
Monday Night Football. By the way, I got to needle you Star Wars guys. My boy Leon out there. Shout out to Leon.
What's that?
This is for Spadoni. Actually, Loveman's a Star Wars guy, too, for all you Star Wars freaks out there. He said Darth Vader started as a villain, but in reality, he was one of the biggest heroes. He saved Luke and sacrificed his life. Just perspective. Is that true?
Well, Darth Vader's the bad guy, but then Darth turned back into Anakin.
Exactly.
So check your boy.
Darth was more robot than he was actual human.
I didn't know. So I was asking. You guys get us all
Don't come down.
Star Wars
don't come down
fans get so
about this.
testy.
Okay,
man.
Bonte,
I don't. Who's the guy on Twitter who comes at me about Star Wars?
Because you're wrong.
No, y'all guys. No, I don't even care about Star Wars. I'm not wrong. Tell Leon I'm wrong. He just gave some perspective. He's an OG. Who probably watched the original Star Wars in the movies while we weren't even thought of yet.
Well, 1984 was when Return of the Jedi came out, and I remember
you were 2 years old.
And,
I'm sure you watched the movie from
Emperor is
beginning to
zapping
end.
Luke, okay, and he's gonna like kill him, and then Darth is looking, and he's like, no, and he picks him up and he throws him over.
I'm leaving the Star Wars people. I learned very early that if you come at Star Wars, people will come hard at you. It may be worse than politics.
Kind of like the Niners.
It may be worse than politics.
You don't swing at the Niners, man.
No.
Come on.
You talk politics and people come for your head. Well, if you come to Star Wars, they want more than your head. You know what I'm saying? I'm leaving that alone. Going back to the calls. Let's go to Dave at Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
Good morning, boys.
What's going on?
Hey, good win. I'm not here to be no negative Nancy. Just hear me out. Couple of little points I'd like to point out, and you guys kind of touched on it, the carries. But this is what I don't understand. As good as the game it was for the Niners, I didn't understand the handoff to Debo through the tackles. And I know Jordan Mason is young, and, you know, people say, oh, he can handle the low. I just think 30 carries in this day and age is excessive for any running back, let alone Jordan Mason. When, for a coach that has drafted a running back, every year he's been a head coach of the Niners, I don't understand him, you know, not able to find, carries for his other running backs. What was the point of drafting Isaac Orlando, but we're going to hand it off to Debo for a dive? I understand we won, but you now watching yesterday, thinking last year, like, dang, I wonder if Mason would have got some carries from McCaffrey last year, spell him a little bit. Who knows what, the situation would be now. So, again, great win. I'm not here to poo-poo on anything. Just I don't understand. I know Mason had it going, but the game was kind of, it was over. We could have gave Garendo 5-10 carries. I mean, is the learning curve for running back that hard?
Well, Garendo's been hurt, Dave. Garendo hasn't been on the field much. First day of training camp, he popped his hamstring, was out for a couple of weeks. The first touch. We watched it in real time saying, yeah, he's going to be out a couple of weeks. And he was out a couple of weeks. Then he comes back and he tweaks a groin. So he's just not ready to roll right now. And in the first game of the season, who you're going to trust, a rookie who's barely been on the field in Isaac Garendo, or are you going to trust Debo to touch the ball? I'm trusting Debo Samuel all day long.
Well, and of all the people who's fresh, it's Jordan Mason.
Right. I mean, he's just wearing you down.
I mean, come on.
And it's like, Mason wearing you down is like a pitcher, right? A great pitcher, a starting pitcher. He's out there throwing 7. And if that manager comes out and says, hey, we're going to take the ball from you, that other team in the dugout's like, oh, take the heavens. Get this guy out of the game. He's dealing. Well, I think the Jets thought the same way about Jordan Mason. Whenever he didn't get a carry, somebody in the Jets was like, thank God at 24 they run the ball. He's wearing us out. And that's what Jordan Mason does. And he seems like a guy to me who gets better as the game goes along. Well, he's better as the game goes along.
I thought he settled in.
Right, he settles in, but then he gets carry number 20, and he's falling forward, and he's getting 5 yards a pop. Then carry number 25, he's getting 7 yards a pop, and he's falling forward for 9. And all of a sudden, you're in 2nd and 1, 2nd and 2. So I like when the bell cow gets fed and 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 fed. Let's go to. Oh, we got Jerry Rice in 9 minutes, by the way. Jerry Rice, the great one's going to join us in 9 minutes.
Let's try to tat these calls.
How about this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's go to New Jersey. Kyle in New Jersey. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just wanted to talk about how awesome that win was. Great way to start the season. And I was just so happy to see how great Mason was. I think we always kind of saw the potential, but unfortunately he kind of has to back up the best running back in the business. So just happy to see him
Uh-oh, what happened?
Do me a favor. My wife, Diane, it's her 40th birthday today.
Oh, nice.
She's a Jets fan. She does root for the Niners for me, so I appreciate that shout-out.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Oh, and you know what? Since we're here doing shout-outs real quick before we go back out to the lines, shout out to the tunnel crew at Levi Stadium. You know who the tunnel crew is? So you've brought up the starting introductions and starting lineups. So the guys who set all that up, they run on the field to set up the tunnel and the poles with the fire coming out in the flames.
You could feel
the
it. The
tunnel
smell.
crew. I'm walking back to the press box. I go, Bob, hey, what's up, baby? You got to shout. I'm like, what's up, guys? What's going on? It goes, what did they call you? You got to shout us out, man. We roasters. I said, well, what did they call you? We're the tunnel crew.
Oh, okay.
And they roll about 50 deep.
Whoa.
I said, the tunnel crew, huh? So we got a little hype. We did a little pregame speech together. Like, let's go, tunnel crew. We got to get out there, make sure we set this up right for every day. They were fired up. They're big 95.7 game listeners. The tunnel crew at Levi Stadium. Shout out to you guys. Underappreciated for what you do on game day, the tunnel crew. All right, let's get back to the lines. Scott in Livermore. Scott, what's happening?
Scott.
You're on the roast.
What's happening, guys? Happy Tuesday. Victory Tuesday. Oh, my goodness. That was a beautiful game to watch. I loved seeing our guys coming out with that energy. Our defensive line looked like an absolute wall. It was just fantastic. I loved watching it. Our nose tackle we got from Houston making that tackle for a loss in the backfield. I was like, let's go. It was just fantastic. But the best part about it is I called the other week after Brian and I signed his contract, and I was like, I can't wait to boo him for week one, get it out of my system, and move on and play ball. Let's go. He dropped a couple passes yesterday. They zoomed in on him, and you just see his face of like, oh, I messed up. You know? You just kind of see that he was almost slightly embarrassed that he'd let us down for coming in and dropping those crucial passes, regardless if we were winning or not. That was the humble pie I wanted him to eat. I got it out of my system. Can't wait for BA to come back next week and put up 2 tutties. It's going to be great. The Vikings aren't going to know what hit them. Can't wait to go make Sam Darnold see ghosts again. Have a great day, guys.
Why'd you shake your head, Shasky?
He wanted him to eat humble pie, and then he was going to move on. Okay. It's just an interesting thought process.
Man to man, Jennings. Oh, he got a throw.
Ayuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. You know, he's missed all training camp.
Hey, get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp. You need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why, yeah, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
Peyton Manning's not happy with that. Not happy with that. That was a dime. That was a dime from Brock Purdy. I think Ayuk, he knew it too. It was a dime. He's got to catch that pass. Get a mulligan. But, hey, you're the star wide receiver. You're an all-pro. You got to come up with that play.
One thing we do need to also understand is that in a game where you're in complete control for the majority of the second half, don't look at Ayuk's targets or the amount of times they threw in general as some sweeping indication whether you should pay someone $30 or $35 million a year or whatever it is. Like, give the full season an opportunity to play out before we start breaking down the finances of the team. That's all.
Yeah, I hope that's not happening after week one.
Oh, well, people
week
are going to
overreaction.
This is why you don't pay a receiver $30 million. And it's just like, guys, there's going to be a time and place where you're facing a team where you're going to have to throw more. Last night was not that opportunity.
All right, we're going to get to everybody here after Jerry Rice. Eric in San Jose, Dennis, Nick, BPA. Everybody.
Hi, how are you?
We're going to get you on the air. Just hang tight. We're going to have Jerry Rice coming up. 888-957-9570. We have to talk to the great one who was live and direct there in the end zone, getting loose down there for Monday Night Football with Goat Fuel. Jerry Rice joining the Morning Roast. He will do this once a month during the football season. Hell, maybe we'll get some double doses of Jerry Rice in the next month or two. We'll see about that. But Jerry Rice, the greatest football player of all time, in my lifetime, better than Brady, better than Monta, was Jerry Rice. He's going to join the Morning Roast coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Football is back.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, man, it's time to bring in one of our favorites, 3-time Super Bowl winner, the greatest football player of all time, for my money. Better than any quarterback, any lineman, anybody. It's the GOAT. It's the one and only Jerry Rice, and he joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And that roster with Go Fuel is just expanding. Everybody's got it. I see Go Fuel in Detroit. I see it in Jacksonville. I see it in Carolina. Hey, Jerry, man, Go Fuel's everywhere. But I want to ask you this. Go ahead, Jerry. Yeah. Good morning to you, brother. Good.
Hey, we got ghosts everywhere, man. We got ghosts all over the world.
We got them all over the world, man.
That's what we want to promote, baby. We want to promote that, man. I'm still fired up from last.
Well, I got to ask you this, because I was watching you from the press box. You were in the end zone yesterday, and Breece Hall scored a touchdown from the Jets to make it 7-3. And he throws a football. He throws a football into the wall, and he starts chirping. And I saw somebody throw some popcorn, but I saw Jerry pointing at Breece Hall like, are you talking? It looked like you were ready to go strap it up, put on the uniform, and go out there and play, and go out there and smack Breece Hall. What happened to that situation right there?
Man, you don't come into Levi Stadium and try to talk noise at us, man. And he's going to throw the ball into the wall. I wish he had came over by me. I was waiting. I thought about jumping over that wall, man, because I wanted a piece of him. I really did. I was so fired up. It's Monday Night Football. You want to make a statement, and you think you're going to come into our house and you're going to do that? Then popcorn came flying, from everywhere.
Jerry was just pointing, Shasky. He's pointing at Breece like, who you talking to? Homie, get back here. You're a New York Jet. This is Levi's Stadium. And they really didn't do anything after that moment, Jerry. It was all Niners as they scored on 8 consecutive possessions yesterday against the Jets to start the season 1-0.
Yeah, man, and the thing is, man, oh my God, to see Jordan Madison to run that rock the way he did, I mean, it was like, man, it was like, okay, we're just going to just run it straight at you, stop us. And this guy, man, with his frame and all of that, he's able to dish out punishment. And, but, hey, guys, I got to take you guys here because it's just been a crazy weekend, okay? Okay, with Tyreek Hill, then Dak Prescott, all of this going on, and everybody trying to, get their, fantasy league thing going and stuff like that. Then the hour before the game, they said McCaffrey is not going to play. Can you imagine what it's just been a crazy weekend, man.
Yeah, it really has. And Jerry, I was thinking during the halftime show that they were honoring Frank Gore. And I know that you've been a big part of just being a luminary for the 49ers. Like, you've been an ambassador on and off the field. You're at all the games. And Frank Gore was like, man, to play in front of Jerry Rice, with Jerry Rice as part of the Niners. Like, I was watching Frank, because I was there. I was lucky enough to be there at Candlestick for your induction into the Hall of Fame when the Niners honored you onto the field.
Monday
and they spread out the 80 and everything on the field. And for
Monday
Frank to reference you, as well as other people, I just feel like you and Frank, you embody everything about being a 49er and class and the dignity and the respect. And, like, you really do appreciate being a part of that 49er family. What if Frank Gore, did that hit you when he referenced you? Because I started getting all the feels, Jerry.
No, you know what? It really didn't hit me, but, it was unexpected. But that's Frank Gore, man. Yeah. And I'm still mad because they didn't give him that ball, in that Super Bowl. Oh, man. 2 yards. Man, this guy's a beast. He's an animal. And, just for him to be able to go into the Hall is fantastic. It was great just being there on the field with him and just seeing his excitement behind that, his family being there, the fans giving him all of that love. It was just amazing. But what he did for football is outstanding. How he represents the game, what he does in the community. And, when you speak of great running backs, Frank Gore is going to be right in that mix.
No doubt. He's going to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. No doubt about that. Third all-time leading rusher in NFL history with 16,000 rushing yards. Frank Gore, good to see him get his moment yesterday at Levi's. We're talking to Jerry Rice here on the River Islands guest line. Jerry, Brendan Ayuk. And you posted a picture during the middle of the training camp of Brendan Ayuk saying, "What's up, Brendan?" And I thought, oh boy, Brendan's going to sign. He's about to sign. Jerry Rice put it out there in the ethos, right? And it didn't happen for a couple weeks, but it finally got done. So watching Brendan Ayuk and what he's dealing with here after missing all of training camp, trying to get his rhythm back or whatnot, and he dropped that dime in the back of the end zone. And I thought of you right away. No matter if he makes $1 million or $30 million, that's what he's going to want back. I know, Jerry, you were sitting there like, you got to catch that dime there for Brendan Ayuk. What is he dealing with holding out, though, and trying to get his rhythm back? When could we expect to see the real BA this season with the 49ers?
I think it's going to take a couple games, for Brandon Ayuk. And, I think we all in that healing process right now because, man, it was crazy during the offseason. It was like a roller coaster ride back and forth. And, I think with him, he's probably putting pressure on himself to make those plays. But, eventually he's going to be able to just relax and just, play football. But, he didn't have any preseason ball games or anything like that. So the rhythm is off just a little bit. And when the regular season, when it starts, man, it goes to a whole different level. People don't realize that, hey, the level that it was at during preseason, it was much lower. Now it's much bigger. And I'm sure, but man, to see Brock Purdy drop that dime in there like that, man, I'm looking at this. I said, oh, my God, it's a beautiful ball, man. It's a beautiful ball. Now just watch it all the way in, and it was just unfortunate he was not able to put it in. But I think his rhythm is going to come, and it was more of a, I guess they wanted to run the ball, pound the ball, this ball game, and I'm thinking about that passing game is going to get together next week, against the Vikings.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And I thought Brock is just in complete command of this offense and understands where everyone's supposed to be. You see him telling Saubert where to line up pre-snap.
Yeah.
He just throws such a beautiful ball. I think his intermediate vision on when a guy's going to break and understanding of how to throw into certain windows is so underrated. Jerry, why does this guy continue to get dogged by mainstream media? He's a stud. He's a winner.
Yeah, he's the winner, man, and I don't know why. I don't know why they keep dogging him, but, he was 19 for 29, 231 yards. He didn't throw a touchdown or anything like that, but, he demands respect in the huddle. He's not going to hold on to the football. The anticipation, you can tell when Jennings and Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, when they come out of their cut, the ball is already in the air. So I don't know why, but he's just gonna keep doing this thing. He's Brock Purdy. He was Mr. Irrelevant. Now he's relevant, and he's gonna prove to the world, hey, look, I'm that quality quarterback, and I'm gonna take this team back to the Super Bowl.
No doubt. They held the ball for 38 minutes. And 40 seconds last night against the New York Jets. They dominated, got the 37 carries. We're talking to the GOAT, Mr. Jerry Rice himself.
You know what I was fired up about, though?
Go ahead, Jerry.
This one reporter just kept asking me about Aaron Rodgers, man. He said, what is Aaron Rodgers going to do tonight? I said, do you know where you at? Do you know where you at?
You know what, Jerry? It feels like these reporters or people were trying to test you. We saw what happened in Lake Tahoe. People talking Chiefs. People talking Kansas City, and you had to let them know right away. It's like, you want to try me? Try me then. Like, I've talked to you, Jerry Rice, before. I asked you, I don't know if you remember this. We were at a golf tournament, and I go, Jerry, you think you can run around against me right now? And you looked at me, and you poked me in my chest and said, homie, I'll run right through you. I'll take your soul. So from that was like a decade ago. So when the guys in Tahoe and Edwin tried you, Jerry, and then you got a reporter trying you about Aaron Rodgers, I think they forgot who you were.
I'm like, are you serious right now? Look around this stadium right now. What do you see? You see faithfuls. I'm not, it's great seeing Aaron Rodgers back on the football field. But it's all about, I'm bleeding 49ers all the way, man. And we're going to go win this thing this year. We're going to take the whole thing.
It feels like
and, and the thing is, but people are not talking about us.
Mm-mm.
They're not talking about us right now. So, we'll just take that professional approach and just win, football games and get into the playoffs and get back to the Super Bowl and kick that door in.
Did you ever have a ankle calf injury like that McCaffrey? How'd you deal with it?
I had an ankle, and I had an ankle my first Super Bowl that I was going into, and I was unsure, man. I was really unsure because what happens when you got a sprain or something like that, you can go into the ball game, you can feel really good, but then, after making so many cuts and running on that ankle and stuff like that, it's finally going to give way, man, and you can end up injuring yourself more. But, I never have had a calf or anything like that. And what they're saying that, with the calf muscle, it's starting to trickle down into his Achilles. Now, which that's a problem right there. That's a big problem, and so we want to try to get him as healthy as possible. But I think with the way Jordan Madison is running that rock right now, baby,
yeah.
Hey, don't rush him back. Don't rush him. When he's ready, McCaffrey's gonna let you know. But Madison is he's excited about his opportunity, man.
Yeah, 2 games on turf the next 2 weeks against the Vikings and Rams. Slow down McCaffrey. Don't need him quite yet here. But you play with a lot of great linebackers, Jerry, because obviously those teams that you played on had great defenses. Yeah. And you play with a lot of great linebackers. Fred Warner, setting the tone. Last year, Jerry, it was Pittsburgh when he knocked out Najee Harris on the first possession and popped them, and it was like, yeah, this game's over. Pittsburgh's got no shot. And then yesterday, he's forcing the fumble with Breece Hall. What is it like to be a teammate with a great linebacker like that, knowing that on the defensive side of football, I have a tone setter who's going to make everything okay in the run game or the pass game?
I was watching that defense yesterday. We were able to put pressure on Aaron Rodgers, from that front line. And then to watch Fred Warner just flying all over the place. He was like a madman. I think he was just so excited to get the regular season going. But it's great when you have players like that that's going to set the standard. Because I remember when we had Ronnie Lott back in the day, and we have had exceptional linebackers too. And those guys just wanted somehow to be around that football and just cause havoc and make things happen. And, I think Fred Warner is that type of guy. And I think, he's feel like he's that leader on that defense, and he's going to set the standard.
Jerry, it feels like Debo came into camp motivated to prove everybody that, I'm going to be in the best shape of my life, and I'm going to be an absolute factor and a force all year. Was there ever a point in your career? I mean, I know you had the injury and you came back just better than ever. But was there ever a point in your year where you felt that you had to prove it year in, year out? Or was there one in particular season that stuck out above the rest? Because it feels like he heard all of the critics from the Super Bowl and he's out to shut them up.
Hey, guys, I'm going to tell you, I felt I had to prove it every year. That was my attitude. That was my attitude, that I was going to play my best football, not only for my teammates, but for the fans. So that became a responsibility. That was one of those things that motivated me to always be in the best shape of my life, and I felt like I owed the fans, quality football. So every year, for 20 years, every year I felt like I had to prove myself. And I had already put up outstanding numbers, did all that, won Super Bowls and stuff like that. But it's just it's one of those things that you take a lot of pride in, and I think that was the motivating factor for me that kept me pushing myself so hard.
Are we ever going to get you coming out of the tunnel with Big Trent and Debo?
Hey, man. Hey, that would be so much fun, man. I'm telling you. Hey, because we didn't do that back in the day. No. We didn't do it. No. So, hey, man, I probably would would be exhausted by the time I get on the football field before dancing.
But Jerry, seriously, I watched the way you strut onto that field when you first hit it in your suit, the big chains, and the Super Bowl rings, and you strut onto the football field like you are warming up with the team. And you're sitting there watching them run their routes before the game. You're watching the pregame routine. I'm like, look at Jerry. I bet you, kind of like T.O. Terry, whenever we talk to Terry Lotus, he goes, oh, yeah, I can still play. Somewhere deep down inside, Jerry, I feel like you can still go out there and get the Niners 25 snaps.
You know what, man? I'm still living that moment through the Niners. I'm going to be honest with you. For me to have the opportunity to actually step on the field with those guys, watch those guys run their routes, being able to dap them up, and just have that interaction and stuff like that. I'm very thankful that they look at me as that supporting cast, and I'm just out there, just to support them. And it's real cool. And I'm very appreciative, towards that. But yeah, you always feel like you got maybe 10 or 20 more plays than you or something like that. Because I started running and even the guys that was doing commentary and doing all that stuff, I was running into those guys out on the football field, hitting them, and they're looking at me like, Jerry, are you crazy right now?
I thought I saw you and Ricky Pearsall having an exchange. I don't know if it was personal and you want to explain it, but I mean, the young man is obviously very lucky to be alive and not hurt more serious, and we're all thankful for that. Yeah. If you mind sharing, I'd love to hear what the greatest wide receiver of all time is saying to another first-round draft pick who we're all just happy is safe and okay.
Well, I just first of all, I just wanted to make sure he was okay, and he told me he was ready to go. He was like, "Hey man, I could go right now." So he had that attitude, but man, I told him that it's a blessing, and for him to actually go through what he went through and still be standing here. I think it just shows that this guy, he just like, I don't even know how to explain it because of what happened to him, and for him to still, be standing, and because it could have went south, and it's just fortunate that we all are fortunate that he's still able to be on that football field, and I'm sure he's going to be in that uniform soon.
Absolutely. You brought up attitude, Jerry. How about the attitude of Jawan Jennings? He's undeniable, and he just gets better and better and better. Who does he remind you of, Jerry? Jawan Jennings.
I'm going to tell you, man, Jennings, I'm going to be honest with you. If we had won that Super Bowl, he probably would have been the most valuable player.
Mm-hmm.
He's that type of player, man. I don't. He just comes out of nowhere. He makes plays. And he's moving the chains. He's doing all that. And, right before the game, I got a chance to dap him up a little bit. He said, respect. He just walked up to me and respect. And I looked at him because, he's a tall dude. Right. So I said, yeah, man, respect, man. Go get it. And, he loves the game, man. He's going to always come in. He's going to impact the game. Yeah. He's going to make those difficult catches, and he's going to move the chains.
Yeah, he's got like a Mike Wilson quality where you forget about him on the team, and then boom, he makes a big play. I love that. Hey, Jerry, Debo and Kittle were in the receiver doc. Would you have ever signed up to be in the receiver doc? You know what I'm talking about on Netflix?
Oh, yeah. I didn't get a chance to see that. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see that. Someone said, no, you know what? I'm not going to say it. Okay.
Yeah, leave it alone, Jerry. We don't want you to go viral. Would you have signed up for something like that?
Would you have signed up for reality TV?
Right. Would you have done that, got mic'd up throughout the season and signed up for a documentary like that?
I don't think I could have done that, guys, because there are some bad things that happens on the football field, and a lot of bad stuff comes out of my mouth. You know what I'm saying? So, maybe if it was X-rated or something like that, but man, you guys would not know some of the things that happens on that field. Yeah. And I want to be me. Yeah. I don't want to be someone else. If something is not going right, I'm gonna let my teammates know it. And it's going to be said in a way, not to bring anybody down, but just to get everybody going.
I could see that, Jerry. You get 15 targets in the game, and you're like, yo, you could have gave me those 18 targets, man. I'm open every play. I'm Jerry, man. Throw me the sled. No, you're right. I kind of understand where Jerry's coming from. The receiver doc probably would not have been good for him.
Up, man. I can't be mic'd up, brother.
Nah, you're too serious, man. No, Jerry, we love having you on the show. Can't wait to do it again. This Niner season, I'm fired up. All the noise, speaking of which, real quick, because you guys had a lot of noise during your heyday. You had nothing but stars on the team. There's always expectations. Oh, the team's going to break apart. Look at these guys. This team continues to show with this core group that the noise doesn't mean a damn thing. Once it's time to kick off It start the season, they're ready to roll. We've seen this for 2 years in a row, despite all the noise from training camp in the offseason, Jerry.
Yeah, man, that just shows the maturity of the team, the great leaders, with Brock Purdy, with Fred Warner, all of those guys. And these guys are still hungry, man. They feel like, we have some unfinished business. And, it's great to, get there, but we got to kick it in. We got to win that trophy. And I think we have a legitimate chance this year. And it's going to, start by game, not looking that far down the road, and getting better as we get towards the end with all the momentum and stuff like that. And then once you get in the playoffs, there's a whole new ball game.
Jerry.
So I like where we are right now.
I feel like I'm not to the degree of the hatred of the Cowboys, but I'm getting very close when it comes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, we got to beat them. Jerry, we got to beat them. We got to beat them.
Hey, we got to beat them because we don't want them to three-peat. I'm going to be honest with you. And we came very close to three-peating. And that still hurts. That still hurts. Yep. But, I think we have a great chance of winning the Super Bowl and, beating the Chiefs and also beating Taylor Swift.
Yes. and we want to beat those guys up in Edgewood who were trying to heckle you while you played golf.
What was that?
That's where it started, Jerry.
You want some of me? You want some of me? Here I am.
I love you, Jerry.
Man up, let's go.
Jerry, they need some Go Fuel, man. Go Fuel. Go get some Go Fuel, man.
Hey, look, I got my Go Fuel. I'm good. I'm good to go, baby.
You stay charged up, Jerry. You stay charged. And congratulations, too, with your son making his debut, man, with the Chargers. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah. To be a father and probably have your son in the NFL. I know you feel proud.
Yeah, and also I'm a grandfather for the first time.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
My daughter had a beautiful boy,
nice.
7 pounds, 9 ounces.
Is he running routes yet?
Yeah, I was going to say, did you throw them a brick already?
He got big hands. And big feet. Big hands.
Did you throw him half the brick already, Jerry? Jeez. Let him live a little bit. All right, Jerry. Good stuff, man. Always good to talk to you.
Have a great day, guys.
You too. Jerry Rice, the GOAT here on the River Islands Guest Line. River Islands Guest Line. Jerry's so fun, man, to talk to. He really lives in that. So when Breece Hall scored, you saw how the way he threw that football? I like it when an enemy comes in and they throw it. He threw it so hard into the wall. You go watch Jerry. He's like pointing at him like had to be held back, and then popcorn goes flying out to the field. And Jerry's like, yo, Breece, get some, dude. So,
when I seen him throw that ball,
it's interesting. Like,
oh my God.
Hearing every player, I heard a podcast with JT Snow and with Rich Aurelia, and they were talking about how Willie Mays was such a part of Giants spring training. Do you know how lucky we are that almost every home game, Steve Young and Jerry Rice are there?
Yep.
Almost every home game.
And now you're getting Patrick Willis at the games.
Patrick Willis at all the games.
Yeah, I know. Frank Gore.
Who was the guy, by the way, in the background of the Frank Gore thing on the phone the entire time?
I don't know.
Did you see that guy?
I don't know.
Anyway, point being is that we're very lucky that these guys go to all the games and are on the sidelines and stuff. I'm walking into the stadium. Do you know the center, 49-mile walk-in or whatever? It's me and Rocco and my buddy Jamie. And all the crazy jerseys. Oh, there's that. And Rocco goes, bro, is that BY? And I go, it is. And it's Sean Taylor. So we walk up on him and I go, yo, BY, what's up? No one knew who they were. And BY's humongous, of course. And I go, hey, thanks for coming on the show, blah, 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 blah. Super nice. I go, John Taylor, you're my partner's favorite player of all time. He goes, I'm 62. Don't I look good? I'm like, hell yeah, you look good.
Dude, John Taylor was running material at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame with Guru and I. But continue.
No, but like as a Niner fan, and Candlestick was great. But one thing that Candlestick didn't have was that access to the older players. And so for them to be at the forefront, I think that's one area where everybody loses their mind about this and that, and Jed and Denise and Dr. John. You know what they've done a great job of?
Bringing back the alumni.
There's not a question in my mind. And we're very lucky when the game is paused and you see a 9 or 10-year-old and the dad says, hey, look, it's Jerry Rice on the Jumbotron. And Jerry's in there with the fans and he's going crazy. That's the kind of stuff that me as a lifelong third, fourth generation Niner fan, like that hits me in my soul.
It's a great point there. And I think the Bay Area teams in general do a great job at that. The Warriors have really embraced it with Al Waddles. The Giants have done it for many. The Giants may have been at the forefront with it, with having Willie Mays and Willie McCovey, Juan Marichal, and the baby boy, Orlando Cepeda, and all these guys come around here. Hell, Bill Lasky's doing shows now. You know what I'm saying? They've done a great. I think the Giants were at the forefront, and then you get the Niners celebrating their rich history, because people forgot about the rich history, and the youngsters don't know about the rich history. So to see the Bryant Youngs and the John Taylors and the Jerry Rices, and they really embrace the fan base, and they're like, you hear from Jerry, he's still a Niner. He don't claim the Raiders like that.
Did you hear Frank Gore yesterday?
Absolutely.
I almost shed a tear. He goes, I had that dog in me.
Frank Gore.
Oh, my God.
Frank Gore, being a Niner and being in the Hall of Fame, and now Patrick Willis. And so and then you see what the Warriors with Rick Barry coming around, and Clifford Ray, and Mully's still part of the equation, and Festus is now part. So these Bay Area teams in general, they all kind of like, it's a competition now. Oh, you want to bring the alumni? I'm going to bring these guys out. And it's great for the fans to see the history and see the living legends out there representing the teams.
When you're sitting in that south end zone near the Foghorn, and you got Jerry chilling with fans, and when I mean like literally you could reach out and touch them, I just think that there's an approachability that Jerry has. To me, he's the greatest living football player ever. We can talk about greatest quarterback, and he's one of the greatest players of all time. The longevity, the excellence.
He's the greatest player. I mean, he had a Hall of Fame career going into his 30s. And then go look at his career when he turned 30.
It's
actually sick. It's actually like, you look at Barry Bonds, baseball reference, before we get to the calls, we got full lines here, and we'll get to everybody as we recap the Niners' opening season win against the New York Jets, 32-19. Wasn't even that close. But you look at Jerry's stack. All right, so the accolades: Hall of Famer, 13-time Pro Bowl, 10-time All-Pro, 3-time Super Bowl champ, NFL MVP, all 90s team, all 80s team, 2-time AP Offensive Player of the Year. And then you get to the year after 30, right? He turns 30 in 1992. He goes for 1201. Then as a 31-year-old, it goes to 1503. Then he goes 1499. Then he goes 1848, 1995 as a 33-year-old. Then he goes 1254.
Come on,
then he turns 36, and he goes 1157 as a 36-year-old. Oh, then he goes to the Raiders as a 39-year-old. He just receives 1,139 yards. Then he goes 1211. I mean, the guy was going for 1,000. He had a 1,000-yard season as a 40-year-old. As a 40-year-old running route in the NFL, it goes for 1211. That's how deadly Jerry Rice was.
He's just one of the greatest players ever. And it's just, I think it's really special that you get all these guys. And so to hear Frank Gore bring him up, he's like, when I used to see Jerry Rice, it'd get me fired up. I was like, dude, it hit me in my soul. And now I'm thinking to myself, Christian McCaffrey now gets to see Frank Gore. That's how old we are, right? And I don't know. I thought it was special. And on a night where Jordan Mason, kind of pops for the entire country, Niner fans would be like, give Mason touches. And to do it with all the alumni there, with Bryant Young, with Vernon, with Patrick Willis. I thought it was cool.
Guy McIntyre's always around. He showed up to the summit.
How about Tom Raffin? They showed a side-by-side Tom. And Tom's fingers looking like Baldy's fingers in this thing. It was just, I don't know, it hit me in my soul.
Let's go to Vernon Davis, his speech during Frank Gore's halftime introductory speech here.
Frank is not just the greatest running back of all time, but he models consistency and dedication. The thing that impresses me that Frank was able. I was a dog. 8 out of 10 seasons, Frank was able to rush over 1,000 yards. Can you imagine the wear and tear, everything he had to go through to do that? That's few and far between. One thing me and my teammates learned from Frank is how to be a pro. Every morning I walked into the locker room, Frank was there. His nutrition, the way he took care of his body, I was a dog.
That had me so fired up.
Frank Gore,
because Frank never showed any emotion.
No, he didn't. He did.
I was a dog.
He did, man. He was so good.
Keep that on the board.
He was so good.
I love Frank Gore so much.
Let's get out to the lines, man. Let's go to Dennis in the city. Dennis been on hold the longest. We'll get to Dennis. We'll get to JC. We'll get to Nick. Where is Yogi, the New York Jets fan? Yogi, you can't call the morning roast, pop your top, start talking that talk, and then disappear a day after you get your ass kicked. Yogi, I may not even want the jersey anymore. I just want to hear your voice, Yogi. Dennis, good morning to you. What up, Dennis?
Morning, guys.
What's up, Dennis?
Hey, good morning. Are you there?
I'm there.
I'm here. Good
me?
morning.
Oh, good morning. All right. Yeah, it was great. Football starting again. God, I love watching. I watch with my two sons. But anyway, it's hard to argue with Shanahan because he's had so much success. And I'm a fan of his, but at the same time, what drives me crazy is that, he doesn't have any trust, it seems like, in his backups. And that was the case last year with Mason. You probably had a lot of callers last year about Mason, like McCaffrey being used so much. Yeah. And that, that there was no trust. We were crying last year for him to give McCaffrey a break and put Mason in. And he didn't do it. And now look at McCaffrey. You know what I mean? Yeah. McCaffrey, who knows what's going to happen with McCaffrey? He led the NFL in touches last year. And you look at last night. Why did he have Debo in there running the ball late in the game when the game was already, won? You know what I mean? And me and my sons are sitting there going, now he's going to get Debo hurt. He's going to run Debo into the ground. And by halftime, Debo was already spent, it seemed like.
Well, it's the first game of the season. Cardio's not up yet, Dennis.
No, but to Dennis's point, I agree with him on this. Like, when you're up multiple scores, you do. I just hear me out.
You're only dressing 53 guys.
No, I get that, but that's why you need to elevate like a Matt Breida, and you need to have another guy that you trust. If you have a rookie that you don't trust as your backup to Mason, to me, then now let's make a move this week to ensure, because if Mason does go down or Debo goes down, you're really in a precarious spot.
No, I hear that, but Debo's going to play. This is football. They could get hurt on every given play. We gotta stop acting like we got to bubble wrap these guys every regular season. These games are close. The Jets had no shot last night, right? Yeah, you're still up 16 points. They could get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion.
Well,
we see weirder things happen. We see weirder things happen.
And so now,
without Ricky Pearsall, and without Jacob Cowing having the reps as a starter, who are you going to go to? You got to keep Debo on the field. Brandon Ayuk's not ready to roll and take on the full allotment of snaps. He's not there yet. He's got to build his endurance.
We're talking about running our running backs in between the tackles.
No, I hear that, but where else are you going to run? You're going to run outside? You can get outside too.
No, what I'm saying is you need to have guys on the roster, on the active roster, who you trust then. I think that's the point. There is something to be said for, like, a lot of people that, like myself, that were clamoring to see a little bit of Jordan Mason last year. We feel a little validated, and maybe he wasn't ready. I'll grant Kyle Shanahan that. Maybe he wasn't. He didn't earn it for X, Y, and Z reasons. Also, I understand that. But there is something to be said for it's a long season, and you're going to have to trust somebody else to be able to run the ball at some point. And when you're up multiple scores, you're up 13 at this point. It's 4th and 1. You kick the field goal. Now you're still only up 2 8-point scores, meaning a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. I would have probably gone for it. I understand why you kicked the field goal, but to me, being up 13, being up 16 is almost the same. I would have gone for it on 4th and 1 and gone for it there. That's one area more than the backups. And that one was a little head scratchy.
But you know what?
But I'm nitpicking.
You know what though? They trust their defense. The Jets were doing nothing offensively. You trust your defense, and you say, are they really going to score 2 touchdowns, convert 2-point conversions against us? Probably not. Now, when it comes to running the ball last year, McCaffrey doesn't like to leave the field. He doesn't like to leave the field.
Yeah, but
he's an Iron Man.
I hear you. There for a reason.
Yeah, I hear seatbelts.
For your safety.
Seatbelts, but he could get hurt on the 10th carry. He could get hurt on the 15th carry. The guy doesn't like to leave the field. So when it comes to football and injuries or whatnot, I hear everybody saying, ease the load up a little bit on Christian McCaffrey. But you were in all the football games last year, so McCaffrey could ill afford to leave the field because you got so many guys and he does so much. Shanahan talks about it. The game plan is always built for damn near Christian McCaffrey. We run our offense through Christian McCaffrey. So I hear you. Now. Jordan Mason's going to get a lot of carries, and you're going to have to really monitor Christian McCaffrey because he has an Achilles injury now. And Shanahan spoke to why CMC was inactive.
Just the same stuff that was bothering him all week. There was a little too much today. Game time decision. He came in, just talking to him about it. It was still there. Thought it was going to be smart to keep him out, and glad we did.
Was there a setback, Kyle Shanahan?
No, he didn't have a setback. I mean, it was on and off throughout the week. He was able to practice throughout the week. Just it was always bothering him to a degree, and sometimes it goes away, sometimes it comes back. And today was bothering him a little too much to where we didn't feel good about it.
All right, will this injury linger, Kyle Shanahan? will it linger? Is this something we need to worry about in October, in November, in December? Here's what Shetty had to say about that.
Always. I mean, it's been lingering last few weeks, but it's getting better and better, and hopefully it'll be better next week.
So it's lingering. And I don't like the fact that the Achilles was popped up onto the injury report.
Who was the third running back suited up last night?
It was Patrick Taylor Jr., Isaac Guerendo, and Jordan Mason.
Yeah, because Guerendo got some looks.
Guerendo played 3 snaps yesterday.
Yeah, he was playing. He was number 31.
Yeah, 31.
He switched.
And Patrick Taylor Jr. was 32.
I didn't see him. Did he?
He didn't play.
Okay, I didn't see him on.
He didn't play offense.
Yeah, one of those guys, you're going to have to give him a couple looks. Just to have something else in the bag, just in case.
The name I'm hearing about is Keyshawn Vaughn. Keyshawn Vaughn, former Tampa Bay Buccaneer. He could be in play. He's on the practice squad right now. He may get elevated next week if Christian McCaffrey cannot go. Keep an eye on Keyshawn Vaughn. Keyshawn Vaughn as a potential guy to get carries outside of Jordan Mason. Let's get back to the lines. 888-957-9570. Let's get to BPA. BPA, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, what's going on?
What's up?
I think Mason should be in the rotation. He's touched the ball 10 times a game, and that will result in a better version of McCaffrey, who doesn't need to touch the ball 35 times a game, and that's not good for him or for the team. And I think it's kind of obvious. Hopefully Shanahan gets that. Collins, huge upgrade in the middle, huge upgrade over what they had last year.
Huge.
And Odom cannot be on the field as a safety, right? That'll be, I really, really hope that that's temporary, because he's not a good safety, not a good cover safety, not a good anything, really. And I think that's the only real weak link on their defense, is if Odom's on the field. Anyways, have a great day, guys.
Yeah. All right, you too. Let's get to let's go to Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. Appreciate you. Happy victory Tuesday, actually. I just wanted to give credit to Jake Moody. That man won me my fantasy league last night, so appreciate the 26 points. The point I wanted to make though is about Jordan Mason. I promise I've been singing this guy's praises since 2022. The first game he came in against New Orleans, he finished off the game with a couple like 7, 10, 8-yard runs. I'm like, this dude runs hard. Ends up finishing the year with 250 and 6 per average. Last year, got a little bit more, reps. He showed his flashes, but it was still like, you obviously have to use a player like CMC with how good he is. But after what we saw last night, I'm so happy for him. I think Shanahan has his first 1-2 true running back punch since Atlanta with Freeman and Coleman. It's just, you got to find a way to get this guy in, because it makes the Niners more physical. It wears on you throughout the game when we keep running the ball like that, and you got a back like Mason running you over. So I hope this is just a good wake-up call that, like, I need to use both running backs to keep CMC fresh and provide that physical football.
Yes. We see it in Detroit with Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. They're 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
They're dynamic. Philadelphia, Kenneth Gainwell, I don't think he's a great backup to Saquon Barkley. That's something to look at when it comes to Philly. The Rams at one point will deploy Blake Corum. They will get to Blake Corum at some point. They will. So having 2 running backs, yeah, absolutely, it's beneficial.
Well, I think the bigger thing is, and look, when you're in the game, like, CMC's our best option. No doubt. But like, this is where, as the head coach, you have to zoom out at times, and you have to say, like, all right, I know we're up, let's say 10 points, 15 points, whatever it is, right? And we're in kind of complete control here. I would love to continue to jam CMC down this other team's throat, but like, all right, here's where I got to taper off, because it's October and I need CMC to be fresh. And there are no guarantees either way, but I'm going to try to stay dedicated to, all right, in certain situations, I do need to give Mason this full series here so that come January, I get a better version of both players.
Trust is the word. Shanahan probably didn't quite trust him.
No.
Maybe there's some fumbles in practice we don't know about. I don't know. But obviously the trust of Christian McCaffrey, knowing that ball security. Now, I know people are going to say, well, you fumbled the Super Bowl first time. It was the Super Bowl, and I get it. But McCaffrey doesn't fumble. And so the trust factor there, maybe Jordan Mason won over some more trust when it came to Kyle Shanahan last night. It's Jordan Mason. Most rushing yards by a player, their first career start in franchise history. Jordan Mason, third all time, 147 last night. Second, Kevin Barlow, 154 against in 2003 against Arizona, and then Carlos Hyde on that Monday night game against the Minnesota Vikings back on September the 14th, 2015. We got time to squeeze in one call, so we break.
Well, we got to do the legal first, then we can break.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Listen to 95.7 KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station.
Are you serious?
Always live on the free Odyssey app. So we don't read illegals on time on the show. We get people who curse.
There's no we.
We get people who curse. Well, you keep talking, so I can't squeeze the legal in.
You better be careful.
I'm just throwing Shaska under the bus. Sorry.
It's fine.
I'm just railroading him.
I'm not optimistic.
I'm blaming Shaska. I'm blaming the calls, too.
Oh, wow. Did you guys know it's a $7,800 fine for missing the legal?
How much is it?
$7,800.
Damn, it comes out my check.
You want to talk about some outdated stuff. I mean, geez, Louise.
That's another fine.
You know what? Let's just break. Your phone calls. Everybody, stay on hold. We'll get to y'all. That's coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital...
stable of backs. But at the same time, it's they're very, very good up front. From an efficiency standpoint, they beat us up front, plain and simple.
Hey, it's Hyman from San Pablo, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yo, Joe, stop interrupting.
What?
Wow, that's another one? That's the second one, or is that the same one from yesterday?
God.
Oh.
I want to know what's Sal Licata saying this morning. What's Evan Roberts saying this morning? Because my boy, Jamie, Jets fan, God bless his soul. I feel bad for the man. He's like, dude, Hackett's the worst.
Well,
Salah's the worst. Salah will be a 49er coach in 2 years.
Well, Stugat said it, or he'll be in Miami with Mike McDaniel.
Okay.
Either or. But what's crazy is the Jets. Stugat said something yesterday. We're going to get to all the lines. Everybody's going to get on the line before we end the show. And I see all the calls. I see, man, it's good to have everybody back. Football's back, and the phone lines are buzzing again. But the Jets. Stugat said yesterday, we're so bad that they have to do a 30 for 30 on a unit. Not a team, not a coach. They have to do a 30 for 30 on the defensive line because we've never been great. We've had a little defensive line. We had a little bit of linebacker play. We had Revis Island for a second. We had LT for a little bit, Sanshot, whatever it is. It's the Jets. So that's why when I was driving into the game, I was like, Shasky, in my head, I was thinking, I swear to God, if I had some money, I'd bet right now on the Niners. Well, even with the McCaffrey team made me pause for a second.
You get off the
no.
Hype the Jets up. What about the opponent?
Well, what do we got? What do we got to do something to hype it up? You want to talk Ayuk holding to hold out to Trent Williams
In
again?
the words of Sean Connery, you can't take both sides.
Hey, listen.
Jets might still be a really good team.
Yeah, they still might.
I know they're last in their division, but everyone, like the Patriots, no one saw them winning. Like that defense, they still think is really good. It just speaks to how good that Niners offense was.
But you got to hype it. I mean, I'm the guy who got everybody hyped up for Chauncey Billups Day. You got to win for Chauncey Billups.
No one
and the
was hyped up for that.
But then in the third quarter, y'all was texting, damn, Bonte, Portland's up 8. Warriors are in trouble. We won for Chauncey. Remember, that became a game. That became a game.
I think it was more of an indictment on how bad the Warriors were.
I think next week the Vikings are saying they're going to win one for JJ.
I'm letting you know right now.
Trap game.
We are smoking the Vikings.
Okay.
Trap game for Sam Darnold. You think Sam Darnold is confusing this defense? Okay.
I remember last year the conversation was Kirk Cousins was going to get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Lock of the century.
Okay. Wow.
The Niners.
Was it Vikings by Niners going to beat the Vikings by 20? That's what you said?
2-touchdown victory, Niners. Lock it up.
Not 20.
You said 20 yesterday.
You said 20 yesterday.
Today I'm feeling like 2 touchdowns.
Yeah,
Darnold's got you shot.
Shasky, it's Tuesday. Walk it back Wednesday's tomorrow.
Gentlemen. Lock of the century. Because you know why? They're going to be up so big, Darnold will get one of those garbage Jaden Daniels touchdowns. Those end of the game.
Lock of the century by moving the goalpost.
Sam Darnold. He's so funny.
Just say it out loud. Sam Darnold's going to stay close with the Niners.
The Niners are winning the game.
It's not going to happen.
They better win the game.
The line's open. Do you guys know what it is already
6.
or no? Oh, well, there you go. Well, that ruined that.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is. Is that just a guess?
Niners favored by 6?
I know things.
Oh, so you looked it up.
He looked it up.
Okay.
Yeah, he looked it up.
Yeah, Niners are 6-point favorites on the road.
I drove in and thought, Monday Night Football, the Jets are really going to beat the Niners. Then I'm down there for the pregame festivities. The Jets ain't winning this game.
Did you taste the grass and you knew that?
I did taste the grass. I almost tasted the grass. There's too many people watching. There's too many people down there. I wanted to eat grass, but I didn't want to, I like to eat grass and just kind of walk. Like when I go to training camp, I'm going on little walks.
You didn't eat any grass.
But no, you take the grass. You take the grass and you toss it up and you see where the wind is blowing. You know how they do that in the football field?
That's what you do in the outfield too.
You do that in the outfield of baseball. Yeah. So I like to do that, toss the grass up, see where the wind is blowing it in. Okay, yeah, it's edible. It's ready to roll.
I think that's what you do. You toss the grass up, but you don't toss all the grass up. So you have a few in your hand, and then you eat it when no one's looking.
The only grass that was in the air was weed, okay? That's the smell of weed. That's Northern California's finest. That's what it was.
And there was a smell of kick-ass yesterday, according to Fred Warner, before the game.
Bring it tight. I need time. Hey, laser focus. 4 quarters. Execution. Y'all know we were busy. I'm whooping my ass. They gotta know that. We take that to tempo every time. So these boys, they don't belong on the field with us. We the best. Let's go whoop the.
You have a gladiator hyping up his team with gladiator-like music. whatever that was in the background. I mean, that's goosebumps right there. If I would have saw that before the game, I'd have said, you know what, babe, what's the 401k looking like right now? Let's go ahead and throw that on the 49ers. Fred's not losing that game. We're better than them. We're the best. We're in the business of kicking ass. And Fred Warner had a look in the postgame presser, because I was sitting in the postgame presser. He came in early during Purdy, and he was just sitting down. He was looking straight ahead. I'm sitting right in front of me. And then I see him at the podium. And I see him walk off, and I had a little quick small talk with him. That guy is so locked in, Shasky, that the Super Bowl hangover conversation, it makes me feel foolish that we even had it, that we even addressed it. Because Fred Warner's on his football team. And he's an all-time player, Shasky. He may be the best linebacker when it's all said and done in 49ers franchise history.
I mean,
this guy's flying around left and right, sideline to sideline, and he's on another damn DPLY campaign.
David Wilcox, is on the line. But, he just might be.
He's better than Wilcox. I think he's better than Wilcox. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. We talked about it yesterday. The matchup between Breece Hall and Fred Warner. Fred Warner lives for those moments. He lives to take out a guy. Breece Hall is drafted number 3 in fantasy football. He's a home run hitter. If he gets a crease, he's gone. Well, watch this. I'm going to erase him.
I mean, Hardy Brown he's literally known for cracking back dudes. This whole tackle that he had was banished. I know this is going back to the 50s, and Joe, you always go to the 50s, but Hardy Brown is a Hall of Famer.
When it's all said and done,
great ones.
When it's all said and done, Fred Warner may be better than all of them. He's durable. He's sideline to sideline. He's an all-pro. For 3 straight years, basically, everybody recognizes him as the best linebacker in football. And it's not even a question. Nobody even questioned. You go quarterback, you go running back, you go there's all these questions. Fred Warner, there's no question. No doubt about it. Yeah, this guy's a monster.
He's ridiculous. And I think he's already equivalent to Patrick Willis. There's just totally different players for different eras. He was made in a lab in terms of being able to stuff the run sideline to sideline, cover in space with all of these 3 and 4 wide receiver sets. He's unbelievable. Who doesn't think Fred Warner's great? And at a podium, he's the most presidential dude ever.
Dude, that was the Roman Reigns interest music?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Let him play it one more time.
I know he's an actor.
I need time. Hey, laser focus. 4 quarters. Execution. Y'all know we're in the business of whooping my ass. They gotta know that. We think they can tempo every time. So these boys, they don't belong on the field. We the best. Let's go whoop the Come here.
The way he dropped we gonna show these boys that they don't even belong on the same field as us. We're the best. God damn, Fred Warner for 6
and they
straight.
did that to a Hall of Famer and Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
And so now we're all think that they're not going to be ready to roll against the Vikings. Come on. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but
yeah, let's look, we'll get to the Vikings. We'll break them down. I want to go back and watch their film against the New York Jets. I know they played Danny Dimes.
This team's on a warpath.
But I believe it. There's the class of the NFC. The NFC runs through San Francisco, folks. I don't care if it was week 1, New York Jets, they settled for 6 field goals, it still dropped 32. All right? So are they going to average 30 this year? They scored 32 yesterday, had a C-plus game offensively. They ran the ball down their throats. Passing game was meh, and they still threw for over 200 yards. Against that team, that was one of the best defenses all of football last season. Feel good about this team moving forward, man. Detroit, please. Philly, please.
So you're going to okay?
Yeah, I'm doing that, Shasky. I'm doing that. I'm going to be cocky all damn season with this football team.
Sam Darnold.
No. Nobody says Sam Darnold. It's in Minnesota. It's their home opener. They're going to be fired up. It's a road game, 10 in the morning, short week. Weird things happen. So if it's a little closer, I'm okay with that. But I'm also looking at the 49ers being 3-0 before they host the Patriots at Levi Stadium. Yeah, I'm jumping ahead. I'm being big cocky this morning. This team's loaded. Come on. Jump on board, baby. Jump on board. JC in Sacramento, what's happening?
Hey.
And the offensive line. The offensive line is playing lights out. JC, what's happening?
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up, baby?
What's up?
I just want to say a couple quick points. The offensive line, great balance. Last year, it was mainly run to the left side. Now we have some right side balance. Now we can do more play action and have more things open available to that right side. That's the balance that I like to see. The defensive line, they were looking pretty stout. They were looking better than I thought they were going to do in that run interior defense. I was impressed by that. The pass rush, we can get that going with some stunts, different things like that. I'm not really too concerned about that. It's just game 1. The only quick little cons that I have is we have to establish a second running back. I don't really need to see Deebo play running back anymore. He's not more explosive or more dynamic, in my opinion, than any running back that you're going to be able to put back there. And if he gets hurt, he had the 2 shoulder injuries last year. We lose any advantages that we have by putting him in the backfield and getting him on linebacker. So I just don't really need to see him line up at tailback behind a fullback and go up the middle. I just don't really need to see that. Just establish a second running back behind Mason, because 30 touches is a lot of touches. And I get it. That's the Shanahan offense going back to Denver and now with us. There is no Eli. There is no C-Mac. And I believe, honestly, C-Mac's probably going to miss half the season. Because if he sustains an Achilles, his career is in jeopardy with the amount of touches and his age. They're going to hold him off as long as possible. So just establish a second running back. Ayuk, he going to work his way back. All the guys, get off of Ayuk's case. He was just trying to get his money. We got to let that go. If nobody's mad at C-Mac for fleecing the Niners out of an extra $3 million, knowing he was hurt, then we got to let that whole Ayuk go. You know what I'm saying? But I love what I saw yesterday. Purdy's looking like he's trying to get that $60 million. I love this confidence. He was comfortable, and I'm ready for him to start making audibles and really take command of this offense. I love what I saw, and let's go Niners.
He had 2 different occasions Saubert lined up improperly, and before he could hike it, he backed away, and he was like, no, get over here. And that's the little stuff that I love from Brock Purdy. That's not going to show up on a stat sheet.
No doubt. And it's week 1. There's going to be some sloppiness there, and lining up wrong and trying to get the formation right, trying to avoid delay game penalties. Had to burn a couple timeouts. They avoided delay game penalty a couple times. So, look, it's week 1. They got a lot of things to clean up. There's no doubt.
I love that Shanahan threw that challenge flag on that catch from Garrett Wilson on the sideline. It was pretty obvious to me that his foot was on the line because I'm looking right down the line there. And I just didn't know if he was going to throw it in time or not. And then they said, we have, automatic replay? What did they say?
Automatic replay or something.
I had never heard that. He didn't even have to challenge it.
Me either. It was
automated replay? What was that?
Well, they have the quick one now where they can super expedite this whole thing where you just, instead of going to the booth and doing the whole thing, you have someone that's already watching it in real time. Yeah, so they're trying to expedite that process because it is a pain in the ass when it's 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
When we saw it 50 times on highlight.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Let's go to Ken in Pennsylvania. Ken, what's happening?
Ken.
You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Good morning, Ken.
I'm doing great.
Oh, I'm feeling great. I felt like Kittle last night. Run it again. Now, Chasky, real quick, be careful about these Vikings. They haven't won there since '92. I just want to remind you of that. Bad juju. And then here's my last point.
That means we're due.
I called you guys yesterday, and I said I want to see Purdy start out on the right foot and see how this offense looks. And you guys talked about it over the summer that you want to see what he almost looks like without these weapons, so he can start proving the doubters wrong.
Yep.
And he did it last night without CMC. I am so freaking happy with how that happened last night.
Yeah, it is refreshing. Ken, good call. It is refreshing to know that I don't have to question the quarterback anymore. That's done. Brock Purdy's the guy. He's the guy for this offense. He's the guy for this head coach. He's the guy for this group. He's our quarterback. And so last week when you asked me, what's a franchise quarterback? Is he a franchise quarterback? You know what? For this franchise, he is the quarterback. He's the guy to lead this team to the Super Bowl. He's the guy who has commanded this offense, and he looks so calm and composed. He has mastered this, baby. I think the best is yet to come for Brock Purdy. I really like where he's at mentally, physically. I like where he's at playing the quarterback position.
So they were marching toward me. I guess am I the south end zone? Is that the south? Opposite of the
that is south.
Parking lot. Okay.
That is south.
So they're marching toward the south end zone. So on my side, they're going to the right. He's going to his left. He spins out, and there's really nowhere to throw the ball. And I'm like, just get down. And he just dropped, and he just fell to the ground. And he was like, I think last year he tries to spin and make a move and try to throw it downfield and do X, Y, and Z. And it was like, dude, just that play is dead. Eat it. And just live to fight another day.
Yep.
Those are the little things, the areas of growth that we were all looking for. And I think that his game management, game manager. No, that was a game management play because you just, all right, this play's dead. Let's eat it. I'm not going to get any yards here. If I throw it away, it might get picked or whatever. Just go down. Those are the little things I love. I want to see him though use his legs a little more. I'm not saying we're running him like he's Josh Allen or Lamar, but there were a couple times where he had a lot of grass in front of him, and it's like, hey, Purdy, dude, you do have great legs. Yeah, just use those a little.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. I do believe he'll do that a little bit more. And extending plays is just what he does. He does it very well at a high level, so Purdy's fine, man. Purdy played really well yesterday. Really happy with where he's at offensively. Again, they scored 32 points, and they don't score in the red zone whatsoever. 205 in the red zone. They have to settle for 6 field goals. But another conversation is a conversation we don't have. And when we don't have the conversation about this particular position, that means this position is playing well. It's like referees. If we're not talking about the officials or the refs, that means they had a good day at the office.
Oh, I did not
Offensive line. If we're not talking much about them, other than crediting them, like if we're not talking about them for the most part, it means they had a good day. Well, Jake Moody, we haven't talked about the kicker position in a very long time. We know he missed the PAT, 6 of 6 yesterday, with no doubters. No doubters. Jake Moody, you got Wisnowski and you got Jake Moody. You don't have to worry about the kicking positions for the next 5 years.
I'm still thinking about Presley Harvin the fourth, or whatever his name is. But that's just me.
He had a really good day yesterday.
No, he did. You were talking about their officials. There was one drive. I swear to God, they were looking for things to throw flags on that entire drive. They were trying to keep the Jets in that game. That's what it felt like to me. I'm not trying to say there was a conspiracy theory against the Niners. I'm saying it was like they were going out of their way to try to find something to negate that drive. It was ridiculous. They scored like 3 straight touchdowns. And they're like, nope, we're going to call this back. And then even on the swing pass, which was clearly a lateral or whatever, it was behind the line of scrimmage and Juice is blocking prematurely. It was so obvious to see. And then they're like, offensive pass interference. Thank God they pulled that one back. That entire drive was driving me crazy.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, look, it's week 1 for the officials as well. It's week 1. I thought the holding call on Deebo. I thought the holding on Deebo Samuel was a little tiki-tack where he just basically punked Sauce Gardner. Sauce Gardner was not going to get off that block, in my opinion.
You're down on him.
He just doesn't want to tackle. He's a good cover quarter. But in a game like this, physicality, physical football, I'll look around and say, he doesn't want to hit. It's too physical for him. And some guys are built differently. George Kittle's built for a game like yesterday. Fred Warner's built for a game like yesterday. It just got a lot of dudes on that side of the football. They're not built for games like that. Offensive line was a little soft. They weren't running the ball, blowing holes open. They were a step slow all the way around. And they had a great training camp, according to the sources, that the Jets were humming and firing all cylinders in training camp.
According to sources.
They got whipped yesterday. Wow, they got whipped.
The energy in the building was incredible yesterday. The vibes were immaculate.
The vibes with Brendan Ayuk. You want to listen to this full game press before we take the calls? Listen to Brendan Ayuk after the game. Now, a lot of people are down on him because he dropped the pass. We heard from Peyton Manning on the Manning cast. He was not happy about it. Well, I thought it was very interesting on the drive home. Brendan Ayuk was a man of very few words here. I want you to listen to this. It's about a minute 50 long, minute 50.
I'm ready.
How would you assess how that one went tonight for you guys?
What'd you say?
How would you assess just overall how that one went for you and the team as well?
It was a good win. Real good win.
What can you say about what Jordan Mason did tonight?
He did a great job. He was running real hard, as he's been, and showed tonight.
How much did you want that touchdown catch back in the end zone by Brock? Looked like a dime.
It was a dime. Sick.
Get him next week?
For sure.
Overall, how did you feel physically and I guess any rust at all?
I felt good.
Brandon, running out onto the field, hearing your name called, knowing that you were still playing at Levi's Stadium as a Niner, what went through your head during that moment?
I was just excited. I was just super excited, ready to play.
Did you feel that from a cohesiveness you guys had that offensively? Was it still kind of a feeling out process at all for you guys?
In terms of what?
Just I guess from a rhythm standpoint or anything like that, what you guys wanted to put on tape or on the field there?
No, I think the offense did a great job. When
did you guys know that CMC wasn't going to play?
I just found out.
Before the game?
Mm-hmm.
Brandon, how much does that change the game plan when McCaffrey was ruled out, that Mason was going to step up? Did you get any words of encouragement going into the game? The team was very capable of taking that or running back?
No, he's a great running back. He's stepped in and done great multiple times before, so same thing.
Brandon, do you feel like Deebo Samuel's performance was like 2021 all over again?
I don't know what that means, but he had a great game today.
And that's your post-game Brendan Ayuk presser. I'll say, with all the short answers, I'm not really surprised because there's a lot of things said about BA during the hold-in, a lot of smoke thrown his way. Now, he admittedly said, look, I dragged this on a little too long, and part of this is my fault. But he also probably doesn't forget what people were writing about him and some of the names he was being called. So maybe that's his way of saying, you know what? You guys said what you said. Well, I'm going to give you 5-word answers.
Yeah,
it's not the best look. It's not the best look at their game, but the tone I got was this team's just not satisfied with a 32-19 win.
I didn't have deep thoughts on his responses other than he was just being brief. You know, we all have good and bad days. Yeah. You know, last Friday was a bad day for me.
Was it?
Yeah, well, I was stepping all over you, you know.
I don't remember that.
And, you know, I've had better days. You know when you walk out of the studio and you have a good day and a bad day. And I think yesterday, whether at the podium for him, it just wasn't a great day, and that's okay. We move on. Right. We're on to Minnesota.
That was BA.
I just honestly, I don't have any like major thoughts about Ayuk and how he feels about the team and the fans. I get where you're coming from.
I listened to it yesterday. I was like, oh, interesting. And I'm not going to make a big deal about it, but it's something I'm going to bookmark.
Okay.
Because all the things that people were saying about him, you know, questioning his maturity, his attitude, and all this stuff. So there's a lot of things written that maybe BA hasn't forgotten about.
Well, here's what I would say to Brandon Ayuk. If those things are true, I would say none of that matters. Just focus on what you can control. And the controllables are your play, your conditioning, getting back up to speed, because you have been out a little. And all of the noise and all the other stuff is irrelevant if you just ball out.
Yeah, and he'll try to ball out there. He had a solid game in his first game back. Played 62% of the snaps. He'll get his snaps bumped up, of course, against Minnesota. All right, let's go to rat-a-tat-tat here. We got about 10 minutes left in the show. Nick in Berkeley. I know you're fired up right now. Nick in Berkeley, you there?
So fired up, he's gone.
The call didn't even get started. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. That's where you can contact them right now. Contact them, Nick.
It's
right in Arizona.
He was like breathing such hot fire, it melted his phone.
He's at work probably. Ryan in Arizona, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Just wanted to say, man, how about Pancake Pooney, man? Just pancaking Jets all over that field.
Pancake Pooney.
Right by the line. Yeah.
I kind of like that. I don't know if I call him that, Ryan. Pancake Pooney.
Yeah. But I tell you, he was every time I saw the game, there was another Jets player in the medical tent. Like, wow, they're just knocking them down right and left. Great game. Great show this morning. Loving every minute of it.
Let's go,
guys.
Niners.
Thanks. Thank you, Ryan. Let's go to Oriole Cookie in Oakland. Oriole Cookie, what's happening?
Hey, what up, man? I just wanted to give a shout-out to the defense. Let's put the early rat on the table. There is a star in every level of that defense, starting with Bosa, Warner. Pick somebody on the secondary. I don't care. We got stars out there. We ready to play. The Jets aren't no easy team on offense. They got a three-headed monster, but we handled them. So the NFC better watch out.
Yeah, that was – look, we don't know what the Jets may become. They were touted as having one of the best defenses last year. There was no doubt they got a lot of names on that defensive side of football. And, of course, Robert Saleh, who knew the Niners, apparently. Well, sounds like looked like Shanahan knew Saleh a lot more than he knew about his own football team. But they undressed the New York Jets. That game was over early in the third quarter, right at halftime. Done.
Saleh's done in New York. Whether it's after 9 or 10 wins this year or after 6, he's done.
Man. Gone, just like that.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Am I wrong?
Sit here and do a
you can see where this is going.
No, we all see where it's going.
I mean, Nathaniel Hackett's sitting on the bench, and Aaron Rodgers is like, yeah, dude, whatever. It's like, that was the guy you wanted to go coach Denver because you were going to go to Denver. Right. You brought him in to be your OC, and I didn't see one creative play yesterday. Not one.
They're
best play of the game was the Niners jumping off sides in a perfect dime by Aaron Rodgers over the top on the seam route.
And really, that was a broken play because people stopped playing for a second. It's like, what's going on here?
It was a great throw.
Ryan in San Bernardino. What's happening, Ryan?
Hey, my brothers. How you guys been, man?
We've been good, man. We've been good.
I'm doing great.
It's a long time, man.
I feel like Jordan Mason today. Bonte CMC.
This is my guy, San Bernardino Wolverines. Oh, I'm playing today. I'm playing. I got me about 30 touches today. Believe that.
Hey, man, you guys are superstars. What I wanted to say is that we all know how the faithful travel, and we always get so much credit for traveling. But watching the game yesterday from home, the crowd was so loud, bro. I've seen so many situations where I felt like there was a little bit left to be desired. But I feel like all the heartbreak that we've experienced, the crowd arrived officially yesterday, my guy. And also Malik Collins, man. What
Baller.
the heck? How did we get that guy, bro?
Yep.
Stole him.
I'm never spending $25 million on a D tackle ever again when I can find a Malik Collins just sitting there.
Well, Chris Jones, you spent $25 million on?
Again, Hall of Famer.
All right.
Like, there's a difference. If you're not a Hall of Fame guy, and also he's a sack guy, right? He disrupts games. Like, did anyone look? Eric Armstead's a really good player for this team. You know, really good player.
They didn't miss him yesterday
At all.
Did they miss Kinlaw?
No. Mook Dog. I saw him running off the field.
Yeah, I saw Mook Dog.
He got pushed around.
He got pushed around a little bit. Yes, I watched Mook Dog a lot yesterday.
You know who else I saw?
54. Cody Williams?
No.
Who?
Kyle Harrison was in the building. So was Tristan Beck. One of the Rodgerses. I'm also looking at a picture of Blake Snell.
The Giants? Oh.
They were at the Niner game.
Oh, good for them.
What are we doing? There's your Giants talk for the day.
They should have got a. They should have got a
baseball guys.
I don't know why they wanted to be seen right now.
Well,
that's pretty lame. I wouldn't be going out in public if I'm a member of the San Francisco Giants right now. Are you kidding me?
Blake Snell was going to try to talk to
who's going to recognize him?
The 49ers to see if they were going to extend him.
Trust me, this city knows losers. All right, the city can recognize a loser. And I'm not saying these guys personally are losers, but the team they're losers. The team is terrible. The team is a joke. All right? And I got Bob Melvin out here with Colts talking about, no disrespect to the people before me, but I'm not sure about our roster construction. What?
I told you, he's going to win this war.
Shut up.
And this is it, like, it's going.
Great, the Giants are there in town. Alex Cobb! Come on, man.
One guy gets recognized.
Come on, man.
Did you win your fantasy this week?
I won 2 leagues. I beat the most important people.
How many are you in?
I'm at 4.
4. That's too many.
Yeah.
Lucas is in 5.
I caught
number 4.
Really, it's 2 of them that I'm really into. This league that I'm in with the LA guys. I didn't know the draft was at 6 o'clock, so it was on the draft.
Here we go.
And I swear to God, I didn't know that. But I did beat Big Dog City on the strength of Breece Hall and Jake Moody, even though my quarterback went down, Jordan Love. So it was always good to beat Big Dog City because those games are personal. And they know it's personal in that league for how they did me in the baseball league.
I'll never ever forget them. Gardner?
Oh, he tapped out. He said nothing. He said nothing to the thread, nothing at all. He's quiet on the set, right?
He's down bad right now.
He's down bad right
the
now.
Raiders are 9.5-point dogs.
Then I beat my boy DC, Dave Cohen. What up, baby? I beat you. I threw high score. Threw up over 170. And it shattered Mike Williams because Mike Williams, our boy Mikey Williams from the Olympic Club. Shout out Mikey Williams. If it wasn't for Jake, if it wasn't for overtime and David Montgomery, you wouldn't have high score. I said, dude, it wouldn't have mattered. And then Jake Moody kicked 6 field goals. So, Mike Williams, I'm getting a high score this week. Pay me my money, homie. Pay me my money. So I'm feeling good. In the main leagues, my leagues that I power rank, I'm 1-0 in both of them. And that's a good start. It's another good start when we go to Tony in Oakland. Because, Shasky, I don't think you're in the zone right now. I don't think you're in the zone. Tony,
thank you, Bonte.
Hey, Tony, can you get my guy in the zone? Hey, and I got to say, I was thinking of
I could get anyone in the zone.
I know you can, but listen, Tony, you were like this. I was in the zone last week at the U.S. Open, 2 weeks ago, I should say.
Was I not right about Sabalenka?
Hey, Sabalenka, you were absolutely right. You were absolutely right. And I got to see my girl Coco. She wasn't focused. Unforced errors. And Djokovic wasn't moving around well on that knee.
The Niners just won. Can we talk about the Niners? Why are we talking tennis?
Get me in there with Coco, and she'll be number 1. But until that happens, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
Tony, back to the Niners.
This is what, okay. So I took the measure of Purdy. That dude we're going to the Super Bowl again. That guy has got it big. I said, as soon as he got married, they're working on the divine within between them. But anyway, but what we have to do is we have to plan ahead because we're going to be facing Mahomes, right? And those who are limited in their fourth quarter creativity wit, like Shanahan should not launch beyond their depths if we get behind. So what I'm saying, 49er management, if you're listening, Purdy can hold his own. He's a battlefield commander. He'll get it from God within intuitively and know what he should do in those moments. So you got to be able to hand over those reins, Shanahan, because we can't go down in flames again.
Tony, you're so spot on. How about that win, though? Brock Purdy playing well. How about that defense, Tony? Fred Warner. What type of zone was he
everyone, because you know what? They got that Christ leader in the middle of them, Purdy. He gives it to them.
He does. Hey, by the way, Tony, we got so much to come. Savalenka. I mean, come on. Sinner winning the way he did.
But
Arthur Ashe Stadium. Hey, Tony, listen. Shasky will never know about that zone. That's why he doesn't like tennis.
Yeah,
he will never know about that zone.
You know, the whole mystery, he's a Catholic, is the throne or the seat of God is when you mirror with it. That's the electromagnet. When you can just get them going, that's mirroring.
Tony, real quick, Tony. How do I get Shasky to the zone when it comes to these other sports? Like Arthur Ashe Stadium, U.S. Open, Flushing Meadows, New York, Wimbledon, Roland Garros. I don't think my boy understands the zone that you need to be in when you're playing at those great venues.
All he has to do, I don't know where he gets, when he's the coach with those kids. If he can feel it there, you can feel it anywhere. It's the same feel wherever it is.
Tony, you're the best.
Yeah,
Have a good day, Tony.
Do you feel me?
Have a good day, Tony.
In the words of Little Flip, you gotta feel me.
Crack, crack, crack. One thing for sure is Tony's a huge Brock Purdy fan, Shasky. Huge Brock Purdy fan. Go ahead. Kick off your final thought.
My final thought is football, as the sun is coming down, is incredible. And that stadium, for all of the little things that bug people about it, when you're sitting there and it's the middle of the third quarter and the Niners are marching and the sun just drops below the press box and the lights are on and the beautiful red and gold is on that field, it doesn't get any better. It was perfect sweatshirt weather. You could have wore shorts last night. It was amazing. And there's just something special about a primetime game and the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I live for it. I get nostalgic about it. I'll never get old. I'll never get tired of it. I love Monday Night Football, and I loved being there last night. Niner fans, I love you. Just in unison, I'm hugging you right now through the radio.
Love it, Spadoni. What's up?
So, Bonte, you threw a little nugget in our thread last night that I really liked. It was Trent Williams did not allow a single pressure tonight against the Jets on 33 pass blocking snaps after missing training camp. So, you know what, Trent? If you want to take training camp off next year, I won't complain. You're excused.
Another training camp, and we realize that training camp is just camp, and it has no bearings on the NFL season.
It's only a matter of time before the entire preseason is just completely done away with.
Spadoni, what you got? What you got, Spadoni?
That was the best win of week one. Not even close to me. The Niners just dominating the New York Jets. Better than the Chiefs beating the Ravens. Better than the Eagles beating the Packers. I think that was the most clear-cut, dominant victory of the weekend, and they picked up right where they left off. Can they keep it going? I don't see a loss until potentially Kansas City, guys.
Oh, we have to win that one.
Yeah. There you go.
What happens if they lose to Kansas City? Cam, Killer Cam wants to talk. Killer Cam with the Superman hoodie.
Yo, Aaron Rodgers still looks like a deer lost in headlights. So the Niners still dominate him and have taken over his life. You can see it in his eyes.
Damn, taking over his life. Taking over his life.
There was a guy in front of me, two rows up, Ayahuasca Man. That was the name on the back of the jersey. I can't unsee him being an ayahuasca head. What?
Banjo Man.
Oh, that guy. The fraud.
So my final thought is this. Where's the guy at who predicted that the Niners would score 32 points yesterday and score on 7 straight drives? It was close. They scored 32, and they scored on 8 consecutive drives yesterday. And 3, where the hell is Yogi? Yogi, you called in last week. We'll find the call. Lubman, let's do that. Let's find a call from Yogi last week. Replay it, and we will replay it until he calls back. You don't call this show, talk that talk, and then disappear after your team gets their ass kicked. So, Yogi, I'm looking for you. The streets are looking for you. You need to show your face, sir. We need to hear your voice. Because you got debts to pay, buddy. You got debts to pay. Now, I'm like Vito. You don't pay your debts. There may be a horse head that just ends up in your bed,
I
bleeding
thought
all
you
over
were
the place.
Vito from Sopranos.
No, come on, man. Don't go there.
Or a Lannister. Do you always repay your debts like a Lannister?
That was Fast Five.
He does not like that Vito comp.
Hey, the guys.
Finish on high.
You know,
He was a good earner.
He was a good earner.
I don't give a
He
damn.
was
No,
a good
he
earner.
was a clown. He was a clown. At home or on the go, you get to fasten internet to all your devices. I know what y'all did wrong. Let me leave out the studio in a bad mood. It'll be hell for everybody tomorrow on a Walking Back Wednesday here on The Roast.
Did you know when you purchase lumber and
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Second and goal. Mason bobbling it, but a touchdown. What an impressive night tonight for Jordan Mason.
Good morning, everybody. And the San Francisco 49ers are 1-0. Jordan Mason, 147 yards, 28 carries, filling in for Christian McCaffrey. Niners roll.
Yeah.
They roll.
They did. They did.
They rolled.
They did.
Last night.
Give me one more, Stoney. They won.
Guru, they rolled.
They rolled so much so that Jordan Mason had more carries than any other running back under Kyle Shanahan. So just think about that. 28 toe to the rock. And I need your help. You and Evan and the listeners. I'm scatterbrained right now. But I was so shook before the game to get the McCaffrey news, and I was thinking that was going to have an immediate impact on the score in the game, and Mason just looks like – now, I was texting Shasky Steiny, who was in the stands. I was with Evan and Bonte and Dibbs in the press box. Marshawn Lynch / Marion Barber, the Barbarian. Remember him from Minnesota and the Dallas Cowboys? And then also, I don't know if you remember this running back, Steven Jackson from the Rams. He had dreads, but he ran hard. And my game ball goes to, you didn't ask, Kyle Shanahan, who's Steiny, has gone to a Super Bowl without McCaffrey. He's gone to a Super Bowl without Brock Purdy. He just knows how to call offense, and that was on display last night as the Niners on both sides of the ball were Olivia Newton-John. They were physical as hell, and I felt like I saw the Jets do a Roberto Duran no mas.
Well, maybe they did. 49ers scored on 8 straight possessions at one point in the game.
Damn.
Purdy was terrific, I thought. The numbers aren't overly impressive. No touchdowns, no picks. 19 for 29, 231, but total command, made no mistakes. Jordan Mason, terrific. Deebo Samuel, terrific.
He looked terrific too, Steiny, shape-wise.
Juwan Jennings was terrific, and the 49ers just played, to me, an all-around game. Yeah. And that's exactly what you wanted after an off-season where they had some issues. And, that win last night is exactly how you want to start a season if you have Super Bowl aspirations. Yeah. There's just no doubt about it.
And Steiny, I won't front. I've been worried all off-season, and Bonte you guys been having fun with me about Chesky and I worrying and this news about McCaffrey yesterday. But just to think about how close the Niners were to a Super Bowl.
That's one.
Why would I be? Oh, you know what?
That's one.
Yeah, okay, that's one.
Yeah.
But this team is loaded. And, yeah, they're without Greenlaw, and McCaffrey didn't play. But guys stepped up yesterday, and I got to give credit to Nick Sorensen, Steiny. That defense was getting after it. Fred Warner's pregame speech. But to go out there and ball and force that fumble on Breece Hall, who couldn't do much or nothing along with the Jets offense, and I'm going to give you your victory lap.
Why?
You said Aaron Rodgers at his age is not, he can't, his legs aren't the same. And I know it was his first game in months, but Steiny, I saw a quarterback that couldn't do much getting out the pocket. And man, maybe it's one game, 4 quarters, but the Niners were physical. They gave up a drive. I got concerned, but they were in a lot of zone, cover 3 early for the Jets to go out down the field and score. But then they went man. And Lenore, Steiny, and the rest of the gang got after it, Charvarius Ward, and they beat the Jets' ass. They're 1-0.
Yeah, I thought Rodgers was average, but I agree with you. I don't think he looked overly mobile. It's his first game back. So.
His coach said he couldn't get they couldn't get him comfortable. But the Niners have a lot to do with that, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the Niners
absolutely. He didn't throw for a lot of yards. He didn't control the game. It looks like I thought he was just touch, just a hair jittery. Just a little jittery. Just getting rid of the ball just a hair too soon, maybe. I don't know. I thought, it was all about the 49ers last night. And
Moody 6 field goals. You don't like, that's too many for my liking.
Oh, I love it.
But why you love it?
Because I'm on my fantasy team.
There you go. But other than that, Steiny, I do wonder if you had McCaffrey, would that have been 4 field goals? But I don't know. It's something to watch moving forward. But all in all, Frank Gore goes into the Niner Hall of Fame. You got to see the likes of Patrick Willis and the rest of the alumni there. And you go out and win a game that, Steiny, you left me. We parted ways. I really was concerned offensively. And Kyle Shanahan, you showed me I just know how to do this. And whoever I have at my disposal, I know what to call, and we're going to be okay. So, again, we don't know how long McCaffrey will be out, but Jordan Mason, Steiny, J.P. Mason, 28 carries, and he was physical.
888-957-9570 is the number. Game 1 in the books for the Niners, 32-19. They win impressively over the Jets. They did it without Christian McCaffrey. How you feeling, 49er fans? It's been a long offseason, and you took care of business in week 1 against the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers. Scored 32 points against the defense that's supposed to be one of the best in the league. You did not turn the ball over. The Jets turned it over twice.
Yeah.
And everything was there in terms of the recipe for a big win. And that's what they did. They were down 7-3, and then they score 8 consecutive times. So the San Francisco 49ers pick up pretty much where they left off last year. And a top to bottom, solid performance. And how do you weigh the McCaffrey news, the McCaffrey injury, the fact that McCaffrey didn't play in the first game? Obviously, that's not a great sign. By the same token, maybe you look at it as though it's a blessing in disguise, because now you got Mason who can pick up some of the load. You can take your time with Christian McCaffrey. You don't have to rush him back. But that offense didn't look a lot different to me with Mason than it did with McCaffrey. Now, I'm not saying Mason's better than McCaffrey or anything like that, but the bottom line is, you watch a game last night like that, Kyle Shanahan,
man,
you give him any kind of talent, he's automatic. 10 wins. You're going to get 10 wins.
Damn, Steiny. Is that where you're going? I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, you are.
And what about Debo, who had 8 carries in the backfield? And I know all offseason, Steiny, we talked about, and I was not mocking the people and the reports that, he looks like he's in shape. They're football players. You got to really not do some stuff to not be in shape. But all offseason, that was the one constant that was being reported. And Debo told us, what this year meant to him. And Steiny, he looked physical. He looked fast. He had 8 carries, only 23 yards, but he got a touchdown. He reminded me of what the offense was pre-McCaffrey, where it was Debo-centric. And that's just another facet to this offense until McCaffrey can heal. But you're right, partner. I turned that game off and then left the stadium like, he's already done it without McCaffrey. He's done it with Jimmy. He's done, like, Kyle Shanahan is special, Steiny. That's all I guess I'm trying to say to you, man. And I wouldn't want anybody else outside of Andy Reid controlling my offense or calling it. And my last thing, Steiny, it doesn't look like he needs, and I know McCaffrey's the MVP and badass, he doesn't need Earl Campbell. He doesn't need the cream of the crop player to still get, to maximize an offense to move the ball.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you're a 49er fan, you got to be super excited tonight, or this morning, I should say. Your team dominated the New York Jets opening week.
Dominated.
You had an offense, or an offseason rather, that was a little bit shaky, according to many. Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk missed large chunks of training camp. McCaffrey's a little banged up, but this team didn't skip one beat, and all systems go after week 1. I don't think there's any doubt about it. That game was, 7-3 at one point, and after that touchdown that the Jets got, it was all San Francisco, and offensively, defensively, they look like they're ready to go, as Deebo Samuel would say.
Yeah, and that drive you talk about by the Jets, Donnie, that had me like, I'm a little worried. 12 plays, 70 yards. The Niners were in a lot of zone, and the great Aaron Rodgers, as we all know, can pick apart a zone. But then after that, Sorensen and the defense made adjustments, Donnie, and I saw a lot of man coverage, and they start getting after Rodgers, and good God, they were both lines of scrimmage. The Niners dominated. We had mentioned the rookie on the offensive line, Pooney Stoney. He handled his business. They didn't allow a lot of pressures at all, and Trent Williams looked like he hadn't skipped a beat.
No, they were clicking on all cylinders. Absolutely, positively. 888-957-9570 is the number. And 49er fans, how do you kind of, let's say, compartmentalize? On the one hand, it was a great debut. You're 1-0. Everything looks solid.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you get this issue with McCaffrey and a calf/Achilles. Adam Schefter, before the game last night, was talking about how nothing's guaranteed for next week against the Minnesota Vikings. So this is something that I think we're going to have to monitor, obviously. And I guess my question to 49er fans is, should we allow Daryl the Guru Johnson to take a victory lap? He was worried all offseason about McCaffrey and the injury and the calf and the Achilles. And he kept worrying. And I told him, chill out. Can he take a victory lap now that McCaffrey has missed the first game of the year? Or
look at my boy E.
Or is McCaffrey going to be fine? You know, I remember when the Warriors were at the top of their game.
Yeah.
And they had Bogut, right? And Iguodala. And they basically said, hey, guys.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Just relax. Just relax until January.
Nah,
Just
different.
Relax. And that's where the Niners are at right now.
Nah.
Absolutely. There's no rush to get McCaffrey back, get Mason touches.
They had it. Stoney, this is week one.
Exactly.
And I don't want to, this is not a happy victory lap, but I'll take it. But anytime you got an explosive player that's pushing off and cutting and changing direction, the calf is everything. What I'm concerned about is what happened after the game when poor J.P. Mason was put in a situation to where the reporters turned police or Gestapo. They were acting like he had said something wrong, and all he was saying was his truth. He said he was told Friday. Shout out Ice Cube. He was going to start. Then they went back to Kyle, and Evan did a great job asking questions after the game. He talked to Aaron Rodgers. But my point is, Steiny, there are reports out there that this injury happened week 17 last year, and that would explain maybe why he wasn't explosive in the playoffs, McCaffrey. My thing is, I'm not going to overreact, but Mark Willard, if you're listening, you're our brother. We left the crossover yesterday, and you said, guys, you know what? When you look around the NFC West, you know, teams lost. It was win-loss kind of conversation, but everything's okay. And we talked about Nakua, who was going to miss 4 weeks. But Steiny, now this injury, I'm not saying is going to stop the Niners, but I am intrigued on, as we go further down the road, when do you test it? When are you confident enough to say, hey, Steiny, go out there and try to run on it? So that's what I'm looking at. And the Niners handled their business. That's all they can do. Who's going to be the backup to J.P. Mason? Or is he going to get 28 to 30 carries?
Backup to the backup? Is that what we're worried about?
Are we going to get a change of pace back? I don't know. Garindo?
We don't need a change of pace back.
But these are questions that have to be answered moving forward.
I think we've gotten the answer. I think Jordan Mason's going to play and carry the ball a lot when McCaffrey's not there.
Yeah, that, I guess, real quick, that's a good job, Stoney.
Yeah,
when you say when he's not
yards.
there, how long is all I'm asking?
It doesn't matter right now.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter right now. If he's out a game or two, he's out a game or two. If he's out 6 games, he's out 6 games.
It didn't matter last night. You're right.
The goal is to get him healthy mid-season or later.
Wow.
And the bottom line is he came in, he said he didn't feel right. All right, take the day off.
Right.
Hey, this team is a little bit older. You're going to have to make those kind of adjustments, perhaps. But listen, you may be a football expert and can tell me different, but that team looked exactly like they look with McCaffrey. last night. Now,
well,
I don't know how
the
long.
6 field goals, though, Stoney?
What about
the red zone, that's too many.
32 points.
Well, could there be, I'm
not going to do that today.
I'm not asking you to do it. I will. Can there be a correlation of you missing your best offensive player
I don't think so.
to why you kicked 6 field goals?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's you.
Yeah.
I beg to differ.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about, 32 points isn't enough now.
Well, I'm not saying that.
I'm just saying.
6 field goals is too many,
13
no matter who you are.
You covered. I mean, if you told Kyle Shanahan that every week he'll get 6 field goals and 2 touchdowns, he's going to take it. He'll take 32 a game. Any way you can get it. And I don't see how Jordan Mason was the reason they didn't get into the end zone more.
Right.
I mean, he was their best offensive player.
But just real quick here, McCaffrey's dynamic, Stoney, not just in the backfield, but catching the ball too. And I just wonder, not having him, did that
not
make
having
the Jets,
you
were they able to keep him out the end zone?
No. What? Like Mason scored.
Okay.
You can't be serious about that.
No, 6 field goals is too many.
It's one game.
Okay, but just give me the win first. 6 field goals is not idea. Yeah, you won the game. But when you're not with your best player and you just come in here and say, oh, it doesn't mean that Mason looked great, I'm with you. But there has to be a correlation, maybe, just maybe, that you didn't have your best weapon, and that's why you settled for 6 field goals. That's all. You got to turn over early.
They had 180 rushing yards.
Okay?
They had 180 rushing yards.
But what happened when you got in the red zone?
4.7 yards. I mean, I can't just assume that with McCaffrey they would have scored 44. And again, I mean, that victory, if you give it a grade on a scale of 1 to 10, I got to give it a 9 to come out and start the season. And also if you're going to, they scored on 8 straight possessions at one point in that game.
But touchdowns are why they didn't win the Super Bowl. They couldn't get in. And all I'm pointing out is, you're 9, I'll give you a 9 too. I'm just saying, Stoney, as we get further down the road, this team has too much weaponry. I want to see more Kittle. And they're settling for field goals. It's one game. But I can't sit here and say, oh, McCaffrey had no impact on you settling for 6 field goals.
I'm just surprised that that's what you would kind of emphasize a day after that. They beat a team that's supposed to be pretty good by 13 points. They dominated start to finish. Should they have scored more points? I don't know. I mean, what if we find out that the Jets defense is so good that getting six field goals and 32 points against them is going to be the most points they've given up this year? Let's take a look at how good that Jets defense was as the season goes on. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Jeff. Jeff's in Marin. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I called in yesterday, and I was saying J.P. Mason would be the key to the game, and obviously he was. I think he's been terrific ever since he's been with the Niners. I have one question, though, which is, Debo's dynamic, and, I get a little bit concerned when he's being used as a tailback so much. And the question I have is, what about Isaac Guerendo? I was really hoping that, when JP would go out for a breather, that they might put Guerendo in, who's, 220 and runs a 4.340. Is there an issue there? But why not Guerendo?
Go ahead, Stoney.
I guess my question would be, why Guerendo when you got a guy who's dominating on the ground like Jordan Mason?
And Debo got 8 carries, but Stoney, 3 of those 8. I don't want to come across as a worrywart, but every time he gets hit, and there are collisions with Debo because he's so physical, I'm like, is it worth it? And maybe that could have been Guerendo, but Kyle's telling us, to the caller's point, we appreciate it, Stoney. I'm a one-guy back. You know what I'm saying? When McCaffrey's out there, I'm not divvying up the carries. And when Mason's out there, he sets a record as far as the most carries on the ground from any back under Kyle. So, I'm not going to sit here. Like you said, Stoney, it was a great, excellent win. McCaffrey will be back. But I do wonder, is there going to be somebody to spell Mason if he's the back for the next 2 to 3 weeks? Because that's what the caller's point is.
I mean, come on. So we got McCaffrey, and everybody's worried about his workload. Got to worry about his workload. Yeah. Worry about his touches. Okay, you know what? Let's get Jordan Mason in here to take some of his touches away. Mason carries 28 times, and now we're worried about Mason.
Well, he's the featured back. That's why I got the 28.
It's football. Yeah. I mean, these guys got to play.
All right.
JC is in the city. What's up, JC? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
How are you?
Dynamite.
Hey, look. This is tough dialogue to listen to. Debo carrying the ball 8 times. He makes $20 million a year. He's a big percentage of the cap, and we're complaining about using him. And, we're just finding stuff to nitpick. Oh, Jordan Mason, who's the backup to him? Who's this? Who's that? Like, just fake concerns and goo. You can't, the field goal thing, like, let's look at what actually happened. In the most unshocking turn of events, Brandon Ayuk was not very sharp. He missed all training camp.
Right.
He drops a touchdown in the end zone. Jordan Mason gets a run called back on a hold. Kyle Shanahan on 4th and 1 takes a field goal to make it a 16-point game because the Jets can't move the ball against the Niners defense. So 6 field goals was like, it's not a Christian McCaffrey problem why they were settling for field goals. He wouldn't have changed any of those things. What are we even talking about?
I'll tell you what we're talking about. What we started the show with, it was a great win. I just pointed out that they had 6 field goals. That's all. Nobody's hating on the win. It was a great win. And when my best player, an hour before game time, who was supposed to, by all accounts, play, does not play, forgive me for worrying. That's all. And the Niners dominated.
Christian McCaffrey isn't catching the ball for Brandon Ayuk, and he's not the right tackle.
Right.
And he's not the game plan. So you can't say that the 6 field goals and Christian McCaffrey, they're 2 separate arguments, and you're making them conjointly.
Thanks, JC. Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers 1-0, start the season with a solid victory over the New York Jets. They ran the ball well. They passed the ball efficiently. Their defense was very, very good. Aaron Rodgers didn't do much. Breece Hall didn't do much. The Jets got a touchdown late that didn't really matter. I mean, to my way of thinking, absolutely a terrific opening game for the San Francisco 49ers. And I think if before the game, I think we found out about 90 minutes before the game that McCaffrey wasn't going to play.
Yeah.
And I'll bet you if you said, okay, McCaffrey's not going to play, we're going to score 32 points. I got to believe you take that, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt. And I would take it. And I would have thought maybe they don't get to 32. But I also got to do this, Donnie, because my theme all offseason was, what are they going to do without Greenlaw? Fred Warner was flying around, Steiny. I mean, number 54, it might be the best linebacker in the league. He's headed to be one of the best to put on a Niner uniform, but he set the tone. 7 solo tackles. The fumble early on Breece Hall, to me, set the tone. And I just don't want to leave a studio or station today and not give Nick Sorensen that defensive line. Campbell, Floyd, everybody was getting after it. But when you got 2 dogs on the outside like Lenore and Ward who went man, Steiny, they went man, kind of took Wilson out the game. I'm sitting here like, and Nick Bosa, yeah, you didn't get a sack, but you were making Aaron Rodgers get rid of the ball. I saw that with my own eye. It wasn't you just putting up sack numbers. And I'm sitting there like, talking to myself, why am I surprised by this performance when they, and I've said it, should have won the Super Bowl. So, again, no Greenlaw, no McCaffrey. 2. The Niners still kicked the Jets' ass. It was a great win.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're losing the bet to me.
Damn. I think we had a number, though, that I wouldn't bring up. They lost. They should have won the Super Bowl.
You said you wouldn't. That's twice. And then I'll even let some people in on it.
Yeah.
That's twice Guru's brought up they lost the Super Bowl last year.
You won't hear it again till Tuesday.
And
I'm done.
He brought it up before the show started.
Yeah.
Devontae Hill.
Yeah.
On our informal crossover.
BS&G reunion. But, dude, both lines of scrimmage, they dominated.
Exactly. They did. They were terrific last night. All right, here's what's going on. 888-957-9570. Let's talk about this game last night. It's been a long, long time since the 49ers got beat in the Super Bowl and a long offseason, but they took care of the New York Jets 32-19 last night, and it was a solid all-around victory. All phases of the game, I thought they were better than the Jets. And we'll talk more about it on the other side. By the way, if you haven't heard about the situation with Jordan Mason and the little bit of a controversy, if you will, involving Christian McCaffrey, we're going to catch you up on what we're talking about on the other side. Guru mentioned it. There was a little bit of an issue after the game with Mason and Shanahan. We'll let you in on exactly what was going on there. But what's coming up on the game? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore.
Rodgers. Floyd was there, and it's a little flip, a catch, a fumble by Hall, and a recovery by the 49ers. Warner made the stop and punched it right out of the arm of Breece Hall.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Fred Warner with the Mike Tyson uppercut.
Man, did you see him just come in there and punch that thing out?
Yeah.
That set the tone.
Yeah. You think that should be legal?
It's football.
I know, but I'm just saying.
As opposed to what? Hey,
You
let me
gotta
just
rip
watch
it.
you run
No,
by
you gotta
me.
rip it out.
Just put flags on them.
You got to rip it out.
No, that was great.
But
man.
it was a nice play. Great play.
And a nice win by the whole team.
Oh.
1-0.
Complete. I thought it was complete. So if you don't, you know what? Let's jump in here real quick and let's take Maurice.
Okay.
Maurice is in. It says Maurice is in Pennsylvania.
Your neck of the woods.
Hey, what's going on, Maurice? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How about you, man?
Doing well. Niners are 1-0.
All right. Yeah, hey, you know what? It was a solid start to the season. It was good to see what their offense did. Guru, I understand what you're saying about the field goals, but frankly, that wasn't about McCaffrey. I think that was more about BA not being in camp. This team was designed as a next man up, and if BA was in camp running the routes, he would have probably had 3 or 4 more catches, would have had a touchdown, and probably would have opened up the other guys for another passing touchdown as well.
I agree.
So this is a great start to the season. It was great to see that D flying around, and the offense, they're going to build on this. This was a great game against a solid team.
And also, too, Stoney, and to the caller's point from PA, Stoney, they had 2 touchdowns called back. So they actually got in the end zone, and there were some questionable calls. So I'm not trying to damper the win. The bottom line is, yeah, it was 6 field goals. It wouldn't have been 6 had some of those mysterious flags not been thrown where the Niners actually got the ball in the end zone.
So after the game, Jordan Mason was interviewed on the field, and he was asked when he knew he was going to play. And this is right after the game, right on the field. And this is what Jordan Mason said. We're going to tell you about one of the things that was a little intriguing after the game. So this is Jordan Mason right after coming off the field.
When did you find out that you were going to be starting?
Friday night, something like that. I was RB1 at training camp, so, just been preparing from there.
So Mason's saying he was told he was going to start Friday night.
Telling his truth.
And at that point, I think we all expected McCaffrey to play.
No doubt.
And so then Kyle Shanahan was asked, wait a minute, when did you tell Jordan Mason he would start?
I never told Jordan he was going to start. I told him he had to be ready a bunch, but that might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up, but I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to, it wasn't going to be like usual. He was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time, but now he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
So Kyle Shanahan says, I didn't tell him he was going to start. I just told him to be ready. He was going to play. And I guess the difference between saying you're starting, McCaffrey's not going to play, and be ready to play are 2 different things. But little mini controversy after the game.
Yeah, I feel like both men are speaking their truth, right, Stoney, at the end of the day. So bottom line is he did start, so whoever told him to be ready or get ready, he was definitely ready, and they went out there and won.
And then later, Mason would come to the podium, and he was asked again when he was told he was going to start, and clearly word had gotten back to him that maybe he said a little too much the first time.
When did you find out that you'd be in the starting lineup?
That question right there is why I'm at. That's why I don't like really talking to media, because you say one thing wrong, and then, I don't know. Just skip that question.
Man, that sucks, Donnie. Just had the game of his life, and then that had the word acrobat. But talk to me, man.
What?
Do you think he's mad at his coaching staff for knowing what he was actually told, and then him? You know what I'm saying? Like, would you be irritated? Like, was he really mad at the press or his coaches? That's what I'm wondering. Because he was definitely irritated after the game of his life.
Well, first of all, I don't think anybody should have been mad at him for answering the question like he did the first time. If Shanahan said be ready on Friday, he said be ready on Friday. If Shanahan said he's starting on Friday, then he told him he was starting on Friday. If he
it's
told him just to be ready.
Potatoes. I just hate that marred his win. You know?
Small potatoes unless, the league thinks that Shanahan was trying to misrepresent the injury to McCaffrey and get the Jets to prepare for McCaffrey, which maybe they did. And then the next thing you know, they see Mason and McCaffrey doesn't play. But no, on a scale of 1 to 10, the importance of this, I'd say is probably about a 2 in the grand scheme of things. But no, I mean, the one person in all this I have no problem with is Jordan Mason.
Right.
He was asked a question and he answered it.
Yeah, and he's just starting running back right now. And, I mean, what a way to start the season. Steiny, a football game, I don't have to tell you, is 60 minutes. If I asked you, and you may know this already, the Niners' time of possession
39.
oh, man. I mean, that's...
Oh, is that right?
Well, 38. Oh. But good God, Steiny, they had drives of 12 plays twice, 11 plays twice, 8 plays. They just controlled the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. But offensively, I just felt like watching the game with Evan and Bonte and Tibbs, it felt like they had the ball the whole game.
Yeah, it did.
Wearing the Jets down, body punches.
Jimmy's in Martinez. What's up, Jim? How you doing, man?
I am doing fantastic. And
Jimmy,
you guys just made me think of something. Okay. The last thing the Minnesota Vikings want to see is an irritated Jordan Beast Mason coming down their throat. You think about that one. You want that kid irritated, and he's going to run even harder? Oh, my goodness. You look at the offensive line with the rookie Cooney, Leonard Floyd, Bosa getting held a handful of times, and then they call that cheap hold on Debo where the kid would have had another touchdown. Ayuk got a couple, 6 field goals.
Yeah.
I'll take it, guys. Yeah. It was a beautiful thing.
Appreciate the call.
And Steiny, it's week 1. I was just pointing out Dr. J a little too much, but it was week 1, 32 points, you get the win. And again, I don't know how this is holding up now, Steiny, but I had the Jets doing something. They still can this season, but that was one game. But, man, they got hit in the mouth early.
So I think it was after no, I know it. I sent a text to Evan on the thread, I believe. Was it all you guys? I can't remember. It was after Moody kicked his first field goal.
Okay.
His first field goal. I texted, was Moody worth a pick in the 3rd round? Absolutely.
Oh, man.
Absolutely.
And made a big kick in the Super Bowl, too.
Moody's going to be their kicker for 10 years. Yeah. I mean, he's good.
Yeah, I give it
Moody is really good.
You saying they got it right, partner?
I'm saying they got it right.
Yeah, they did.
I'm saying they got it right.
Yeah. Made a big kick again. I know I just said it in the Super Bowl, Steiny. And he's doing his thing.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. If you were at that game last night, what did you see from inside Levi Stadium? Was it all good? I mean, to my way of thinking, and you guys know that I tend to look big picture. I didn't see one thing that last night would concern me. Christian McCaffrey's is nicked up. When he's ready to play, he'll play.
Yeah.
They didn't skip a beat last night with Mason. He looks terrific. And I mean, I don't want to say anybody can run behind that offensive line, but the reality of the situation is Kyle Shanahan has developed a running game with a ton of different running backs over the years.
Facts.
Regardless of who's carrying the ball for the Niners, they seem to be able to run the football, whether it's McCaffrey or Mason or Mostert or Eli Mitchell, Breida.
Yeah.
I think led him in touches one year, or rather yards one year during the Shanahan years. So obviously you want Christian McCaffrey to get healthy, but man, they got weapons.
Yeah.
And apparently they look like they've got a backup running back who's pretty darn good.
Yeah. And it looks like he may be the starting running back this Sunday in Minnesota, Steiny. But what about Brock Purdy? I was looking at him, Steiny, and, wasn't bad at all, but he just has a natural command of the position. And I just felt like every time he let the ball go, now there were a couple of throws, I was like, oh, did you want to throw that? But other than that, every target to Juwan Jennings he caught. Now, I do want to talk about Brandon Ayuk. I was rooting for him, Steiny, but it's just so funny how there's two scoreboards in regard to what was the, we'll call it a distraction with his contract. He got paid, and now you watch, like, I'm rooting for him, but he should have caught that ball in the corner of the end zone, Steiny, for a tug. He didn't. He'll get back up and learn from it, and here we go, week 2, but I wanted him to catch that.
Yeah.
The building did.
Well, Peyton Manning wanted him to catch it, too.
Man-to-man, Jennings. Oh, I want to throw. Ayuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. He's missed all training camp. Get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp. You need it. We need the reps. Oh. Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
Hey, Manning brothers, lay off, my guy. Whoa. It was a great pass, too.
No, it was right on the money.
It was right in what did they stick? The bread basket, Steiny.
Right there.
Peyton went in.
It was a great throw.
How many games you think it'll take Ayuk to get up and running? 3 more?
Yeah. Whatever.
But you got to make those.
Here's one thing I don't understand is the whole quarterback ranking. Or rating, rather. Yeah. The rating.
QBR.
So Aaron Rodgers is 13 for 21. 1 touchdown, 1 pick, and his quarterback rating is 83. Purdy's quarterback rating is 90, which is, better than 83, but not by a lot. 19 for 29, 231. Mm-hmm. Purdy was so much better than Rodgers last night.
I totally agree.
It's not even funny.
But it's slightly above his rating now.
Exactly. I got to figure out that
somebody
formula.
Can explain it.
Yeah,
Evan probably knows.
He doesn't. I asked him during the break. I have my own way to judge a quarterback.
Well, your eyes.
Yeah. And I had Purdy at my rating for Purdy last night was a 92.
Well, as you know, there's a difference between QBR and quarterback rating. In QBR, he actually was an 83, which is out of 100, and Aaron Rodgers was a 51. So if you looked at that stat, you would see that there was a colossal difference.
Yeah, I just go with the stats that they give me on ESPN.
It's right next to the rating.
There's 2 of them.
No.
It's QBR and then rating.
I don't do the QBR, though. I do the second one. That's the one that's the universal one, I think.
John Sally.
That's the one of us football fans we acknowledge as the big boy. That's all.
Time to graduate.
Yeah. Let's go to...
I love y'all.
Let's go to Malcolm. Malcolm's in South City. What's up?
Hi
Malcolm?
There, guys.
Hey.
It's just amazing to get back this year. I was telling the guy who screens the calls that I've been season ticket holder since '82, and I only missed 8 games, including preseason. We had an amazing tailgate at Blue Lot 1.
All right.
And all that stuff about parking didn't occur, so we continued our Niner Empire.
Nice.
With Joe Leonard.
There you go.
And it was so nice, very nice to be there. And I guess I'm all ready to go. And everybody looked good. And I can't wait for McCaffrey to come back. And do you have any questions regarding my experience at the Niner Empire tailgate?
Sure. Did you notice any difference with the new tailgating rules? Talking about directed parking? No.
People,
okay.
No, we met. It was kind of, we had to scramble because they had said only 150 people from the group could come, but we looked for each other. We are definitely a family.
Nice.
This family goes all over the country.
That's awesome.
All over the world.
Oh, sweet.
And it was a great start. I had the opportunity. Go ahead.
Well,
I had the opportunity to meet with a guy from KPIX who came over.
Oh, nice.
To our tailgate. And, yes.
All right. Well,
Matt Lively.
Sure. Malcolm, real quick, Goo, do you have any questions for Malcolm? He was at the game last night. Do you have any questions for him about his experience last night?
What about the Frank?
Not only that, the game itself.
Sure, or the game, if you want any analysis.
What was your favorite part of the game, Malcolm?
Oh my God, the kicking off the field goal kicker.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't believe he's gonna be really good. I'm glad we have him.
No doubt.
And then the running back who was taking place of McCaffrey for the day.
Oh, Mason. Jordan Mason, he was terrific.
I'm gonna be 74 this month.
Let's go.
So,
happy birthday.
Malcolm.
Thank you. It's all month.
Yeah, thank you, Malcolm. All right, thank you, Malcolm. Look, it's gonna be a great 74th year for you.
Yeah. He said all month, Donnie. He's celebrating all month.
He's one of those guys?
Yeah, I love it.
See, I just wouldn't expect somebody 74 to do that. Well, it's my birthday month.
Yeah, no, that's how you get to 7-4.
Well, that's usually what teenagers do.
And we tailgated a little bit. You, Evan, I, Carter, and the lovely Christy took a picture. I posted it and it needed my bra and took it down. Oh, I was showing a little nipple. Oh, God, Stoney, you see my picture. I'm getting old, man. No. I've been in the gym. I'm proud of myself. But, yeah, I needed boy.
I tell you what, one of the things we could do.
Took it down.
One thing we could start is we could try to get Malcolm calling in every Monday, and we can interview him about the experience.
Now, I got to read this from the YouTube
It's a great night for the 49ers and for Malcolm.
I love Austin from San Jose, but he's one of the students in class that's different, and I love different. So Ayuk and Purdy are even. He saved Purdy's ass in the playoffs last year. Stop the unfavored criticism of Ayuk. Didn't hear the same when Bosa showed up late and looked like garbage.
Ooh.
Nobody
coming down your road.
No, the Mannings. I'm rooting for Ayuk, but he should have caught the couple balls last night. Lost one, let Sauce Gardner punch it out. But this is what happens when you miss camp. But that's a bit extreme, Austin. That's all I was saying. It's one game. Ayuk could be fine. And what about Juwan Jennings, Mr. Reliable? 5 targets, 5 catches. Malik Collins, Leonard Floyd, that defensive line, what are they going to? I kept saying it's not the D-line depth. They were getting after Aaron Rodgers, man. Shut the run down. Kudos to everybody.
By the way, the guy that I've been targeting on defense most of the offseason was terrific. Leonard Floyd.
Yeah.
1 sack for the Niners. He got it.
He's the guy that hurt Rodgers. That meant nothing, right? Yeah, Rodgers looked a little, he looked 40, Steiny. A little rusty.
How's that arm strength?
That was there. He made a couple back shoulder throws, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't know. The interception was a little bit late.
Well, I mean,
got there a little late.
I'm not saying he didn't have a bad throw, but that was a bloop.
I don't see a lot of zip.
And Lizardo, that was a key drop early in the game. Lizardo, his old receiver from Green Bay, went off his hands, dropped it to drop the ball.
Yeah. Lazard.
What'd I say?
Holly's in
You don't even know how to read the quarterback rating. You're over there laughing.
Holly, hey, talk to your boy Evan.
I don't need to. You know who I meant.
You were thinking of Jesus Luzardo, the former A's pitcher.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
Yeah, Spadone. Hit the pike. By the way,
slap me for what I'm doing.
By the way, Spadoni, you know what I did last night? You're not going to believe this, but I did it, and I'm doing it a lot.
I'm mad now.
I watched Antonio Pierce's entire post-game press conference after they stubbed their toes against the Chargers.
Tell me about it.
Overmatched.
Dibbs went in on him in the press box. Said he shouldn't have got
the press box.
Yeah, said he shouldn't have got the hire. Like,
whoa! What do you mean? The press box are here yesterday.
The press box at the game. We were talking about the 4th and 1 call.
Oh my!
He ain't a fan of AP.
So wait a minute. During the crossover, he had some things to say about Pierce. And you're telling me then he went down to Levi Stadium.
Well, we were talking. We were having him and Bonte were having a conversation.
Was he talking loud enough for the other writers to hear?
No, I think we were. Yeah, a little low. We We were professional.
Yeah, Antonio Pierce. Hey, Spadoni wanted to pin him back.
Spadoni.
Their defense was playing well. He liked where their defense was at that point of the game. Holly's in San Jose. What's up, Holly? How you doing?
Hey, guys.
Hey, how are you?
So good. How are you doing?
All right. Doing well.
Hey, seriously, I have to tell you guys, I was so annoyed because I had to work yesterday. And I was doing a lot of stuff, driving around, meeting with clients. And I wanted to come by and say hi to you guys so bad. And I just ran out of time.
Shoot.
So I didn't get to come and see you, but the next time you two are in town, I'm coming.
All right. Cool. There you go. We'll be waiting.
Holly.
You can't be 10 minutes away from me and me not be able to come and see you. That's just not right. My two favorite guys on my favorite show.
My girl. Our girl. Yeah.
Well, when's that next home game?
Oh, my God. I don't even know. I'm driving. I can't even look it up. But whenever it is, I'm coming to see you guys.
There you go.
So, hey, guess what? So my son is 13. My son is 13 years old.
Oh.
His grandfather took him to his first Niners game yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Wow, nice.
That was my son's first in-person game. He was so amped, you guys. He was so excited. He was like buzzing with energy and excitement. What a game for him to be able to say was his first game. And his grandpa does it up right. I mean, they had incredible seats.
Wow.
I was so jealous. I couldn't hardly stand it. I mean, this kid got so spoiled at that game. And what a game to be able to watch. He had an amazing time. And he just kept saying, I can't believe I'm going to see Brock Purdy go up against Aaron Rodgers. He came home last night. He was on cloud 25. I mean,
nice.
I couldn't hardly get this kid to go to bed. He was so excited.
So who went, Holly? Was it just him and his grandpa or him, his grandpa, and his father?
Yeah. Nope, just him and Grandpa.
Okay.
Oh, wow. And they had a blast. A blast.
That's what it's about.
So it's what it's all about, right?
Yep.
It is what it's all about. So I sat home, and their seats were so good that we stayed glued to the TV to see if they would be shown on camera.
Wow. Look at Holly.
Nice.
Yeah,
hey,
Holly, be a stranger.
Yeah. Holly and her 13-year-old had a great time.
And got to see Frank Gore inducted into the Niners with that beautiful red jacket. Good God.
I mean, the only thing I feel badly about for the 13-year-old was that matchup between Purdy and Rodgers just never really materialized.
Well, he saw Lizardo drop a ball. Oh, man, Snotty, your laugh, man. The smile when I make an air.
No,
Holly cheered us up, man. She tried to get to us, Snotty. Work calls.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
She called, though. That's our girl.
Anyway, I'm glad to hear that Holly's 13-year-old had a great time at the game. I got to believe most 49er fans did have a great time at that game last night. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers get off to a solid start last night, 32-19. They handle the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers. I think pretty much dominated most phases of the game, if not all. Come on, jump in. Let's talk some 49er football. It's been a long time since we've had a game to react to. What did you think of the game last night, and how good are you feeling right now about this team? That segment brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help.
You were thinking of Jesus Luzardo, the former A's pitcher.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Niners. Man. Not in a shambles.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
In Kyle we trust. Man, dude special.
I'll tell you what I'll tell you who else I was impressed with yesterday.
Boys to Men?
No, what did they do?
The national anthem.
I believe they're from Philadelphia.
Yeah, they were in town, did the national anthem.
Oh, that's nice. Let me tell you who I was impressed with last night. Apparently a colleague of mine.
Oh.
Jake Hutchinson?
Oh, yeah, Jake.
Yeah, he filed a report, essentially, from inside the Levi Stadium last night. I heard him on the pregame show, and chock full of solid information. Jake Hutchinson.
Cool cat.
Hutchinson. Solid
John
on the pregame. By the way, the enormity of the NFL is just unbelievable. I'm sitting watching that game on TV last night, and it's 45 minutes before the game, and I swear to God, the hype is so huge that I'm like, oh, this game's starting now. No, it's still got 45 minutes till kickoff. The production last night, just brilliant. Yeah. Just brilliant.
Look at my man giving out love, but I agree.
God. The telecast is like just splendid.
Yeah.
You just can't ask for any more out of football coverage than watching a game on a Monday night when it's a 2-hour pregame show, finding out all kinds of information.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Let me see what else I got here. Hey, Googe, I show you. Look at everything I wrote down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look, I'll hold it up to the camera. Look at all that. I got all kinds of notes. We're good till...
So what?
Well, we're good till Thursday, Fitz, because we can get into a lot of different things.
Give me something.
Okay, let's see. There might have been one bad thing last night. Just one. It was a little thing.
Other than Ayuk, I think you're wrong.
Now, Debo showing up Brock Purdy. He showed him up.
We saw that early. Told him he should have lead. Yeah, I don't like that stuff.
Debo, you don't need to inform the whole stadium that he didn't lead you enough.
I know Brock was like, I know you ain't.
Come on now.
Yeah, Debo, man, Steiny, he looks like he's ready to go.
I am ready to go.
He cannot.
I don't like running him in the backfield now. It's not worth it to have him lined up and him being the back and you hand off to him in those collisions, especially like to run to the outside. And he was on the ground a few times, and I was like, was he getting up? He got up. But
I think one thing he should.
Get it to the backs.
I think one thing, and it's an interesting strategy, I think, when you really think about it, that you might have as a coach, and it would be, whoever your best player is, make sure you don't give him the ball too much because, the body contacts. I mean, geez.
Well,
he got tackled.
My guy Kittle, 4 for 40.
Is that good enough for you?
Yeah, I'd like to see him more featured in the red zone.
Sure,
maybe you don't settle for 6 field goals. Just a thought I had.
Yeah.
But I love me some Kittle, man.
Let's see. Juwan Jennings, 5 catches, 64 yards. Goob probably like to have 9 catches, 122. Debo Samuel, 5 for 54. What do you think? 8 for 97?
Well, he touched the rock a lot.
231 yards through the air. They didn't throw for 400 yards last night.
Your boy Juszczyk had a big catch, Donnie. He was wide to F open.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're a Niner fan and you were a little bit worried about what happened in the offseason, how are you feeling today?
Man.
And did you like what you saw last night? I got to believe you can't not like what you saw last night. The things that maybe you didn't do well, pretty marginal type things. You ran the ball better than the Jets. You threw the ball better than the Jets. Your special teams were better than the Jets.
You coached better.
And that game was in hand at the midway point of the second quarter.
Yeah, and go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, the whole offseason was about, the bitterness and the taste that was left in Niner fans' mouth from losing the biggest game that there is to win the trophy, right? But at the end of the day, I think a lot of that time, that downtime, you don't focus on the good. And the good, Steiny, is what reminded me last night as I was in the stadium and had the pleasure to do so, is this team is badass. This team can be without one of its best, if not the best player, and still function. And that is a byproduct of Kyle Shanahan. And the more I think about it, McCaffrey, Steiny, take your time, because Jordan Mason showed everybody, you know what? I can handle it until you come back. We all knew Brandon Ayuk was going to be maybe slow to the party or a bit hampered or a bit rusty. I thought the Manning critique was a bit strong. Should have caught that touchdown. But at the end of the day, they still had other guys as options. And to see Juwan Jennings just pick up right where he left off, 5 targets, 5 catches, Kittle contribute, use check. This team is a monster. It really is, Steiny, and I can't give a trophy to a head coach after week 1 like I want to, but sitting in that stadium last night was just a reminder that Kyle Shanahan is one ring away from being one of the greats to ever do it, and that's how I really feel. But he has to deliver. They do.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation and talk about your San Francisco 49ers. Also, Kyle Shanahan is on a conference call with writers as we speak, and we are going to get that for you. We're going to cut it up, and we're going to play a lot of that for you probably around 12 or as soon as possible. 11:30, 12, 12:30, soon as possible. But in the meantime, Shanahan was asked about McCaffrey, and what Shanahan said is this: Christian has Achilles tendonitis. I believe if it was a playoff game, he would have played last night. So there you have it. Sounds like a precaution for McCaffrey last night, and Kyle Shanahan saying if it were a playoff game, he probably would have played.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah. I'll just let that there because a couple weeks ago, that same verbiage, I'm paraphrasing from Kyle Steiny, had it been a regular season game, he would be ready to go.
Let's go to Jeff. Jeff's in Oakland. Wants to jump in. Hey, Jeff, how you doing, man? What do you got?
Okay, guys. I got Colton McKivitz as the worst right tackle in football. Let me back that up. He was dominated by a defensive back. He got pretty nailed badly in the first series. He got called for 2 penalties, which cost a touchdown. That guy is going to get pretty hurt bad. I hope Shanahan's listening, and they think they're getting a good deal because they don't pay him very much, but mark my words, if they don't replace him, Purdy's going to get hurt bad.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Jeff very disappointed in McKivitz.
Well, Purdy threw the ball 29 times, Donnie, and McKivitz only gave up 2 pressures. I think Brindle gave up 2, Pooney and Banks, and the rest of the game gave up 1. So I didn't see it as glaring as he did. But last thing about that report from Kyle, Steiny, if that is tendonitis of that area, I mean, there's no way he sees the field Sunday against the Vikings. For me, if I'm coaching. How about you?
I couldn't make that determination as a fan. I'd need the information that they're getting inside the building. I don't know. I have no idea whether you play him or not. I mean, to me, the way I look at an injury is, okay, well, no way you play him week 2. Okay, well then what about week 3? What about week 4?
Right.
I mean, whenever you decide to play him, there's going to be people who are going to be worried about it.
Because Greenlaw dealt with this all year, and we'd see him hop off the field. He was a soldier, but eventually we saw what happened in the Super Bowl, and then we had Emmanuel Acho on, before the game, and we got this news just talking about he hates hearing the word calf. You know what I mean? And yes, Donnie, I guess I'm just telling you, I would be like, hey, let's live another day. We don't have to rush you back.
Let's go to Waterman. Waterman's in Corte Madera. What's up, Waterman? How you doing, man? What'd you think about that Niners game last night?
Honestly, guys, I was pleasantly surprised. I know I've called in and maybe been more on the negative, and that's just how I was feeling. So maybe I have Super Bowl hangover from the loss, unfortunately. So, but I was happy with the team. Wish they could punch the ball in the end zone more. I thought Purdy had a good game, a good, solid game. There's 2 plays I wish he could, had back, and that was that he airmailed Juszczyk on the side, like the right sideline on a second down, and then it was like 3rd and 2, and he decided instead of throwing to Mason in the flat, we would have had the first down. He threw into really tight coverage, and I thought it was Kittle, but it was the other tight end, the backup tight end, that it wound up getting knocked away. So wish he could see that as, just take the first down and then make those plays. But other than that, Purdy, great game.
Hey, let me ask you this. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the trick play where he gave it to Mason, who got popped, and he gave it to Debo, and Debo looked like it was great to elude the defenders, but I thought that was a little too cute.
Yeah, no, I think that was that. I think that they practiced that. That's called per dog or something that he was saying. I think that was their play, right? That they practiced in preseason. But anyway, yeah, that was getting a little too cute. My only complaint about Kyle still is, and don't get me wrong, masterful last 5.5 minutes of holding the ball in the first half, second quarter, to basically kill the clock and not allow the Jets the ball for what felt like 40 minutes. But he just seems like he's not aggressive in the last minute of the game. Like here they get down to the 14-yard line, and I just feel like the clock just runs and runs and runs, and I feel like we get the time gets squandered. Yeah, okay, we wound up kicking the field goal. That's good. We got the points. Okay, but I wish there was a little more aggressiveness there, because I feel like there's a history of that with Shanahan in having the ball with the last possession of the first half. My only last thing, and guys, and I know it's NFL wide, it's not just the Niners. What is going on with the referees right now? The calls, no calls. Is there ever anything that happens to the referees? I know they get graded and all that, but I want to see something happen where, everybody saw it on national television, Bosa getting completely choked and, spun up and held, and there's never a flag for that guy. And then the bogus Debo hold on Mason's run, and then they throw the flag on Juszczyk, and then New York has to tell them no, that pick it up. Guys, it's hard to watch sometimes, and I know it's all fast action, and they're making quick decisions, but these guys are the guys who do this for a living. I don't know, but otherwise the win did make me feel better. It is only one game. There's 16 to go. Let's hope McCaffrey can get healthy. I personally don't want him to play in Minnesota, especially on that turf. Let him heal. I think Mason can take the load, no problem. And let's hope for a good season ahead of us. Like I said, I'll say this again. I hope I'm wrong. I hope the Niners can get to the playoffs and get to the Super Bowl. But we got to obviously see more, guys. Thank you so much for taking the call.
Yeah, if he was preaching, Steiny, I would put some money in this basket that went around, because I'm going to say this about the refereeing. If I see another flag for a legal formation, I'm like, good God. And I was upstairs. If a play's going one way and you throw a flag on the other side of the field, did that really have any impact on the play that was on the other side, Steiny? Like, that happened last night, and I'm just like, I don't know what it's about, but I feel like the refs went to a class and they went to the chalkboard and said, we're going to call illegal formation as much as we possibly can, because this first week of games, that yellow handkerchief for that certain penalty, Steiny, has been down there, and I'm like, good God.
I mean,
man,
if it's an illegal formation, it's an illegal formation. I didn't see a lot of complaints. I didn't notice the officials last night. I thought.
But Debo gets held. Bosa gets held.
You can't rush the quarterback with your back. He turned his back on the dude.
Right, but if you even go back to the Super Bowl, I'm not caping up for him. There are videos out there of him blatantly being held.
And I'm sure Aaron Donald has a video of him getting held, and TJ Watt Probably has videos.
But I just noticed this like illegal formation is a point of emphasis all of a sudden.
Well, then you got to stay set on that line of scrimmage. Well, I'll tell you who else looked good last night. Cowing, the punt returner. Very sure-handed. Very sure-handed. Jacob Cowan, I thought. I think it's nothing like having a guy back there that you feel confident in. He looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners 1-0 after an impressive performance against the New York Jets. Everybody with a part of it, the running game, the passing games, the kicking game, and the 49ers take home a victory last night on Monday Night Football against the New York Jets. See, this is what I wrote down on the use check play. I thought it was a great job by the refs picking up the flag on the use check offensive interference. When I first saw the play, I didn't think it was a running play. I thought it was a passing play, so I thought the call was a good one. But then when they showed the replay, it was obvious that he threw the ball behind the line of scrimmage, which made it a run play. I mean,
and the explanation was real and correct, and nothing to see here. I mean, and they what did you say? They rectified it.
Yeah, they
fixed it.
They picked up the flag and got the call right on that play, that particular play. I mean, that's kind of all you can ask. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's time to talk about a game, not practice, not a practice guys missed, but a game. And the 49ers win 32-19. They did it without Christian McCaffrey. 39 minutes of possession. Jordan Mason carries 28 times, the most carries in a regular season game for a Kyle Shanahan team in San Francisco. I think Raheem Mostert had a playoff game where he carried 29 times one game, but this was the most carries that a Kyle Shanahan running back has had since he's been in San Francisco. Aaron Rodgers, I thought he looked very ordinary, not super mobile. I didn't think that he made the plays when he gets flushed out of the pocket like he normally does. The other thing I was thinking, and I know it didn't happen last night because they handed the ball to Mason 28 times, but maybe one silver lining with not having McCaffrey, and again, I'm calling it a silver lining. I'm not saying this is the way you want to do it. But, and again, Mason carried 28 times last night, but the thing about McCaffrey is when you have him, he's going to get the ball 25 times a game. He's going to carry it 18. He's going to catch 5 or 6, and he's probably going to get to 25 touches. And the thing I'm wondering about is if Mason's going to be the running back for the time being, they clearly don't throw the ball to Mason like they throw it to McCaffrey.
Right.
So does the fact that Mason is back there and he's not necessarily someone that has to get 25 touches a game, is it possible that the silver lining with Mason is you can spread the ball around to more players because you don't have one guy? And I'm not saying, again, last night I know he had 28 carries, but if you don't want to run him 28 times game in and game out, the fact of the matter is you're not going to throw it to him as much as you throw it to McCaffrey, so those catches are going to have to come from other places. And maybe the silver lining to having McCaffrey out is that you're going to need more from every other player, not named McCaffrey, and then you get McCaffrey back and everybody's kind of ready to roll.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that, but I do wonder, not having McCaffrey, Stoney, back there in the dual threat, if I'm a defense, does anybody else scare you like he does? And that's why I was just pointing out 2 of 5 in the red zone for the Niners. Maybe would that have been 4 or 5 just with the threat of McCaffrey back there? But I won't fight you at all, or anybody for that matter, on, the Niners making the best out of a bad situation in regard to not having them and other people get involved. But, other guys are going to have to step up. Last night they did, and the main guy was J.P. Mason.
Yeah, and the way I'm going to kind of look at this McCaffrey injury is maybe it's going to be a blessing in disguise somehow. We all know 17 games is too many to play in the NFL.
Well, man.
It just is. And I think the regular season is a long regular season. And I get that there's only 17 games, but by the same token, 17 games is a lot. And I think the 49ers are in a great spot here to rest McCaffrey, over-rest McCaffrey if you can, or if you even need to. And then you get him back when you get him back, and then you're ready to roll. But I would have no problem if McCaffrey plays 12 games this year, as long as the 12 games lead into the playoffs, Goo.
Yeah, well, I'll just say this. It's about what we saw or what we didn't see from Aaron Rodgers, right? And I don't want to be that drastic, but he was away from the game, and there was obviously a rust factor. Not so much with Trent Williams, who was dominant, but Brandon Ayuk, you can tell there was a rust factor. And what do they say about the NFL, Stoney? You want continuity. And I'm not saying Christian McCaffrey, to your point, cannot benefit from a game or two if he's going to miss. But my fear is when he comes back and us to expect that player to pick up right where they left off. You know, you gotta work up a lather. You got to be in rhythm. So whenever that time does come for Christian McCaffrey, Steiny, and there are weeks or Mondays he's not hit, I'm sure that's great. But at the same time, these guys are not robots. And I'm looking at one Brandon Ayuk, who there was no doubt didn't come down with a couple balls because of the rust factor. And you just wonder, okay, like you said, it's a long season, 60 more games, brother gonna work it out. But as far as McCaffrey, it's not just when he's back. I do wonder, Steiny, how the body and that calf and Achilles is going to react from the pounding.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, when you have a game like last night and you play a complete game, do you think about that more than the concern over what's going on with Christian McCaffrey? The way I look at it is I'd rather have a guy a little banged up early in the season and you get him right than have a guy wearing down at the end of the season, heading into the playoffs. So until further notice, and here's the other thing, and I get it's premature, but again, that team last night didn't look any different than the team when it has Christian McCaffrey. Can they keep playing that way?
I can't take that from you.
Maybe they can, but
he don't play defense, and they were suffocating.
Yeah, exactly.
All facets.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, 32. New York Jets, 29. By the way, Kyle Shanahan, talking to the media as we speak, and we will get to some of that sound on the other side, but Kyle Shanahan is on a conference call with reporters, and we're going to play some of that for you either in the next segment or the one after that. But it's time for 49er fans to tell us what they think about last night's game, 32-19. Give me the best part of that game if you're a San Francisco 49er fan and you went in maybe a little worried because of what has transpired over the offseason. 888-957-9570 is the number. More 49er talk and hearing from Kyle Shanahan on the other side.
When you pick up some scratches, cause you want a fun break, the playful way you scratch is the next choice you should make. You can make your dog's leg kick and scratch with that. You could even grab a laser pointer and use your cap. You can build yourself a homemade scratching machine.
Jennings got his contract extended. He does a little bit of everything for this team. Here's Mason. Hello, touchdown 49ers. A flag was thrown right at the end of the play, and this is coming back. This was well downfield before Mason was getting into the end zone.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was one of the touchdowns that was called back last night. One of Jordan Mason's. He ended up with one.
Damn it.
Why, you have him on your fantasy team?
No, I don't.
No, I do.
I got Christian McCaffrey on my fantasy team.
By the way, you guys in our, and this is just for the guys in our league, we have 12, we're in a 12-team league. And yes, I'm 0-1, but I've scored the third most points of any team in the league. I had 140, so that's right.
You're 0-1. Don't try to find out a nugget to make yourself feel better.
I have the third best offense in our league.
You know what? Somebody told me with the last name Spadoni, you're the best loser. Yeah. Well, so you're pounding your chest for being the best loser of the week.
The bottom line, Goo, is I'm a professional and I respect my opponent. And I give credit to Tua Nice. Our guy Ken's team.
Stop you! You are so crazy. Hey, but Willard beat me by 2 points.
You hate to see it.
I gotta let it out. Oh no, it's hurting. He's gonna come in here smiling.
That stinks.
Shout out Willie.
But I think my team's gonna be reckoned with at some point. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Choke artist. I have the best player in the league.
Yeah, you're the Niners. Lost in the Super Bowl.
Jake Moody.
Lost in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And as I've told you in our 7 years of working together, it is better to go to the Super Bowl and lose than not to go to the Super Bowl.
That I agree with, Bart.
Yeah. Because I won money last year. How'd you do? Mouth.
Oh, my God. Started. That's a classic. You want to start a fight? Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan last night was talking about the let's get into the Christian McCaffrey thing just a little bit.
It is fascinating, man.
Here's Kyle Shanahan after the game asked why McCaffrey was inactive.
Just the same stuff that was bothering him all week. There was a little too much today. Game time decision. He came in, just talking to him about it. It was still there. Thought it was going to be smart to keep him out, and glad we did.
All right. Did he suffer a setback?
No, he didn't have a setback. I mean, it was on and off throughout the week. He was able to practice throughout the week. Just it was always bothering him to a degree, and sometimes it goes away, sometimes it comes back, and today was bothering him a little too much to where we didn't feel good about it.
And then lastly, on if he's worried about it lingering.
Oh, always. I mean, it's been lingering the last few weeks, but it's getting better and better, and hopefully it'll be better next week.
He's worried about it lingering. There you go, Goo.
I mean, no, it's
even
just
the head coaches.
Yeah, it's not. It's just nobody's being a worry ward. It's just that type of injury, and we've seen it. And I don't want to bring up the names, but our guy Emmanuel Acho from the facility on FS1 joined us yesterday, and he brought up when he hears Kevin Durant. And I keep bringing up Greenlaw. That's what he battled all year, partner. And he was a soldier, battled it out, and he lost, in the Super Bowl, unfortunately. So this is what bothers me about this injury, and you tell me what you think. Not trying to play Dr. Darryl here. I don't know if rest is the remedy, because at some point you got to go. You know what I mean? You got to test it like Durant did, like Greenlaw did. So that's why I'm a little, nervous about it. But my fallback and default mechanism, partner, is Kyle, as crazy as this sounds, is not a slave to one player. We talked about the Super Bowl in 19 with a different cast of running backs. How did that work out? It worked. Elijah Mitchell, Breida, Mostert. This dude is special. So I'm not writing McCaffrey off after 1 week. I'm not doing that at all. But be careful. And right now it looks like Mason and the rest of the gang, whoever that is, Stoney, are going to be able to hold it down. Because if I'm Minnesota, I'm not throwing a party that we possibly might not face McCaffrey after watching what J.P. Mason and this offensive line did to the Jets. That wasn't no sorry-ass defense last night.
Look, I'm going to put it this way, and notice how I'm going to say this. They can win with Jordan Mason.
Yeah,
they can win with Jordan Mason.
All right.
Now, I didn't say they can win a Super Bowl, But
they can win, and they already have.
They can absolutely win with Jordan Mason. And you're right. They've won before McCaffrey got here. And if McCaffrey's not available, they're going to win games with Jordan Mason too, because that's who Kyle is, I think. Now, the 49ers have to determine how safe they're going to be with McCaffrey. I get it. But it's a long season. He's got plenty of time to heal. And you're already, Rams lost.
Everybody in the division.
Seattle
won. No, Seattle won. Seattle won.
Seattle won.
Yeah, wasn't that impressive, but they won.
Yeah, they did. They absolutely.
But let me just last thing about this, Donnie. You don't like this hanging over your head, though. You know what I mean? You can win and still have this. How are we going to handle it? How is he feeling? And then the one thing that makes you want to pour a double shot, partner, is when he does come back, how does it hold up? You know? It's not when he comes back, it's how the body holds up, obviously, with any injury.
Yeah, you said you don't want this hanging over your head. I got to tell you, I don't think it is. I think the nature of football is McCaffrey's hurt. Jordan Mason's going to play running back until he's ready.
All right.
And I really don't feel like that affects the 49ers. I'm talking in terms of their locker room and their veterans and what they need to accomplish this year. I mean, they think they can win a Super Bowl, and if Christian McCaffrey is banged up early in the year, maybe you use that to your advantage. You keep his touches down a little bit, and maybe you get a fresher McCaffrey at the end of the season. But you can't tell me that without Christian McCaffrey, all of a sudden this team's not a playoff team.
And I won't do that. And I think the proof of the matter is we saw a glimpse of that last night.
Here's Kyle Shanahan on how well the team played despite what happened off the field during the offseason.
I'm with our team every day, so I know there's lots of news stories and stuff with holdouts and things like that, and when are people coming back, but our guys have been awesome in practice. They've been very focused. Anytime guys don't get a lot of practice in, I wish we could have more, so I wanted to mesh more with those guys who just got here this week, but being able to get 4 practices in with those guys, having the extra day, things like that was great for them. Still got a long way to go. Today by no means was perfect. There were some parts that were sloppy, but just overall, all 3 phases played really well together. Being able to score there at the end of the half and with the field goal, run the clock out, score the opening drive of the third quarter, our defense getting the 2 turnovers, our kicker going 6 for 6, being able to have 37 runs. I look at that as a complete team goal that we try to do, so I was real happy with just the team overall.
That was Kyle Shanahan from last night talking about how the team overcame the Ayuk, the Trent Williams situation, and even throwing Ricky Pearsall in there, who's going to miss the first 4 games after being shot in Union Square 2 weeks ago.
They had the young woman, the police officer that got to him, when he got shot, Stoney. So that was a moment yesterday. She was at the game.
Here's the other thing that I was thinking about, and it's this. There's been so much talk about, they didn't get it done last year, and they haven't gotten it done in this last 5 years when they made 4 NFC championships and 2 Super Bowls. And I get the goal is to win a Super Bowl. But after a game like last night, and it's twofold. One is the way they played last night, and then 2 is it just happened to be the season opener. But the way I looked at last night is they win 32-19, and I feel like officially last year's now in the past. You can't take the fact that they lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs away, but that's over now. You can't look back on that. And I don't think the 49ers are as a team. I think they're disappointed about last year, but they know that they have just as good a shot this year, and worrying about last year is not going to help at all. The bottom line is they're 1-0. They've started off this season well with a convincing win. They're a favorite in the NFC. And to me, what a game like last night does is it puts the residue of last year behind them. You lose that game, and maybe people are starting to think differently. But I think that's what last night's game did for me, too. I wouldn't mind hearing how 49er fans think about that, too. I mean, we spent all offseason talking about this team not getting over the hump, this team not being able to seal the deal. And they're not going to be able to seal the deal until the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So when I looked at last night's game, I just feel like, okay, this is the 2024 San Francisco 49ers. It's a different version of the team last year. Even if it has most of the same players, it's a new year. And I feel like last night's game makes it official that now it's time to kind of look forward and look to their next game and look at how we played against the Jets as opposed to, let's say, exercising the demons of the past Super Bowls. They're just not going to be able to win a Super Bowl until they get to the Super Bowl. So there's nothing they can do right now, Goo, except win as many games as possible, get to the postseason, and give it another try.
Yeah, and I feel like you could cue up the John Lynch sound to Kawakami. Like, you can't assume anything. You got to earn that right to get in the playoffs and then get back to the Super Bowl. But, Stoney, I know you caught me early on today bringing up last year, but you won't again. That was my biggest takeaway leaving the stadium yesterday. It was a reminder just how good this team is. Like, hear me again. It was a reminder of just how good and loaded this team is, how crafty, how genius-like this coach is when it comes to calling offense, the designs of the run plays, the pass plays, everything involved. You are right, partner. Nobody is crying in their beer wearing a Niner uniform right now about last year. It's about this year, and my goodness, they got some, I guess we could call it bad news, 90 minutes before the game against the Jets, a vaunted Jets team, I believe. And what happens? They go out and dominate the time of possession defensively with their new defensive line. Bosa and Hargrave got help from Floyd, Collins, and the rest of the gang. They were nasty. And the Niners right now are, Steiny, I'm saying this and I mean this, even with McCaffrey on the sideline, right now, until proven otherwise, they are the class of the NFC. They just are.
Kyle Shanahan, you want to hear his post-game speech?
Yeah.
I know you're into speeches.
Oh, this is to the team.
Yeah, this is after they won. This is Kyle Shanahan in the post-game locker room.
Hey, guys, hell of a job, man. All right, game, everybody across the board. How many runs do we get? 37 runs, guys. Hey, awesome job, man. Hey, guys, hell of a job, man. We got Minnesota. It'll be a very quick turnaround. You guys get your rest. Take advantage of tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Awesome game.
Hey, man. All work, no luck. Mm-hmm. This is only beginning. Mm-hmm. Hey, Niners on three. Niners on three. 1, 2, 3.
Anybody recognize the voice after Shanahan?
I'm
not sure who that was.
I'm going to lay out.
All work, no luck. Need a little luck.
Well,
little luck doesn't hurt.
Last time they were in mini, they lost.
Well, of course they did.
Just last year?
Kirk Cousins picked them apart.
Oh, stop it.
They don't have Kirk Cousins, though, this year.
Yeah. Sam Darnold revenge game. We'll get to it.
I think it's interesting that to me, that tells me what Kyle Shanahan's point of emphasis is, and it's running. The thing he's most happy about last night is 37 runs.
Yeah.
And so
Debo got 8 of them.
Yeah, we talked about that 50-50 run-pass ratio. Well, they ran 37 times, and Brock Purdy threw 29 times. So that ratio is leaning more toward the run as opposed to the pass, at least for one game, Goo.
Yeah, and we'll see if it continues. And like I said, I know you laugh at me. I want to focus on last night, but at some point, Mason's going to have to be spelled. Now we're going to see somebody else step up, and it'll be an opportunity until we figure out what's going on with McCaffrey. But I like where they're at, and more than that, I like who they are. And again, I just pointed out at the beginning of this show that, hey, did you want 6 field goals? Obviously not, but a couple touchdowns were wiped off the board. But the Niners did everything they pretty much wanted to offensively and defensively. They're not going anywhere. And again, it's just not about if, Steiny, when they can get over the top.
Coming up in 10 minutes, Guru and I have our One Big Thing segment. And if you guys want to join in, this is your time to do it. At noon every day after a 49ers game, Guru and I will deliver our one big thing from last night's game. The biggest key that we thought, the most important aspect of last night's game. That's coming up at 12. If you want to jump in and give us your one big thing, now's the time to do it. 888-957-9570. And one big thing. What's your one big thing from last night? One big thing from last night's 32-19 win over the New York Jets. We'll do that at noon.
All right.
At noon, Guru.
I'm ready for you.
Noon.
Ready for you all.
By the way, I may want to work something into this show today because
feel free.
I spent a lot of time last night listening to coaches' post-game press conferences from Sunday. I got a scouting report on a few teams.
All right.
This
should be fun.
Yeah, I'll go through that maybe at 12:30, something like that. But I've got some things to say about the Lions, the Chargers, the Raiders, Dolphins, Browns, even the New York Giants.
This is a great bit because they can get testy, Steiny.
Yeah, they can.
These post-game pressers.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And Kyle Shanahan, a little bit testy.
I never told Jordan he was going to start. I told him he had to be ready a bunch, but that might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up, but I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to, it wasn't going to be like usual. He was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time, but now he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
There you go. Just be ready.
Yeah.
Told him to be ready.
Go ahead.
What'd you think of Rodgers last night, Goo?
You know what? I'm grading on a curve. It was his first game in 22 months, and there was obviously a rust factor, but who he was also playing. And this Niner defense they were nasty. They've been nasty. So I just don't like the offensive approach from the New York Jets. But they did what they thought was best. They know more than me. But the bottom line, he left a lot to be desired. But as far as our conversation yesterday where I was getting mad and you didn't know it, the arm strength was there. He just, like his head coach said after the game, Robert Saleh, he couldn't get in the rhythm because every time he looked up, he had a little happy feet. They were slower happy feet. But as far as, Steiny, if you're asking me, am I backing off my Jet prediction for them to do some damage in the AFC? I'm not. But I don't think that was the best version of Rodgers. Now, they went on that long drive early, 70 yards, 12 plays. I was like, okay, this is it. But the Niners were in zone, cover 3 a lot, Steiny, I believe. He picked that apart. They went man and pinned their ears back and got after him. And he looked like the Aaron Rodgers that the Niners had victimized many a days in the postseason.
This from the Xfinity Mobile text line. I got to disagree with this from the 510. 510 saying Brock was not impressive. He looked Jimmy-esque at times. I mean, I didn't see that.
I mean, he had a throw or two to where you're kind of, did you have to make that one? But I wouldn't say Jimmy. I'm going you. They won 32. Come on now.
I don't remember.
They put up 32 points.
I don't remember one throw that could have been picked off that Purdy threw last night. And you know what? The bottom line is, on a Kyle Shanahan coach team, I think Shanahan would rather have somebody who commits absolutely no turnovers. I think he'd rather have a guy who throws no touchdowns with no interceptions as opposed to 1 touchdown and 1 interception or 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. I just think that Shanahan just does not want Purdy to be the guy making mistakes on a team like this with so many weapons.
Yeah, and my lock of the day for Prize Picks yesterday, Steiny, was more than 228 passing yards for Brock Purdy. Pay me. 231 yards, and Steiny, 29 pass attempts. So not only did they run, they were able to pass it, spread it around, but also, like you said, 38 minutes and 40 seconds, which is 39 minutes. They controlled the ball. That's what I thought they were going to have difficulty without McCaffrey, without having the confidence in J.P. Mason. But, man, he looked like Marshawn Lynch and some of these big boys that I felt like, Steiny, when you average 5.3 yards a pop, that's what Mason did on the ground. I saw Jet guys making business decisions, as the great Deion Sanders once called it.
888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers, they're 1-0, 32-19 over the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers, very pedestrian. Breece Hall, so-so. And the offense of the New York Jets was pretty much handled by the 49ers. And then what also happens, obviously, is the 49ers start controlling the ball and using up a lot of time of possession.
Man.
The other team commits 2 turnovers. That puts more pressure on them when they do have the ball and they're not turning it over. And it just felt like the Jets, after they got down, were trying to do a little too much. And that's where they couldn't make up the ground.
And listen,
you start getting more. There's more and more pressure on a team offensively to score. And the more pressure they face to score, the more they're likely to have a quick possession because they're trying to do maybe more than they need to do and trying to break off some big plays to get into the game. So that's the way I viewed last night's game. The Jets just didn't have the ball enough to establish anything.
Yeah.
And it was because they couldn't string first downs together.
And just think about fatigue if you're a Jet defender, Steiny, and I talked about it. The Niners went on a 12-play drive, went 67 yards, 12 plays. Just think about all the tackling, dealing with Mason for 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Another 12-play drive for 75 yards. Another 5:14 off the clock. 11 plays for 7 minutes. Steiny, that's half a quarter. The Niners went on a drive, 11 plays, 7 minutes and 18 seconds for 70 yards. That's why, in the second half, the Jets look wore down, and I saw guys in white jerseys having Mason coming at him, Steiny, making the Deion Sanders like, oh, boy, this is a load. It's going to be a bear to take him down. So kudos to Kyle. Kudos for the execution. The offensive line. We didn't even mention Pooney, Steiny. I mean, a right guard made his first start, and I was talking about Quinnen Williams. Oh, my gosh. They were running at Williams. I mean, Kyle was running at him. The Niners are not, and it starts with Kyle, the mindset, right? They're not afraid of anybody. And when you run at the best, one of the best defenders on the defense, what message is that sending? Like, you can all get some.
Yeah. 888, Damon Cheng says Jets 19, Moody 18.
I'm going to give him a 3
Well,
for
that's
the
wrong.
effort.
It's Moody 20.
Look at my man.
The Jets 19. Let's get in the game, Damon.
My man.
Let's get in the game. He gets a point for each of those 2 conversions.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next? One big thing. What is your one big thing from last night's 32-19 win over the New York Jets? Guru's going to tell you his. I'm going to tell you mine on the other side. But give me the biggest thing that you saw from last night's season opener, Monday Night Football, where the 49ers simply handled the New York Jets. 888-957-9570. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
It's always fun game.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals. Sweet corn, 27 cents each, limit 12 items.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Oh, yeah, shark season right around the corner. And I'll be happy to inform you that I'm considering
not the seasons.
Season tickets.
Wow. Are you being you're playing? I'm going to make the chicken.
I'm going to get down.
Do I need to call Kaiser?
That
sounds like a whistle.
This is Guru laughing at something that he thought was funny.
What is that? Evan, what is this?
I don't know either.
Dude, oh, man.
I don't know either.
I'm still playing full court for the people concerned.
What?
So my wind is still, I'm going up and down, so I'm still hooping. What up, Cam? Yeah, we got young Cam back there. I can hoop.
All right, we're going to get into one big thing in a sec, but first, I'm going to update you on the Christian McCaffrey situation.
Oh.
We played Kyle Shanahan sound from last night after the game. He just had a conference call with reporters, and he was asked more about Christian McCaffrey. This is as recent as it gets. This is Kyle Shanahan updating what's going on with Christian McCaffrey.
Well, yes, I believe they're similar. I know it was a calf then, and it's a calf now. You guys could ask Christian more on that. Definitely, I believe if it was a playoff game, he would have played. But when it's not just the calf; it's the Achilles, and the Achilles is tendonitis, and that stuff comes and goes. And when it is acting up, it's something you got to be very careful about. Christian's very diligent about that stuff, and if it was a playoff game, he made it very clear to me he believed he could go. But when you hear that type of stuff and it's not a playoff game and it's week one, and especially when you're dealing with the lower extremities like that, it was a tough decision, but hearing all the words and stuff, in the long run, it made it easy.
And there's Kyle Shanahan agreeing with me that yesterday's game was not the biggest game of the year, even though it was the first game. And there are bigger games to play, much bigger games to play down the line. And Christian McCaffrey will be playing in those.
Yeah. And, I just hate how the show started from my standpoint.
Why?
In the A block of the show.
What's the matter, Goo?
Because people thought that I wasn't happy with the win more than the worry for McCaffrey. It's not that. And, partner, you just said something that hit me as you sip your coffee.
There's a few
It's
things.
not about when he comes back. It's about the injury itself. And when you talk about Achilles, sometimes you can do all the right stuff, Stoney. That thing's going to go. So that's what scares me as we watch him move forward with this season. The Niners still got major action. The people are chasing them. They got the target on their back, but I just don't know, and I know we're not doctors. I know it got KD. It got Greenlaw last year, and he was dealing with it all year. So hopefully somehow they err on the side of super caution, and we don't see a great performer like McCaffrey not be able to do what he's great at. That's all.
Well, it wasn't just the McCaffrey thing in the A block that really turned off 49er fans, I don't think. That was just part of it. I think there were some other things you said. Yeah, you're right, Goo. The 49ers did not score 50 last night.
Just stop.
They did not score 50, and it's obvious. It's obvious after week one. You're just the messenger. 49ers have a red zone problem.
No, not at all.
They have a monster red zone problem.
They got in. They had some BS penalties. A couple flat. I can't wait for dibs.
Why?
If the flag or the infraction is on the other side of the field, eat it.
Yeah, and you're the same guy that says, why? When Steph Curry's off the ball, he's getting held all the time. You want that call when Steph Curry's not on the strong side of the court, but you don't want it the other way.
Yeah. That's a horrible
Refs did a great job last night. They kept that game under control, and just a superb game by the officials last night. I don't think there's any doubt about it. All right, let's get to it.
Yeah.
It is one big thing. Hit it, Evan.
The big game is over. Win or loss, what is Steiny and Guru's one big thing?
This is awesome. That my worry about this, the defense under Nick Sorensen was too much. This defense is picking right right up where they left off, Steiny. They had a good Super Bowl, but I was worried about the baton being passed from Wilkes to Sorensen. And I'm looking at Malik Collins. I'm looking at Leonard Floyd. I'm looking at Hargrave. I'm looking at Bosa. They were active. And then the ability to go from zone to man on the outside with Lenore. And I'm sitting here like, my goodness, Steiny, this defense may be deeper than it was last year. And the reason I'm going here is I'm watching Ward. He reminds me of Jimmy Ward, Javarius, and he's got attitude, but watching him basically just shut down the Jet receivers, I'm like, this defense is going to be badass again without Dre Greenlaw. So the demise of the Niner D under Nick Sorensen was, I had to check myself. Your boy was wrong, Steiny, after 1 week, man.
Fred Warner, piggybacking on that, was asked about his thoughts on Nick Sorensen, his first game as defensive coordinator.
Called a great game. I love the way that he, approaches the preparation, the way that he leads our group, and ultimately, goes out there and calls a flawless game. There's things to clean up on our side as players, execution-wise, but I'm proud of the way that we fought.
All right, that's Fred Warner talking about Nick Sorensen. Yeah. Made all the right calls. 49ers held the Jets to 19, including a late touchdown that was pretty much
I'm curious to see yours. Yeah.
My one big thing is we learned last night that this team is not dependent on any one player. Nice. This team can win without Christian McCaffrey. It can win at times without Deebo Samuel. It can win without Ayuk. One guy, just one guy, is not going to break this offense down. Multiple injuries are another story. But that game last night I'm watching, and it looked exactly like a 49er game would have looked with Christian McCaffrey playing running back. And the reality of the situation is I know Christian McCaffrey's hurt, and I don't know when he's going to come back, but it certainly isn't anything that's going to be season-ending. It looked like Shanahan saying if this would have been a more important game or wouldn't have been the first game of the year he would have played. Mm-hmm. And so this team, I think, has all the ingredients to spell Christian McCaffrey when they want and not miss a beat during the regular season. This team's going to win a lot of games this year.
Now, what if I'm in the car and I'm driving and I want to ask the great Matt Steinmetz, why is it that they are not dependent on just one dude?
Because they're loaded. They are absolutely loaded. And
it's still not the answer I'm looking for.
What do you mean?
It's Kyle.
Okay.
He can dial it up without you, me, Evan, Cam, Mahegan. Like, that's special, man. And he's done it in the past with Jimmy.
So why are we surprised that he's doing it now? He did it his first couple years here. He got the 49ers to Super Bowl in 19 without McCaffrey.
I think I can answer that.
Why?
Because you have questions like what they were in the playoffs last year, and I'm not saying that was Shanahan's fault, but it kind of didn't get solved. Green Bay, Detroit, and Kansas City, the playoff opponents. Can we look each other in the face, Donnie, and say, now, one of those games, did they look like the dominant self they were during the regular season? And I guess if I'm going to give Kyle this kudos, I could just double back and ask him if I had the opportunity, why does he think they kind of took a step back? Because last night was incredible. And I'm with you. If we get word there was no McCaffrey, I'm not saying Niners have no chance. I'm like, that was Picasso last night of a game plan by both coordinators, for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, my one big thing is man, this team can win and beat you in a variety of ways. They can beat you with a run. They can beat you with a pass. Their defense can be good. It was last night. Maybe they ran into a Jets team that's still trying to figure itself out, and they have a quarterback who's relatively new and trying to figure out his teammates. But nevertheless, that game was not in doubt for the last 2.5 quarters, and the 49ers, I thought, played as good of a game one as they could possibly play.
And what about this? Now I think they got a secret weapon. It's not even a secret. If you're telling me Jake Moody is going to do this, Donnie, and again, I keep going back to that big-ass field goal in the Super Bowl that he hit. I mean, man, just now it's an embarrassment of riches. Obviously, you want to punch it in and not be dependent on the field goal kicker. It's not that. It's when you need them, the confidence. And I just think of how his career started, the miss against the Browns last year. Steiny, your boy's in the zone right now, man.
R. Herrera on the Xfinity Mobile Tech, or rather on the YouTube chat, Steiny's getting cocky now. San Francisco has no replacement, all capital letters, for Brock Purdy. Hello? Yeah, I disagree.
Man.
I mean, you can't tell me that if Brock Purdy missed a few games that the 49ers wouldn't have a good chance to win. Can't win a Super Bowl probably without Brock Purdy. I'm not saying that.
But Allen and Dobbs.
But what do you want from your backup quarterback? You want somebody who can step in, play 3 or 4 games if he has to, and keep the ship upright. And I have no doubt that Brandon Allen or Dobbs, he can do that.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Guru and I just gave you our one big thing from last night's game. Mine is that this team is not reliant on one guy. They have all kinds of weapons. They're going to spread it around, and they're going to be able to compensate for a guy being out here and there, and I don't think they're going to skip a beat. Guru, his one big thing was the defense under Nick Sorensen. Looked terrific. 19 points given up, late touchdown that was pretty meaningless. They had Rodgers. I don't know if he was under duress, but I
wasn't
think
comfortable, Steiny.
No, he wasn't. You're right about that. He wasn't comfortable. It looked like I thought he got rid of the ball a little soon at times. Wow. I think he was a little bit concerned about getting hit after not playing for a while. But the defense, Guru saying, is lights out, at least last night. So 888-957-9570. What's your one big thing from last night's ball game? The reality of the situation is, if you ask most 49er fans, they'd say the offseason was not a good one. Not a good one. And yet they came out and they looked as good as any team in the NFL in week 1. In fact, what team do you think, is there a team that looked, quote unquote, better than the Niners this weekend? To my way of thinking, I'd say the Niners looked terrific. I think the Cowboys looked really good.
How about the Chiefs? I thought
Chiefs
they
looked great, I thought. I think Baltimore's probably going to be there. Lions looked good.
So did the Rams.
And the Rams. But I think the Niners, all things considered, if you're a 49er fan, you got to give last night an A grade, I would think.
Yeah, that's what I'm giving it. But again, I don't want to bring the party down. Evan, you tell me what you think. But Steiny, do you believe in pressure?
You know what? I saw. Now get this, and because you just asked me, so I had no idea I was going to say, and it's just unbelievable. So I'm going through Instagram, okay, and I see a photo of Billie Jean King and Andre Agassi.
Okay,
and they're at the U.S. Open, and they're just taking a picture, but in the background there's a sign with words on it.
Oh, what does it say?
And do you know what it said? Do you know what the sign said?
I got to believe it had something to do with pressure.
It did. It said, pressure is a privilege. Pressure is a privilege. And I thought about that, and I said, I think I've got a new tagline.
Pressure is
a privilege. It's a privilege. A privilege.
Well, it's not your tagline.
Well, it is now.
I was getting ready to go.
It is now.
So you jacking people for their slogans.
Had you ever heard that before?
No, I hadn't.
Evan, had you ever heard that before?
Yeah, at the U.S. Open.
No, you haven't. Well, none of our listeners.
We saw the same sign.
None of our listeners watch tennis. It's my tagline now.
Evan is
I'm claiming it.
But the reason I bring that up, damn it, and I like that. Let's nitpick here. What bothers you more if you're a Niner fan? The two penalties are penalties, and they had 2 touchdowns called back. The 2 of 5 in the red zone or the Ayuk drops?
Neither.
You got to pick one.
No.
I'm going to pick
Neither
one.
of them
the
worry
Ayuk
me.
drops. Because I got to tell you, Steiny, listening and watching him, we see this all the time when guys and gals sign a deal and they try to live up to it. Steiny, he makes that catch 9 out of 10 times. And this is something to monitor moving forward. But now it feels like the whole stadium. I was there every time he was targeted and he made some catches.
Oh, boy.
It's like,
yeah.
Okay, Brandon, is there more at play? Did you not being at OTAs in preseason, is that going to follow you? Or are you just going to slap that in the face and catch every ball coming your way? And I just thought on that dive, on a dime by Purdy, I was like, oh, I will never get the chance to ask him. But my thought was, Steiny, I wonder if that was he missed camp related or contract or a combo of both and when that will go away.
Boy, you're something.
Steiny, he makes that catch 9 out of 10 times.
All right. Well, he missed Trent.
Well, yes, I believe they're similar. I know it was a calf then.
Never mind.
It's a calf now.
Man-to-man, Jennings. Oh, I want to throw.
Ayuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. He's missed all training camp.
Get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp. You need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden, you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why. Yeah, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty.
Can't do it. You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
Oh, you're a beautiful Russell Crowe, beautiful mind for playing that. Man, they said more than that, if you know what I mean.
What do you mean?
They said that and it was harsh. But the street vernacular, Steiny, they said some other stuff. Boy, and I'm rooting for Brandon, but man, you got to bring that in, baby. You heard the Mannings. How you gonna? Yeah, the Mannings said it. I didn't say it. I just brought it up to you.
Right, but the Mannings said that's a pass that he probably catches if he has training camp. You think he's going to be dropping passes in week 4?
No.
Okay.
I hope not. How about that? I don't think he is.
You don't think he is, or you do?
I don't.
Okay.
Because he's so polished and good.
Well, if you don't, then there's no worry.
Yeah, but Niner fans hoping that this doesn't continue, like it gets rectified. Like,
why would it continue? I guess is my question. Isn't he going to be the receiver he's always been?
No, you expect that. That's why he got paid. Yeah. But it's like Bosa.
Okay.
He admitted that he wasn't himself the whole season.
Uh-huh.
So I hope that's not the same thing with Brandon.
How'd CeeDee Lamb look?
He looked great.
Oh.
Yeah. But different people.
Yeah.
Huh? But Debo, my gosh.
But what about him?
He looked like a tank, man.
I said he was going to have a big year.
You did.
Mm-hmm. Joe's in San Jose.
Joe.
What's going on, Joe? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thank you for taking my call.
Absolutely.
So first things first, I want to say the Chargers also look good this weekend, as much as I hate to admit it. I'm not a Harbaugh fan, but they look pretty good.
You don't have to ask.
The other thing is that something I didn't like, something I don't like, something I'm still very much worried about as a Niner fan is McKivitz. I'm not a fan of that guy. I don't understand why he's still a starter. I don't understand why they haven't replaced him. That guy, I'm worried that at some point in time this season, he's going to screw up and Purdy's going to get hurt. And I just, it gives me cause to worry. But other than that, I think the boys looked really good yesterday. I wish they would have done a little better in the red zone. But other than that, I think they played a great game.
Appreciate the call,
Thanks,
Guru.
Joe.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Oh, yeah?
That was Joe.
We should steal his thought. I was just telling Evan.
What's his thought?
Something he didn't like. Hey, because there's always something, people, especially nowadays. But it's just funny, real quick. I'm looking at McKivitz, Steiny. I'm not saying he was great, but he only gave up 2 pressures. I think of McGlinchey in his tenure here as a Niner. They got to the Super Bowl. It's like, you guys throwing rocks. I get it, but this unit is a unit that gets you to the biggest game the last 4 years, and if not the biggest game, the game before it. Like, I mean, man.
Let me ask Evan this question because I think it's important. Did the Chargers look great in Week 1, Evan? You're Mr.
I texted Evan during the game before he answered, so we were in communication, me and him alone.
No.
I agree.
Oh.
They had 1 first down in the first half.
It was a big first down, though, probably, right?
It was still one.
Kept the drive alive.
It was still one.
I'm gonna give my Harbaugh update next segment.
I'm gonna give Evan the win on
at
that.
12:30.
Yeah,
at 12:30.
For me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Put him on the ballot. We got the thing tonight.
What's that?
The debate.
Yeah, I'm not watching.
No.
Can't do it.
Nope. Thank you, Mike.
You got to vote, pal.
Mike Antonio Pierce Singletary.
You got to vote.
I will vote. I'm not going to watch the debate. I have no interest. I don't need that.
This is shocking.
Did you ever hear? You remember the scene in Scarface where?
She'll be back. That's okay.
No, not that scene. The scene where Tony Montana is tasked with assassinating somebody who was coming out of the United Nations, and he was all set to do it, and then the ambassador came out with his 2 children, and the guy riding with Tony Montana said, "It doesn't matter. You must kill this guy." And Tony Montana said, "I don't need that in my life." And he ended up not killing the ambassador. And then let me tell you who was hot. Sosa.
Man.
Sosa was not happy at all. So there's my analogy.
What about stealing that segment from the caller, Joe?
Stealing that segment
idea
from the caller.
Well, Steiny already stole Billie Jean King's line.
Oh, dude, people, they're throwing rocks at you. Don't look. You got to have Twitter because they threw rocks at you.
That's a big problem.
You said it's because your password. You couldn't take it.
What do you say is about the segment?
Oh, he called and said something I didn't like. We should kind of incorporate that. Just you call one thing. Okay. It was all great, 6 field goals, but one thing that kind of stuck with you that you didn't like. And see, I think it's fair game.
And see, that's where I think you don't know how to read the room. The 49ers were favored by 4.5. They covered in a big way. They were up 3 scores, 32-12. They scored 32 points. They shut down Aaron Rodgers. Brees who?
Yeah.
Did nothing. It's not the day to nitpick.
What's the game again then, Tiny?
Where's she at? Call us.
She's
well, we had Holly call. She stole the show. She said
Holly's 13-year-old made his first appearance at a 49er game. He's now 1-0. I was going to get the young man's name and shout him out. I wonder if he had to get up for school today.
There's no way to prove it to you guys, but I was going to ask her, did you give him the day off? But maybe he had yesterday off.
All right. I see Mike. I see Dylan. I see Richie in Queens. 888-957-9570. What's your one? You know me. I don't really want to go negative, but Guru apparently wants to know what bugged you about last night.
Was there anything that bugged you?
Oh, hell no.
Shout out Atco.
Is there one thing? Oh, I'll tell you one thing that bothered me. Actually, there is one thing last night that bothered me about the game. And I'll tell you what it is on the other side. But it is something that inexcusable? Okay, I'll use the word inexcusable. I heard something last night that was inexcusable, and it came from a guy that I really, really like. I'll tell you what that is on the other side, and I'll do it on 95.7, The Game.
What's up? It's your boy Guru here to tell you Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike those other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the chicken roll in. One Caleb Williams passing yard gets you 1 win on Prize Picks every week in September. That's right. Only 1 yard gets you an automatic dub every football weekend in September. 4 weeks, 4 W's. Don't miss this deal on Prize Picks because it's gone when September ends. And remember, you now can win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. Tonight's lock of the day is Marcus Stroman taking on the Royals. He'll have under 4.5 strikeouts. Download the Prize Picks app today and use your boys code GURU957 and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get your $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
BMO knows that for business owners like me,
By Flanagan fouls after the tip by Lenore.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we'll have to agree to disagree on that one, Goo.
You thought that was a bad pass, huh?
I thought it lacked zip.
Why? I think zip is why he got picked.
Oh, I think if he would have hit it a little bit quicker, then the ball doesn't get deflected.
Yeah, I saw a couple back shoulder throws from A-Rod Steiny to where I was like, okay, you got the fastball, young man.
Do you think he does? I don't.
I really do.
I do not think he has a fastball right now.
Wow, yeah.
He didn't last night.
Brady's last game in New England, Foxborough, resulted, or whatever the field was, in a pick six against, I believe, the Titans. And I thought his arm was done. Then he just went to Tampa Bay and won a Super Bowl. But I don't think Rodgers' arm is done at all. He was worried about getting hit in the lower extremity.
No, that affects your arm.
Yeah, and that Achilles.
Yeah.
But I thought he was zipping it, a couple throws.
I thought he was extremely mediocre.
Yeah. And then Robert Saleh, did you catch him after at the podium? We're going to be fine. New York fans want to kill him.
I'll tell you what, we got some Robert Saleh.
All right.
Hey, Robert, you going to be fine?
When did you find out that you'd be in the starting lineup?
That's wrong. Wrong button.
We never really gave them a chance to get into rhythm, Defensively, they just, credit to San Francisco. They did a great job running the ball. They were very efficient in the pass game. Even in the second half when we feel like we made some adjustments in the run game, and they still were, -1 explosive. Thought we did good in the run game, but, they were really good in the pass game too. They're an elite football team, and I know they were missing Christian, but they still have Debo and Ayuk and Jennings and a really good O-line and a really good quarterback. So, credit to them. They executed a heck of a lot better than we did, and we got to be better.
I didn't hear we'll be fine.
Yeah, there was a different sound.
Let me try this one.
Greeny, our guy.
They still have a stable of backs, but at the same time, it's they're very, very good up front. From an efficiency standpoint, they beat us up front, plain and simple.
Yeah. I heard it this morning leaving. Mike Greenberg was playing it.
Oh, it wasn't on 95.7
Oh,
The Game.
no.
Oh, I got you.
Before I got in the car.
You
buried the lead. You said something that bothered you. And you I know something that bothered me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Goo had his breakfast.
I got to tell you, to me, watching a game on TV, an NFL game,
it's the greatest.
You get so much information. And, you know me, I like Jason Kelce. I like the Kelces.
Yeah.
Can somebody please tell Jason Kelce that the running back's name for the San Francisco 49ers is Christian McCaffrey.
As opposed to...
Not Christian McCafferty. Come on, Kelce, let's go.
That is so great. But it's like Brady. He's not being judged. He's got the job because who he is, and we'll love it. Nobody will correct him. The amount of people that mess up Ayuk, it's like, come on, man. Do some prep.
Dylan is in Santa Clara. What's up, Dylan? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. What's up, fellas?
Hey.
My one big takeaway was this rookie draft class, man. To see Malik Mustafa and Renato Green making plays on special teams right away. And, of course, the main one, Dominic Cuny. I couldn't help but watch him on every single play. He was dominant from the first snap to the last. He didn't have one bad play, not one penalty. He is an absolute gem from the third round, future All-Pro. And I think the one thing that bothered me is the Christian McCaffrey news right before kickoff just because of the uncertainty. We don't know how long he'll be out. So other than that, I think it was a great showing for the first week.
Yeah, that's fair. Good call.
Thanks, Mike.
I hadn't even thought that. Yeah, Steiny, somewhere. I mean, man, Steiny, just imagine this. And I know you were at the house, but you had to be. You texted the thread when you got the news. But I was with Evan on the field in the end zone when we got the news. We had just saw the great Cam Inman, and the news hadn't broke yet. And we were having a conversation based on, he'll play, and then moments later, everybody was buzzing about, wow. And then in comes J.P. Mason, Steiny, Jordan, that is, looking like Michael Jordan in cleats, looking like one Marshawn Lynch. And he had a great game, the game of his life to start. I mean, yesterday that was about the world, being introduced to J.P. Mason.
The one thing that if you're going to nitpick, I saw that I think PFF had Trent Williams graded out at a 94.
He was dominant.
Yeah, I had him at an 81.
No, I'm going with PFF.
On mine.
You don't like him.
I had him for an 81 on mine, and that was the one little note of 3 pages of notes I took. At the very end of page 3, I did say, not a great night for the guys who were greedy.
What do you mean?
McCaffrey.
He had no holding calls.
McCaffrey got paid. Yeah. He didn't play.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Ayuk got paid.
He stole that.
He stunk. And I think Trent Williams can play a lot better.
Please,
he limped off the field.
He played 87% of the snaps.
Yeah, right. But he wasn't as good as he needs to be.
They got.
He also needed an IV after the game.
Now that okay,
yeah, exactly.
I need water
because he's out of shape.
Oh well,
and he's got to get better. So
the Jets didn't take advantage of it.
The 3 guys,
please take him off your list.
3 greedy guys,
take him off your list.
That's the only negative.
Troll. Matt Troll negative. Your boy was better than fine. Trent Williams, Steiny.
Here's the other thing. According to my numbers of Jordan Mason's 147 yards, 97 came when they ran away from Trent Williams.
God, you are just, yeah. The book of trolling.
Oh, Mike's in Santa Clara. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. Great win last night. Overall solid performance. And one thing, I actually have 2 things. I have one, my biggest takeaway and a positive, and then also in honor of Goo, I also have a negative as well.
Oh, okay.
So, the biggest positive takeaway I took out of this is that the Niners defense came to play. And, there was, obviously the 70-yard drive, but after that, they got things in check, and they put their stuff together, and they played like just lights out at that point. As well as the biggest takeaway out of all of that is we control the clock, especially with the run game where you're running 100 and almost 80 yards. And you don't even need to, I'm not saying don't throw the ball, but I'm saying you control the game. And I mean, come on, you're taking like 5 to 7 minutes off every time you're out there on the field. You're giving your defense also the time to relax and just rest up and get ready for the next one. So I found that amazing of the control of the clock playing against the Jets.
Yeah.
The negative that I took out of it is, it did scare me a little bit when I saw Trent walking off the field, but thankfully it was just an IV. But the biggest negative I need to take is, Ayuk needs to get back in shape. And with the amount of time he took off because of that, it's going to take a few more weeks, but I think we're going to be okay. But that was the biggest negative I took out of it, was just Ayuk not being up to par at that point.
Thanks, Mayuk.
Yeah.
Thanks. Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call.
Is that, again, not to be negative, Stoney.
No,
you think that's fair game?
What?
A guy that didn't have camp?
What'd you expect?
Right. I guess that's where I'm at. You got to keep giving him chances for him to get back into shape. And this week of practice, I'm sure to help, but nothing nothing's like the game, partner.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Something about when you call me partner. Not sure if I like
it. Saves me from saying other words.
Yeah. Like friend?
So people listening think we like each other.
Trent Williams will be all right. Yeah, he's got to play better.
But the dude was fine.
He's got to play better.
Please.
I'm worried about
his new chicken, and he balled out.
Will he be able to last
of the
year?
snaps.
That's it?
Dude, so
he gets a raise and he plays less.
They had 100 million plays. Come on, man. They had 100 million plays last night.
I'm just saying.
Body shot in the Jet defense left and right.
Throw a block.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Eric in Novato. Hey, Eric, what's going on, man?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Hey. Doing well. Yeah.
Right on. Hey, fellas, I disagree, Steiny, that one key player. And I actually think it's funny you guys are talking about him. I think Trent Williams is that one key player. I think if Trent is out of the lineup, that changes a defensive scheme. That changes where you're slanting your D linemen, where you're lining up your linebackers. I think if the Niners got more yards running to the other side of the line, it's because Trent was on the side he was on. The guy is a difference maker, and it bothered me that they gave him fluids and put it back in, because that tells me that they know that even though this guy missed all training camp, that they got to have him on the field.
Yeah. Oh, good God, Steiner. We talked about the importance of players, and I had both of those players before Brock Purdy, the quarterback, in a quarterback league. But, I mean, he's everything. And
I like, this team just showed last night it can win without McCaffrey.
And Dre Greenlaw.
Well, you're going to be saying that half the year.
Oh, no, he might. What if he? No, I love what I saw from the defense last year, but let's not act like that was not supposed to be. And it's still May. Steiny, it's one game. You're going to come against a foe that might try to manipulate you and take advantage of him not being there. Everybody's different. But my point is, I don't know if that's going to happen with the way that they were. This has been the one constant from the 49ers since the inception of Kyle Shanahan. Steiny, when a ball carrier is in space, they gang tackle. I don't know if you were watching it yesterday. Every time somebody catches a ball, they swarm to it. And I appreciate that. And that's why Saleh, that's why DeMeco Ryans. And I don't know what the future is for Sorensen, but he did himself a great yesterday by having his unit ready to go, and they just suffocate you. They tackle better than any other team in the league. I really believe that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Dave in San Francisco. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Doing real good. Great game last night.
Yes,
Love
great
it.
game.
Purdy's my hero. I'm thinking he's super chill. He might say take $10 million a year starting next year, so they could do several Super Bowls and pay everybody.
Yeah. Tell him, stop. Break the news to him.
Thanks, Dave. You wish.
Yeah.
I mean, did he say going to take $10 million or $10 million less?
Either way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 408 coming right at you.
I've been stellar today. For what?
The 408. Greenlaw is overrated, and he's a penalty machine. I only heard his name called once last night. Well, that's one more than he should have been called.
It wasn't there.
Exactly.
So that was trolling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How about, let me see what we got here. Jose and Hercules. What's up, Jose? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
I'm doing good, man. I'm still gloating over the yesterday's win.
Yeah.
I just wanted your guys' opinion on something, man. So last year's Super Bowl, I kind of was wondering, because, when we had the three-headed monster a couple years back, I kind of felt that we should have integrated that in our system last year with Debo, CMC, and Elijah Mitchell. Now, what I kind of want to see when CMC comes back is a four-headed monster with Debo, Mason, CMC, and Juszczyk. Well, I wanted your guys' opinion about that.
You want 3 running backs in there.
Man, 4.
Well, that's true if you count Debo Samuel.
But I love his thought, but if the great, I'm going to call him a Jedi right now, Steiny, because that's what he is, Kyle.
Well, until he loses a game,
look at
then you'll rip him.
If he hasn't gotten to that, then I don't think that's the way to go. How about that? There's got to be a reason he's not doing that. And Juszczyk making plays downfield, I was happy for him. Why would you roll your eyes?
He caught a ball. He was wide open. For God's sakes.
Dude, you are something else, man.
Tell you what, here's all you need to know about Juszczyk. Every other guy that was asked to take a pay cut told the organization to hit the pike. Juszczyk knows his own ability and said, I'll gladly take a paycheck.
And so you throw that like it's a stone or something bad.
He caught a ball.
The dude's a team player with the money, the chicken, and I'm just happy to see get some love.
See,
gosh, man.
Okay, and I'll be honest with you, because Lori Matthews on the YouTube chat, they should use Juszczyk more.
Like I say, they should do Kittle.
Again, when Juszczyk has the ball, that means it's your 5th best guy with the ball who has it. They have better weapons than Juszczyk.
I'll just say this. That was one game last night, but I do remember the Super Bowl where they got down there and couldn't get it in all the time, like prolific offenses do, led by Kyle. Maybe you change something up if you use check or kill more in the red zone.
Yeah, no, let's
maybe
use check. Let's use check more than McCaffrey. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a great idea.
He wasn't on the field? Nobody's saying that.
No, that's a great idea.
Nobody's saying that,
Let's see if we can get use check 18 carries a game.
Boy.
That's what we want.
Yeah.
That's what we want.
Like that's what I was
Please.
getting at.
Come on.
Put some respect on his name.
I won't. I
Don't you see him in the street?
He went to Harvard.
You never been in a fight.
He went to Harvard.
I got him.
I don't care if I see him in the street.
Hey,
what's he going to do? Read me his thesis? Please. Went to Harvard.
Wow, look at you profiling, man.
Grandpa Daddy.
Our guy.
He's got a young one. What's up, Grandpa?
Wow.
Oh, Steiny. You cracked me up, Steiny. Dude, what's up, baby?
Dealing with this man, baby. Yeah.
Hey, Steiny, you know what we say? From the U and from everywhere we at, us black folks, look, don't hate, participate.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Here's my one good thing. It's kind of double-edged sword. Jordan Mason replacing McCaffrey and stepping it up. Bam. And the second one was Purdy. Now, did you see that one play where he stepped back, he was in the pocket, under pressure, and flat-footed? I think, what was it? He threw that pass over to Ayuk. That told me a lot. Purdy, he's got nerve, bro.
Yeah.
He's got nerve. He can handle the pressure.
Yeah.
Those are my two favorite takes. And you know what I'm saying?
I do.
He's the one, Steiny. He's the one, man. We calling it. I'm calling it right now. 49ers going to win the Super Bowl. I'm putting $500 on it in Vegas.
Wow.
You go. Go, Grandpa.
Yeah. Hopefully you do better than Norm last year. We went out and jinxed him. He had the Niners to win the Super Bowl.
But he had him getting to the Super Bowl, too, to win money.
The big ticket was the winning it. Yeah. Yeah. Went overtime. But good for Grandpa Daddy. 5 big ones.
Yeah. What are the odds again on that right now?
I don't.
Like, what are the... Like, were they 8-1, 7-1?
I got to think, well, probably second behind the Chiefs. I would believe.
Yeah, I would think so.
But now with this information about McCaffrey, you wonder if it alters.
Here's the other thing. As long as we're nitpicking.
Go ahead. I fought you yesterday.
They're facing the Jets without Hassan Reddick. Give me a break.
Yeah, he didn't play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But that was the Jet defense of that vaunted Jet team. They just got Steiny. You understand what body punches do to one over time.
You just laughed at me for never being in a fight.
Out.
So how would I know?
Well, I'm just telling you that's what the Niners offense did to the Jets defensive line, linebackers. They didn't even want to tackle at the end.
From the 650. Yeah, bad take by Steiny. Taking a pay cut for the overall well-being of the team is admirable. That's not what we do here in San Francisco. We milk the franchise for every penny we can. That was the lesson of the offseason.
Dude,
all right?
Stop.
If Juszczyk wants to be a Niner, the last thing he can do is take a pay cut. That's not what we do here in San Francisco.
Makes me like the guy, man. Because he knows he's got a good thing and he's in a good situation.
We try to get ours, and if the other guy doesn't, so be it.
No, that's called the world. And that's why you need to watch the debate tonight.
You know, maybe if Trent Williams would be playing under his old number, we could pay Kyle Juszczyk more. But that's not the way it works. Get yours. That's the 49ers motto.
If you got to the worlds, if you got the cachet and talent, you can get yours.
San Francisco football, get yours.
And they got it last night, baby.
Antonio in Oakland, what's up, hey? How you doing, man? This league's a joke. It's the Niners league. They run it.
Oh, man, the sky is falling because Brandon Ayuk dropped the pass.
Tell him.
Honestly, man, he should have caught it, but he didn't. I mean, at the end of the day, man, we won the game. We got, we won a game without CMC, the first team All-Pro, probably a top 5 football player in this league.
Yeah.
And then Jordan Mason, a.k.a. Baby Marshawn Lynch, man, we got to Thunder and Lightning little thing going on for the rest of the season. So I like that.
Oh, I like
and the defense, swarming, physical, and I love being Aaron Rodgers, man. Like he's our big rival. So it's like the LeBron James. So it feels good to continue our Monday night freaking win. We got the most wins any team in Monday night history. So that's always great, man.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, like I said, we're gonna go 13-4 the rest of the way.
Look at him. He's got it mapped out.
And he's
13-4.
Yeah, 13-4. I have him at 11-6. Playoffs, 3rd seed. Take it to the bank.
Right. I'll do that.
Oh. Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
You'd be wise to.
No, Stoney, this team is the problem. Again.
Oh. Yeah. Well, what about the red zone? Red zone. Red zone field goals.
I don't care if it was high school. 6 field goals is too many. That's all. I'm just saying. That didn't supersede the brilliance I saw out there. But damn, help Moody out. His foot's probably in the ice right now. 6 field goals.
I like
kickoffs.
I like the 6 field goals.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I'll tell you what.
6.
What is 17? Let me tell you something right now. 17, 85. Let me tell you something. If Jake Moody kicks 102 field goals this year, averaging 6 per game, I guarantee this will be the highest scoring offense in the league.
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yay!
Guess who had a birthday yesterday?
Don't tell me.
You already know. And he got his gift. The Lord gave him his gift.
Hold on. Do you know, Evan?
Just think about what we're talking about and how it fits.
Purdy?
And the Lord gave him his gift.
The Lord gave him his gift.
He was inactive yesterday.
He was McCaffrey?
Pearson.
Oh.
Yeah. You get the gift?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, look at me.
I got you.
Evan got me.
Yeah.
He gets me a lot more.
Absolutely got you. You know what I'm going to do on the other side? I'm giving you my scouting report of some other teams and coaches. I did some homework, and I needed to pay off.
All right.
On the other side. You guys can jump in here at 888-957-9570.
People want to know about your thoughts on the Tyreek Hill video.
I got to be careful.
Norm wasn't happy. Norm wasn't happy with Tyreek.
He didn't like the.
Dude,
don't be knocking on my window.
But you can't roll your window up on the cops. What do you expect? So,
I got to be careful.
All right,
it was wrong.
Evan and I talked about this, boy. Anyway, we'll get to it before we get out of here.
Yeah, or not. I don't know what to. I want to know how fast he was going. That's all I want to know.
Too fast.
888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource.
Play action, Purdy. Use check. The catch. First and goal.
I thought, there's some things that we could all probably do a little bit better at, just with myself included, just the live speed and having everybody in together, tied together with everything, shifts, motions, operation, going against man coverage, finding ways to get open and being on time. Like there's just the sense of urgency that I think that we can be a little bit better with.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's the guy I want on my team.
Who?
A guy right there, Juice.
Was that Juice or was that Purdy?
That was Juice.
It was Brock.
Hmm.
He threw it to Juice.
And you know what? Any other player on the 49ers gets in on that throw.
Evan, thank you, man. He threw it to Juice.
Yeah, that was Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. Post game. It's all right. Not expected to just know who is talking all the time. I mean, we don't have the TV.
I was defending Juice, man.
He went to Harvard. He can defend himself. He's probably got a law degree. Kyle Shanahan. He talked to the media today and gave some updates on last night's ball game and who's hurt. Let's go through a little bit of it right now. We've played this before, but it's timely because it's about Christian McCaffrey and his calf/Achilles. This is Kyle Shanahan, not last night, but just about an hour ago from Santa Clara on Christian McCaffrey and where they're going from here.
Well, yes, I believe they're similar. I know it was a calf then, and it's a calf now. You guys could ask Christian more on that. Definitely, I believe if it was a playoff game, he would have played. But when it's not just the calf, it's the Achilles, and the Achilles is tendonitis, and that stuff comes and goes. And when it is acting up, it's something you got to be very careful about. Christian's very diligent about that stuff, and if it was a playoff game, he made it very clear to me he believed he could go. But when you hear that type of stuff and it's not a playoff game and it's week one, and especially when you're dealing with the lower extremities like that, it was a tough decision, but hearing all the words and stuff, in the long run, it made it easy.
That was Kyle Shanahan today, and we'll find out more as the week goes on about whether he'll play against the Minnesota Vikings or not. And I'm looking at this note, Guru, and I don't know, maybe this plays into your decision-making or not. The 49ers have 4 games on turf this year.
Wow.
Or actually, that's in the next few games. The Vikings, the Rams, the Seahawks, and then Buffalo. Buffalo's turf, huh? I guess so. It's in the middle of winter. So, I don't know.
But that would go into my decision. And I don't want to just say this is coach talk, but Steiny, the whole theme of the offseason and why you were calling me crazy being worried about the calf, since we're talking about it and you played that sound, can you just give me this, man? Just give me my flowers for, I've heard these words come out of Kyle's mouth. Had this been a regular season game, he would be ready to go. I heard McCaffrey just last week tell reporters he'll be ready to go. So now when you say if it was a playoff game, I guess just to me, it doesn't take away the fear and the severity of what could possibly go wrong when he does play. That's all. It's not just playing. It's what happens when you play. That's what we're fearful of. And remember, I'll never get over this. I accused Kevin Durant of being able to play and thinking he wasn't playing because he was thinking about life after, Golden State. And that man went out there and risked his Achilles. So, he'll come back when he can, but this is serious, man.
Well, let me ask 49er fans how serious they think it is. At 888-957-9570. On a scale of 1 to 10, let's say, Goo, what is your concern level for Christian McCaffrey right now?
At 8. Yeah. No, seriously.
That's a lot.
But you could laugh last week when he didn't miss a game. I guess what I'm saying, Steiny, is when do you risk it? Forget the team, just McCaffrey.
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
And that's why I'm at an 8.
Well, that's exactly what I'm getting at. It's whether he plays in your mind, whether he plays in game 2 against the Vikings or game 9 against whoever they play, the nature of you is you're going to be worried no matter what when he comes back.
But obviously, I'm not going to defy science. I will say this. If you got to week 9, which nobody wants, you think it would be the best version of whatever the injury is, right? Time heals.
One more time?
If he took all that time off, you think the Achilles would be in the best, or the tendonitis of the Achilles, whatever, would be in the best possible stage that it could be in.
I mean,
the longer you don't use it is what I'm getting at.
In a perfect world, the 49ers win 12 games and McCaffrey plays the last 3.
Right.
And he's in terrific health when the playoffs come around.
Where are you at? What number would you give it? Seriously.
A 2?
Even with my victory lap that you dubbed it for, like, okay, it's something, but you're still at a 2.
Maybe not even a 2. I mean, this to me is precaution until it's not.
All right, okay.
I mean, there's gonna be guys who get hurt this year for the Niners,
and he's one of them. Even though it wasn't on the field, something that they say started week 17 last year. But gosh, Stotty, we're talking about a guy that can do it all. But Kyle's not a slave to one player. Well, I get that, but there are going to be teams in games where you need McCaffrey, and you may have him. If McCaffrey's name was Steph Curry and he had this injury or this issue, I would be in at 8. And that's why when I first heard this calf and they hadn't been playing the season, I was thinking to myself, this might be a bit more serious than they're letting on.
So if it happened in week 17 last year and it was serious, why'd they pay him?
Gotcha.
Why'd they pay him this offseason?
Maybe they didn't know it was this serious, but I hear
then he snookered him. You think is McCaffrey a snookerer?
Nah.
Connor's in San Leandro. Hey, Connor, what's going on? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm just so relieved about yesterday.
Sure.
I'm really excited.
There you go.
What's going on, everyone?
Hey, should be excited.
Right? I'm halfway expecting that after this, when we have the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, if Willard isn't back to his optimistic self, I'm going to be disappointed in the 49ers that they disappointed Willard. Anyway, Tiny, you asked, am I worried about McCaffrey and the injuries and the press and all this other stuff that comes with the attention of being a favorite to get to the Super Bowl again? And I got to be honest, I have a bit of a contrarian take, which is in 2019, our incredible coach had running back by committee.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan Mason is an example of that. Yeah, Trent is going to say, hey, that's what Jordan Mason's like when he gets the ball. But the fact of the facts, all of this comes down to the fact that we have an amazing coach. And when my local radio, when 95.7 The Game is out here telling me, like, oh, I'm worried about this, I'm worried about that, I'm like, yeah, me too. But then when I'm watching Monday Night Football, and the producers put on a graphic that tell me, oh, you got the highest paid in this position, the highest paid in that position, even Fred Warner, I think that's haterade. I'm like, guys, stop hating on my team for doing what they're supposed to do. I'm not going to apologize for having the top paid people in these positions because that's who we recruit. So I'm not worried about McCaffrey. I think that he's icing on the cake, just like he was when we got him with the trade. Everyone is freaking out when you don't realize Kyle Shanahan is so good that he works well with constraints. Did he close it at the end in overtime in the Super Bowl? He didn't. But I still have a ton of faith in this team, and I am looking forward to what we do without McCaffrey so that when he comes back, it's going to be like we got the Infinity Stone. So that's my take on this. Thanks for asking, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
And you shouldn't have to apologize for your team having the highest paid at their positions. That's prestige, and that, to me, that's the goal.
What's the Infinity Stone?
Oh, the superheroes movie. Xfinity Wars.
Mm-hmm. And what does that stone do?
It has powers.
What kind?
All kind. Whatever you need it to do.
Can it make you fly?
You can. Yeah, they got dudes that can do that, have beams coming out of their eyes. So you never seen X-Men or the Avengers?
Those are cartoons, Goo, aren't they?
No, they're comics, but they're movies now.
I mean,
Marvel.
I've always been a little bit leery of adults who read comics.
People laughing at Xfinity Wars, Tiny.
I've been watching a show called Below Zero. It's about life in the bush.
It's not Xfinity, it's Infinity. I said Xfinity. Yeah. That's the.
Here's all you need to know about Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, boy.
What?
Nothing.
Here's all you need to know about Kyle Shanahan. 2017, Carlos Hyde. 2018, Matt Breida.
No, this is real.
2019, Raheem Mostert.
It's real.
2020, what was his name? Jeff Wilson Jr. 2021.
They all got hurt.
Eli Mitchell.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Then McCaffrey.
It's everything.
They don't need a bell cow.
But still, you'll never say that because this dude is the number one pick in fantasy across the nation.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
But listen, bottom line is you need him, Steiny. So I'll never say Kyle can't do anything without McCaffrey. Shown us that 1 week yesterday. But it is just interesting. You get off, you kick the Jets' ass, but this news to me has me thinking, man, just how is this going to play out? That's all. Not that they can't win and go back and win it all. But, Steiny, how is it going to go? This is the Steph Curry of the team.
See, now you're making me do this again. Right. And I don't like to do it, but I must do it.
Yeah.
And that is, now I know what I want to happen this year for the Niners.
All right, give it to me.
I want McCaffrey not to play at all.
Because you wanted to see Brock without weapons.
And them to still win the Super Bowl.
Well,
that's what I would like.
Well,
because I'm ready to say it. This team's going to win 11 games with or without McCaffrey.
And that's like, hello, I'm buying that. And I think we've already purchased it in 2019. Steiny, come on, man. Think about what you're saying.
Well, then stop worrying.
Oh.
Stop worrying.
Right, yeah.
You can worry if you want to. Mike's in Livermore. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, guys. How are you guys today?
Doing well, man. Doing well. Big win for the Niners last night.
Oh yeah, great game. Listen, I'm with Guru on this one, man. As far as the injury, I'm like a 7 or 8 myself. Look at what happened to Greenlaw, man. The Achilles just went out like that, and all he did was just run from the sideline. Yeah. So when you got problems with that Achilles, you got to be super careful because you never know what could happen with that bad boy. So I'm with Guru. You rest him until he feels no pain, and then I worry about, like Guru said, when he comes back, how it's going to feel.
Yeah.
So that's my take, Guru. I'm with you on this one, buddy.
Right. And I'm not happy you're with me, but I'll take some company. But no, Steiny, that's it. That's just, it's not when you come back, it's how the body reacts. That's all. I'm trying to be proactive.
Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
not going to bring it up until he comes back and play.
You know what? Let's hold him out till the opener next year. Let's just hold him out to the opener next year.
I got confidence in the team. He'll be back.
Oh, now he'll be back.
Oh, stop.
You stop. No, you stop. Not me.
Put your glasses on. You did.
You stop.
Oh, man.
Quit complaining.
Well, no, you gave me a victory lap, so I need to. I'm not happy about it. I'm reluctantly running around the track, but you guys told me it was nothing. It's something. As soon as I saw that calf/Achilles, that's when I got that. The Guru radar went off.
Now, you acknowledge you're not a doctor.
Right.
Okay.
Not a doctor.
Thank you.
And you acknowledge you're not a doctor.
That's right. That's why I'm not going to worry about something I don't understand.
But you do understand.
I understand precaution.
So got you.
See,
so
Guru,
no, I'm giving you that.
Guru, it was the least important game of the season.
Watch the game again, then.
It's the NFL.
Yeah, you know, Toots, I'm right.
But can you say that?
I just did, Toots.
Whoa!
Sam and Hercules. What's up, Sammy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Talk to us.
Dynamite.
Just want to acknowledge my 3 MVP standouts from yesterday.
All right, Steiny, Goo, and who?
Let's go with Mason, of course. He stepped it up, killed it yesterday.
Yes, he did.
let's go with coaching. Gonna say Shanahan did a good job. I've watched Aaron Rodgers play many years, and the best way to beat that guy is with that TOP, keeping him off the field. I feel like we almost doubled the time of possession that game. And then my man Moody, man, just kick after kick, big kicks, big times, kind of put the pressure on the other team's offense, made them change their game script, I guess, in a certain stats. And man, 50-yarders. I don't like getting turnovers and kicking field goals. That's my only blemish, I guess I would say. Yeah. We got to score on those turnovers, man. Get 7.
Yeah.
And you know what? I guess that struck a nerve real quick, Scotty, about that turnover, is that was the theme of the Super Bowl.
There we go.
Oh, my God.
There we go.
Evan, I did it
That's
again.
number 4 today.
That's 3.
4. I wrote one down, and I didn't even remind you, but you said it.
Throw it back at you. Damn it.
You know, here's the way I look at it, because I'm more optimistic than people. Oh, there's a red zone problem, red zone, too many field goals. Let me tell you what you want to do. What's the name of the game?
Win.
Getting points. Getting points. They scored 8 straight possessions.
But field goals
if they're all field. Oh, did they last night? They didn't.
But if you're didn't. Right. But that's not
32-19.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But normally that's
so if you get 3 field goals is better than a touchdown. In your eye.
Just please, okay.
What great football teams do is they simply score.
It's taking advantage of your opportunities.
They scored 8 out of 8 times. Yeah. Just absolutely incredible.
So that would have been incredible. So 24 points they left.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, and that's how you watch games.
No, it's how you can lose against a better team. I'm not pissed. I'm happy they won.
Nah, you're not really.
They did everything but take advantage of the opportunities.
You're worried about McCann. Raymond in Watsonville. What's up, Ray? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey.
I haven't called in a bit, but I listen to you guys every single day.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I knew this was going to happen today, Goo. I knew you were going to find something to complain about.
Yeah.
Right? I love you for it, right? Hey, but you know what? Hey, we won the game, 32-19. We scored on 8 consecutive possessions. We played the first game of the season after just 3 games, if you want to call it 3 games of preseason, which the starters really never played. Let's see, Trent Williams was in there, Ayuk was there. We got the think about this. Where McCaffrey, did you really want him to play if he was hurt? Even if he was hurting just a little bit, I think because of preseason, they're going to be more cautious with injuries, letting him play out and heal and be fully recovered before they put him back in there. I think the league has a problem trying to add more games to the players, because, we know it's the most watched sporting football that is on TV, right? And I think you're adding more games, you're just going to get more people hurt. So I'm okay with them letting them just rest. I'm okay for them letting them rest next Sunday.
Sure.
And I'm not really worried about the Niners. I'm not worried about game 1. I mean, it's overreaction Monday with all of our teams, and who won. We're going to put them in the bowl. If they lose, the season's over with. I mean, why even play? Goo, you got to relax.
I really am. And I love you too, man. I really do.
Thanks, Raymond. Appreciate it.
I just think a lot of and it has something to do with you, because you do it like a great point guard, but you make me say things that you're really saying, and you're a master at it. And now you got me like that was a great win, but I will not apologize for who I am and being concerned moving forward. But the other part is, you and I agree that Kyle's so great, as crazy as what's about to come out of my mouth. Steiny, he is so great that they can win without McCaffrey. Nobody wants to see that happen. And I'm not saying they don't miss McCaffrey. I'm hoping he's back Sunday. But what I took from last night driving home is Kyle Shanahan in totality, with everybody that he's had at his disposal to play for him, the players. He is a genius.
I'm glad you came up with that thought
like
after
I mean
7.
that.
Yeah, after 7 or 8 years.
No, I called him the boy genius before.
Yeah.
I just get mad at him because I think he gets in his own way sometimes.
Yeah. Worry is a down payment on an investment you'll never make. Mm-hmm.
But
worry,
all the parents in the
is
world
a down payment.
Worry
on an investment you'll never make.
Man.
There's just no reason.
A lot of people killing you for the Billie Jean stealing.
Stealing what?
The pressure. That's been around forever, they say.
No, I don't think so.
No, haven't even backed this up saying.
Well, even if it was around forever, I'm not going to acknowledge it was around forever.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. What was I going to say?
Man, do it, because I'm done.
Yeah. I know what I wanted to say. I forgot this. Oh, my God. Lamar Jackson stinks. That's a fact. 669.
That's Florida.
Steiny. Didn't you say Moody was going to kick 5 field goals yesterday? No, I didn't. You know what I said yesterday? I said Moody was going to kick 6 field goals. Yes, I did.
Cue up the sound.
What did I make? The prediction I made was 25 to something.
There's no way. There is no way you would let 3 hours of radio go by. If you said that, it happened, and you just didn't come in here and say, look at me.
No, because I said they were only going to score 25. They got 2 touchdowns.
But you said 6 field goals?
Yes.
I don't remember, but if you did, oh, my goodness.
Ernie! Give me Ernie Chavez. He knows.
Do you want us to hold you to all of your future predictions
Please,
as well?
Yeah.
Hey, Evan's checking in.
Look at you. Because he does BS.
No, I had 21-16.
His BS meter went off. Oh, my Stoney, I need this day to be over.
Oh, again?
Yeah,
It's the
Niners
Infinity
21-16.
Wars.
How'd they score 6 field goals?
I'm
Not
sorry?
Xfinity.
That's what?
21 points, 6 field goals. Do the math.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be 7.
Oh,
but I didn't say 7.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, no, but if they kick 6 field goals and they'd be at 18.
Evan, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Don't let facts get in the good way of a good story, right?
6 field goals.
Not 5.
Yeah,
not
right.
6, not 7.
You would have tweeted that all night. I get it, right?
San Jose Jazz fan. He's no Ernie Chavez, but he does listen occasionally. Steiny, 6 field goals. Also Steiny, Mavs in 6. He's right on both. Mm-hmm. He really is. God, I had something else. Oh, I know what I want to play. Hey, I want to hear Shanahan talking about the best kicker in football.
I mean, I think just being able to get through his rookie year, being a draft pick and everything, having to replace a guy like Robbie, all eyes are on him to start, going from his first misses in the preseason to the miss versus Cleveland. Like, those are such a big deal when you haven't done it before. But every time that, he got more eyes on him and people are waiting for him to fail, he always rebounded and got through that. And when you do that, you build true confidence and you get stronger through adversity. And I feel like he went through a ton in his first year. And coming into his second year, I forget that he's only a second-year player. He handles himself very well and carries himself like a true veteran now.
Yeah, he's a weapon.
I may get a Moody shirt.
Like season tickets for the Sharks. I was like, yeah. If I were Kamudi, wow.
The bottom line is I made a note of it at 5:48. After Moody's first field goal, I said Moody was a great pick at 3. And then I said he's going to be their kicker for the next 10 years.
Now they got it right.
They gambled, used a 3rd-round pick, and it's paying big dividends. Big dividends. And it's just so nice to know, Goo. You get to the 40, it's 3 in the bag. It's 3 in the bag.
I won't touch. I want 6, baby.
Well, you can't always get what you want, Mick Jagger.
Yeah, but they whooped their tail last night.
Oh, they did.
Yep.
All right.
Just win, baby.
Yeah.
God, Al was great.
Okay.
A Maverick.
He was a Raider. Let's see. Oh, we gotta get out. We gotta get out. 888-957-9570. It's the Too Short segment on the other side.
Niners win.
95.7 the game.
All righty. John Sally.
There you go.
49ers 32, Jets 19.
Now, I know it's the Too Short segment, Sonny, but I got to take a second to clear my name.
Okay.
I don't got to clear it. But my main man, at Charles Basie on Twitter.
Silk.
No, that's my friend Reg Basie. This is somebody I don't know. He goes, you just defended the police on the radio. You really are losing all credibility now. I said Tyreek Hill being in cuffs, face down on the ground, was insulting. It shouldn't even come to that yesterday. So that's what I said. But go ahead, Stan. I just had to get that out.
All right.
Yeah.
Jake Moody. 27 for 31 in his career. Field goals.
Jake Moody.
That's almost 90%. It's 88.9%.
So they hit on the pick.
So far.
How long are you going to say that all season long about Moody?
Well, as long as it's happening in the present, I can say it. We're talking about things in the past that we should let go. Oh, Philmo Mike. Oh, Philmo wants to
he called in the post-game show with the great Sterling Bennett, Kyle Madsen. I heard your affinity for Madsen yesterday and the great Mark Grandy. I heard you, Mike.
Off top. Hell yeah.
It was something like this. Hey, Kyle, I love you. You're one of my favorites. I was like, I ain't never seen Mike that soft, but it's all good, baby. Look at him laugh. I love it. Yeah.
That was a good one. I give you a 2.
Look at it.
Nah, but big shout out to Ernie Chavez. I went to school with him. We went to high school. We played on the baseball team together.
Come on, Mike. No way. No way. Wow.
No, we did. Ernie Chavez played on the same baseball team, and then we became like the JV team coach like the next year. It was pretty cool. Anyway, though, it feels good that the Niners played the way they did. That's one of the best feelings when your team plays horribly or not up to their standards, but they still kind of handle a big boy team. That feels good to me. One of the greatest feelings. I just want to give kudos to the Niners. Big shout out to Frank Gore too, man. For real.
Hey, I got
ones to know. We love Frank Gore.
Hey,
Frank,
Mike, let me throw this one at you. Just off the. How do you think the Jets are going to do this year?
I think they're going to be okay. I don't think that they're going to wow people, but I think their defense is going to get better, and Rodgers and Wilson they're going to get a better rapport for sure.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. They got to go. Yes, they got to go 10-6 for Guru to win that bet now.
Well, no, mine was postseason. Get into the AFC Championship game. Oh no! 10
wins.
That
too.
Oh no!
So you have 2 predictions.
I got one.
One won't be right. Please. You have the Jets going to the AFC title game.
Yeah, that's just a throwaway. We were at the cafeteria. But the real money bet is 9.5. They got to get 10.
Yep. Yeah. Who do the Jets play next week?
I think it's Thursday night.
Short week? A short week?
That's Bills Dolphins. The Jets are at. Here we go, Steiny. Let me give it to you. The Jets are at Tennessee. They're at the Titans. They'll get back off the mat.
Well,
yeah.
We'll see.
Well, Pollard.
Great start to the year for the San Francisco 49ers.
No doubt. Nobody can argue that.
You know what? I think the 510s are onto something here on the Xfinity Mobile text line.
Give it to him. Or us.
That when I was mentioning 6 field goals, I think I was talking about the Steelers. That the Steelers would get 6 field goals in a game because they don't know how to score touchdowns. You know what I'm saying?
But for 5 minutes, you had us thinking you nailed Moody.
I did.
Yeah.
I mean,
you would have been in here 6 a.m. Can you find the sounds, Spitoni, of me predicting Moody with 6? That's how I knew it didn't happen.
I've stopped asking for sound.
People say you're like Shannon. You got a little arrogance.
Right. You know why?
Just as long as you own it. That's what I'm here for, to call you out.
When you're the best. When you're the best. I'll just leave it there, as you like to say, Goo. What else is going on, Goo?
No, I know you've poisoned Willard for me, not Dibs. So when he comes in here, he's going to tell us what he heard and what we were trying to say. He's going to say, Goo, don't be worried about as if the stain of the game last night, my experience of being blessed to be able to go and watch it and feel the crowd is going to be marred by the 6 field goals. And I'm going to just thank you for taking it out of context. It's all good. I'm here for you, buddy.
Listen.
And
I tried to save you. Just FYI, when you do a radio show in San Francisco and your home team dominates an opponent, just spend a little time talking about the dominance.
And that I did.
Before you nitpick.
Please, check my Twitter. Well, you can't.
Oh, boy.
You're on it.
No,
You're off it.
I tell you what, just for kicks.
What you got?
Share something that you thought was insightful that you wrote on Twitter.
You being serious?
Yeah.
Let me go to
I am being serious. I bet it was something about, like, gosh, Shanahan. And I love him now, but when he doesn't make a fourth down.
There's a great picture of Evan and I.
Oh.
And then I text.
Here we go.
Great showing by the Niners and J.P. Mason as he beasted the New York Jets. Also, Aaron Rodgers can't move at all.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
That was late night. After watching it again on the Manning cast.
Did you guys stay for the whole game?
Yeah, we did.
How was it getting out of there?
Well, I had the pleasure of parking in the Hilton, so I just had to walk and got on there and got out.
That's true.
But it was jammed.
Do we know at all how the new directed parking went?
Now, there were conflicting reports. We had one caller say he was a part of that group that actually tailgated and had a great time. Nothing stopped, but we hadn't taken any calls. I didn't hear anybody call the roast this morning complaining.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because we tailgated a little bit. You and I, Evan and the great Christy and Carter. We took a pic. You remember the picture?
Of course I remember the picture.
Yeah.
But I thought, don't you have to have...
There was a DJ, alcohol, we had it all.
Don't you have to have technically a car to tailgate?
No.
Think about it, people. 888-957-9570.
The caddy was right about...
Don't you need a car to tailgate?
We were hanging out then.
No, we were hanging out.
Yeah.
I just had to let traffic clear afterwards. All right, coming up on the other side, Willard and Dibbs are coming in. And again, this is one of our fun segments because they'll tell us everything we meant to say during the previous 4 hours, but weren't as adept as they are at saying it. So looking forward to hearing them critique our show today. What's coming up next on The Game, presented by Fremont Bank? 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Segment was also brought to you by Safeway.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals.
fourth snap for Rodgers. Floyd was there, and it's a little flip, a catch, a fumble by Hall, and a recovery by the 49ers. Warner made the stop and punched it right out of the arm of Breece Hall.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's a peanut punch, Steiny. It's a peanut punch. Named after Spencer Tillman of the Bears.
That's a great one.
Spencer
Peanut
Tillman, right? Yeah, Peanut Tillman.
Peanut Tillman, that's right.
He loved to punch it out,
Yeah.
Steiny. So Fred Warner with a peanut
Steiny
punch.
goes, is that
I believe
illegal?
you're wrong. I believe Spencer Tillman was a running back. I think you mean Charles Tillman.
I love, okay.
Yeah.
And you couldn't have given that to me,
There's
Evan. You had to
no
serve
way.
one up to your
This has
boy.
been a
Is that
rough
what
show.
happened?
Spencer
Is
Tillman
that
from
how we're
Oklahoma,
doing
right?
it?
I believe so.
Yeah, Spencer Tillman from Oklahoma.
You and I have
That's right.
conjoined history, and you're going to do me like that? Duly noted.
Well,
But
give me the Steiny. Thank you.
What
Give
is
myself
that?
a 4.
Yeah.
Anyway,
confirm
happy
that
Victory
Peanut Tillman's
Tuesday.
name is Charles. But who cares?
Please.
It's
Great effort.
Look at
Dude,
him.
it was a Valium game.
Evan.
It's made his day.
That's an Evan win. Steiny gets the hockey assist.
Wow.
Well, that's fine.
Evan
That's
gets
fine.
the goal.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
Yeah, whatever. No,
I'm trying to
no,
curry
we got a
favor
bet
now.
with you.
You're dead to
you got
me.
to bet with me.
Yeah,
Who?
Steiny and I are betting that you're going to come in at me.
Why would I come at you?
Because he manipulated what I led the show off with about last night. Shout out to Rob Lowe.
I've been in the weeds today, so
Yeah.
don't even
All right.
tell me now.
I sat next to Vontae, Dibbs, and Evan. We had a great time bonding, watching the game.
Beautiful.
Frank Gore inducted into the Niner Hall of Fame. It was incredible. Boys II Men did the national anthem. So I come in here and say Kyle can win with us. Like, that was a reminder, as much and badass as McCaffrey is, and I'm still worried, but he showed us why he's taking different iterations of the Niners to the Super Bowl. And then I said something about, 6 field goals, and it was to the side. 6 field goals is not what you aim for.
Mark.
And that was the theme of the show.
Mark.
Guru not happy with the 32 points. And I blowing past how great they looked on the defensive side of the ball. Pooney, everybody. Only he can do it like he can, man.
Mark, I said, great start.
Calling me Mark.
I said, great start of the season for the San Francisco 49ers. Dominant win over the New York Jets, 32-19. And Guru said, I think we've got a red zone problem.
It didn't go like that at all. You were next to me. You know, I know what we were watching.
Well, last night we were watching it from the All-22 because that's where our seats are. We're in the 8th level, and I loved it. We're right down there by the goal
12
line.
personnel.
It was Bonte, and then Goo, and then me, and then Whitley, and we had Hutch 2 seats down,
Beautiful.
Jake, and it was a little bit of a jury of our peers. Somebody would miss something, and somebody would correct, and it was a very low-volume discussion about football. And one thing we talked about is, my goodness, that scheme and those lanes.
Man.
Your guy, JP Mason, had some lanes to run through now, and you see him from up there on the snap. It's like, hurrah, 5 yards wide. All right, JP, go ahead and get 13. Not that he wasn't great, because he was, but they just took that game over from the view of the All-22.
The offensive line was incredible.
Yeah.
Man.
And
people calling in mad at Pooney, not giving Pooney his credit. I'm like, he was great.
Yeah, the offensive line would look. If you've got a running back who's essentially never started a game that goes for $150, and you've got a quarterback, go look at any picture of Brock Purdy online after the game, and you'll notice one thing. He has a tiny little grass stain on his shoulder.
Just a
little grass stain.
And he dove.
And I'm pretty sure it was from when he dove. He dove forward, and no one touched him on that play.
McKivit's terrible. I'm like, what game did you watch?
No, well, he had a couple penalties or whatever.
It happens.
Yeah, well,
2 pressures he gave up.
It's week 1. Everybody looked wobbly, and I thought the Niners got over it as fast as any team that I saw. Like, got their train on the track as quickly as anyone I saw. The offensive line was tremendous. I'm not going to come at you, though, because that's the nature of being a football fan. Like, we joked about this, Dibs, on the show before the game had even started, and it actually came to be. I'm sure we'll take a call today, or maybe you guys already have. Well, they got to get Kittle more involved. I mean,
that happened.
Yes, you'll look at a game, and there's never a football game. It's kind of like playing a round of golf. For those of you who played around, you can shoot your best score ever, and you will have dinner that night and be like, I can't believe I missed that 1 4-footer, though. My 76 should have been a 75. Like, that's how we watch football. So there's always going to be stuff to nitpick at. But, man, I called last night a volume game because I thought, look, it's only week 1. You're not going to win. You're not going to go to the playoffs, and you're not going to miss the playoffs based on last night. Last night was going to determine one thing, and that is whether this weird offseason was actually going to get turned up and stress everyone out, or if you were going to inject Valium into everybody's arm.
Valium is what you're saying, like the drug.
Yes.
I thought you were saying volume.
Not volume. Valium.
Like pump up the volume.
Inject it into our veins.
Valium, okay.
Where everybody goes, oh, Brandon and Christian and Trent and this and that and the other. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Well, that's
and that's
what I was
it
going to ask
did.
you. I was waiting
That's
on
what
you.
it did. They looked fantastic.
Because we went and walked the field and we're in the end zone and that news broke about, because I can't separate the news and how I felt in the stadium. I felt like I was communicating with everybody when it was 90 minutes before kickoff, and I brought you up, and Dibs can attest to this. You left us, or we left you at the crossover, and you said everything around the NFC West went the Niners' way. Then I thought to myself, just being real, when that news came out and what we don't know, not that they can't win without McCaffrey, but would you say that now after we find out, Steiny was, Guru, take your victory lap? I'm not happy, but I'm like, there is a concern. Not that they can't win, but now they're dealing with something that's over their head, per se, with their best player.
What I had said is if the Niners win tonight, then this opening week went really well for them. And it's not just the division and the fact that the Rams and Cardinals both lost their openers. It's also that the Packers, which were considered maybe one of the biggest challengers in the NFC, are now compromised. They're 0-1, and they're going to play a month with Malik Willis. That probably is going to make things tough on them for the rest of the season. Whatever you think about the Eagles and Cowboys, the Falcons also, some people thought maybe that would be a challenger this year. They don't look good. But no, just because Jordan Mason had one good game, that does not mean now that everything's just chill about Christian McCaffrey. And it's not just that he missed the game. It sounds like this has been lingering for a long time. And Doc Feely will join us in 2 hours.
Oh, I'm on it.
We'll find out what the chances are of this dogging Christian in some form for the rest of the year. And, it's a problem.
Well, also with the turf game coming up, and Kyle actually was quoted yesterday talking about the Greenlaw injury, and he said it wasn't so much the turf in the game, it was the practice leading up to it. And that, to me, was a little bit more telling because the Vegas field last year, they were at UNLV. It's a terrible artificial surface, and he thinks that was more of a contributing factor to Dre Greenlaw than the actual incident on turf. So that's something to watch as we get through Minnesota week. But for today, Victory Tuesday, and for me, the biggest takeaway is Kyle Shanahan and that love affair with the run game, because when he starts running it like he ran it, when the game flipped and he had that long drive with only 2 passes, when he gets into that mode, you can see him licking his chops. We were in the 8th floor, so I couldn't really see it, but you just know, they know you're going to run it, you know you're going to run it, and they can't stop you.
And that's when you're good.
That is football porn for Kyle Shanahan.
Yep.
So you got Feely in 2 hours?
Feely in 2 hours.
Yeah.
And we'll dive into obviously the Christian thing.
So McCaffrey and Panja have missed week 1.
That's correct.
Do we know the status of Panja?
And same thing with Panja, we found out today. We checked in with him, and unfortunately, he's not ready to go.
Funny, though, because Doc Feely texted me Friday saying he had already been told that he was going to be the starter.
I just informed him. Earlier today at 10 a.m. that he'll be in.
Yeah.
And he says he's ready and he hates the media.
There you go.
That's the other thing he told me. Yeah.
Well, if Doc Feely has a J.P. Mason type performance, you're looking at 12 minutes of pure medical gold.
Exactly.
Baby Marshawn.
Totally.
That's what we look like
You
last
had
night.
it better at baby Steven Jackson. Because he had like 3 or 4 different babies. Dibs, he's like baby.
Marion Barber.
Marion Barber was the one. And then he went to Marshawn, and I said, you're getting better. And you finished with Steven Jackson.
Shasky shot
not
with
the
Steven
Warrior.
Jackson. I texted him mine. So I stole it from him. He didn't know.
Okay.
He knows now.
Yeah, never mind. Never mind me giving you credit. Because I told you in the moment, I said, your comps are getting better.
Yeah, Steiny stole from the great Billie Jean King today.
I heard.
Evan had to call him out.
That's awkward.
Want to tell him what it was?
No.
I just heard the accusation. I didn't hear the actual theft.
Pressure is a privilege. Have you heard that one before?
Pressure is a privilege?
Yeah.
No. I've not heard that before.
Thank you.
It was posted on a sign at the U.S. Open. Billie Jean King Tennis Center. Yeah, I saw that. Anyway.
Willard,
what'd you think of Aaron Rodgers?
He looked pretty much like I thought he would look, to be honest with you. The arm talent is still there.
That's what I said.
You jump off sides, zing, touchdown, 40 yards. Like
couple back shoulders too.
He can, the arm talent is still there. The mobility is not. And he's going up against a defense that once the Jets gave them one little body shot, that was it. That was it. And they did not, they suffocated him the rest of the way. He's not going to be able to avoid pressure. The Niners put a lot of it on him. And so he is going to be a middle-of-the-road quarterback this year in the NFL.
Dibs?
He'll go as far as his offensive line will allow him to go.
And they got a new one. They gutted like 4 guys out on that O-line. It was one game.
Oh, yeah, one game. And just you read his comments from last night. I didn't hear him, obviously, on the way back, but you read him, and he's throwing some subtle jabs at his O-line and protection. And, yeah, there's throws that he could have made as well, but it's the same old Aaron. So if things don't go well early for this entire team, you might see a fissure or a crack in an overall facade that thinks that they're going to be a playoff team.
Well, week 1 is always interesting, right? Because you get info and then you need to see it again because it's like, is the Jets offense not that good or is the Niner defense next level?
I'm leaning toward the latter.
And same thing here. Like the Niners went on 9, and I get a lot of them were field goals, but 9 consecutive scoring drives against a team that is supposed to be a top 3 defense in the NFL.
12 and 11 plays.
So does that mean that the 49ers, their offense is already up to midseason level, or are the Jets not what they were cracked up to be?
Yeah.
Like that's what week 2 and week 3 you really start to get information about teams because I don't know, but the Niners, they outclassed them in every single way. Outclassed them the whole way.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I saw the great Patrick Willis being part of the ceremony as they inducted Frank Gore into the Hall of Fame. And I'm going to say this. I'm one guy. They don't make that no green law. Whenever it's all said and done, 54, Fred Warner is going to be invited to that party of the all-time great linebackers for the Niners or just in football. My gosh, man, to go punch that ball out and set the tone early, even though they got a field goal, he's something special, man.
Well, the fact that he does it in all facets, and it's one thing to be a 3-down defensive lineman. If you're linebacker, you have to play every down. Man. But you play every down, and you're just as dangerous in the pass game as you are in the run game. His speed in the run game is so fun to watch because he reads it, and he sees the route based on what the blockers might do, and then it's and he's just there. He's there, and he gets a piece or he punches it out. And then in the pass game, when you watch him drop or if he's playing man-to-man, he's ferocious like a cornerback. Man. It's unbelievable.
My daughter was already in love with Fred Warner, and she was at the game last night.
You got to see your 2 kids and your lovely daughter.
3 of them.
Yeah, she's now she's even more in love with Fred Warner. She can't believe the way that he tackles and the way that he moves around a football field. He's incredible. And it's funny that it was Aaron Rodgers on the field last night because I can't remember which playoff game against Aaron it was. Was it the Hufanga game at Lambeau? I actually think it was the Mostert game here the year before where there's audio of Aaron saying to Fred after the game when they all, start to shake hands, saying to Fred, I know the rest of the league doesn't know yet, but we all know. Those of us who play the game, we know you're the best linebacker in the sport.
See, I hadn't heard that.
I think the rest of the world knows now.
No doubt about it.
He is. He's the best linebacker in the sport.
I believe
Period.
Let me throw this one at you, Dibs, because you are a football guy. Leonard Floyd and Nick Bosa. All right, so Bosa only had 10 sacks last year, 10 and a half. And Floyd, I guess, has had 4 straight years of about 9 or 10. Does Bosa, if let's just say hypothetically Bosa ends up with 14 sacks this year, but Floyd has 15, is it still possible Bosa has a great year?
Yes, and it happened last night, and I was talking to the Goo about it in real time because you watched the sack that Floyd got. That was a Bosa sack. So Bosa beats his man, and he forces the quarterback to move, and his only movement is into Floyd. And so Floyd gets the sack. He was going to be there anyway. I thought it might have been a half a sack apiece because Bosa was the one who had the pressure. I do think sometimes we get too fixated on sacks because one thing I was thinking about with this D-line, we talked about it yesterday, Floyd's going to be the mop-up guy, where you go to Safeway and you accidentally knock a jar of sauce off the shelf. The checker doesn't clean it. They call in the cleanup person, which was me back in 1986. Shout out Red Hill Safeway. Your boy had the mop about twice a day. So not that Leonard Floyd is a glorified stock boy, but he is going to be the mop-up guy for Bosa.
Yeah, Hutch came on with us yesterday and was talking about, like, Floyd is not what he used to be, but that's what he's really good at. He can get there kind of with the second level, and Dibbs is right. That's what happened yesterday, and I do think that we need to get to a point, and I know it's tough. Look, I'm not asking fans to watch the All-22 or anything like that.
Right.
Like, get nachos and have fun. I don't care, but, like, Nick Bosa, we got to stop making this all about stats. I just don't think you can look at it that way and be like, he needs to have 18 sacks or else he had a bad year.
If you see it, you see it. You know when they're being disruptive.
The offense is game planning against him. He's the one who they're focusing on. By the way, he's the one they're choke holding. I don't know what it is about Nick either.
I'm not caping up for Nick, but it's out of control.
It's absolutely
They got
absurd.
videos on IG now.
And I don't
Going back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, today's not about refs, and you can find something in every game, although there was one play that was the funniest thing I've ever seen a ref do. I'll hold that for a sec because I wanted to talk to you about it, Tibbs. Funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. But anyway, yeah, like Nick can play great and not get a sack. Like he can change the game without getting a sack. So I just think we got to change the way we look at the way Nick is playing.
Are you talking about the play where he was rushing backwards?
Yes.
And he threw his neck into the guy's arm?
Oh, he threw his neck in. Richard Sherman was all over this last night on social media. He's like, what in God's green earth is this? He almost sacked Aaron Rodgers with his back. Like, because he's being dragged by his neck by a left tackle and no call.
Wow.
I don't know. Whatever. I mean, it happens. It happens on every play.
Is there any comparison to be made between, let's say, Bosa Floyd and Alden and Justin Smith?
Don't think so, because Justin was a guy who played in the interior, and so he was providing that A-gap pressure and in the B-gap, and he was a demand double team, if not a triple team, which allowed Alden to go one-on-one. And when they'd run those stunts, when Justin would go out and Alden would loop around from behind, 6'5", 255, offenses had problems. So these are just two true ends, whereas Justin was on the interior and Alden was outside.
Can I give you a different position comp that you will love?
Sure.
Maybe Leonard Floyd will be a little Alvin Harper-ish. Alvin Harper was a product of being the other receiver next to Michael Irvin.
No doubt.
And when all of the focus is on Michael Irvin, Alvin Harper got great stats. And then he got a great contract to go to the Tampa Bay Bucs and was never heard from again for the rest of his NFL career.
Right.
So, yeah, like stuff like that happens.
Namdi Asamoah.
Yeah.
When he was, the Raiders used him, he was a G, went to zone, not so much.
Yeah.
Went to Philly, right?
Yeah.
Namdi. And you know who he's married to, right?
Well, they're divorced now.
Are they?
Yeah, the great Kerry Washington.
Kerry Washington, I didn't know that.
And I can't say actress anymore, it's actor. The great actor, Kerry. You know,
well, you're not allowed to say actress anymore?
They came for me when I did my top 5 list.
Isn't the...
it's actor for everybody, right?
But isn't the Oscar? Isn't it still
No, that's where I got it from. It's just actor.
Like Nicole Kidman's an actor.
But the Oscar is no longer called Best Actress?
I don't think so.
They have separate Oscars still, right?
Right.
For male and female? Still separate act?
No, I think there's a new
Are we
update.
still gender assigning these awards?
I don't know. I don't watch the awards show.
I don't either.
I'm
They
asking
came
the
for
question.
me, and that's what I was like, whoa.
I don't even know. Like
They came for you.
Did they change the name of the award? Now you just got 2 awards?
You're going to have to Google it.
Okay.
I feel like
I honestly don't know, Mark.
I'll Google
I feel
it.
like it's the same version of nobody says stewardess anymore. They say flight attendant.
That's a good
Because then you take into account both genders.
Academy Award for Best Actress in a Lead Role.
There you go.
2024. Emma Stone.
Better be careful. Yeah.
What are you whispering?
I know.
I did the legal.
Yes.
That's what I was whispering.
He did the legal. Time to do the legal. Time for the legal. This is not for nothing, and we can move on right after it. But Dibs, I did want to throw this out. The only time, because my lovely daughter lost her voice at this game yesterday.
Oh wow!
Because she doesn't get to go very often, and just like lost her mind. She had the greatest night of her life. I didn't, but there was one moment where I do think the lovely Christy considered breaking up with me because I lost my mind in the stands and I was screaming at a ref, which is the stupidest thing ever because the ref can't hear you.
Yeah.
You are 114 rows away. But I was they threw the flag from the end zone.
Oh, man.
And called, this was one of the plays in the red zone.
Was it on Debo, the Debo hold?
They called pass interference to the point where the ref then comes out and goes, pass interference on the offense. And I'm losing my mind. I'm like, it's not a pass. You can't call
that one.
pass interference on a run play.
Jeez.
He threw the ball 2 yards by. They fixed it. But my cheeks were about to fly off of my face because I'm like, you can't. How on earth?
Yeah.
This was oh my gosh, I lost it.
Yeah.
So thank goodness they fixed it.
And they had to, and that's
Of
why you
course.
huddle, Mark, as officials. It's why you huddle.
But they had already huddled, and they come out with the call, and
checks
then
and
huddle
balances.
again. Yes.
Too many checks and balances.
I got you.
On that play, if you realize what the back judge is seeing, the back judge is seeing an offensive player engage in a block before a pass is thrown. The back judge can't see that baby's going backwards.
I got the mistake. I didn't get the 4 of them coming together and coming out of there.
It might have been all 8 of them.
Yeah, with that call.
There was one where I was pointing out to these guys that the side judge called something like a deep offensive hold on a play that went the other way.
I've been barking to Steiny all day about let that go.
That's one you let go. But by and large, they were a non-story.
Steph Curry gets held off the ball on the other side of the floor, you want that
That's
call.
so different.
Well, he doesn't get calls. You know that.
Hey, Willard, I got to say this. As I had a margarita off work, I was sipping my margarita, and I met your kids. Your jeans are strong. They're beautiful, but they look it was 3 Willards. Little. We said,
tall, medium, and small.
They have fun with me. Your kids don't look like you, but yours look just like you.
I put a picture of them all up on IG, MT Willard, if you'd like to follow along with the ridiculousness. But I put a picture of them on IG, and my favorite comment, someone commented, well, y'all are never going to need a ladder.
No,
that's my oldest son. Good God.
I told our boss, I said, he's going to be 6'5" by halftime.
Oh, by half.
And he was. He got home and he was
legit 6'4". I mean,
legit.
Like, if he wanted to do some yoga or some Pilates, he's got 6'5" in his future.
Christy doesn't like taking pictures next to him because she looks like a toddler.
You look like a jockey next to him.
Oh, that's great.
And away they go.
File.
That's
so stupid.
File this under who's surprised, but according to the text line, Kerry Washington and Nnamdi Asomugha happily married.
Thank you. We're gonna score that for the Dibber.
Wait a minute.
I listened to the Trevor Noah podcast. Whenever you get away from the Odyssey app, if ever, you would actually love it, Steiny. It's a little leaning in directions you may enjoy more. Great celebrity interviews, including Kerry Washington, and she was talking about her husband Nnamdi.
Yeah, not how she broke up.
Yeah.
By their relationship, about how it's flourishing.
They just went to the Vanity Fair Oscar party together earlier this year.
Beautiful couple.
They renewed their vows, let alone got divorced.
So they're married again.
Man. And you want to talk about fade the Dibber?
Well, you haven't heard those new vows. Maybe those new
Kerry
vows were like, hey,
Washington speaks out on Nnamdi Asomugha divorce rumors.
Rumors.
Well, that's what I got.
Every day.
Look at all these rumors.
Hey, Time Next Social Club. I knew what I was talking about.
All right, gents.
All right. On that note, of dismatrimony.
Great opening week for the Niners, despite their red zone issues. They were able to overcome them and beat the New York Jets.
And thank you for your classiness, Guru, in defeat.
You beat me by 2 points.
As Breece Hall was taken out of the game.
I had some support, Willard, but
I know. I know.
I had some guys rooting for me.
I'm sure there were very few people rooting for me in the entire planet yesterday.
Steiny could go winless in this fantasy league.
Oh, is there problems?
You know what?
I know you were still here. Now he wants to stay. He's like 2. Yeah, how about 250?
Get in the game. I was the 3rd highest scoring team in our league.
I
scored over 140 points. Only 3 teams did that. I'm building a bully, and we're going to be a factor. I don't think there's any doubt. And I don't even have Nick Chubb yet. Mm-hmm.
You're not going to the whole year, by the way, but that's okay.
Yeah. Hey, at least you got Juwan Jennings.
You're right.
How'd Joe Mixon do?
Last night you took an L, but
he did well.
I had
No, you know what?
They were having marriage problems. I'm looking at it.
That's
no
matchless
divorce.
Team 0-1 confirmed.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together.
Gosh, what a wonderful day. Wow. Doesn't it feel different? It feels different to me. That's a whole lot of drama. That's a whole lot of worrying. And I would say about half of one quarter in, you could still worry. You're like, oh, they went 3 and out. And then they got a field goal where they went 3 and out. And then Aaron Rodgers marched them down the field. And Breece Hall threw a football off the back wall. And the Jets are thinking upset, and they lead 7-3. 65,000 have been led to sit on their hands, and from that moment forward, oh my goodness, complete and total dominance all across the board. I don't think there's one aspect of 49er football. Nothing was perfect, but you're not going to take shots at any aspect of the game. Offense, defense, special teams, coaching, any position group, nobody was terrible. Nobody left a bunch on the table out there. Complete and total dominance of a team that is one of the top 10 favorites in the NFL, and an entire offseason of stress has been put to rest.
For the most part, yeah. You got a wide receiver who didn't go to camp and had 2 drops, which is not good, but you won by 13, so it's not even a headline. And it's the only thing I thought of when you were laying that out about, nobody or no aspect was disappointing. That was about the only disappointing thing, and it didn't matter because your offense was humming. You scored on 8 possessions in a row, and it was night-night. And people want to talk about, oh, those field goals, they need to be touchdowns, and that has to be touchdowns. Okay, so you want to score 56 points in an NFL game, which is extremely rare. And yeah, 2 touchdowns and 6 field goals, you'd rather have it be the other way around, which would be 48 points. I get that. Points. But you scored. You got the ball, and you scored. And when you do that, it doesn't matter if it's a ton of threes. You're going to win a lot of games.
You're going to win a ton of games. 9 straight drives with points is phenomenal. And yes, those who want to say you got to be better in the red zone is interesting. I mean, Jake Moody was so great because they didn't get to the red zone a whole lot. I thought they were fine once they got into the red zone. It was kind of the high red where things were stalling out sometimes. And sure, a ball was dropped in the end zone. And we will talk about that because Peyton Manning on ManningCast left nothing on the table there. And I have an observation about what it sounded like in the stands when that happened, because Brandon Ayuk, I do think there's something he's going to have to be ready for. He probably is, but the tone around Brandon Ayuk is a little different now. When stuff like that happens, I'm sure it'll dissipate and he'll get back to himself and everything will be fine. But sure, you can nitpick everywhere, but all in all, to me, last night served as a humongous just pill of medication to calm everyone and everything down. They still very much look like an elite football team. And the stress got ramped up, as we know, right before kick.
Of course, yeah.
With Christian out. And for them to end up looking like that without Christian, I think served another helping
for sure
of anxiety reducers.
I get it, and I think the anxiety was among the fan base. I think the team kind of was self-confident knowing that they're a really good team, but now that they've gone out and showed it, they showed it on Monday night, and you score 8 times in a game, and it was really never in doubt after the Jets scored the touchdown to take the lead. Okay, nice drive, nice touchdown. It didn't mean anything as far as the flow and the rhythm of the game. The Niners go right back, and they score, and then they turn the faucet off on the Jets, and you saw why this team is going to be really good if healthy, complementary football. The offense didn't need touchdowns. Field goals and ball possession, that's fine. And then the defense would get them the ball back, and they'd score 3 or they'd get 7 this time. And they did the classic Shanahan double up where you score at the end of the half and you get the ball to start the third and you score again. And at that point, it was night-night. Shanahan and the team was in complete control of that game from about the 10-minute mark all the way through.
So we would love to hear from you today, and we made this kind of a tradition over the last couple of years after 49er games and play a little game of what we learned. 888-957-9570. Your reaction to the football game, you can take that wherever you want to go. What did we learn? It can be good. It can be bad. It can be anywhere in between. We'd love to hear from you today. 888-957-9570. The day after games, we leave our guest list relatively clean because we just want that to be you. So give us a ring. What did you learn? What did you think? 888-957-9570. You keep saying, and this is absolutely accurate, that if they are blessed with health, and that is, of course, a standard for all NFL football teams. But I will say this. There's a chance that football team that we watched last night, that football team, over the next handful of weeks, is going to acquire Christian McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, portions of Brandon Ayuk, and the breadth of Trent Williams. That team is going to acquire D. Winters. That football team stands within reason to get even better.
Talanoa Hufanga as well.
Talanoa Hufanga, thank you very much. Yeah, and the rookies who will keep getting better. And the other big observation for me is I've always thought this, it's the least sexy thing to do in the world. However, it's what makes football teams good. If you get a great amount of production from your offensive line, you will play great football.
Yeah.
And they were fantastic last night. If they play like that, Niners going to go a long way.
Especially the way they had the run game going. They had the Jets on skates. And the beauty of watching Dominic Pooney is that you feel like you can run right now when you need to get a big play or you need a big yard. It's been a lot of run left behind Trent throughout the majority of his time here because he's a Hall of Famer. And it's pretty bankable to do that. But now you've got the ability to run right. And they did it a lot behind Pooney last night. And you got that one drive where it was just run after run, left, right, toss, and the rest of it. I thought Shanahan was in his bag. Once he realized that the offensive line had to jump on the Jets, he realized he could just run them into the ground, and he did.
Yep, absolutely. And then I also thought, I know what happens. It's the fantasy football world in which we live. It's box score babies who don't really watch the game with a fine-tooth comb, and I totally get it. But last night was an absolutely phenomenal night for the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers because he has been told his entire career, yeah, that's fine, plucky little Brock. You're very, very good because of everything around you, and you have a good coach and a good system, and so you know how to run that very well. But what would you ever do? And in fact, the future contract that everyone worries about is based on what would you do when you don't have your top weapons around you. And for him to play the way he did, turnover-free, under control, moving the ball consistently, very high percentage again with his passes, to do all of that and be on point. And by the way, how much better would his night have looked if he had about 25 more yards and a touchdown throw?
Exactly.
Which all Brandon has to do is hold on to the ball. To do that without Christian McCaffrey on the field, that is a significant moneymaker night on Monday Night Football for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, he was solid. He didn't have to do anything too spectacular. He made the throws he needed to, and he didn't make mistakes. And that basically became the blueprint early on in that game because the ground attack was going to be so prolific. You had a lot of third and short, second and short for Brock. They converted. He made a couple of the big throws he needed to make, but by and large, that was not a go win the game for us, Brock kind of atmosphere. Once you got on top, and then you got that first score in the third quarter, that's when you realized that the Jets were going to be up against it, and they hadn't moved the ball other than the one drive early in that first quarter. So you got up by 2 scores, and you were able to put it in the second gear. And so Brock didn't have to really do anything too spectacular, which is what you really want from your quarterback.
I mean, but he was at, like, I look more.
He was good. He's fine.
Yeah, I look at, like, the plays that are there and what do you do with him. His accuracy largely was very good. I know he missed some throws here and there. He threw a huck one over Kyle Juszczyk's head at one point. But I would say not only did he not turn the ball over, I only saw maybe one throw that even made me think.
Oh, it was risky.
Ooh, that was kind of dicey. It was the one that he threw to Saubert. Down
into double coverage.
Yes, down the right seam. And he put it high, which is what you want to do. You want to put it high. There were a lot of people, actually, that put it high last night. I've smelled it. But anyway, he put it high. That's what you want to do. Give your receiver a chance at a finger tipper. Thank you. It was. We know Levi Stadium and how you do it. But anyway, he threw it at a spot that it was probably going to be incomplete, and it was.
Yeah.
But that was the only
Risky.
throw where,
one of my seatmates called it a Jimmy Ono throw.
No, it's not. And I know which one that would be. But
Wasn't
it's not
quite. I agree, but
it's not.
It was into double coverage, and it was high, and it felt unnecessary, but
it's also third down, and you're throwing all the way downfield into the other team's red zone.
I get it.
So you're like, if it gets picked, it's a punt. You know what I mean? And speaking of punting, do the Niners have a punter? I saw Wisnowski early. Did he get hurt? Because I didn't see him come back out onto the field the rest of the game.
No, they scored on 8 consecutive possessions.
Correct.
So when you do that, and that's actually what Kyle was saying after the game. He's like, yeah, I know, and I didn't really see Mitch and stuff, and so I don't know how many points, how many times in a row and stuff. But
he left, man. He went golfing.
Seriously, he punts a minute and 29 seconds into the game. Just go home.
Go home.
What if he's like, I'm out of here. You guys won't need me.
Draymond actually got called down to the field and goes, we don't need you.
Nice.
We don't need you.
Man.
What a great night.
Clinic.
What a great night.
Should put everyone at ease.
It should. And look, what was our whole thing about week 1 in the NFL? Boy, everybody looks out of sync. And the Niners certainly had their moments right out of the gate, 3 and out. And another 3 and out even after they get the fumble and you're up 3-0. But this is how I would put it. I thought the 49ers got their stuff together largely quicker than just about any other NFL team that I saw over the weekend. I mean, the Saints looked like they had their act together. I don't know if they were just playing the Panthers.
Sure.
But there were very few teams that looked like they got their act together in the first half of their football game. The Niners were one of them.
Yeah, and when they get that going with a backup running back, RB2, who he may be RB1 again this week. We don't know if Christian McCaffrey is going to be able to answer the bell or not, but going into this week, if you don't have McCaffrey, you feel better than you did yesterday at about 4 o'clock.
What a night for him.
What a night.
What a great night for him. And we will get to, someone in another city, because the Niners played on Monday Night Football, had me on their radio show today, and he referred to, go ahead, Grandy. Thank you. He referred to what happened with Mason last night as the controversy after the game. And I kind of was like, I'm bummed about that word. It's probably not wrong, I guess. JP clearly was agitated, and he looked right at a room full of media members and said, this is why I don't like talking to the media. And it's interesting to do that when it's literally like your first time that the media is ever really focused on you. And so I don't know, was it controversial? I just found it all in all disappointing. I understand the media stumbled into this stuff, and we'll explain to you what happened if you don't know. But they stumbled into this. I do think they have to ask the questions. I don't have any problem with the questions, but I also understand why Mason was annoyed and sort of gun shy on answering any of this stuff. And in the end, I just find it unfortunate. Last night should have been a night where Mason thought, this is the greatest night of my life. This is the greatest night of my professional life. And instead, he was like mad after the game. So that's kind of a bummer.
It's a bummer. And it's also, I think, the scourge, the dark underbelly of gambling in our sports. Because of gambling, we have to have official designations. And because we need official designations, and you tell somebody something on Friday, theoretically, and something happens on Sunday where you change the designation of a player at the last minute, there is a certain amount of competitive edge to it if they wanted to do that. I believe it was just a misunderstanding where
I agree with you.
They said to him on Friday, dude, we're going to need you.
Right.
And maybe he will start. It doesn't mean that he's going to take 80% of the carries if he happens to start.
I took it the same way, that they looked at him on Friday and said, your role is probably going to be much more significant on Monday night.
So
does that mean you're starting, getting 28 carries? Does it mean Christian's in a baseball cap? It doesn't mean any of those things. But when someone says, hey, when did you find out that this was going to be different? He's like, Friday.
Exactly.
I'm with you.
To me, that doesn't compromise the legality, and the Niners should not be facing any punishment for anything that they did that was nefarious, because there's nothing there.
We're sponsored by Lucky California. For those of you who are like, wait, whoa, tell me more about this Jordan situation, we will let you hear all of the commentary, all of the comments, the back and forth with Jordan Mason after the game last night coming up next. Plus, we'd love to hear from you. What'd you learn? We've been waiting all offseason for last night. What did you learn? We would love to take your calls. 888-957-9570. Niners are 1-0. This is Willard and Dibs.
Only a few weeks left to play.
This is the fourth snap for Rodgers. Floyd was there, and it's a little flip, a catch, a fumble by Hall, and a recovery by the 49ers. Warner made the stop and punched it right out of the arm of Breece Hall.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Why are you shaking your head on that one?
Fourth snap,
which is the same snap that Aaron Rodgers' season ended on last year.
Number 4.
How many snaps?
4.
How many?
4.
RELAX.
4 snaps. 4 SNAPS. 4 snaps.
Yep.
Just like last year, bad things happen on the 4th SNIZAP for Aaron Rodgers.
I think next year, if Aaron Rodgers plays again next year, just kneel. Just snap
or
it.
leave him out there to punt.
Take a knee. Take a knee, dude. 2nd and 12. No big deal. Take a knee. But, yeah, that 4th play.
Yep.
That one's been tough. 888-957-9570. Let's hear from you. What did you learn last night? We got this on the Xfinity mobile text line. I learned that the Niners play much hungrier than the Jets. Do you buy that?
No, I don't think that that implies that they wanted to win more than the Jets wanted to win. I do think that most of these football games come down to the trenches and who's going to win the battle. And the Niner offensive line was so much better than the Jet defensive line. That was the big edge in the game. The Niner D-line, better than the Jets O-line, but the Niner defense in totality was just better, forcing 2 turnovers and in general making it difficult on the Jets to move the ball. But the other side, the Niner O-line, it was almost hot knife through butter on the ground. They were pushing them in every direction they needed to be pushed.
No, and Mason was fantastic. The line was fantastic. Brock was totally under control. I really think that one of the great things about football is usually, if the game is really close, then the game is really close. But when one team is clearly better than the other, it goes that way. I don't know if you can say that in a baseball game. Like somebody can fist the ball over the first baseman and you score a couple runs, and that's the end of that. And in basketball, one individual can go for 50 or 60 and just tilt a game. But in football, when your roster top to bottom is physically dominant over the other roster, the game goes that way. And I think you can always see it with the 49ers. Remember when we talked about this last year? The score will be a little bit different every time, but the bottom line is sort of this. If you get to about halfway through the 4th quarter and the Niners have somewhere around 30 and the other team has somewhere around 13, it's the same football game. And we watched that week in and week out for portions, long runs of last year. And last night was the same thing. And I'll be honest with you, Dibs, I did not expect that this quickly. I thought the Niners could get to that, but the Jets being such a good defense, it being week 1, there being no Christian, I thought 30 points was a little hot. You remember I had said first one to 25 is going to win the game, and only one will get that far. But going over 30, I thought was asking a lot. To do it with only 2 touchdowns is bananas. And so the Niners were not hungrier. They were just flat out better.
Right.
Everywhere.
More efficient and just dominant on both sides. And I'm looking at the expected points number for the game, and the Niners in passing and rushing were dominant. 8.35 and 4.21. The Jets defense, obviously the converse of that. The Niners dominated with the pass and with the run. And when you score on 8 consecutive possessions, even if it is field goals, that's going to bode well for you and your offense. And you do have to tip the cap to Jake Moody. Last year, he was a point of consternation. Many people were, you spent a 3rd-round pick on a kicker, and now he's had a couple of big misses. That is why, last night was why you drafted him in the 3rd round. 6 for 6 with a couple from legit distance. He could be a legitimate weapon for this team all year.
That was wow. That was fantastic.
The clinic.
That was absolutely fantastic because there's nothing worse than having a good football team, and then when the kicker comes out, everybody just starts holding each other's hands. Like, oh, crap, here he comes.
The prayer beads.
And so we're not there yet, but even last year, Moody was a rookie. He was more good than bad. I know there were some high-profile misses, but if he can become one of these dudes, one of these automatics, if he can do that, yeah, what another weapon. What another weapon that would be.
I just have decided that tonight I'm going to do a Moody Mega Millions. Moody Mega Millions.
Moody Mega Millions.
Because it's 800 and something tonight.
I think it's just right at 800, or did it go up some more?
Here's your Moody Mega Millions ticket. 46, 51, 31, 53, 23, 42. Moody Mega Millions.
Give me the longest three again. There were two over 50 yards.
51 and 53.
And then there was a 48.
46. And a 42.
And a 42.
And a cute little 23.
Oh,
and he had one from 31. Adorable.
You know what? I had to not fight. I hate saying that at a football game. I had to try to.
You fighting?
No, I clapped really loud to do my best to at least get a few people around me to stop moaning when Kyle Shanahan wouldn't go for it on 4th and 1, because situationally, that was the right thing to do. That was the right thing.
So you're clapping back for Shanahan?
I was like, yeah, go up by 16, because there was no yes, under but most circumstances, that's a go for it. But you got to keep your wits about you with the circumstances. The time,
9:46 to go.
That's right.
Yep.
You're in the fourth quarter. You're already up by 2 scores. You can make it 2 scores plus 2 2-point conversions. There's just no reason to take that risk, even though it was only a small risk.
4th and 1 from the 5.
From the 5.
So you could have killed a couple more minutes, too, if you get the 1, and then now you have 1st and goal at the 4.
You could have.
Even if you end up settling for 3, you could have eaten more time. But I'm with you. That's the prudent move. You get the points, especially against an offense that really had only had one significant drive to that point, and they would get another one in garbage time. But your defense has really been controlling things on the other line.
888-957-9570. The Niners are 1-0. All the fears are calmed. 888-957-9570. What'd you learn? And I want to do a special shout to whoever was stressed the all bleep out after training camp. How do you feel now? And 2, where are all my Brock can't play without Christian people? Where are you today? 888-957-9570. Oh, I'm sorry. A bonus third. Hey, Dollar Bill.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Dollar Bill, who said that we had to let you on the air when the Jets won by double digits last night. Promises made, promises kept. You were going to call, Jet fan, no matter what.
Oh, he'll be here.
Today on Willie and Dibby.
I have an update for you guys. He called the post-game show last night and said, I'm calling now just in case I can't tomorrow because I'm traveling to Maui, is what he said.
That's a flex.
Oh, gosh, what a flex.
Yeah, more like $100 bill.
My guess is he's not calling today.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Great job, by the way, in the
phenomenal
the
job.
Show last night.
Phenomenal job.
We all were with you on the way home. And Sterling, sneaky funny. He was running some material off a win.
He was.
I liked it.
I almost had to call in, but I'm like, look, let's just let everybody cook. But Kyle Madsen with the Brock Purdy was like, fine. Come on, Kyle. He was good. He was good.
You can pick whatever word you want, and he was. Was he good? He wasn't great.
No,
he
but
was fine. He was good.
Okay, hold on. But the wasn't great is sort of based on he didn't make any sparkling. Like, that's what I mean. What did he do wrong? What did Brock do not well?
He had a couple of throws that he probably would like to have back.
Well, that's every quarterback, every game ever.
And he was fine. If you were to just to grade Brock Purdy, probably give him a B+. He won the damn game. All he can do is win the game.
I'm trying to figure out, what did he do bad? What did he not do well?
He had a couple of throws that one was wide open that he overthrew Juszczyk, and he threw one into double coverage, and he was not lucky, but that was the kind of pass that could potentially get intercepted.
I mean, if you throw the ball 29 times, and what we've got out of that was he once overthrew Juszczyk, and another one was like, a little scary for us.
Yeah, he was good. That's fine. Yeah. He was fine.
You know me. I hate the word fine.
I know you do. That's how we started our run together. Fine.
Like, you all know this. If you got a girl or if you got a guy, if they say things are fine, things aren't fine. You know that that's the case. All of you know this. Hey, hon, how you doing? I'm fine. Oh, crap, I'm sleeping on the couch again tonight. I hate the word fine.
We got a new couch. Crate and Barrel, it's very comfortable.
That's a good place to get it.
Thank you.
Don't do he was fine. He was not fine. He was way better than fine.
How about this?
If you don't want to call him great.
Nah. He was aight.
Oh, don't do that.
I mean, good is, yes, he was good.
He was good.
He was fine.
He was good. He was good.
He didn't have to be good.
Played well. No, he was. He was good. That was good. That was hitting open people. That was moving the ball for 8 consecutive.
You know who was great? Kyle flipping Shanahan.
Yes, he was great. I'm not asking you to use the word great.
And I'm not going to say that anybody could have gone 20 for 29 behind that, but Brock didn't have to do much extraordinary.
Here we go.
And he had a couple drops. Shout out No Camp Ayuk. And I had this ready for Twitter, and we'll go to the phones.
That was an elite throw, but go ahead.
I had one for Twitter, and then I chickened out on it.
What? What happened?
Because I thought it would work better on the radio than it would. After the second drop, I was typing, "Hey, Ayuk, next time instead of hold in, how about hold on?"
That's pretty good.
Number 3.
I thought it was better than a 3.
I would give it a 3.5. I don't want to give it a 4, but I don't want to give it a 3.
I thought that it played better on the radio. Like on Twitter, that thing lasts forever. And now I'm a jerk.
All you need is
on radio, it's just a quick little pew.
I know, but on Twitter, all you need is the right person to retweet it.
All of a sudden,
see what Tim said? He said, "Hold on."
I thought it's funny because I offered it to Bonte and Guru. I said, "Hey, I got one for you guys if you want it for Twitter." They both passed, and then I typed it out, and I thought, you know what? If they're passing, I should pass.
Because we're on this, I'll just say it real quick, and then we can move on. Today's a great day, and I do think this is going to dissipate, and in the end, it's not going to be a big deal. And Brandon probably knows this, but if he doesn't, he should know this. Let's let you know, Brandon, what it sounds like, because I know you're in the press box.
Yeah.
I was in the stands now, okay? I want you all to know what it sounds like when you drop a ball in the end zone after holding out with poop emojis, skipping camp, and then coming in and saying, "I probably made that more difficult than it needed to be. I want to be a Steeler." When you do that, we're all good here. You're a Niner, you're a phenomenal receiver, and everything's going to be fine. But, my man, when you drop that ball, I want you to know what it sounds like in the stands, and it ain't good. It ain't good.
Was it like a groan? It wasn't a full-fledged boo.
It's not a boo.
It was just,
It's not even the sound. It's the comments.
Oh, boy.
It's the comments. There's no more
I'm sure you had a pithy remark to make.
Well, I said, go camp next time! And then I sat back down, had some Skittles, and everything was fine. It wasn't a big deal because the Niners were winning.
Right.
And so it's okay. But the buzz is sort of New York-ish, Philadelphia-ish. When you do that, I heard, just $30 million for the drop pass, and then you miss camp and the drop pass. Like, you hear that. And you don't hear that from Jets fans. You hear that from 49er fans. And so, to me, that was the only holdover. I think it's going to dissipate.
Yeah,
but in the moment, when you do what you did and then you show up and then you drop balls, that's what it sounded like in the stands last night.
I believe it because up in press row, after the first one, I kind of leaned over to Bonte and I said, no yelling in the press box. So I said, that's a segment. And he gave me the knowing look. We had afternoons, middays, and mornings. And after the second one, and I looked down, I said, that's a whole nother segment. That's a segment.
That's an hour and an hour. If he drops another one, it might be the whole show.
Seriously. I don't want to dwell on the negative because last night was so awesome. The vibes were great. And this thing, if you just close your eyes and you smell it, it smells like February football.
It's so good.
That thing is humming.
They're so good.
Yep, no doubt.
They're so good. They're so buttoned up.
Got 99 problems and a Mitch ain't one. They don't even need their kicker.
I don't even know if they have 99 problems.
Yeah, seriously.
Probably only have like 14. They have like 14 problems. 19 problems?
Yeah.
Anyway.
One problem now.
Yeah, exactly.
And he was a problem.
He was a problem for the defense.
8 carries. I thought they'd run him, but after all that Jordan Mason, I started to think, who needs Debo? But God, he's so fun to watch with the ball.
Yeah, he's incredible and just such a matchup nightmare. Well, look, we're going to go to the phones. We promised this, though, so let's play it and then move on. But I want you to hear, just so you understand the background of what was going on with Jordan Mason after the game. This is right there on the sideline. Kid has the best night of his life. So obviously, he's going to talk to Lisa Salters with ESPN.
When did you find out that you were going to be starting?
Friday night, something like that. I was RB1 at training camp, so, just been preparing from there.
Okay, I think very key that he was like something like that. Friday night, I don't know, something like that. Maybe it was Saturday. I can't remember. That was a few days ago. That's what he said. And then, of course, with Christian not being announced as out until an hour before the game started, it was a very early question of Kyle Shanahan when he reached the podium after the game.
I never told Jordan he was going to start. I told him he had to be ready a bunch, but that might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up, but I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to, it wasn't going to be like usual. It was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time, but now he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
Okay, so could that have all gotten lost in translation? I actually do think so.
Yeah.
Yes, your role's going to be different on Monday night. And then Lisa goes, when did you find out? He goes, Friday. Well, when did you find out what? That Christian wasn't playing?
Well, I'm sure you didn't find that out then.
Right. I don't think that I believe that it wasn't decided yet at that time.
I agree. And I also think that the idea of him saying, yeah, I found out I'm going to start on Friday. Fine, you can start and you can be out there for the first carry and then you can never play again in a football game and McCaffrey could come in. But yeah, you started. So this whole thing is lexicon, and I'm sure he was told on Friday night, like Shanahan saying, we're going to need you.
Yep.
It's going to be split carries at the least, and so be ready. And so Bobby Turner, running backs coach, I'm sure was saying that 100-fold, like, this is your chance. This is your time. So when Lisa asked him right after the game, I'm sure he wasn't thinking about the word starting. I'm sure that the question probably was, when did you find out you were going to play a lot?
And J.P. Mason, just checks notes, has never spoken to Lisa Salters. He's never been in this position.
Exactly.
He doesn't know the game yet, the media game. He's never been in the spotlight like this. So I promise you, I'd tell you how it went. J.P. says that to Lisa Salters. You get to the locker room, and now Kyle Shanahan says what he says. Our good friend Corey Rush takes him aside and says, hey, just so you know, this is something kind of brewing here because you said one thing or they're going to take it that way. Kyle says another. We got to be careful as an organization. So then Mason gets his turn in front of the podium. No shame at Matty Mayoko, who's asking a fair question, though I understand why Jordan was annoyed by it. And here's that.
When did you find out that you'd be in the starting lineup?
That question right there is why I'm at. That's why I don't like really talking to media, because you say one thing wrong, and then, I don't know. Just skip that question.
Yeah, just skip it. He says, that's why I'm mad. And so what that...
he said, you say one thing wrong, and I think what he said wrong was he found out that he was going to start Friday, and what he found out Friday was, you're going to get to run the ball. You're going to be a big part of our game plan. We don't know about CMC, but we do know about you. And you're getting a crack. So be ready on Monday night. That's what I believe he meant to say.
I agree with you. And I also think in the end, this is a fat nothing burger.
Agreed.
Even if the Niners do get fined. Y'all losing sleep? Anybody not going to bed tonight if the Niners lose like $1 million or something like that? Did you go to the game last? Did it look like the Niners made some money last night?
Wow.
Are we okay? Are we okay? So the bummer for me, I wish for J.P. Mason nothing but champagne last night, man. Like, that was a big night for this young man. That's a life-changing night. The world is talking about him today after Monday Night Football. It's a big deal, and I wish nothing but smiles after that whole thing.
Unfortunately, that second cut you played, I wasn't hearing smiles in his voice.
No.
He was mad, and he was a little bit shaken, and I think that he was a little taken aback at what you're talking about. You're coming off a 28-carry, 1-touchdown night on Monday Night Football in the opener in a pinch at home for a team with Super Bowl aspirations. You're on cloud 36.
Yep.
And by the time you get to the podium, you're just Jordan Mason who has to answer questions that he doesn't want to answer.
Yeah, he sounded exhausted and exasperated.
Yeah. And that's
that
less than an hour later.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
That stinks all the way around. All right, 888-957-9570. What'd you learn? What'd you think of Brock without Christian? What'd you think of Mason? Where should this go from here? All of it Anywhere you want to go, let's talk to you. Tony in the city with Willie and Dibby. Hi, Tony. Thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas. Maybe you remember yesterday I called you guys and I said we are going to kick the crap out of the Jets.
Of course we remember.
Yep. Told you guys, man. The only thing that concerns me is that without CMC and with IU looking at 50%, I think that's why we had a hard time in the red zone so much. That's a little bit of a concern, but I think we'll be fine. But I love how no one's talking about Brock. We got our guy. It's not an issue anymore. We're stoked.
Yeah.
We're a great team, man.
Tony, I agree with you. I think last night, and we're going to get to this a little bit more in the 3 o'clock hour, I think last night was a massive night for Brock Purdy. I know that nobody wants to get, there are no sparkling stats here. There were no touchdown passes. But this is a man who was, in many corners, he has been told through his career, yeah, that's fine, you're good, but come on, man. Christian, this is because of Christian and Kyle and Trent, and you're not going to be able to function without those weapons. Well, he went out and made Juwan Jennings look like a WR1 last night. That's what he did. He played without Christian McCaffrey. They put up over 30 points on Monday Night Football against one of the top rated, at least, coming into the year, defenses in the whole NFL. It's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a nice night. Nice night for Brock. And ultimately, whatever he does between now and January, if the Niners get there, will be secondary to what he does in January and hopefully February. Last night was a good, solid performance, 19-29. He did what he had to do. He made most of the throws that he was asked to make. He had half an Ayuk, and he didn't have CMC. So, yeah, you're going to have to run with a lot of the twos, I think, this year. And when Cowing and Pearsall gets healthy, and they're going to start to get in the rotation, and you are probably going to have other injuries that crop up to some of your skill guys. So Brock's going to have to do this a lot this year.
Let's go to Rick in Fremont next up. Hi, Rick. What's up? Willard and Dibs, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener, second-time caller. I called last week.
There we go.
I'm the New York Giants fan, comparing the lowly Giants with the 49ers. But anyway, what a game last night. And I think, I just want to take a moment to kind of set the stage a little bit. Points per game for the 49ers, 2023 and 2022. 2023 with Christian McCaffrey, 29.4 points per game. Without him, 20 points per game. 2022 with McCaffrey, 29.8. Without McCaffrey, 20.4. So there's a 9-point swing when McCaffrey is actually in the lineup. Having said that, and I know it's a small sample size, one game this year without McCaffrey, 32 points. And I think the 49ers offense this year might be more better rounded than 2022 and 2023, and that probably is because of better play and confidence in Purdy, JP playing as well as he did, maybe Shanahan realizing that he cannot run McCaffrey into the ground. He needs him fresher when it comes to playoff time, so he's had to diversify his playbook a little bit to look at other players and how to feed them the ball. But I think these guys are a better, more well-rounded offense this year than they have been in 2022 and 2023.
Yeah, Rick, I mean, time will tell on that. I would point to one thing you didn't point to there, and that's the offensive line. I just say this right now. If Brock Purdy gets that kind of time and the running backs, whoever they are, get those kind of holes, the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, if that offensive line plays like that, you're not stopping them.
Yeah, and it's not only the O-line, it's the scheme. And Kyle called a masterful game. The only one I didn't love is the third down, double reverse pitch back.
Oh, that didn't work.
Yeah, yep. that one hit me a little tone deaf. I didn't understand why. But hey, other than that one play, Kyle was in his bag last night.
We'll keep it going. 888-957-9570. Love your calls, your reaction to the game, what we learned last night, plus Brockster's Millions. We'll explain around the corner. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibs.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath,
on San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
It's 3rd down and 4. Rodgers in trouble. Flag down, and so is Rodgers at the 30. Bosa was the first guy there, and Leonard Floyd cleaned up.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Nothing like it, man. There's just nothing like it. There's nothing like being at an NFL game, especially on a Monday night. I know all the belly aching about Levi's Stadium through the years. The Niners are well aware of it, too. I will say this. When the sun goes down, that is a beautiful place.
Beautiful. No doubt.
It's tough sometimes when the sun's not down yet.
Well, I was looking across because I'm on the other side, and I would say about 2/3 full, the upper deck of the sunny side, and I kept waiting for the late arrivers to make it in and get in there and get up there, and it eventually got about 3/4 full. It never got totally full, and I get it. It's warm up there, and it's glary. You were on that side, too.
I was on that side. We weren't in the top tank, but we were on that side, and yeah, lovely Christy. Dibs, I had hat head. I had to give her my hat for part of it.
Okay.
It was bright.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's okay. I'm going to be the man here, and we're going to go with hat head. It's okay.
You can do it. What a sacrifice.
Thank you.
Man.
Thank you. Listen, that's just the kind of person I am.
Chivalry is not dead in the Willard household. I, of course, would never give up my hat, considering I have no hair.
Correct. You would get cancer.
Yeah.
So we don't
want. Have it.
It's not worth it. So anyway, but gosh, that was just a wonderful, wonderful experience, man. And I do think it was, and I won't say volume, it was a volume.
Yeah. Well, I thought earlier you were talking about a volume game. Like that game, the statement they made was a loud statement.
It was.
Of all the distractions, all of the offseason shenanigans with hold-ins and holdouts and the terrible thing that happened to Ricky Pearsall and all the rest of it, CMC and Achilles Gate, and you finally get to the kick. Is this stuff going to detract from? Oh, never mind. No, it's not. This team is awesome on offense. They're ferocious on defense. Their second-year kicker went 6 for 6, and you've got maybe the best coach in football. So what more do you want out of a Niner team? That was a complete butt kicking.
Trent Williams on exactly what you're talking about, shrugging off the odd offseason.
We got great leaders in this locker room, and we got people who follow the leaders. And, we got leaders that echo what the coaches are preaching. And so I think that's the reason our locker room is able to stay focused.
You want to hear Nick Bosa answer the same question?
I think I'd like that.
Our ownership really takes care of us, and you have to when you have really good players, and we have really good players at every position. And when guys aren't there, we have their back. We know that when they get back, they're going to work their butts off. So it doesn't change. When they're not here, we're working. And when they come, we're working. So
I tell you what, I think that the way he started that comment, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Just think about it now.
The ownership really takes care of us.
Oh, Jed York. Think of where the York name was 8 years ago.
Man, laughingstock.
Think of how you Niner fans felt about that name. It's complicated, right? Denise and Eddie, it's complicated.
Dr. John, Denise's husband.
How we got here, but think about how you felt about John and Jed 8 or 9 years ago. And now here
Not
is...
good, Bob.
No, thank you. Not great. And then here's Nick. Just listen again to the start of this comment.
Our ownership really takes care of us, and you have to when you have really good players, and we have really good players at every position. And when guys aren't there, we have their back. We know that when they get back, they're going to work their butts off. So it doesn't change. When they're not here, we're working, and when they come, we're working. So
okay.
There you go.
Our ownership takes care of us.
Really good care of us.
And you have to when you have really good players, and we have really good players.
And I think the message that is sent from the Christian restructure, the Trent, here, have some more, the Debo restructure, and the Brandon Ayuk contract is exactly what he's saying. It took a while, but eventually the ownership took care of the people that they need to take care of. And like Nick was just saying, when they're in, they'll come in and work, and while they're not here, we're working hard, and while they're not here, and then when everyone gets here, we're all working hard, and that's just the way it goes, the culture of it,
888-957-957. You're absolutely right. Like, so if there's any thought in is there any lingering hard feelings? No. Maybe for fans.
Yeah, and fans will get over it, and it's easy to get over Trent missed 2 snaps because he had to go get an IV. Wow. He needs to come in shape. The guy played 98%, 97% of snaps.
And allowed how many pressures again, Dips?
I would probably say 0. I don't think that Brock was touched. I'm looking at, let me look at QB hits, because I know that Nick had 2 QB hits on the day. They had 4 QB hits.
On Brock?
Yes.
4
hits. That's it. They did have 3 sacks, but...
Normally you show up for treatment the day after a game. I wonder if Brock just stayed home.
Yeah, I wonder if he even showered after the game. I'm good. Let's get right in the car. That's a little gross.
You're right into those sheets.
Yeah.
just wiggle in there, go to bed. Ace and Marin. Hi, Ace. Thanks for calling. What's good?
Fellas, how you doing?
So good.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. We've kind of already been through this, but I think it bears repeating. And I recognize that controversy is the lifeblood of sports talk radio. But there was a lot of trash talking of Brock Purdy in the last several weeks, several months, even on 95.7 The Game. And to my mind, he had an unbelievably fantastic statistical season. And I thought he was being disrespected. And he came out last night and he took care of his business. So, Dibs, he was better than fine. He was very good.
I mean, he was probably better than fine, but he was whatever. I'm not going to parse words. Very good.
Just don't use the word fine. Don't worry. It's not okay. I'm with Ace. I'm not okay with the word fine. Thank you, Ace.
Ace, he was fine. He played fine. He played good football, and they won. That's all you can do.
Come on, man. It's his first career game without Christian McCaffrey. You got to give him something now.
And he had Jordan Mason running through Volkswagen-sized holes. Not to take anything away from Jordan Mason, but that game was called by a maestro. That thing was schemed up brilliantly. Everything they ran, for the most part, worked. And so and I won't say just had to make the throw, because I can't imagine how hard that is, but he was given a lot of time, a lot of movement, a lot of space to do what he did. He was wonderful.
There you go.
Amazing, Mark.
There you go.
20 of 29 for 2 1/4.
There you go.
Best I've ever seen.
There you go.
Fine.
And a dot to Brandon Ayuk that he dropped.
Probably thrown too hard.
For a touch. It's a really pretty throw.
It was unbelievable.
We'll play for you in a little bit.
Two-handed right where it had to be. Plop!
I mean, I don't know how many of you watch or have heard the Manning cast, but Peyton Manning lost his cookies when Brandon Ayuk dropped that ball. Brock was tremendous. And all I would say is if you want to do that to Brock today, if you want to do I'm
not doing anything to Brock.
No, not you. Anyone.
Okay.
Anyone. If you want to do the scheme, holes, time, if you want to do that, then I will simply argue you will do that after every game for the rest of his life. Because I have ears too, and I have heard for 2.5 years now what would happen if he ever had to play without Christian. And then he did, and the Niners scored over 30 on opening night with 8 consecutive scoring drives. And if we then take that and go, well, Kyle and Holes and if we do that, you're simply never, and that's fine. I don't care what you think of the guy.
No, that's not true. Every game is different. Every game is individual. And when he leads the team back in a 6-minute drill against Green Bay, that is where I start to give him major kudos, because that was a jailbreak kind of drive and he needed a touchdown and he got it. So that's where you don't just default to scheme, Holes, Kyle, laminated play sheet. I do think last night was more about the scheme and the offensive line dominance than it was Jordan Mason and or Brock Purdy.
I'm not even talking about what the game was about. I'm talking about spotlighting Brock Purdy and the fact that last night offered another opportunity for people to look at him and say, well, now here's something you haven't done before. Remember, we used to do this every week. Well, you haven't gone on the road.
Exactly.
And now you haven't done it in the playoffs. And now you haven't done it from behind. And now you haven't. Well, okay, what was left at this point? Well, do it without Christian. There you go.
Yeah, wonderful.
There you go. Back to you. Like, what do you got now? What's left? And I'm not talking about you, you.
I just don't think he has that much to prove, quote unquote.
But a lot of people do.
Yeah, and
a lot of people do. You got to give me that. A lot of people do.
For sure. And that's probably a sentiment that will never go away because some people just want to live in Haterville.
Yep.
And I'm not trying to be a hater because he won the football game and they're 1-0. And that's all you can ask him to do is win football games, which is seemingly all he's ever done as a starter in the NFL. But I'm not going to sit here and fall over myself with praise
that's okay.
for a guy who's sitting 16th in the league in quarterback rating.
I mean, look, you know what?
16th?
You know what I would say about your breakdown of Brock Purdy's night?
It was fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
Let's
go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. What's cooking?
Not much. I've been listening all game long, and I heard a number of people call in and say, you got to send video to the league office because Nick Bosa is being held again. And I'm going to go in a different direction. Nick, you're going to have to learn the art of how not to get held. Come on, man. You actually stick them on your jersey before games. It drives me crazy, man. A premier pass rusher is letting dudes put a leash on him like he's somebody's pet. I mean, dude, you got to have to learn the swipe technique. Don't let him hold you, bro. Be slick. Because if the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl, you need to get to the quarterback on the regular.
Yeah, Jonathan, with all love and respect, I could not disagree with your take any firmer than I do. I'd love for you to explain to another human being how you can set up a foot or less from a 330-pound human being and say, don't get held. Like, how the hell is that possible?
The swipe technique, obviously.
Yes, the punch and the chop also, Lucas. I'm glad you jumped in with that.
I love that we're now telling Nick Bosa how to learn pass rushing technique because he clearly doesn't know what to do.
Well, maybe a little bit more hand fighting and a little less slow dancing.
Nick was good last night. I already said it. Stop.
No.
You got it.
Sorry,
by the way, Cheryl was in the building last night. You got to stop.
Oh, yikes.
Hi, Cheryl. You have to stop assessing Nick solely on sacks.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Let's
I've
look
been
at his
that for a long
pressures.
time.
Look at the way he's affecting a football game.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Yeah, or not. Or a pressure Rooney. I want some pressure Roonies. He was good last night. The pass rush was good, and it starts with Nick Bosa.
Yeah, the pressure Rooney is what led to the only sack-a-Rooney of the game, and that was Leonard Floyd. That was a Bosa pressure, and Rodgers shuttled out to the right, and Floyd came in and cleaned it up. Those two probably would have met at the quarterback had Rodgers not rolled to the right, but that was a total pressure Rooney from Bosa. So I'm with you. It's not just looking at the sack numbers. The team had one sack last night.
One sack, and but so what?
But didn't it feel like that they were haranguing him constantly?
It did. The reason they only had one sack is because you have a future Hall of Fame quarterback that knew I'm going to throw the ball on a 3-step drop. Most of them are going to be incomplete. Some of them will bounce off of Breece Hall's hands.
Oh boy, that's awkward.
Some of them will bounce off of Diamador Lenore's arms. Like Aaron Rodgers was totally disrupted the whole night. So you get one sack. Who cares?
Exactly.
You did your job.
He had one drive where he just went down the field on you, and it was a ton of Garrett Wilson. And what did the Niners do? They adjusted because they were playing pretty soft in the zone on that drive. And Wilson on my fantasy team, Dibberclaws 1-0, shout him out.
Good for you.
He was boop, boop, boop. But other than that, the defense adjusted, and Rodgers had nothing the rest of the way.
I mean, the only thing he had, obviously, was the broken play, the touchdown to Lazard, where you had, and I can't remember who was the pass rusher who jumped off sides.
It was Floyd.
It was Floyd. Floyd jumps off sides, and I really think some of the defenders kind of stopped. Like, it looked like they were going to blow the play dead, and so Lazard runs right by everybody, and Aaron still has incredible arm talent. That was an absolute dot.
Yep.
That throw was so quick. And so, sure, that's the one play. But, yeah, there were no drives. You weren't going on a drive on this team after that.
Grandy actually last night in overtime with Sterling and Kyle Madsen advocating violence on that play.
Really?
Saying when Floyd jumps offside, Just keep going and light up the quarterback.
Yeah, my least favorite thing is when the player jumps offside, the ball then gets snapped when he's offside, and he's just like, I already messed up. No, still go and try to tackle him. Like the penalty already happened. The only thing you're doing by not going after him is giving him a better chance of actually going downfield and hurting you even more.
I hear you, but don't you think they're a little flat-footed at that point? Like you're backing up, and then the ball gets snapped.
He was like 4 yards offside. He was not getting back. Just keep running.
But he did. Then he went backwards. You try to get back, and then it's too late. And now your balance
I'm just telling him, don't try to get back.
I hear you, but
Take the 5 yards. Don't give up the 35.
That ball was gone in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Like not gone in 60 seconds. It was gone in 2 seconds.
Another quarterback, though, a younger quarterback, you may be able to get back on sides, though. Not with Rodgers. He'll get you every time.
Yeah, he's good at that.
You guys didn't watch the Monday Night Football broadcast because you guys were there.
Correct.
But they immediately brought out the statistic. Joe Buck and his producer, shout out statistician or whatever, immediately said, and that's Rodgers' 18th career free play touchdown pass, the most in NFL history.
That's interesting. He does do well with that.
He is the best at that, no
He
doubt.
does, yeah, he does. He will throw it to the end zone every single time. Yeah. He's very, very aware. He's smart. He's a great player. I think he's going to the Hall of Fame.
I like his chances.
One of these days.
Like his chances. But that just underscores what the Niners did so well defensively throughout the night is, whether they played in the base defense, which is where Flanagan Fowles lives as a third linebacker. He played about a fourth of the snaps, or you stay in the nickel defense with the 5 guys in the secondary, which they did 3/4 of the time. Didn't matter which package you had. They still couldn't really establish the run on you. And then it was just time to feast in the pass game.
Totally, yeah. I mean, again, we don't know exactly who the Jets are, but when I look at their personnel and what they're supposed to be, how can you not come out of last night feeling really optimistic? Okay? This is one of the top running backs in the game. This is a Hall of Fame quarterback. Yes, not as mobile as he used to be. They have one of the best wide receivers in the game. They have a revamped offensive line. They got dudes on the defense, and they've got a defensive head coach who we all know and respect. They brought all of that to their opener on Monday night and got totally and completely outclassed by a team that supposedly didn't have its best player.
Yeah, dominated.
Dude, if you woke up today going, well, that's a you thing. That's a you thing. Sure, we can find stuff. I didn't like the 17th play in the third quarter. Okay, that was awesome. That was awesome.
It was thorough.
Last night.
It was thorough. I mean, Rodgers leads them on the one drive to go up 7-3, and that's it. End of Aaron Rodgers' night as a productive quarterback. Right. And if you take away the 36-yard free play to Lazard, he threw for $130 in totality. And I know he sat for half of the fourth quarter, but he threw for 130 yards other than the free play TD to Lazard. That is total dominance of one of the all-time greats.
Complete, absolutely. Dustin in Martinez is next up. Hi, Dustin. Thank you for calling.
Hello. I'm a first-time caller, and I just have 3 quick points. I believe that everyone played extremely well for the Niners. I think Purdy played like a B+ to an A- game. There were 2 plays I really did not like with Purdy, though. Play 1 was the Silver play with like 3 minutes left in the third quarter on a 3rd and 2. He throws it, hits the safety Adams, which the Adams might actually catches it and takes it to a pick 6. If we're saying that Ayuk should have catch it because it hits him in the hands, we have to say it the same way around.
Oh, I could. Dustin, what were you? What?
The throw to Salbert into double coverage.
That would there was not a drop. That was no chance.
No, by the safety, he's saying.
No, I know, but Dustin, if you're comparing that to Ayuk, the ball hit Ayuk in the chest. That throw to Salbert.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
He reached out as a diving catch.
Come on, man, you need some game tape, Dustin. No, it didn't. He dove, but the ball is tucked right into his belly. It is an absolute cradle catch. A $30 million receiver needs to make that. You're comparing that to a ball down the right seam that was out of reach for all 3 players. Was it a dicey throw? Slightly, but to say that was a drop by a defender, Dustin, you're misassessing that play, in my opinion.
In PFF or any of the experts, they will call that as a drop. As an interception.
No chance. Chance.
The other play that I really, really didn't like, which was probably the worst play that I saw from Purdy, was he took a sack on a rollout with 5 minutes, 6 seconds. It was a 3rd and 2. He rolls out to the left. He then, instead of throwing it away, he drops on the ground. Again, I have Purdy on my fantasy football, so I'm rooting for him. But to take a sack instead of throwing out of bounds, he did the same thing in the preseason where he ran out of bounds instead of throwing it.
Yeah.
So that's really bad.
This will shock you, Dustin. I'm going to wildly disagree with you again. Thanks for calling, because Purdy at that point knows he's in field goal range, and he is under duress between 3 defenders. And let me think, has Purdy ever experienced a time where he cocked his arm to throw, got hit by a defender, and something bad happened? I wonder if we can think of a time. So what do you do in that situation? Dude, get down.
Clock runs.
Get down, keep the clock moving, and line up Jake Moody for his 800th field goal.
Yep.
Absolutely no harm, no foul. I'm sorry your fantasy team had to lose a half a point on the play. Absolutely nothing wrong on that. To me, that's field presence. That's something that Brock does really well. He understands the situation of the play. Take the safe thing. Your team doesn't lose anything for him falling down. Don't take a hit. Why would you take a hit? I don't agree with those assessments of Brock Purdy at all.
Well, you take the sack because then the clock runs. So you get sacked with 5:06 to go, and by the time Moody kicks the field goal, it's 4:24. So you eat another 40 seconds off the clock, and now you go up 19, and now it really is over. If it wasn't over before at 29-13, you missed the field goal, quick TD, onside kick, they score again, we got overtime. Okay, that's a long shot with 4.5 minutes to go, but you settle for the 3, you make the 3, and it's officially night-night at 32-13.
Dude, don't take a hit. If you don't, this is an NFL
Well, don't
rule.
throw it away because then the clock stops.
Yes, both of those things. Both of them. Do not cock your arm and let Kinlaw or Williams or somebody come take your arm off.
Yeah.
Just fall down. Fall down, take your 3 points, take another 30 seconds off the clock, and move on with your day. I mean, again, if we're nitpicking that stuff, even if you see it differently than you and I do, if that's your biggest problem with Brock Purdy last night, I'm sorry, you don't have a problem.
I think your biggest problem could be the fact that they had to settle for 3 and not get touchdowns. And, down the road against good teams, you're going to need, against Mahomes, you're going to need touchdowns and not field goals. Well, last year in the Super Bowl, you made it into overtime with a lot of field goals. And so I don't necessarily think that's true, but in the moment, I look at a game where you score 8 consecutive possessions, and I'm not so worried about field goals versus touchdowns.
Well, especially when a touchdown pass was also dropped.
Yep.
You had another one called back. I know they ended up scoring on that drive anyway. You also had a 4th and 1 inside the 5 where under other circumstances, likely scenario is you go for it. Likely scenario is you get it. Likely scenario is you got a good chance to punch that in. These aren't excuses. These are game flow decisions. And by the way, didn't we give every other NFL team in the league a little bit of leeway for it's week 1, and you're all trying to find your flow? And the Niners found it faster than almost any other team in the league, or they were at least right up there with all of the other teams in the league. Okay, Brockster's Millions. We'll explain what that is. We'll do that along with more of your phone calls at 888-957-9570. That's the number. Plus, Doc Feely joins us in a half hour with the real on the real in the Christian McCaffrey situation. All of that ahead. Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Does a little bit of everything for this team. Here's Mason. Hello, touchdown 49ers. A flag was thrown right at the end of the play, and this is coming back. This was well downfield before Mason was getting into the end zone. It's 1st and goal. Debo, jet sweep. He is in for the touchdown.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I forgot how annoyed I get when things are amazing and people show up the next day to be like, but I forgot. And that's partially my bad. We're going to do this all year long.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And like the messages are all over the place. And I see a lot of you that are saying the opposite. Yes, awareness in that situation does mean, quote unquote, taking the sack.
Of course.
Of course. Like, of course. And by the way, if you actually remember the play, taking the sack did not involve taking a hit.
No.
He just laid down.
He just took the loss, 6-yard loss, and the kicker who hadn't missed, he had made 7 kicks in the game, and he came in and he made an 8th. 2 PATs and 6 field goals.
Y'all want to know what not aware it looks like? Go talk to the Los Angeles Rams, who are 0-1 and had the lead with a couple minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and their young star running back just boop, 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 just runs out of bounds so we can save a timeout for the other team, who then goes right down the field to send it to overtime so they can go right down the field again and beat you. That is how you lack awareness in the NFL. And Brock Purdy has a tremendous level of it. And if you would like to hem and haw and pick and point and do all the things that people love to do, I'm sorry. I guess today's not your day. They're really, and we're going to do Grandy's grades next hour.
I was looking forward to Grandy's grades.
I bet there's not a damn thing on this entire field that you can give. This is my prediction now. I haven't seen them. I bet there's not a damn thing that you can give less than a B to.
For sure. I mean, even when you get down into the B, it feels a little like nitpicking, depending on which position group you're going to get into. I don't want to steal his thunder because Grandy does such a good job on our overtime show. And tonight with Kyle Madsen.
Yes, sir.
Football hour, 6 o'clock, 6 to 7. So it'll be more Grandy for my head, more Grandy in my day. So we'll look forward to the grades. And I don't think that you're right. Nobody should get anything even in the B range, quite frankly.
No.
That was a dominant performance in all facets.
Phenomenal opener.
Oh, yeah.
And I really hope it just calmed everybody down. That's what it should do.
Well, your
That's what it
expression,
did for me.
the expression you like to use is Ottoman game, where you put your feet on the Ottoman, and that game was an Ottoman game from the opening drive of the second half.
And I often use Ottoman game in gambling terms, and you got one last night.
Yep.
Fade to Dibbers. Fade to Dibbers is 1-2 now.
Yeah.
Because Dibbers is 2-1.
Grandy's not fading me when I bet on his team. So
it's different when it's the Niners.
And I can't help that I'm on a heater right now.
2 in a row is not a heater. You have to have at least 3 to even start talking about a streak.
I'm about to take off my hoodie here. It's getting warm up in here.
Number 3.
Yeah. You can't. No.
Thursday night.
2 is not a streak.
Thursday night lock coming up here.
Who's playing Thursday night?
Bills
and Dolphins.
Oh, the Bills and Dolphins.
At
That's
Miami.
right. That's right.
You got to lean one way, Dibs?
Oh, I sure do.
What's the number?
Let me check.
Yeah, check it out. I haven't even looked at it.
It's 3.5.
That was one of the things. Lovely Christy and I were driving home last night, and we start to, so where we're going next? And I'm like, well, they're in Minnesota. And we're talking survivor pools and everything. She's like, who else is playing? I'm like, I have no idea.
Right?
I've been so locked into week 1. I have no idea what the hell's going on in week 2. What's the number?
Dolphins by 2.5.
Oh,
it is in Miami.
And it's in Miami. That's kind of a fascinating line.
Both teams eked out wins week 1 against worse teams.
Again, our perceptions. Yeah, the Bills always do that, though. But, did the Bills, they eked out a win, but did they cover? What was their number against the Cardinals?
I think it was a push. In the pool I was in, there were 3 pushes this week.
Okay.
And that was one of them. I think it was 6 was the number.
And Miami, had to come from behind, and they won by a field goal.
Yep.
But, they were the better team. Their field goal kicker kind of muffed one earlier in the second half.
Yep.
And they took a minute to get going. And by the way, I'm going to give them a little nod for that. The whole team was freaking shook before the damn game. I don't want to go down this road because it's a Victory Monday, and I know where most of your heads are at today. But if you haven't watched the video of what the Miami-Dade police did to Tyreek Hill and a few of his teammates before the game on Sunday. It is yet another chapter in the absolutely awful book that is being written on a day in and day out basis against African Americans in this country. And I've always told you, I don't use this microphone to have anyone fired unless it's an absolute necessity. This is one of those moments.
Yeah.
Get the hell off the police force right now.
It's really disturbing.
Very
to say the
disturbing.
least,
And so exasperating and frustrating. So I'm going to give the Dolphins a nod for the fact that their entire team was shook before that football game and took a half before they got themselves going. 888-957-9570. We'll do Brockster's Millions here in a couple minutes, but let's keep taking your calls. And Doc Feely with everything Christian McCaffrey related is in 20 minutes. Mike B. in Oakland. Hi, Mike. What's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Very long-time listener since Dibs is in the morning. First-time caller, though. I got 1 point and I got one tangent. And Willard, you'll appreciate the tangent.
Okay.
So the point. I'm a native New Yorker. I live in the Bay. I'm a Jets fan. San Francisco 49ers fans need to chill out. This is an amazing team. You guys are incredibly grateful to be even having a conversation where Brock Purdy putting up 32 points and whether you should take a sack or not is a problem. I will say, however, that defense looks fantastic against Aaron Rodgers, who looks like he has a good offense. I'm not too sure about the Jets defense. That may be to be determined on getting an actual grade for 49ers, but to get all the credit this week. Now, the tangent. After the game, I have a 4-month-old. My wife wanted to watch some renovation shows. We turned on a show called Curb Appeal. And season 5, episode 3, it just happened to be the show that she wanted me to watch. Guess who I saw on my television?
I'll never
Dan
guess.
Dibley with hair. There you go. Dan Dibley with hair. For starters, I didn't know he had hair. Number 2, I didn't know it was red. Number 3, if that's your house, you need to cut the grass, bro. I'll take any comments offline.
Okay, that's it's a fantastic story, and it's a great call.
Thank you, Mike. Call again.
About that's got to be 13 years ago. I got my house on Curb Appeal. They came out, and $20,000 later, my lawn that was absolutely overgrown and shabby, on purpose, by the way, took it out and did drought resistant, redid the whole front, and we were on HGTV's Curb Appeal.
Wait, who paid the $20,000?
Curb Appeal.
I was going to say.
Curb Appeal.
To you or the
contractor?
To the contractor.
They come out and they say, hey, we want you to be on the show. We did a video interview, and then about 8 months later, they said, yeah, we want to have you on this season.
Wait, but did they just knock on your door? Like,
no,
how did this happen?
It was during 2011 when I was underemployed.
Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, 2014. I'd been let go by a local radio station after a show, March 11th, 2014. So I spent the next year.
It was a damn day.
It was the day that everything added up, 3/11/14. I'll never forget it. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Whitey. Sorry, Crides. I call him every year on our fire anniversary.
Yes.
And so I had free time. And so I was starting to poke around and think about what I could do. And I reached out and called Curb Appeal. They were looking for houses, and they were only doing it in the Bay Area. So I went online and read all the rules and criteria, and I said, I think I fit here. I think I fit. So I sent them an email, and they came out and did a video interview, and then they picked us. Boom. Free renovation, yeah.
Do you get anything for that? Like, they pay for that?
They pay for the renovation.
Did they pay for anything else?
No.
You don't get like a little...
No.
Appearance fee or anything like that?
No. They do give you... They hit you with a tax bill, and it turned out to be $21,500. It's like a 1099.
Okay.
So that goes down as income.
Got it.
So then you put that through the system and you pay taxes on it. And you got a brand new front yard. It's pretty awesome.
Nice.
I'll send you a link. I'll see if we can post the link.
Yeah. I mean, I don't own, so
it was 2014.
I'm out. I don't own, but
it's just one of those things where, ask and you shall receive.
Yeah.
I sought it out.
Beautiful.
And they were taking applications, and so I applied.
You're one of these people. Like you've been on a game show before.
Correct, yeah.
You've been on a reality show before.
I was in a full-length feature film with Robin Williams.
Feature film.
Yeah.
I think those are the big 3.
The big 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all of that comes from just showing up. Sometimes you just got to try.
And I've heard you on the radio before, too.
Well, that was hard work.
Yes, okay.
That was hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to Chris in Dublin. Hi, Chris. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Just got home from work, actually. So I am happy. I kind of just wanted to provide, my own perspective on Brock Purdy. That's when I called a while ago. Obviously he has his doubters. He's kind of a victim of circumstance, right?
Yep.
He has all the great players around him, great defense. He's got a great coach. Everybody thinks it is everybody but Brock. Last night, he's got a rusty Ayuk. He's got no CMC. He's got new interior pieces on the line. And he's also a victim of circumstance in terms of what certain guys can do. I told the screener, I'm not trying to prop up Brock while diminishing other guys, but, Debo, he's still not a wide receiver. He's catching the ball every single time in the backfield. They know that. They can key in on that. Kyle is running these designed plays. So unless people expect Brock to take that next step and just go off script, he did his job and he did it well. You got that one no throw to the backup tight end, whatever, but he also drops the dime to Ayuk in the corner of the end zone. And I don't know what that caller was talking about earlier, because Ayuk said himself that was a dime and he should have caught it. We were all thinking it after the contract extension. So I don't know. He's a victim of circumstance. People hate on him because of everybody else, but he's also a victim of circumstance because he has to do the play that Kyle's calling. Debo cut off a couple of routes last night, or rather he didn't cut them off quick enough. Purdy put it on a dot, but because Debo can't run routes, he's rounding off at the end of his route. So those are little nuanced things where, Purdy's a victim of circumstance on the other side of the spectrum. So, to all the people hating on Purdy, you're wrong. He'll prove it in the long run. Nobody's over here talking about Andy Reid's a genius, but it's all Mahomes, right? Even though he's got Andy Reid calling the plays and the fastest, draft prospect in 20 years and a stud running back, a stud O-line, Hall of Famers on the defense. So, you know what? You can take that elsewhere. Niners are 1-0. We're rolling. We're going back to the Super Bowl. And if Kyle nuts up, we're taking it this year. You fellas have a great day.
There you go. You too.
Chris,
it's a great call, Chris. He had you until nuts up. He had you until his Kyle nuts up.
He got a little excited in his last 15 seconds.
He was bringing it home, though. I liked it. He was revving it up.
He's like, we're doing well. We're 1-0. We're going to the Super Bowl. Like, okay, hold on. Hit the brakes. We're going to Minnesota.
Is that where the Super Bowl is this year?
No, we're going. That's where week 2 is.
Gotcha.
We're going to Minnesota.
We're going to week 2?
Yeah.
We're not ready to do week 2, but we're going to week 2. It's a short week now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm getting ready to do week 2.
Yeah, we're getting there.
You got practice. Like tomorrow. So, let's go, But, okay. Even the Debo stuff, I didn't really like the Debo stuff either. Debo can't run routes.
I'd have to look at the tape to see if there was routes that he cut off. But
it was miscommunication sensation. Yeah. There's no doubt. The one that Brock threw down early in the game, he threw it down the right sideline to absolutely no one.
Debo had stopped.
Debo had stopped and done a turnaround, and Brock thought he was going. So it was a total miscommunication. Whatever. That happens, and again, no harm, no foul. But what I hear in this conversation and what I see is that Brock Purdy will have doubters until he does what he will never be asked to do and shouldn't be. Like, seemingly what people want him to do, take a game and just go act like Josh Allen. Just go be a crazy person. Just run around like a mad person on a field, just throwing the ball over, huck it over here, run around, dive, head first, take hits, 4th and 1, right up the middle into the gut of the defense, do all that stuff, turn it over 2 times, throw 3 touchdown passes, and win a football game 34-33. Will you be happy then? I don't think the Niners want to do that.
Well, they make it into a game where that's necessary.
Okay.
But that's not the way this thing is built.
I mean, isn't that what was necessary in the playoffs last year? And he did it.
Yeah, he did it.
Yeah.
He played great in those games.
I don't know,
when
man.
he had to.
You want him to do what he's never going to be asked to do and shouldn't.
Right, because by design, that's not what Kyle Shanahan prefers. Last night is what Kyle Shanahan wants. He wants a quarterback to go 20 for 29, make most of the throws that were there. There was a couple plays that were left out there, as always, but That was an absolute running smorgasbord from Kyle Shanahan. That's, I believe, when he's at his happiest. When it's, hey, we're going to run it. Hey, Robert, it's your buddy Kyle.
Right.
You know what's coming, and we're still going to get 5. We might get 8, and you could break it for 11.
And you win the turnover battle, which how often, right? You win the turnover battle by 2, you're probably going to win that football game by double digits.
And you possess it for 39 minutes, you're probably going to win that football game.
No doubt. All right, Willard and Dibbs, 888-957-9570. Back to your calls in just a sec. But this is something that we are going to debut after 49er football games every single week throughout the year. It's a little something we call Brockster's Millions.
It's time for Brockster's Millions.
You can have $1 million right now and forget the whole thing. Or you can go for the big one, Booster. The $300 million.
Oh, what a dime by Brock Purdy!
Did Brock Purdy's value skyrocket or take a nosedive this week?
But if you fail, you don't get diddly.
Purdy, end zone, he's picked!
For the latest Brock Stock Watch, here's Willard and Dibbs.
I do like that. Brock stock. Brock stock up, Brock stock down. What do you think?
Brock stock and 3 smoking barrels. I think we start the baseline at $60 million. For me, anyway, the Dak Prescott contract. If he's going to reset the market, he's going to have to be spectacular. Last night, I would say Brock stock up, slightly up. If it was in indices and we were starting at $60 million, I'd put him at probably $60.4 million a year.
I mean, you could look at it one of two ways. At the start of the NFL week, which starts on Thursday night, Brock stock was at $55 million because that was the top of the market. Now, 2 things happened. A, Brock played well, scored over 30 points without Christian McCaffrey on Monday Night Football against a defense that all of you took as the number 2 defense in fantasy football in your draft last week. And Dak Prescott reset the market at $60 million. So I'd argue this is one hell of a week for Brock and his millions because he wasn't spectacular, but that's not what this is about in this moment. The market went from 55 to 60, and Brock went out there and went on 8 straight scoring drives against a defense that we all really, really respect. I don't know if they're actually what they're cracked up to be, but the Jets are supposed to be one of the top 5 defenses in the NFL this year. And it did not look that scary to the 49er offense last night. But I will reiterate the key. Without Christian McCaffrey, that's why stock went up this particular week. Without Christian McCaffrey, Brock's offense still moved.
Let's see him do it without the laminated play sheet. Then I'd be really impressed.
Why? But why does he have to do that?
He doesn't.
Laminated play sheet's not going anywhere.
Well, not having Christian McCaffrey, a guy who probably would have been at least a little bit rusty, having not played at all in the preseason. This is not peak McCaffrey, and you didn't have him. And so instead you had a guy with fresh legs who ran the ball 28 times and was mostly unstoppable. So, yeah, the name was different, but the efficiency was the same. I'm looking at the number, passer rating of 89.9. Not spectacular, but it didn't have to be. QBR, which is ESPN's metric, he had the 5th best game in QBR.
There you go.
Behind only Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield, Anthony Richardson, and the aforementioned Josh Allen.
And I wonder what that rating would have been if Brandon Ayuk had held onto a ball in his breadbasket.
Exactly. Probably would have been close to the top.
Top 3. Yep. There's no doubt about it. So, yeah, I that's the way I kind of look at it, especially because the thought is that Christian McCaffrey is his emergency break glass guy. It's not just that he can run the ball really well, but Christian is such a factor in the pass game. Now, Mason spent a lot of work this offseason trying to learn how to catch the ball and run routes, and I know he had one really nice 3rd down conversion, but that was it. Like, when I look at an NFL quarterback, that's what I want to look at. I want to look at how involved are your wide receivers, because that's what young quarterbacks struggle to do. If they're checking down all over the place, it's running backs, it's tight ends. It's like Isaiah Likely the other night with Lamar. Dink. But if you're able to, and this is what Jaden Daniels needs to do next, like he had a really nice opener, but his wide receivers were almost not involved at all. Go through the 49er receiving chart.
12 catches.
George Kittle had 2. Had 4. Kyle Juszczyk had 2. And Jordan Mason had 1. His wide receivers caught 12 of his 19.
12 of the 19.
Completions. That's somebody who is pushing the ball downfield a little bit.
Yeah, and he only threw for 231, but that's about all you needed to throw for because you had a lot of drives that were set up by great runs, and you had J.P. Mason, who was dominant and in rhythm, and the offensive line was in rhythm, and you were able to run it so effectively that you didn't have to have Brock Purdy throw it that much. And so, for me, it's not a diss to just point out the quarterback rating or the fact that he didn't throw a touchdown pass. He didn't have to, and your offense and your team was still that dominant.
I agree with you completely. Yeah, it's not like a right home about it type of a game, but stock up for me just on that baseline. He played without Christian McCaffrey, and they scored 32 points.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, that really is the headline, the big takeaway.
Yep.
And the rest of it is, win the game and win the turnover battle. Those are the two things that he has to do if he wants to have his millions continue to go up.
Mike in New Jersey next up. Doc Feely on Christian McCaffrey in 5 minutes. Hey, Mike, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me good? All right?
Gotcha.
All right. I just wanted to clarify one thing. The other day I was in the chat. I was the one that said Super Bowl or bust, and you were like, no, Super Bowl or bust up the whole thing. Just to clarify, I didn't mean that. Like, I didn't mean Super Bowl or bust, blow everything up. What I mean is, see how we looked last night with everything that we had without McCaffrey? This team, it's Super Bowl to me or failure because we're good. We're a championship level team.
Mike, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. And that's why I choose to use a different word. It's just not catchy. I know everyone wants to do Super Bowl or bust. Super Bowl or like super disappointed.
Failure is what Mike said. I like it. With the sirens in the background. He kept it real.
Yeah, well, he's in New Jersey right now.
Yeah, no doubt he's in New Jersey.
Sirens in all streets in New Jersey at all times.
But no doubt.
Yeah, sure, you could. That's fine. Yes.
And I do think that last night cements Mike's opinion into many people's minds. Like, you are the best team in football.
Right.
And if that's what you put out as a product, you should be playing in February.
Okay, but there's always context. You know what I mean? Did Packer fans have Super Bowl hopes this year, coming into the year?
They probably still do.
Okay.
It's just an MCL for Jordan Love.
If it's a quarter of the season.
Yeah.
And you're already 0-1. Sure.
The backup gets paid too.
Not much.
We'll see how Malik can do.
Niners starter doesn't get paid much, but you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the story of the journey? That's all. That's all I'm saying. We got to see, 2 years ago when they didn't go to the Super Bowl, was that a failure? When Brock's arm fell off? Was that a failure?
Yeah.
See, I'd argue no. They're on their fourth quarterback by the end of the year. It was insane that they made it that far.
Well, everybody thought that they had the better team than the Eagles that day.
Not everybody.
Sure didn't.
I don't even remember who was favored in that game.
The Eagles. It was in Philly.
So not everybody thought that they were going to win. They were supposed to lose. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your calls are going to be welcome all the way until 6 o'clock, so keep them coming, 888-957-9570. But Doc Feely jumps in here next with a little bit of a let's hang out for a few minutes and talk about this Christian McCaffrey situation, because you also need to hear what Kyle Shanahan said about it on the conference call earlier today. All of that is coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
And it's a Victory Tuesday around here, but it's always a Victory Tuesday when I can talk about Fremont Bank, which is my...
and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. It's a good day. It's a good day to have cleared to play because we've got a situation. And I think before we even bring Doc Feely on, we should let everybody hear a little bit about what Kyle Shanahan said on the conference call today.
That's a good idea.
Right? Because we're all looking for more information on how did we get here and where do we go from here. So, Kyle Shanahan, why was Christian inactive?
Just the same stuff that was bothering him all week. There was a little too much today. Game time decision. He came in, just talking to him about it. It was still there. Thought it was going to be smart to keep him out, and glad we did.
Okay, so that is from last night after the game. Conference call today. Update on CMC's calf.
Well, yes, I believe they're similar. I know it was a calf then, and it's a calf now. You guys could ask Christian more on that. Definitely, I believe if it was a playoff game, he would have played. But when it's not just the calf; it's the Achilles, and the Achilles is tendonitis, and that stuff comes and goes. And when it is acting up, it's something you got to be very careful about. Christian's very diligent about that stuff, and if it was a playoff game, he made it very clear to me he believed he could go. But when you hear that type of stuff and it's not a playoff game and it's week one, and especially when you're dealing with the lower extremities like that, it was a tough decision, but hearing all the words and stuff, in the long run, it made it easy.
Okay. Achilles tendonitis.
That's not good.
It's not good. And it's the first time we've heard that term, right? So let's dive into it. And we're excited to not about the injury, but to have this definition about it. To the River Islands guest line, cleared to play, take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay, and proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Dr. Brian Feely. Hey, Doc, how you doing? What's going on?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good. It's a Victory Tuesday, but let's talk Achilles tendonitis. What does this mean for Christian McCaffrey and the Niners?
I really don't think it means all that much different than what we were thinking the week before if it was a calf strain. If you look at, I think the best comp for a backfield player for a calf strain was Joe Burrow last year. He was out for the entire preseason. He came out and he started slow. When you have a calf strain, that's kind of on the inside of your calf at the top part of your Achilles. When you have Achilles tendonitis, there's a whole spectrum of problems that can be. It can be very mild to you can't put weight on it. Based on how he's been practicing, this is probably more on the mild side, and they're being conservative on being able to keep him out, knowing that they have a good backup, and he's got an incredibly long season. And I don't think it's honestly all that controversial to say that Jordan Mason might have been told he was a starter and that McCaffrey was probably hoping he was going to play up until the last minute, and then the decision was made he's not going to start and he's not going to play just out of an abundance of caution.
And the abundance of caution does not necessarily indicate a severity of injury, right? Tendonitis does not necessarily portend to future traumatic injury.
No. Tendonitis, in many ways, a calf strain is going to be just as bad, if not worse, than the Achilles tendonitis. It really just depends on the severity of the tendonitis. All it really means is there's inflammation along the tendon, which as a 28 to 30-year-old running back with a lot of mileage, it's kind of expected he's going to get that at some point during his career, if not this year, next year. So I don't think it's a big deal. He's going to get a lot of treatment for it. I think it's important for him to be able to limit his reps during the season. I think we've seen that in the last couple of years. He's somebody that does a great job at a certain number of reps. And then if we have a suitable backup, that's even better.
Doc Feely is with us. If he's been dealing with this since late in the regular season last year, why has it not gotten better? How does it get better?
Yeah, so the problem with any of the tendinopathies in the lower extremity, whether it's your quad tendonitis, patellar tendonitis, or Achilles tendonitis, is once it's there, it tends to just kind of linger, often up to 1 to 2 years. The reality is it does not seem to increase your risk of a traumatic injury. So it doesn't seem to increase the risk of getting an Achilles tendon rupture, which is really what you want to avoid. But it does make it annoying to play on. You cannot plant and push off quite as hard. You don't have quite the amount of explosive ability. The problem is there isn't a magic cure for it. It's not like you wear special shoes. There's no special injection. You essentially just have to do the stretching, the conditioning, and work your way through it. And if he's not feeling perfect, you hold him out.
And part of that feeling, does it get exacerbated or made worse when you have to play on an artificial surface as opposed to grass?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I think we know Dr. Pandya and I just published a paper that showed that the lower extremity injury rate is higher on turf than it is on grass. And if I'm playing on turf next week, early in the season, I'm probably going to be a little bit extra conservative because I think it is a little bit riskier and it hurts a little bit more. Grass is softer.
Doc, I wonder this. I think Bay Area sports fans are really triggered by this because of Kevin Durant. Are we talking about a similar situation where this is a precursor to something serious, or is it different?
So there's no proof that this is a precursor to something serious. So when you look at the literature, does Achilles tendonitis lead to an Achilles tendon rupture? There's no proof for that. The problem is in the literature means you're looking at the average normal person with Achilles tendonitis and Achilles tendinopathy. We're not talking about people that are 7 feet tall and jump for a living or 6'1", 195 pounds and run through a defensive line. So I think in general, we can assume that it's low risk that he's going to get a more serious injury, but we can't rule it out just because the demands on the professional athlete at this level are so much higher than what we typically understand for everyday people.
Doc, I don't want to ask you to speculate, but based on everything we're talking about, like what do you think the chances are that Christian McCaffrey, whether it's week 2, week 3, week 4, whatever, when he gets going, what are the chances of him being a 25 touch per game player for the full season?
Well, by definition, he's no longer for the full season. But I think he'll probably be able to
for the rest of the season once he starts.
I think when you look at his usage rate last year, he was 18 to 22 touches a game, maybe up to 25. 28 carries for Jordan Mason was the most a Kyle Shanahan player has ever had in a game. So ideally, you have him in the 15 to 20, and I think that's totally reasonable. I think the other nice thing is as soon as you put him out there, even if he's not the first, second, or third option, he's a decoy because he's so good. So I think once he gets out there, he will play. I think the athletic training staff and the medical staff is doing everything right. You take it slow with him now, especially if you're going to win a couple games with his backup. It's a long season. It's hopefully is another season that goes well into February. You want him fresh and you want him feeling as good as possible. And we know all these players don't feel 100% by the end of the year. So you want to conserve him as much as possible for the second half of the year and into the playoffs.
If you were sitting at a bar next to somebody who picked Christian McCaffrey number 1 overall in their fantasy league and they had a tear coming down their face, what would you say to him?
This is why I don't draft 49ers in my fantasy league. I hold them too close to my heart, man.
There you go. Well, there it is. There, buddy. Okay. Hey, Doc, thank you very much. That was very, very informative.
Yep. No problem, guys.
Talk to you soon. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. What do you think?
I think it was enlightening and educational, but it's also terrifying. And I'm glad he said that about it does not necessarily lead to an Achilles injury, a rupture, or a tearing of the Achilles tendon. Those things are not connected directly. However, the phrase Achilles tendonitis, and I know what tendonitis does and is, and it does linger. So it might be something that he has to manage and deal with throughout the course of the entire year.
It's already lingered.
Right.
And again, that part of what we're learning right now is that Christian has kind of been feeling this in some sort of a way since the end of the regular season last year.
Exactly.
Right? And they held him out of week 18, I guess. And then you got the bye, and he played very effectively through the playoffs, saved the fumble in the Super Bowl, but even that, like he played very effectively. He didn't seem to be slowed down. He does not play in the preseason. That doesn't really seem off anyway. He wouldn't have played a lot anyway. He practiced on the side, and now we sit here. And I think interesting for Doc to say, like, Achilles tendonitis sounds so much more serious and scary than calf strain.
Right.
And he essentially said same thing. And in fact, calf strain is almost, to a doctor, a little bit more serious.
Depends on which part of the calf, but he did a good job of laying it out where it is down the side of the calf that connects down to the Achilles tendon. Sometimes you get the calf strain, which is up in the meaty part right below the knee, and that's a different issue and a different injury to deal with. But when you have the one at the bottom, and he said it so eloquently, that's cutting and pushing off. So you've got to change a direction position, and a guy who's an elite change of position, change of direction back in the pass game and in the run game, you really can't play him if he's compromised at all, because that's the beauty of what McCaffrey does.
510 just texted in, I drafted CMC with the first pick, but I don't have a tear on my face because I handcuffed him.
There you go.
Jordan Mason.
Smart. Our coworker who had CMC went for the attempted handcuff of Isaac Garendo.
Yeah, Garendo.
Didn't really work out for him.
You know it did not.
0.00.
That's right.
For Garendo.
How many carries? Garendo.
Totally. Kyle Shanahan showed you exactly what he thinks of the position where you don't have CMC. So, all right, Jordan, how about you get every carry, except the ones that Debo got?
It's what everyone with the last name Shanahan has always done with the running back position, right? If it's not Clinton Portis, it's going to be Mike Anderson. And if it's not Mike Anderson, it's going to be Terrell Davis.
How about Olandis Gary?
Then it's going to be Olandis Gary. And then it's going to be, right, Eli Mitchell or Raheem Mostert or Matt Breida or whatever. That's what it's going to be. And yes, if you have the last name Shanahan, you are capable of getting production from a lot of different running backs. Fun fantasy story that has nothing to do with me. I know nobody cares about anybody else's fantasy team, but this was a little bit of a heart-stopping moment for a 10-year-old, okay? My son in our family league, Christian McCaffrey, and he had the second pick in the draft.
Okay.
The reason the first pick in the draft didn't go that way is because that's my nephew who's a diehard Rams fan.
I see.
And he refused to take Christian McCaffrey. So my son was like, awesome, I get Christian McCaffrey. Named his team Run CMC. Poor kid's got a ticket and a jersey on last night in the stands, finds out an hour before kick, down by 10 in his game.
Oh, that's awkward.
That McCaffrey, the only player left in their game, is out. So what do? You and I are sitting there talking on the air. I'm getting text messages from the boys.
Yep.
Because I'm the commissioner. He's like, you got to go in there and you got to put Christian on IR and find someone. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Abe goes, give him use check and maybe we'll get lucky. My God, when he caught the ball down the left sideline and he falls at the 2.
Oh, geez.
If he goes in, he wins. And he fell at the 2, and I'm like, oh, my God.
And you weren't sitting with your kids, which is nice.
No. And he was playing my nephew, who took a different player with number 1 overall. They're playing each other.
Man.
That juice
You can
ball.
throw the records out when these cousins collide.
Oh, my God. And he ended up
And it goes down to Kyle Juszczyk.
And he lost by 4.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker.
Like, oh, my gosh. If he had gotten the end zone, that would have been the most fun fantasy story I could ever remember.
I'm glad I had it in the bank against Grandy because I didn't have to really root for Garrett Wilson. Whatever he's going to do. I wanted the Niners to win, but if I had, I didn't have fantasy ramifications. I had already put Grandy night. I'd already put him to bed. Yeah, curfew came early for Grandy.
How'd that feel,
And
Grandy?
I'm going to gloat until I can't gloat anymore because I ate a lot of humble pie last year now.
You did. You want to know. You want to know over there.
No doubt.
Puka Nacua and T. Higgins played a combined quarter and a half for me. So
yeah,
it was great.
it.
Wait, T. Higgins played? I thought he didn't play.
A combined quarter and a half.
Okay.
Puka Nacua played a quarter and a half, and T. Higgins didn't play.
But you didn't start him. You didn't start Higgins.
No, of course not.
Okay, well then you
No, but that's his big
Yeah.
That's his big 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
And he missed me with both those jabs.
I know. So violin for Grandy. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You got the bad luck.
It enhanced my viewing experience because I got to sit next to Goo and live vicariously through his fantasy football Breece Hall roller coaster against you. So that was kind of fun. And Bonte is 2 seats away, just cackling and guffawing. and
not in the league. Just watching everybody sweat. Yeah, I mean, it does bring in pieces of the game that you don't care about. I had 2 leagues that came down to the Jets' last drive while they were down by 20-some-odd points.
Crazy.
But Breece Hall's out there, and I had another guy who had Aaron Rodgers, and when they brought Tyrod Taylor in, I'm like, that's a win. It's amazing. Guess who's on the line, Dibs? Guess who's on the line?
I'm not sure.
Aloha.
Oh, really?
He's flying to Maui, and he's still called. And I got to give nothing but respect for that.
Props.
You may be a Jets fan, but you flew to Maui, and at 1:19 in the afternoon, local time, Dollar Bill is on the line with Willie and Dibby. Dollar Bill, I give you mad respect. This is big of you.
Well, I had to call and defend my integrity. First of all, you guys were making fun of me yesterday. So before I even get started with my humble pie, I just want to say I would never, ever call up, talk smack, and hang up on you guys. Never would I do that. That's not the way I roll. So either the call dropped or your producer dropped me, but that wouldn't never happen.
We'll blame the producers because that's what radio hosts do when things don't go right, Dollar Bill.
I totally get it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I have two things that I've learned in the last 24 hours. The first thing I learned is that Crow tastes a hell of a lot better when you wash it down with a Mai Tai.
That's fair.
That's
a flex right there.
Dollar Bill, this will be fun. Dibs, would you rather be 1-0 and sitting right here or 0-1 and be in Maui?
Don't make me answer that. Well, the Niners are going to lose some games, so give me 0-1 and a Mai Tai with Dollar Bill. Sorry, Niners.
So Dollar Bill, you won.
Yeah, you won.
That actually brings me to my second point, is that I would much rather be, I feel so much better this year at 0-1 than I ever did last year at 1-0. The way I feel is, we came in on the road. We lost. I'll be the first to admit, you guys beat us up and down the field on both sides of the ball. But we have the whole season to play more football. And last year at this time, we won on Monday night. And every Jet fan, frankly, anybody with two eyes knew our season was over. So I will happily go down 0-1. Props to you and all the faithful. And hopefully, a few months down the road, I get a shot at a rematch.
Dollar Bill.
Hope that's all I got, boys.
Much respect. Yeah, much respect. Aloha. Enjoy. And you're absolutely right, because you have a quarterback. I don't know if he's still great.
Yeah.
Hell of a lot better than what you were putting out there last year.
That is for sure.
Hell, your backup is better than what you were putting out there last year.
And it's really hard to make judgments on the Niner O-line against what we thought was a good Jets defense. We'll see if other teams are able to do that to the Jets or not. And on the other side, the Niner D sure looked like they handled the Jets offense and Aaron Rodgers, but maybe this defense is just really, really good, and the Jets bounce back in week 2.
Jets are at Tennessee this week.
Yeah.
At Tennessee.
Yeah, I like the Jets in a road bounce back. I'm not sold on Will Levis. I liked him in spots last year, but this year he had a couple of just terrible giveaways in that loss.
I don't think anybody is sold on Will Levis. I think that they thought with the coaching regime change that Tennessee was going to try to throw the ball more, and they put together a fancy receiving core with DeAndre Hopkins and Calvin Ridley. They didn't do a whole lot in this game against the Bears, and then Will Levis took a nice lead in the second half and absolutely, what-ed it right down the side of his leg. I mean, it was absolutely just
that drive got Schmidt on.
It was an embarrassing performance, the way that all sort of unfolded. And so, yeah, confidence is going to be low for Tennessee. But it's their home opener. And, here's what I won't do today. And I don't know if I'm wrong, but I'm not going to look at this and go, okay, well, now the Jets stink. I'm seeing some people, you beat a crappy Jet. Well, no, wait a minute. They weren't supposed to be a crappy team?
I think the Jets were probably the 13th or 14th best team in football coming in. They were probably a bottom of the schedule playoff team.
Based on odds? Where were the odds?
The odds for the Jets, I think they were minus 140 to make the playoffs.
Okay.
Which tells me that they were probably the 6th or 7th choice to make the playoffs out of the AFC. So if you wanted to look at the Jets before last night and you look at it and say, where do they rank in the AFC? You would probably have them between 6 and 8 or 9. For me, that team going in, I thought that they probably were a 10-7 or a 9-8, above 500, but not good enough to win the division.
The New York Jets, and this is up to the minute. This is after going 0-1.
Okay.
Remain the 11th pick in the NFL.
In the NFL.
In the NFL.
There you go.
And in the AFC, they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7th in the AFC.
Exactly what I was thinking,
Tucked right behind the Dolphins. They're still behind the Cincinnati Bengals, who I would argue had a much worse opener than the New York Jets did. Obviously, Buffalo is up there. Houston is up there. Baltimore is up there. And then right alongside the 49ers as the favorite, of course, is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
But that's where they sit up to the minute. The Green Bay Packers have moved well below the New York Jets in the Super Bowl odds, obviously because of their 0-1 start and now a current injury to their star quarterback.
Which is bad, and you hate to see it, and you don't want or wish that onto any team, but it's kind of where I thought that the Jets would fall, right in the 7th seed. They're a 7-8 seed. They're a team that's probably going to win 9 or 10 games, and if they win 10, they'll be a playoff team.
But 11th in the NFL in terms of Super Bowl odds, so I think disingenuous to watch the 49ers play last night and go, oh, don't get excited. You beat a crap team. No, they didn't. I don't know how good the Jets are. I know that somehow they won 7 games last year without a quarterback. So, now I'm supposed to believe that defense is not good? It was good all last year. It added players. Its head coach is the defensive coordinator. You've got players on that side of the ball for the Jets. I saw a lot of Sauce jerseys running around outside the stadium. I didn't much notice the Sauce jersey inside the stadium.
Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, I didn't even notice him last night. I didn't even notice him. I didn't really notice much of anything on the Jets defense.
Yeah.
They really were not when you go, okay, how many plays did the Jets defense make? Not many. Do you have any tackles for loss, sacks, turnovers?
They had 3 sacks, but the one sack was when Brock basically fell down and took a 6-yard loss to set up a field goal. That counts as a sack for the Jets, but there weren't impactful sacks. There weren't really any impactful plays where there was a big hit. There was the one pass breakup on the throw to the tight end, the backup tight end, Salbert, which just resulted in an incomplete. It wasn't a pick. So I don't think the Jets defense did much of anything. I was wondering how much time Sauce missed. And he played 63 of the 72 snaps.
Okay.
Because I know there was a little stretch where he got banged up and he was out for a series or two. But, by and large, those big names you talk about, they are big names and they are all pretty quiet.
They did not do much. Stroll through beautiful downtown Los Altos while enjoying a variety of local wines and live music at the Downtown Wine Stroll. Friday, September 20th, 6 p.m. Sponsored by State Street Market and Madsen Fine Art Gallery. Tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org. Okay, still around the corner, Grandy's grades. And more of your phone calls. What'd you learn? What's your reaction to what you saw from the 49ers last night? 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals.
second down. End zone. Ayuk can't make the catch. It was there, and Brandon Ayuk, in his first game since the big deal, could not haul it in.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, got to reboot that thing. We're going to do Grandy's grades in just a little bit. That's Mark Grandy, who handles overtime along with Sterling Bennett and Kyle Madsen. Also handles, along with Kyle Madsen, the football hour, which is coming up in 90 minutes. And so those two and those three, great at breaking it all down after the fact. And because of that, Mark is going to put together his report card.
And I can't wait because he, I would imagine, is a tough grader. He's not one of these, oh, you get an A and you get an A. And so I'm wondering how he's able to not nitpick, but where he will find the flaws, slight though they may be, from last night's masterpiece of a win.
I haven't looked at the grades yet. All I know is that he texted us at one point and said one of the grades that he handed out, he now wants to downgrade it. And I'm like, what happened from 9 o'clock last night till now that made you think less of whatever you... So that's coming up around the bend. Okay. You're right. Probably a tough grader. He's not like me, where I'm telling the students on week one, just do your work and you're going to get a good grade. Just do your work.
Just do your work and you're going to get an A,
well, the bar gets lower. It gets lower. I mean, everybody, you all know what I'm talking about. That's how school is now. Forget doing good work. They just were will you just show up? Will you just come to school? Will you just actually be here and do the things that we assign? If you do that, you're probably going to get a C+ at worst.
At worst, yeah. Just do your work. Show up and do your work and you'll be fine.
Yeah, come on. We're over here taking attendance. So anyway, we're going to do that in just a few, but kind of want to reboot with some of the top thoughts from last night's victory. And yes, the overarching thing is what a wonderful night. And I've called it a Valium game because I think it just injected calm into everything that people were feeling about the 49ers after an uneasy offseason, hold out, hold in, all of the things, Christian McCaffrey's calf, all of the things that everyone's been experiencing. And the McCaffrey thing is still obviously a huge story, but what a luxury. What a calming influence a game like that has. Now, actually, what do you think about this? Now that it's happened, aren't you, in a way, glad that it happened? Don't you like knowing what the 49ers potentially have when Jordan Mason is going to be a starting back? We've all thought maybe he could do that. Now we know.
We know, and I think if we all wanted to take a moment to step back and not be distracted by Kyle's perceived arrogance, you could have seen this coming a mile away. All you have to do, Mark, is look back at the history of 49er running backs underneath Kyle Shanahan, and you see Elijah Mitchell, and you see Tevin Coleman, you see Jeff Wilson, Raheem Mostert, Matt Breida. These are not household names. Now, Christian McCaffrey is the exception. He's going to the Hall of Fame, and they're darn lucky to have him. But when they don't have him, and you turn to Jordan Mason, as Guru would refer to him as a jag, just a guy, well, he's more than just a guy in the Shanahan offense. And so he carries it 28 times. I don't believe he'd ever been on the field for more than 25 snaps in a game before, let alone get 28 totes. So, yes, it's a tip of the cap to Jordan Mason and the offensive line. But my big takeaway is what you have in a coach and a play caller, it's next level because they did this with just absolute ground and pound, going left, right, wide right, end arounds, jet sweeps. They did whatever they wanted in the ground game.
I tell you what, if you want to really feel excited about something, Niner fans, that's deeper than your barroom talk, did you see how often last night the 49ers ran to the right side?
Exactly.
That's not what they usually do. They usually run it Trent. And so what that is telling you, and I know some people want to look at McKivitz and you've got questions and there were penalties, but Dominic Pooney over there at the right guard position, the lights came on. It's his first real NFL game. Monday night, and a great camp and preseason was put to the test, and he passed with flying colors. If you take what the 49ers already had in terms of Shanahan's play calling, your pre-snap movement, Trent Williams as your left tackle, Christian McCaffrey as your back, and your ability to confuse defenses and have a quarterback that can do things accurately on time, and you add the ability now to run effectively, consistently, both directions, I'm going to shrug my shoulders as a defensive coordinator and go, I'm not really sure what it is we're supposed to do to slow this thing down. It is nearing impossible.
It's difficult, especially if you have a third-round pick at right guard who looks to be as athletic and as physical as he did last night, because when they ran his way, he was winning at the line of scrimmage. And how many times did you see J.P. Mason get to the second level untouched? You make it through the line of scrimmage, nobody's hit you yet. Now you're 4 or 5 yards down, and the second level comes in and gets you, and you pick up 6 and 7, and even 5 if they were shutting the play down. The Niners O-line had the Jets moving all kinds of ways, but mainly backward.
Yep. Really, really effective on
that. And that was when they went to the backup guard, too. You had Spencer Burford come in because Banks had a little calf contusion. So even when you went to Burford, you still didn't miss a beat on offense.
Yeah, that's another thing, by the way. I'm glad you brought up health. I know that there are always bruises and things like that we don't know about in any NFL game, but the 49ers, there's the McCaffrey situation, but the game that was actually played, I think they came out relatively healthy. Jawan Jennings had a hip drop tackle that wasn't called, by the way. I know that's going to take some time before people really get the view of what that is, but a hip drop tackle where he limped off at one point, but he returned. Debo had the one where he was flipped and upended, and he stayed on the sideline for a minute to kind of catch his wits.
Yep.
But he came back into the game, and so I think they came out relatively healthy from this one, at least as far as we can tell at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't look like either of the injuries you mentioned are going to cost him a long period of time. Don't know if Jennings will be ready for week 2. Hopefully it is a short week, and I'm just looking at the schedule now. Off today, and then tomorrow they're at it. Thursday they practice, and then Friday, just a light little session before you fly out. So the short week definitely makes it tougher on guys who got banged up a little bit, but it does make you feel pretty good about Victory Tuesday, where you come in tomorrow and you got 3 days to ramp up for old Sammy D. It's Sam Darnold revenge game.
I got one other thing to throw out there before we go to Grandy's grades, and it's this. What did you make of Fred Warner saying that Nick Sorensen called a flawless game last night?
It's tough to refute it until, I get a chance to really look at the film and the All-22, but in all seriousness, where was the defense lacking? And I do think that that's a little bit of a backhanded parting shot. It's a Roger Federer at, I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
And that's what I'm asking.
Steve
and
Wilkes.
I hate to be radio guy here. And put
I'd have to look at last year and how many times Fred Warner even made a comment about the game plan, let alone a week 1 praising of the new guy.
Well, he was directly asked. He was directly asked, what did you think of Nick Sorensen's performance? And, he went through a series of compliments before saying, I think he called a flawless game. And I don't want to put words in Fred Warner's mouth. I don't think he's taking a shot at Steve Wilkes. I just think you got to translate that. Like, they certainly felt very, very comfortable. You talked about it yesterday. Complementary football. Is everybody working together? Are they all on the same page? I think everything that we talked about last year was never meant to be a shot at Steve Wilkes. It was simply a fact that certain people were not all on the same page. It wasn't complimentary. They weren't feeling it. That doesn't mean he's a bad defensive coordinator. It just means it might not have been the right fit at the start, and they never really got there to where you really felt comfortable game in and game out. This is only one football game, but the fact that Fred Warner said it, he said it. He said it. Is the defense now suddenly, overnight, more comfortable because someone who's been within the Kyle Shanahan staff for a while is calling the defensive plays?
Could be, and could be that, Nick Sorensen's just designing the defense the way Fred Warner prefers it, and it's a slight change from last year or not, and you go out there and the results tell you everything you need to know. And the Jets went 7 yards, 2 yards. They scored the touchdown, and then it was 0-5 and -1. Those were your 6 first-half possessions, and they got a total of 13 yards. Other than the touchdown drive, 13 yards, 3 punts, a fumble, and an end of the half. That is defensive dominance. And
Absolutely.
That's a guy who, obviously, he called a great game. Now, the one drive where they go 70 yards, just right down the field, a lot of Garrett Wilson, I think that was something that they tried, and then they didn't go back to it. They didn't play that soft again, and the Jets were unable to get through.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Niners are 1-0. This is Willard and Dibbs, and we will do this the day after games throughout the coming season. And that is, once we see him play, the next day, we got to go to Grandy's grades.
All right. So, I put out a report card every night or every day if it's a day game. But last night, of course, on Monday Night Football with 7 different categories: quarterback, skill positions, offensive line, front 7, secondary, special teams, and coaching. We'll start at the top at the quarterback. You guys might be upset at me, but I'm giving Brock Purdy a B+ for his performance last night. What do you think?
You upset at B+?
No, I like a B+ there. I mean, B+ is probably better than fine.
It's better than fine.
It's good. It's good with a slight up lilt in the voice. It's good. It's B+.
I'm not upset at B+ because I just think it's the nature of the way that game played. It's not a criticism of anything Brock did, and that's sort of where I stand. I don't think there was really a whole lot to pick at unless you're one of these people that's like every throw must be absolutely like he overthrew Juszczyk. If you want to question his decision on the throw to Saubert, that's fine. I don't think there was anything really to criticize. There also didn't happen to be anything where you were like, wow.
Exactly.
Except for the throw that Ayuk didn't catch. That was a wow throw.
It's a great throw.
That was a wow throw, and he didn't catch it. That'd be my question to you, Grandy. If Ayuk catches that, is your grade different?
No, that throw is still a plus for Brock Purdy.
Okay, yeah.
That's not on him.
But
it affects his stats, yeah. But this is deeper than the box score.
Okay, all right. But yeah, B+ is very good.
Yeah, he's that guy in the group project who is cashing in from the work of other people around him. It's great.
B+ for Brock Purdy at quarterback.
Go to the restroom.
Up next, skill position. So this is wide receivers, running backs, and tight ends.
Okay.
I gave them a flat A, an A for the skill position.
Now I'm intrigued. So Brock Purdy gets a B+, but the people who dropped his passes in the end zone, I know this is a lot of people you're talking about. And Jordan Mason is one of them.
Yep.
He is fantastic. Deebo Samuel, yeoman's work, always willing to do these things. George Kittle had 4 catches, obviously also a big part of the blocking game. Juwan Jennings was their leading receiver. I get where you're coming from there. I mean, you got to give him like an A- though for a couple of Ayuk drops, though, don't you?
If it wasn't Ayuk, the group would get an A+.
Okay.
Ayuk's the only negative in this group, in my opinion. Even Juszczyk caught a couple of passes, as you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, he could have gotten 2 more yards, but anyway.
I got it as an A- just because of the Ayuk drops, and also I don't believe in A+. A is the best you can get. For me, there is no such thing as an A+, but we can philosophically get into that another time.
Maybe not for you.
I did think, well, you're in an era where everybody gets an A anyway. It's candy soft, Windsor High.
You know, it's interesting,
born
though.
in 1997.
All right, can I challenge you for a second on this?
Challenge away. You just talked about the bar being low.
No, but 100. What is 100% to you? Is that an A?
That's an A.
Then why is 95% also an A?
Because you get the range of 95 to 100. Much like in the
you
B's.
Don't on any other letter grade.
You get 85 to 88, and then 88 to 90, or 88 to 89 is a B+.
Right. So why wouldn't 98 to 100 be an A+?
Because the A+ is implied that it's more than 100%. And when you do
think that's happening
GPA,
in your head.
you get a 4 point for an A. You don't get 4.3 for an A+. Anyway, I have him with an A- because of 2 drops from IU.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I don't know why you can look beyond that, but go ahead.
I
thought you were a tough grader.
A- versus A, not whatever.
All right, yeah.
Offensive line up next. I gave them an A- for their performance last night.
Why an A-?
A certain guy on the right side of the offensive line with a handful of penalties.
His name rhymes with Holton Wimivitz.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like it, sorta. Why? No, so okay.
A- is a good sturdy number. I like an A- grade for the O-line.
I would have downgraded the wide receivers and skill positions because there were a couple drops, and I'd upgrade the offensive line. I understand. Look, you're never going to have a game where there aren't penalties on the offensive line, or like I mean, that might happen once a season. Somebody's going to false start. Somebody's going to hold. As you've said many times, you can call it on any play. If the quarterback doesn't get his uniform dirty and your running back who's never started before goes for $147, like if there's any group I was most impressed with last night, it's the offensive line. I think you graded them too hard.
I will say, second half, they were better than an A-. It was a little ugly early, especially the first couple of the drives.
I mean, you want to know what stat I want? I don't know if you can find this, Grandy. How many NFL teams, 32 of them, how many of them started this week with a 3-and-out? I feel like it was 25 of 32 teams. It's unbelievable how hard it was for teams to come out and move the ball in their very first drive.
Yeah, both these teams, 3-and-out.
Sunday Night Football, same thing.
Yep.
Lions and Rams, boom, boom, 3-and-out, 3-and-out. Everybody's punting right away. Niners punt, and then Wisnowski hit the showers. We're not going to see you for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
So that's not an excuse. It just, I'm with you. Yeah, like a lot of teams looked better in the second half on offense than they did in the first.
Yeah, it was been an ugly offensive week for sure. Up next is the front seven on defense. This is the down lineman and the linebacking group. I gave that group in total a B+. I had a hard time with this one. I had a B+ for the front seven.
Where's the drawback? Just the fact that you only got
Collins
one sack?
had a personal foul penalty. You only had one sack, and then Leonard Floyd offside and costing them a touchdown.
Okay.
I like it.
And you gave him a B+?
B+.
I think that's fair.
I like the grade. I like the teacher.
Yeah, like a quarter and a half into the game, I'm kind of doing the where's the pass rush?
Yeah.
Like I'm doing that. Like a little stress early in the game. You're down 7-3, then you go make it 7-6. They're moving the ball a little bit, and it felt uncomfortable, and then they got it. They figured it out, and then you're right. It was really good from there. Grandy, I think you nailed that one. You're going to
Way to go, Grandy.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for chiming in, Lucas.
Way to go, Teach.
Director of Sports. That was good.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, B+. We're
All
good.
right. Up next is the secondary. So the cornerbacks and safeties. I gave the secondary an A- for their performance last night.
What's your thought there?
I think it was an A until the last garbage time drive, which wasn't great. I was also a little thrown off by the way that they responded to Leonard Floyd's offside penalty. It kind of felt like the whole defense gave up.
They stopped.
And they allowed Alan Lazard to just run down the middle unguarded. A- still, though, pretty good. The way that they limited Garrett Wilson to almost nothing aside from that first touchdown drive for the Jets was awesome. Good adjustments, I think, defensively for the secondary. I give them an A-.
I could see the A, but you rationalized the A- really well. The offside free play was an unfortunate one, and other than that, you had the one drive, and I miss me with the garbage time because they get the ball back with 4:20 to go, and they're down by 19, and the majority of people had already headed for the exit, so I won't hold that necessarily against them, but they did a good job mixing up their coverages after that first quarter.
I'll say this, like you referenced the Tyrod Taylor drive. Mm-hmm. I sort of throw that out. And to be honest with you, my feet were up so much, I didn't even really take note of who was in there.
It was the number one defense.
It was the number one guys. I know Bosa was still in there. I saw
Fred
that.
Warner was still in there.
Yeah, I was kind of scratching my head, to be honest with you.
And Mooney were still in there.
Yeah, I'm like, why are y'all in there?
I was the same way.
But at the same time, I also know that defense, sometimes it's difficult on defense when you don't have that full level motivation. Like the game was not in the balance anymore. The game was decided, and so you're I think it's easy to get back on your heels a little bit. But I got no problem with the grade. That all makes sense to me. The other thing that I did notice with I wanted to keep an eye on Yadam, because that was the question mark with who was going to be there. And correct me if I'm wrong, he was the one that got beat on the Tyrod Taylor touchdown, right? To Lazard. I think that was Yadam. And I like eyes on that one. Eyes on Yadam and Renardo Green and how that position is going to develop as the year kind of unfolds. I didn't think it was a phenomenal game. It was an okay game for Yadam. So we'll see. But yeah, I like your grade. What else you got?
I'll confirm who was defending that touchdown in the sec. But up next, we got special teams. Dibs will hate me for this one. I had to give out an A+ to the special teams group last night. 6 for 6 field goals. Didn't give up a big return on the other side. There's nothing to be upset about.
Dude, Jake Moody's going to win special teams player of the week.
Well, he should.
I'm pretty sure.
He's on pace to kick 102 field goals this year, which I looked it up, would be a record.
Well, by the
You
way,
know who holds the record right now, right?
For field goals in a season?
Field goals in a season. And the number's not as big as you think now.
Is it Gary Anderson?
David Akers with 44 as a Niner.
Oh.
Akers like a Niner. Yeah, I believe 44 is the number.
Okay.
So Moody off to a great start.
Yeah, real good start. Although, by the way, did they do special teams in both conferences, or is there only one player of the week?
It's both, yeah.
Okay,
one
because
apiece.
what's his name with the Steelers? Their kicker's going to win. I mean, he kicked.
Boswell.
Yeah, he kicked 6 of them as well, and it was the only points they got, and they won the football game.
Yeah, that'll be the AFC rep.
Yeah, so those two guys are going to win that.
I'm not going to begrudge you for the A+ all year. I do. I mean, Wisnowski, 1 for 1 on spectacular punts. I do think they controlled the kickoff really well. There was the one where Moody did the bump and run that I love.
Yep.
It hit in the field and then out of the end zone, so they only got it at the 20.
At the 20. The Jets got one of those on the Niners, too.
Yep. So I did like the way they kind of mixed it up with the kickoff, and Moody 8 for 8 on kicks, 20 points.
By the way, real quick, because people won't know that rule. Like that kickoff rule, if it lands in between the goal line and the 20 and then scoots through, it's only the 20-yard line. If you just boot it all the way through, you go out to the 30. Everyone's still learning that.
Yes, and so strategically, if you can kick one that bounces at about the 7 and then careens into and through the end zone, you're in great spot. But it's risky because if you hook that thing out of bounds, they get it at the 40.
At the 40.
All right, got to go quick here before we hit a quick break. Last one is coaching. This is not just Kyle Shanahan, but the whole coaching staff. I gave them an A for me. This was a lot about Nick Sorensen and defensive adjustments after that first touchdown drive for the Jets. Garrett Wilson did not do anything nearly the rest of the game. I like the way they adjusted to the Jets beating them early.
But this is the one that you sort of regretted. Like later this morning, you're
I cannot agree with Kyle Shanahan's lack of aggressiveness in certain situations. End of the first half really bugged me, and then kicking the field goal 4th and 1 from the 5
You didn't
bugged
like
me as
4th and 1?
Absolutely.
See, I did.
And yet
2 touchdown game, kick a field goal. It's still a 2 touchdown game.
No, it's a 2 touchdown with 2 2-point conversion game.
That's a 2-score game.
It's a 2-score game, but it's a much, much harder 2-score game that I don't think is really realistic.
You know what's better than a 2-score game? A 3-score game.
Yeah, you know
and
what's
you're getting
worse?
5 yards of carry all night long.
You know what's worse than a 16-point lead is a 13-point lead.
It's true.
Which you're risking.
They can get a yard.
I get, or maybe they wouldn't. But I hear you. I liked it.
I have a hard time being critical when a team scores 8 consecutive possessions. Right. I mean, touchdowns greater than field goals. I get that. I do like the A grade for coaching because, and I don't like to give out A+, but his offensive game plan was an A++. That thing was a masterclass.
I just say it this way. How can you not give Kyle Shanahan an A with a game plan that does not include Christian McCaffrey, and then you still go out and score 30-plus points on opening night? That's good coaching. That's a good plan. That's a good contingency. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. What are your grades? You could pick any one of those groups and give them a grade. Argue with Grandy's grades. 888-957-9570. That's the number. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Loving Grandy's grades. Those were spot on, and I'm also loving how I'm feeling these.
action. Purdy, check. The catch, 1st and goal.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
What a good day. What a night. I hope everybody just soaked that all in. You know what I mean? It just felt like a big, live, real-life eraser. That's what it felt like to me last night. You just took all of that. You took Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, and I'm not going to say the Super Bowl loss. Like that certainly did not make that go away. But whatever strife or stress or anxiety came from the months of like April, May, June, July, and August.
Yep, mostly gone.
That just erased it last night.
Doesn't mean you're not going to have hard time and hardships and have losses, but all of the things that we carried with us through the summer, Brandon Ayuk, is the holdout or the hold-in going to be an issue? It's going to be a distraction. Well, yeah, it was an issue. He couldn't catch the football, and it wasn't really a distraction, but you scored 32 points and you won. And Trent Williams, he doesn't have camp. Maybe he'll come in out of shape. Well, he needed an IV and missed 2 plays and was dominant. And, Brock Purdy's going to need to elevate his game. Well, so far, so good. He looked pretty efficient, no turnovers, and Debo running the ball. You didn't have McCaffrey. Your defense still looks like one of the 2 or 3 best in football, and your coach didn't get any dumber in the offseason. He only got smarter. So what do you have to worry about after 60 minutes of football?
Yeah, no,
not much.
Not much. And I wonder if this team ends up having a chance to be, like when you go back, and for those of you who aren't old enough for this, Grandy, Lucas, you guys are in this group. If you're not old enough to know about the 49ers of the 80s and the early 90s, the fans knew the names of all the offensive linemen. You knew them all.
Yeah. We saw one of them at the Red and Gold Summit.
Guy McIntyre.
Yeah.
The likes of Randy Cross. Like these guys.
Jesse
Sapolo is another great. These guys were household names. It was not just Jerry Rice and Roger Craig and all of that. Like obviously Montana Young. Like you knew the offensive linemen. You knew every single player on the team. You didn't just know Ronnie Lott, you knew the other safety too. Carlton Williamson or whatever. Like you knew everybody on that field. And I do think that's like to go back to the conversation we had yesterday about whether or not it matters to you, not just to win a Super Bowl for you, but this particular crop of 49ers. I think this group is talented enough to be like that. And that's where my urgency comes from. It's not for me as a fan, like, gotta win a ring. It's for, like, how much longer are all of these particular guys going to be together? Because they feel like they're on the verge always of being iconic, but you're not allowed in the sports world to use that word if you don't win a championship.
Well, not in this franchise.
Of course.
The Lions players can, if they don't do anything else, they can be a little bit closer to that status because they actually won a playoff game.
But they're like a memorable 1 year.
Yes,
right
but for
now.
Detroit, you've been so thirsty for anything that right now that's kind of the high water mark.
Sure.
Outside of the, when you had Megatron and you had Barry Sanders and, you had those teams, but those teams didn't win. So if you're a 49er, you've got to have that Lombardi to really be, given that idol treatment. And these guys are all on the precipice. The guys who've been here forever, and it's George, and it's Debo, and even Brandon, and now young Brock, Christian to a different degree. It feels like he's always been here, maybe because his dad and the fact that he went to Stanford. He feels like he's always been a Niner.
It just fits. It just fits.
Totally.
Yeah, you're absolutely
and
right.
Trent to a similar degree, but, he had a long career elsewhere. So these guys will all be minted as all-time legends if they can just get the one.
Well, just listen to the way you just laid that out. You want to know what I noticed when you just laid that all out? It's not everything you said was true.
And I forgot Fred and Nick. And,
But that's my point.
Yeah.
You notice how you roll through the whole roster and you just use first names?
Totally.
And everybody knows exactly who you're talking about. Try that with the San Francisco Giants roster. Yeah. So, and you could...
Marco, and there's that one guy.
But you could do it with the 2010 Giants roster. It was Timmy, and it was Buster.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it was Maddie, Mad Bum, and whatever. Like you could just, that's because it felt iconic because they won championships. And that's how the 80s and 90s 49ers were.
Ronnie and Joe and Dwight.
Right. Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike. No,
Totally.
wait a minute. Sorry, that's a different group. But you know what I mean? Like you could do that. And I feel like we're just sitting here on the doorstep of being able to do that with these guys. You know? That's how my kids were last night. They went in early and they're like, Dad, we took pictures. We saw Fred. And I saw George, and I got to see Claire give George the shove, like we learned it. Like they saw all of it, and they can just sit there and use first names, and in some cases of the players' wives, and we all know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
But they don't have that thing that cements iconic status. And I don't like the word deserve in sports. I don't like using that because these guys all play hard and work hard and put in all the work. So there's no like, one team deserves it more than the other. You have to go do it. But I really do think that this fit. My gosh, I want that for these guys because they're good enough for it.
For sure.
They're
and
good
they've
enough
been
for it.
good enough for this franchise, and it's been a great run of homegrown talent, and you've been so close. But I'm glad you took the D word and threw it in the garbage because there is no such thing as deserve.
No, I mean
the Patriots went 16-0 in the regular season, and they didn't win the Super Bowl. They got beaten by Tyree in the helmet. And so did they deserve to win the Super Bowl? No. They were the best team, and they probably beat the Giants 9 times out of 10, but not that Sunday.
No, the other team works hard too.
Exactly.
They work out. They have a weight room. You know what I mean? They had dreams. They woke up early. They worked their butt off. They kept their head straight when they got a lot of money despite all the distractions. Like every single team has that. The New York Jets have that too. Aaron Rodgers is 40 years old and worked his way back from an Achilles injury. I know a lot of people are triggered by Aaron Rodgers, but like that's impressive to me. Okay, these like Robert Saleh runs the stairs. Good Lord, like that's it. Like I like Robert Saleh.
He's pretty fit.
Yeah. So everybody deserves. You know what I mean? Like they deserve to go out there and get what they get. I phrase it a different way. I think this team is good enough. They're good enough for icon status. They just haven't cemented the damn thing yet.
That's right. And they've had their chances, and it doesn't mean that the window is going to close if they don't do it this year. But you look at last night, having been there in the press box, you were out there with the crowd, getting a little bit more of the feels from the people. But just up in the press box, there was a certain amount of expectation. You know, the Jets scored, and they're up 7-3, and you know, even in the press box, there was no like, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No, I never felt. Did you feel an uh-oh?
I felt no uh-oh.
Yeah,
That's
I was
my
like,
point.
I'm like 7-3.
The Niners answer with 3, and even at that point, it's like, okay, touchdowns are better than field goals, but we got a ball game. And then from then on, they just turned off the faucet, and it became a comfortable watch.
I always look at a great defense not necessarily as the group that can come out and turn the faucet off right away. I look at a great defense as, okay, let's see what you're doing. I'm going to assess what you're doing. You may go get one on me early, but the second you do it, I'm going to move this chess piece over here. And now let's see what you can do. And the Jets never moved the ball again.
Right.
Until garbage time. Till garbage time and obviously one broken play. But they never went on anything sustained after that the rest of the way. You know, that's what defined, Lucas will love this, Pete Carroll's era at USC. This is what they did every week. They would let you, not let you on purpose, but like they often would get punched in the mouth in the first quarter. And in fact, they would often go into the halftime break either tied, sometimes down by 7. And it was unbelievable what would happen in the second half. It was as if they went into halftime and all, like, I don't know, drank some juice, made some acquisitions, and came out and were absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah.
You couldn't stop them when their offense was on the field and the defense wouldn't give you a yard. And these halftime adjustments, I don't even know if that's a thing. You know, Peyton Manning came out last year and he's like, we're going to the bathroom at halftime. We're not making adjustments. But like
maybe a couple of things you see on film and get back out there.
Totally. Will in the East Bay, we'd love your calls. We did Grandy's grades. What are your grades? What did you see? What did we learn? 888-957-9570. Will in the East Bay, what's going on?
Well, good afternoon, Willard and Dibbs. Always love talking to you guys. It's been a little while.
Thank you, sir.
It's been too long, honestly. I was just telling Mark that.
Let me just say this about grades. Brought back a flashback from middle school. when that teacher would bring that paper and walk down the aisle and drop that paper in front of you, and it would have a big A or a B on it, and she'd give you that sunny smile. But if you didn't do your homework and she brought that paper back down to you and it said C or D, she'd give you that scolding look on your face and make you feel. My point being, I love listening to you guys give your grades. You know, it's a lot of fun. And I'm not going to give a grade, but I do have a take on that game last night. And it was a very solid game, very solidly played on both ends of the line. But I think at the end of the night, if Shanahan was in that locker room alone after the smoke cleared and he sat down and he got a big smile on his face, we're talking an offensive guru here. He was happy about that defense. We've talked a lot. I've heard you guys talk a lot about the offense. That defense allowed less minutes to Aaron Rodgers, in his whole career. Okay? And you could see the frustration on that man's face, you know, on the bench when his offense was off the field. He knew it. He knew it. And anyway, that was my take on that game. I give them a solid A. A+ means no mistakes, no errors, nothing. But the way that defense played, lights out, and kept the future Hall of Famer, one of the best passers in the game we've ever seen off the field, to me, was a real shining moment for Shanahan.
Well, yeah, I think it's, Will. Thanks, Will. I think it's a great point. The whole thing, as far as the straw that stirs the drink, is the defense. And we can talk about it on a number of different levels. And I'll hear you guys. You're not wrong with regard to what's happening around Brock Purdy. I think it was a very significant night that he could go out there and move the ball the way he did with Christian McCaffrey not on the field. But it is true that if you have a defense that is going to continually keep the other team at bay so that you don't have to go out there and score 32, it's great that they did, but obviously they would have won that game with significantly less. They could have had 2 or 3 field goals less. They still would have won that football game. And if the defense is doing that continually, if the run game is doing that, if your offensive line is going to give you time, then yeah, like that. That's putting you in your best position to succeed. And for me, that is the most exciting part about last night. You can pick any group or any player as far as like what got you out of your seat. The most exciting thing for me, no one was bad. Grandy just gave his grades and nobody got worse than a B.
Yeah.
Nobody. And if you're that complete, if you can be good in the secondary, you can be good on the front seven, you can be good on the O-line, skill positions, quarterback, special teams, coaching. If you're good on all those places, you're just not going to lose that many football games.
Unless you start turning it over at a crazy number, and you didn't turn it over at all. And you look at the numbers, and Will just called talking about time of possession. Aaron Rodgers ran 38 plays on the night. 38 plays. Yeah. One of those was a 12-play drive. Outside of that, he had 26 total plays, 4 3-and-outs. So even when he got his chance to get back out on the field, he had no chance. The Niners immediately got Aaron Rodgers back to the sideline, and the poor Jets defense was out there most of the night. 5-minute 49, 5:14, 7-minute, 18-second drive for the Niners coming out of the locker room. Welcome back to the field, Jets. How about 7.5 minutes, and we will just march down on you and put the game away with a touchdown.
Yeah, no, it was
just
big.
A clinical performance in time of possession.
And you're talking about Aaron's plays, right? Aaron Rodgers'
Correct.
plays.
38 plays is all he ran.
And then Tyrod comes in and has another group, but even still, even with that, I'm looking at, and back me up on this, the Jets as a whole ran 48 plays, and the 49ers ran 67. Is that right?
Yeah, they got 72 for the Niners.
Okay.
And then 51 total for the Jets.
Okay. I mean, I'm just adding up passing attempts and rushing attempts. I guess that leaves out sacks and different things like that. So anyway, there's approximately 20 some odd more plays for the 49ers. You're hosed if that as an opponent, if that's the situation. Especially
38 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah. And you know, what are yards per carry here for the 49ers as a team? This ended up well over 4.
Yeah, about 4.5.
Yeah. That's going to be, I mean, that's just a hell of a, that's a game plan. That's a hell of a scenario.
Right. So Kyle has the ball for 38 minutes and 40 seconds. Check the box. They dominated time of possession. He rushes it for more than 30 times, and we know that when he rushes it 30 or more times, he wins. He wins about 90% of those games. Checkbox number 2, and the turnover battle. Well, you didn't turn it over. Checkbox number 3. If you check those 3 boxes, turnover battle, time of possession, and 30 or more runs, Kyle's unbeatable.
20-0.
Right.
If they do that 20 times, they will be 20-0.
Right.
And they will win the Super Bowl.
And so it doesn't matter if he was just fine going 20 for 29, and he was probably better than fine. You win. I capitulate. But he doesn't have to go 34 for 44 and throw for 380.
Update, I will predict that they don't go 20-0.
Okay. I already have him at 11-5-1, which it still bugs you. It's the Arizona game. The second Arizona. It's a draw. Sometimes you got to predict a tie.
I'll bet you my entire bank account that they do not tie that game.
Okay. We'll get to it.
What do you give me if I'm right?
Well, we already talked about the odds. And
yeah.
You go 4-1.
I offered you 4-1. It was an opening offer.
40-1.
It's just like I got a new car last week. Like you just put your first offer out there and then see what happens.
I like it.
Yeah, just let them know. Like, okay, make me an offer. And then you go, no, we're not doing that. And they'll chase you.
Yeah, they will.
I'm just trying to get you to chase me a little bit.
Yeah, we'll get there. And that's the last game of the year. So, when we get to that game, we'll see who's actually playing.
I'm going to make him an offer again.
Thank you. One just real quick, interesting note. Jake Moody, 6 field goals.
Yes.
I joked that he was on pace for 102, which would be a record. The record held by David Akers, 2011, Niners. In that year where everybody's saying, touchdowns are better than field goals. Well, the Niners that year, Harbaugh's first year, they went 13-3. By way of the most prolific field goal season in NFL history. So, and I won't skip ahead and tell you what happened in the playoffs because it wasn't good. Kyle Williams, R.I.P., rest in punts.
Yeah.
And but you were 13-3 by way of the field goal.
Listen.
David Akers kicked 44, which is still a record.
I know.
Field goals are okay is my message.
Field goals are not a bad thing.
It's okay.
I think you get 3 points for those. Points are good. You know how many field goals the Jets had last night?
I would guess 0.
0.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Grandy, you leave the field goal alone. You leave the field goal alone. And I'm not going to,
thanks.
No, I'm not going to admit this because I didn't know it at the time. I was clapping for the decision in the moment. As it turned out, yes, in another league, I was down by 18 points. The other guy had Aaron Rodgers, and I had Jake Moody. I won by 0.6.
Oh, my God.
So, yes, I might be biased, but I didn't know that in the moment. In the moment, I was like, I'm not winning this.
Do you have to be a homer?
Well, if it's going to win me my fantasy game, yes. By the way, I've decided that Brian Baumgartner, that voice that in that drop,
do you have to be a homer?
That's Kevin from The Office. I've decided that person, can you pull any sound from our guy Dollar Bill who's in Maui? Pull his voice, put it next to Kevin from The Office. You tell me if you can tell the difference. I think that might be Kevin from The Office.
Dollar Bill.
In Maui.
That's crazy.
Who the hell else can afford Maui on a Tuesday?
I was thinking the same thing.
I would think Syndication Sensation might do that for you.
Yeah, it would.
Right?
I mean, that thing's on all the time. It's on right now. Somewhere he's giving you that hangdog look and like the woe is me demeanor of Kevin from The Office.
Such a good show.
And then cha-ching, right?
Dude, how good.
Well, I had to call and defend my integrity.
Do you have to be a homer?
Tell me that's not the same person.
Well, that was crazy.
Tell me it's not the same person. Play it again, Grandy. That's 2 different people.
Well, I had to call and defend my integrity.
Do you have to be a homer?
You tell me.
Good.
That's the same guy.
Dollar Kev, we'll call him. Dollar Kev, Dollar Bri.
Yeah, I would call him a lot of dollar bills.
Yeah.
Is what I'd call him. All right, let's
John Sally.
No, John in Napa. John in Napa. Hi, John. What's going on?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm still floored from last night. Like, if any way you look at it and how you drew it up, this is what I would want. The Jets are a good team. They're not a bad team, and the pieces are there. But the Niners are just flat out better. I was impressed with the offensive line. With all the noise the media made about the offensive line concerns, Trent Williams aside, it made it sound like we were really doomed. And now I think I don't know anything about offensive line, apparently. Because, I mean, what I saw last night was a dominant performance that just wore everyone down. The time of possession was video game numbers, which was really fun to see. And and then watching Fred Warner. I mean, just how awesome is that we get a chance to watch him every Sunday. I had a friend of mine when we went to our third World Series with the Giants, right, back in the 2010s, and he's like, we're spoiled. And it's hard to know you're spoiled in the moment. And so I am just living in that moment, and what an awesome game. I just top to bottom really enjoyed it. Wish Ayuk made that catch, but I get it. We'll get it next time.
John, love it, man. Really good call, and I love as much Fred Warner love as we can put out there today. I think this is becoming a thing. Aaron Rodgers against Fred Warner. You know, you brought up the Aaron Rodgers versus the 49ers thing. Yep. And there's the Harbaugh era, the Shanahan era, the home, the road, the playoff, the regular season. You're going to get some different data. But I brought up on the crossover that it was, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago when Aaron Rodgers was caught on mic after the game, handshake with Fred Warner, telling him, I know the whole world doesn't know, but we in the league, we know you're the best linebacker in the game. Now I think more people acknowledge that Fred Warner is LB1 in the league, and it's becoming a thing. Aaron Rodgers against Fred Warner goes really well for the 49ers.
Fred Warner against fill in the blank, I think, goes really well for the 49ers.
That's a good point.
And I'm just looking at the Niners with their Week 2 notes already out as we're getting ready for Minnesota, and they point out that since 2023, Fred Warner has 5 forced fumbles, second in the National Football League among linebackers, behind only Bradley Chubb, tied with Khalil Mack. So Fred Warner just adding another piece to the repertoire. He's tough in pass coverage. He'll pick you off. He can blitz and get you and get a sack. And we know he's a tackling machine, but he's added the peanut punch to the repertoire.
God, just you saying what's coming this week, and I don't want to move on. We're not going to spend any time today moving on to next week.
But they sent out the prospector, which is the pre-week notes.
I know, and it just flashed how many different things in terms of the visuals of this week. You know, you've got Justin Jefferson, who set that wide receiver market. You've got last year's backup quarterback, Sam Darnold, who's now starting. You've got Aaron Jones as the running back, who had such a good game against the 49ers in the playoffs last year as a member of the Packers. There's a bunch of different things that come together, in addition to the fact that this will be Minnesota's home opener and can be a difficult place to play. That is a fan base that will be absolutely on its ear. This is an interesting game. And I expect a little bit more of a struggle than what the Niners encountered last night. But we got all week to talk about that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Some interesting people, though, in this game.
For sure. And I'd love the Sam Darnold part of it because I was high on Sam last year, and I'm really happy he got his chance to go out there and start-ish. And I know it took an injury for him to get the gig maybe, but you know he's going to be motivated. But for now, it's a Victory Tuesday, and you look at last night, and it's really difficult to think about this as anything other than just a pure work of art. Picasso, Monet, Rembrandt, whatever painter you want to pick. This thing was beautiful. Yeah. And it was nearly flawless. And even the flaws that you had, it was kind of the flaw that you thought would happen with Brandon Ayuk and a couple of drops, a guy who you thought maybe would be a little rusty.
Yeah.
And he was, and you were able to survive it easily.
You know what I thought? Now, the more we talk about this, you know what last night was? It was needed.
Yeah.
It was really
palate
needed.
Cleanser.
Yeah, I really just think the fan base needed something to calm down. Like, last night was a big old hit of you-know-what, man. It was.
Yeah. Cue up the sound effect, Grandy.
I'm not going to name names. There were people I don't know, and there were people I know.
Yeah.
That I ran into last night, and I'm like, oh, you're having some extra fun.
Yeah. How high are you right now?
I'm high, bro.
You didn't just get tickets to this game, did you? You got something else. A little something else to this game, too.
Well, it was Monday Night Football. The opening. Yeah. Oh, you know, it's...
Not going to name names.
No. How could you?
Because it's just so...
Who are you?
It was so fun. It was just so fun and funny to watch. Jonathan in San Leandro. Hi, Jonathan. What's good? What you doing?
Hey, I just got through 880 traffic. Not too bad for a Tuesday, though. I thought I was going to be calling you guys mid-traffic, but I got through it. I'm in San Leandro now, so we're A-okay.
Sweet, Jonathan.
Okay, so a couple of things. I wanted to know, since you guys are grading, what would you think that the Mannings would grade Brandon Ayuk last night? Because, boy, were they vocal about his drop pass. And I know a lot of people are going to say, well, that he's got to get, into the shape of things, but doesn't that prove the point of what everyone was saying? You miss camp, opportunities like that. And for me, it seemed a little lackluster. I love the field goal, especially for my guy, because, what was the biggest thing for him? Missing field goals. Now the guy can't miss one. And I love it. However, I give him a B. The defense was great. I give the defense an A, but overall with the offense, I give it a B. We need more touchdowns. I know he dropped that one. If he didn't, maybe we'd be looking at an A. I don't know. Some things scare me with CMC being gone, and we can't win all these games like we did last night. And that's the Jets. They're also getting their stuff together. So, again, I'm scared for Minnesota a little bit offensive-wise. Hopefully CMC is back and we got, back to our roots. But I just wanted to see what you guys thought. I love listening to you guys and appreciate you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it. I mean, look, Minnesota was a house of horrors for the Niners last year. In many ways, I know what happened in Cleveland, but I still look at Jake Moody and go, dude, if you just kicked the ball straight, everyone would have forgotten that game completely.
Yep.
It was Minnesota where I felt like something's wrong inside the 49ers. Something's wrong here because Kirk Cousins wouldn't even throw an incomplete pass. And then on Tuesday following the game, Kyle Shanahan threw Steve Wilkes under the bus in front of a microphone. And that's what made me as a fan go, okay, what does that mean? If that's what's public, what's private? Like there's something where you're all not on the same page. And I'm not going to say that's why they lost the Super Bowl or anything like that, but you got to the playoffs and the 49ers through those 3 games at many times were not their best selves.
Yep.
And it took them 7 seconds after it was over to fire Steve Wilkes. So I still believe that whatever the reason or why or how, it doesn't matter. It was not all copacetic with that group last year, and it was in Minnesota that we found that out. Very different team this time around on both sides, but I do think there's some demons that need to be exercised.
Cousins went 35 for 45.
Dude, it was
378.
Brutal.
2 tutties, 1 pick, and a rating of 107.2. 35 for 45, and it felt like he was better than that.
And don't correct me if I'm wrong, Jefferson did not play.
Oh, no. No, he didn't play.
Justin Jefferson did not play. He was doing this with the likes of Jordan Addison.
Addison had 2 touchdowns in the game, and that was it, including a 60-yarder. And was that the one on the zero blitz?
That was the zero blitz.
Yeah.
That should have been picked off.
Steve knows he can't do that and stuff, and I'm really mad. And he's going to get fired in about 8 weeks and stuff, and I'm going to wait.
You can honestly say he's ready to get fired.
I can honestly say I freshened my resume. But
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I love that cut.
Did he get hired or is he chilling this year?
I think he's chilling.
I think he's chilling too.
Yeah, last I checked, but
yeah, I'll look.
Yeah, that was a tough spot certainly in the year, and I don't know if Sam Darnold's going to go 35 for 45 against you, but none of these teams can be taken lightly, and we've got all week to get ready for Minnesota.
Steve Wilkes is chilling this year. No job.
I can honestly say I'm sort of chilling.
That's right. I can honestly say I've made plenty of money, and I'm fine. 888-957-9570 is the number. How about Shaka in Berkeley? Shaka, what's up?
What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing today, man?
So good. It's a good day.
Hey, Minnesota Sunday, man. It's going to be a great game, man. Our defense. I look at Flores, the defensive coordinator, against Shanahan. That's the chess match in the game, man. It's going to be a physical game. It's going to be a real physical game. I just want you to look forward to that, man. Nothing else. Know that it's going to be physical.
Well, Shaka, I always can you expand on it? And I don't mean to call you out. I always think it's funny when people go, this football game is going to be physical. I'm waiting to see the first one that doesn't look like that. I know what you might mean, hard hat game, whatever, but what exactly are you getting at? Why is this particular one going to be more physical than a game like last night, which was supposed to match 2 of the top 5 defenses in the league?
Well, we really have a top 5 defense. We got a lot of players. We got Cashman from Houston, the Russian guy, Kennard. We also got him. We've got Gilmore, a top defensive back now. He plays for us now. With Murphy, who retired, he's getting millions himself. Plus, we got some guys, man, that are really shining, man, on defense. We got Harrison Smith, the Hall of Famer, and the guy with the cow behind him. So we got who got 2 picks last year against your quarterback. So I've been saying that they're a real physical team. Flores' second year, he was the Miami Dolphins coach, and him and the owner got into something. He sued the league, so that's why we think he didn't get a job. But as far as him being able to be there for 2 years in a row, I just look forward to the chess match, man, because we got a strong team. We got a lot of receivers, and we got Aaron Jones, who ran for like a buck 20 against y'all last year in the playoffs.
No doubt. Look, I'm not going to.
I didn't know you were a Vikings fan like that. This is good to know.
Look at that. I mean, he's naming off. He's naming off the whole roster.
Got that too deep on lock.
Yep, Shaka. Thank you very much. No, listen, and we've said now a couple times. Got all week to talk about the Minnesota Vikings.
Yep.
I'm not going to dismiss them as a threat just because Sam Darnold is their quarterback and it's not supposed to be a great year for them. I don't know if I would call them a top 5 defense. We'll see. It's too early to.
Well, they shut down Danny Dimes in the opener. Pretty impressive.
Which makes them a defense, not a top defense. How about Joe in San Jose? Hi, Joe. What's up?
Hey, how you doing? That was a great game last night, fellas, to watch. It's so good to have football back. So pumped for Monday Night Football again. I give that performance from our fellas an A-. I would have liked to see a little better performance in the red zone, a little bit more production, and I'd like to see McKivitz kind of clean up his game a little bit. He cost us a touchdown and had a Jordan Mason play called back for another hold. I'd like to see him clean that up a bit and not cost us points. As far as Minnesota is concerned, I think we're going to be fine. I hope that the refs address that. If I remember correctly, last year when we played the Vikings, their head coach, he got caught by Troy Aikman on national TV telling his player to flop on the ground and kind of fake an injury to get an injury timeout during that stuff. I really think the NFL needs to address that abuse. I think there needs to be like a stage 2 or an egregious delay of game penalty kind for that. But that was straight up flopping or the equivalent of. And I hope those kind of shenanigans don't screw us up.
Well, Joe,
I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, Joe, thanks. I mean, listen, I don't want to compare apples and oranges, but in sports and especially in the NFL, it does not matter the team. I know all of us like to think that our team is built with choir boys and the rest of the teams are all cheating. These are the kinds of things that happen. How do you think non-49er fans are feeling about this Christian McCaffrey situation from yesterday? If you're a Jets
defending the head coach,
but if you're a Jets fan, are you like, oh, okay? So now you know on Friday night that Christian's not starting. And why on earth would you hold that information against the rules so that we can't game plan for this, that, or the other? Would it have made a difference? Nobody thinks that.
And I don't think that that's against the rules to say that another guy is starting. Doesn't mean that Christian McCaffrey is not allowed to play
also
off the
true.
bench.
That's also true. Yeah.
So this is where, for me, it's Shakespearean, much ado about nothing, because I don't think that he did anything underhanded. Did he have information that he probably held longer than people would have liked him to hold it? There's that maybe. And the fantasy football part of it is real, because if you have McCaffrey and it's week 1 and I use my first round pick on him and now he's not going to play and I'm out of time to pick up somebody and there's frustration there, but that's fantasy.
Well, and Kyle does not care about that. And you're right. I think that's an important distinction that people need to understand. The only way that this is a finable situation from the league to the 49ers is if they knew Christian was out, not if they knew he wasn't starting. They just listed him as questionable. He can be the backup. He could be the third stringer for all I care. He was questionable. If they knew he was going to be wearing a baseball cap on Friday and didn't tell anybody till 4 o'clock on Monday, that's where the league can be like, no, you have to, if you know he's out, you got to declare him as out. I don't even know how the hell you'd prove something like that.
Exactly. It's a calf strain, and it's Achilles tendonitis, so it's not like he tore his ACL. Jordan Love has an MCL tear in his knee, and it's 3 to 6 weeks, so he's going to be listed as out. They don't have the ability to play that game even if they wanted to. With a McCaffrey injury, a calf strain, and Achilles tendonitis, that's a game-time decision.
Who do the Packers have this week, by the way? Packers this week... hang on, let me switch to week 2. The Green Bay Packers will host the Indianapolis Colts.
It's an interesting one.
And Malik Willis will start for the Packers. They just acquired 2.5 weeks ago.
And I've got the Colts favored by 3. We talk about line moves.
Oh, that's interesting.
When the look-ahead line, I believe, was Packers -4. The look-ahead, look.
Yeah.
The line from last week before Jordan Love got hurt, so that thing moved 7 points. Yeah. Which sounds about right. Colts -3 at Lambeau.
Yeah, is it all the Love injury, or is it also that, Green Bay lost the game? Like, they didn't look great. They looked okay. They scored the ball, but, they didn't look great even with Jordan Love. And Indianapolis, I know they lost, but they held up rather well. Right? They held up rather well in their opener. They gave Houston everything that they could handle in that game.
That was a fun game.
It was a fun game.
Houston's a great watch, and I'm not just saying that because I have C.J. Stroud as my fantasy QB, but that offense is a lot of fun to watch with Stroud and all the weapons he has.
Oh, Houston, again, I go back to driving in on the Thursday opener of the Chiefs and Ravens, and Stein and Gu are talking to Steve Weish, who I love, over at NFL Network. And they said, who's the most interesting team or intriguing team in the NFL? And I go, God, I feel like he's going to say Houston. And he goes, the Houston Texans. Like they're loaded.
Mixon, Collins, Dell, and more. Stroud. That's the Sunday night game this week.
The Mixon thing, yes, it is.
And the Bears from Texas. That's a fun one.
Well, it could also be a blowout.
Spread 7.
Is Caleb Williams ready for this? Probably not.
That's a big ask.
Probably not.
That's
a survivor game.
You think?
There's 2
if
games.
Anybody's left.
Well, dude.
Who did you take?
I took Seattle.
Okay.
I took Seattle. One of the situations that we're in, let's say, had close to 800 units.
Okay.
And more than half of them
gone. Oh, the Bengals.
Just because of the Bengals.
Yeah. I saw a lot of that on social. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it.
You're gonna get a ton of units this week on Baltimore and Houston. Those will be your 2 that people load up on.
I like Kansas City too at home against a
Cincinnati.
Still a Cincinnati team that is still trying to rev itself up.
Yeah, and everybody's going to want to be like, where are the Panthers? We want to just pick whoever the Panthers. Well, the Panthers are at home. I never like doing road teams when it comes to Survivor, number 1. And number 2, you know who's going to Carolina this week?
I see it.
Yeah. Who got it better than us? Well, I think somebody, but
not on Sunday.
You got it pretty good because you're playing the Carolina Panthers, Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. I ain't touching that one.
That feels like 16-11 to me. Harbaugh is going to be so annoying this year, but they're going to be good.
They'll be good. I agree with you. They'll be good.
The way he goes about winning football games at any level, it's a little bit annoying. He wants to 3-yard in a cloud of dust you. But it works.
Yeah, it's 1-0. 888-957-9570. If you want to get in a day after the game, Niners observation take. These next 20 minutes, these next 15 minutes will be your last shot. 888-957-9570. Then we'll get you ready for the football show, the football hour with Mark Grandy and Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and it's Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto.
Play action from Rodgers again. Pressure off the edge, and the pass is broken up and now picked off. Intercepted by Flanagan Fowles after the tip by Lenore.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What was your experience like last night? Because you were up in the box.
What's in the box?
Yeah.
Me, Guru, and Bonte, along with Whitley Sandretto, social media manager, and Jake Hutchinson, a.k.a. Hutch.
It's a good group.
A lot taller in person than I remember him on the radio.
Yeah, well, he's all grown up now.
Well, between the four of them, I think Whitley's taller than me, too. I was the shrimpo at the table.
Well, did she have heels on?
I didn't notice. We were all locked in on the game.
Yeah.
When we were sitting down, so.
I'll tell you what, you know who went as a group last night? A bunch of San Francisco Giants.
I saw that, yeah. That's pretty cool.
Blake Snell in the building.
Yeah.
With his teammates. Loves that group. Clearly doesn't want to leave.
Yeah. Well, it's going to cost you probably $50 million a year to keep him.
Exactly. And I was.
Although Boris is already making deals with whoever down there at Third and King.
Chappie. Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, apparently I was sitting about 4 feet from Kyle Harrison and didn't even know it.
Really? You were that close?
I don't know. Based on the picture that he put on social media, or the Giants did.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, that's where I was sitting. Where were you?
Impressive.
I didn't see him. I mean, they all just look like people in jerseys if they're not in their Giants uniforms. We promised this earlier, or actually I should say a caller commented on it, and I want to make sure everybody heard it because I don't want to assume that y'all heard it. And it's from the Manning cast last night. This is what it sounded like when Brandon Ayuk dropped that ball in the end zone.
Man-to-man, Jennings.
Oh, he's got a throw. Ayuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. He's missed all training camp.
Get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp. You need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
Peyton Manning after the Brandon Ayuk play. And again,
get signed, get in camp, and then you don't drop the ball.
Yeah, well,
that's a quarterback.
Yeah, not necessarily.
No, but that's the message. And as a quarterback, you could feel his frustration on behalf of Brock Purdy, and he and Eli both in the moment. What great pass!
Yep. Well, it was.
It was a great pass.
Dude, I mean, it was one of those that when he let it go, he's like, who's he throwing it to? And then you're like, oh.
Yeah.
That was kind of the way, that was the progression that I went through. But
I went, ooh. And that's when I leaned over to Bonte and said, we got ourselves a segment. That's a segment. And he's, all three of us, me, him, and Goo are like thinking about it in terms of today's show.
Well, what'd they say? What'd Goo and Bonte say?
Basically Bonte was kind of laughing, not like, ha, but like that rueful laugh, like, oh, man, you reap what you sow, and you don't go to camp, and this is how you come out. Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
And the Niners win, and A's across the board virtually from Grandy and Mr. Grandy and Grandy's grades, and so everybody could look at it in a more humorous way. But if you lose that game, you settle for 3 there and you end up losing the game because of a drop like that. It's a whole different ballgame.
No.
Yeah.
Like that's a fair comment right there. Like understand that if that night didn't go so well, this would have been 4, 8, 12 hours of Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what you risk in this situation. And for whatever, for $30 million a year, maybe Brandon and his agent don't care. But I play that, A, because it was referenced by one of our callers, but also because I do think that it'd be good for all players, not just Brandon, to know that when you kind of go through a situation the way you did, like it's great to come to your press conference when you get back and be like, so my bad, I made it a little bit more difficult than I needed to. But when you do that, and then you start getting the news coming out yesterday that this was like high stakes and high stress, and Kyle Shanahan is running up flights of stairs.
Right.
Put the phone down. We don't want to trade him. You're about to trade the guy. Like you're literally sending paperwork to the league to trade Brandon Ayuk to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then all of a sudden, Brandon, all that stuff, all the drama with Instagram and trade demands, all of the drama that you took the team through. And then you get to this situation, I think everybody's ready to move on. Everybody's ready to be like, look, dude, you got your Niner jersey now. The season is here. Let's go. You're here long term. Everybody's back in your corner. ... Unless you start dropping balls. And the whole point to be made here is simply for Brandon to understand the difference in the sound of a dropped ball last year versus this. Brandon dropped a ball in the exact same corner of the end zone in one of the most famous Brock Purdy non-touchdown throws in his career. When he's playing against the Seattle Seahawks, he ran around like a man possessed, kept buying time, and threw an absolute dime in the corner of the end zone to Brandon Ayuk, which was dropped. And that one was That one was received with, oh, man, that would have been a great play if he had caught it. Oh, well. This one did not sound like that.
Because he doesn't have the same currency currently.
And the fan base in the stands was screaming about $30 million per year. And so it comes with the territory.
It does. And it's just week one, and you win the game, and so it goes from being a real major thing, like you were just mentioning. It's probably the whole day, not just our show, but they lose and he has 2 drops, then we all go crazy. He ended up playing a little bit more than I thought he would, 60% of the snaps, 43 total. You got a good dose of Conley in there as well, and Ronnie Bell got a chance to run around a little bit. So you came with 5 wide receivers, and you don't yet have Ricky Pearsall out there. And I don't think that Cowing actually...
Did he run any routes? I know he was back returning punts. Other than that, did he get on the field? I did not see him.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him in the offensive snap count total. No. Yeah. Garendo had 3 snaps on offense, but that's about it.
Okay. And yeah, Ayuk had 5 targets, 2 catches for 28 yards. I don't know if I would call both of them. There were 2 that people are going to call drops. One of them, I think, did a defender kind of get a fingertip in there? Maybe, but catchable ball for sure. And then obviously the one in the end zone was a drop. So yeah, he was not as big of a part of the offense as he usually is. And then he was also not as effective as he usually is. There will be patience for this, provided that the 49ers continue to outscore the opponent by double digits.
Or just outscore the opponent.
Yeah.
And as soon as you lose, if he is not stellar, he's going to bear more of the brunt for the loss than he otherwise would or otherwise should. It's the nature of fan reaction, because fans, you do that, you hold out, and you drag us all through the drama. You got to file that away. And so you better come out and play great, or fans may turn on you.
The football hour is in like 5 minutes. This is Mark Grandy and Kyle Madsen, and they're going to take you all the way through 6 to 7, especially because we had the game yesterday. This is normally going to be something that happens on Mondays after the Niner game on Sundays, but it's going to happen on Tuesday because the game was yesterday on Monday. What's coming up on the show there with you and Kyle, Mark?
Well, we're going to spend a lot of time, I think, reacting to something that you guys have been talking about, specifically with Doc Filion cleared to play. It's the McCaffrey tendonitis, the issue the Niners do there, a couple of other injury things to get into. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan and everything he said on the conference call earlier today, and then react to a dominant win, the Niners over the Jets last night.
Are you going to be giving out your grades again?
Probably not.
Okay, probably not. Grandy's grades, which, by the way, I keep saying nothing was worse than a B. Was it nothing worse than a B plus?
2 B pluses.
No one got a B even.
No one got a B.
It's all B pluses, A minuses, and A's.
Purdy and the front 7 got a B plus from me.
Purdy and the front 7 got a B plus, and everybody else was either an A minus or above.
Would have given Devondre Campbell lower than a B. My bad.
Yeah.
Got a problem with Devondre Campbell?
One guy.
Okay.
Not the quickest linebacker.
Well, yeah. I mean,
looks more like a D end.
We'll keep our eyes on Dre Greenlaw. Hopefully he's back before Thanksgiving.
And D. Winters.
Thereabouts.
And D. Winters, and get him back healthy.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, here comes Grandy and our buddy Kyle Madsen. The football show 6 to 7. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And thank you for all the interaction and the phone calls today. That was fun. Always great to get back to doing day after a Niner win shows. There's nothing as fun as that. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Big time, yeah.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals for their members. And as always, earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive offers with your Safeway app. Dibs, guess what? It's sweet corn again. I'm not singing this time.
Oh, boy, you should.
But I will tell you this. Sweet corn, 27 cents each. Limit 12 items.
Sweet corn of mine, bop, bop, bop comes to mind. And I'll tell you who loves corn. I got a 2-year-old who can't stop eating corn. More corn, more corn. All right, you get more corn. I bought 12.
She needs to eat more beef.
Thank you. What kind of beef? USDA choice, boneless beef, tri-tip roast, untrimmed, twin pack for